Chapter 1. At the start, I became Cell. In the world of Dragon Ball, Cell was developed in the year 762 of the Age of the Universe and was born in the year 786, maturing into his final form by 788. In the year 763, Frieza and his father invaded Earth. In this timeline, they were vanquished by Goku himself. A year later, Goku passed away, and in 765, Trunks was born. In 767, the androids 17 and 18 emerged, reveling in the slaughter and ultimately killing Dr. Gero. During their battles with the Z Fighters, they annihilated all warriors, including Piccolo. In 778, the one-armed Gohan, in a desperate bid to save Trunks, entrusted him with the last of the Senzu beans before sacrificing himself. Fueled by immense rage, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. But in the year 778, amidst a dilapidated city ravaged by destruction, smoke billowed into the air, obscuring the sun. The sky loomed ominously, as if it were about to descend upon the earth. Torrential rain poured down, hammering the ground with a cacophony of sound. The rain coalesced into numerous streams, cascading toward the low-lying areas and forming puddles. In this desolate expanse, a newly erected yet rudimentary grave was mercilessly battered by the downpour, the layers of soil being washed away relentlessly. The small wildflowers that once adorned the grave had withered, shattered by the ferocity of the rain, carried away by the flowing water, disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, a peculiar sound broke the stillness, the creaking of footsteps. A massive figure, reminiscent of a monster, slowly approached. This creature was predominantly green, adorned with a myriad of black spots. Its vertically slit pupils exuded an air of cold indifference. A pair of wings sprouted from its back, and a long tail dragged behind, tipped with a sharp yellow protrusion resembling a syringe. Its mouth, groin, and waist were encased in a hard shell, creating an unsettling impression, particularly the mouth, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a mandible. Cell, the ultimate android abandoned by Dr. Gero, relied on absorbing androids 17 and 18 to achieve his ultimate evolution. Created from the DNA of numerous beings, he inherently possessed the essence and techniques of Goku and Frieza, including the Kamehameha, special beam cannon, solar flare, and instant transmission. The tip of his tail was capable of absorbing energy and the life essence of humans. Crafted by Dr. Gero in 762, Cell was prematurely awakened into his mature form in 786 due to some unknown reason, following the relentless efforts of a supercomputer. The reason being, damn it, how unfortunate. I've crossed over into the perilous world of Dragon Ball and become the villain Cell. Li Si wandered through the rain, gazing at the modest grave before him, his thoughts drifting back to the moment he had just traversed. A month prior, Li Si succumbed to a fatal collapse while toiling away at his writing late into the night. Upon his arrival in this new realm, he found himself in a state akin to that of a developing specimen within a petri dish. Whether it was due to the formidable nature of his soul or some extraordinary substance he inadvertently brought along during his transition, he unexpectedly completed the metamorphosis into a mature being ahead of schedule. Initially bewildered, he gradually came to terms with this new reality. After all, in his previous existence, he was merely a downtrodden individual, subsisting on the meager earnings from penning novels that catered to the whims of others. Life had been devoid of joy, but now, in a world brimming with power, he had the opportunity to wield extraordinary strength, which filled him with unparalleled delight. Throughout this journey, he had heard whispers of traversers possessing golden finger systems, yet despite his myriad attempts, no such system materialized. He ultimately abandoned this pursuit and redirected his focus towards understanding his own body. Although the visage of Shalu was far from handsome, the power surging within him was unmistakable, and in his perfected form, he exuded a certain charm. He was no saint in pursuit of enhancing his own prowess. He had taken many lives in recent days. Strangely, he felt no fear upon his first kill. Instead, he experienced the euphoric sensation as the essence of life flowed into him. As a villain, he recognized the necessity of embodying the role, rather than merely speaking of it. After several days of rigorous practice, he had adeptly mastered the capabilities of this formidable physique and had harvested a plethora of life essence. He was confident that by continuing to slay and absorb life energy, he would soon surpass those two artificial beings. His lack of strength was merely a consequence of insufficient life essence. In recent days, he had encountered androids 17 and 18, as well as Trunks and Son Gohan, and had witnessed their fates unfold. Son Gohan met his demise, prompting Trunks to transform into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage, while androids 17 and 18 relocated to hunt humans and wreak havoc upon structures. Now, he stood before the grave of Son Gohan, having kept vigil for 2 days. Trunks had visited several times, but not today, so he seized this opportunity. Although he possessed the strength to defeat Trunks and could easily end his life, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, considering his future. Was this the first step? It commenced here. Li Si, or rather Shalu, gazed at the small mound before him, excavating it to reveal the dismembered form of Son Gohan. His complexion was ashen, and his breath had ceased. Sheriff's gaze sharpened, and he drove the tip of his tail forcefully into Son Gohan's lifeless body. The potent psion energy surged into him, and before long, Son Gohan's remains vanished, leaving only his tattered martial arts uniform behind. Ah, Sheriff gasped, his mouth slightly agape, as golden flames enveloped him. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins, his muscles swelling with vigor. Deep within, he sensed remnants of Son Gohan's unique and formidable potential. The golden flames stirred a gentle breeze, evaporating the heavy rain from the outside world, sending wisps of steam dancing into the distance. Sharon narrowed his eyes, drawing in the flames that enveloped him, allowing his energy to gradually diminish until it reached absolute zero, although a trace of energy still emanated from Son Gohan. It posed little concern for Cell overall. He lowered his head and gazed at his hands, laughing heartily. The first step has been achieved. From here on, I shall be invincible. I, Cell, am the one who reigns supreme. What does it matter if Zeno and Beerus exist? I shall trample them beneath my feet, and this world will be transformed by my very presence. P.S. A humble author seeks free gifts online. Chapter 2. Invincibility begins with evolution into perfection. A fine drizzle cascaded from the sky, gently falling like the softest threads. Initially, the drops fell one by one, gradually becoming sparse before coming to a quiet halt. From the eaves hung glistening droplets, resembling strings of pearls, occasionally falling to the ground and creating tiny splashes that echoed with a crisp, melodious sound. These droplets seemed to narrate the tranquility and beauty of nature, yet also hinted at a tinge of solitude and desolation. Suddenly, a faint creak pierced the silence, reminiscent of footsteps on damp earth, imbued with a unique rhythm. Cell slowly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the inky black sky. His silhouette appeared particularly solitary and enigmatic in the darkness, as though he were at odds with the entire world. With each step, Cell gradually merged into the shadows, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only the rain-soaked earth and the faint mist in the air, testifying to his presence. West City. Capsule Corporation. The once glorious Capsule Corporation had long since fallen from its former splendor, now a dilapidated shell, with many buildings destroyed and countless researchers perished. At present, only 2 individuals remained within Capsule Corporation. In a secluded corner of a large warehouse, 2 figures began to materialize. Trunks, you've worked hard. Our food supplies should suffice for the 2 of us for a while. There's no need to push yourself so hard, spoke a woman with blue hair. No, Mom. With Gohan gone, it's up to me, the only boy in this family, to hold everything together, Trunks replied. And even if I encounter an android I can't defeat, I can always run. I can already transform into a Super Saiyan. A family, huh? Bulma paused, contemplating whether the current situation could even be called a family. Shaking her head briskly, she cast aside the negative thoughts. With a gentle push of her hands, she smiled from the heart. Wonderful. My Trunks has grown into a true man. Now, he can even transform into a Super Saiyan. Bulma beamed, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening, and traces of her once exquisite beauty flickered across her face, though the fatigue in her eyes was unmistakable. A Super Saiyan, huh? Trunks lowered his head, suppressing the emotions threatening to overwhelm him. If becoming a Super Saiyan meant enduring this, he would rather not. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, raised his head, and forced a grimace onto his face. As if struck by a thought, he quietly spoke, "Mother, is there truly nothing in this world that can resurrect Gohan and the others?" Bulma paused momentarily, then replied slowly, "The Dragon Balls can grant that wish, but they can only bring back those who have died within the past year. Besides, the Dragon Balls we have are now nothing more than useless stones. But Gohan mentioned the Dragon Balls from Namek. Surely they still exist." Indeed, the Dragon Balls from Namek do exist, but there are several issues we must contend with. First, we lack the coordinates for the new Namek. We could have asked King Kai about this, but for some reason, since the deaths of Goku and the others, he has not contacted us. Second, we do not possess Goku's instantaneous movement ability, so we will need a spaceship, which we do not have, and even acquiring fuel is a challenge. Third, as far as I know, the Dragon Balls on Namek have limitations, allowing only one person to be revived at a time. These are all significant hurdles if we cannot overcome them. Bulma paused, looking up at Trunks' stubborn yet reluctant expression. Her heart softened. Let us explore other alternatives. Just then, a raspy voice unexpectedly echoed. Ah, if only androids 17 and 18 were to perish, matters would be so much simpler. Who? Trunks swiftly turned, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he sought the source of the voice. Creaking footsteps sounded, and a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. The grotesque visage and monstrous form unmistakably belonged to Cell. Who are you? Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a thunderous roar. His hair stood on end, golden and fierce, his azure eyes ablaze with energy, enveloped in a golden aura. A formidable presence radiated from him. Trunks spread his arms, shielding Bulma. Behind him, oh dear, Trunks, we are not enemies. Our true foes are androids 17 and 18. Are they not? I demand to know who you are. Answer me. Trunks' power intensified, drawing forth the long sword from his back, positioning it defensively before him, its edge glimmering coldly. Okay. Seeing Trunks' determination, Cell raised his hand slowly and began to speak. I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, designed to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Cell, an android created by Dr. Gero. As Trunks tightened his grip, prepared to cleave Cell in two, Bulma tugged at his ear. Trunks, wait. Ouch, mother, what are you doing? Are you so eager to act without hearing the entire story? Did you not catch the last part? He was created to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Is that so, Cell? How can you assure us that your words bear truth? Indeed, take a look at this. These are the research documents from Dr. Gero concerning myself, Android 17, and Android 18. It states that in order to achieve my perfect form, I must absorb both 17 and 18. Is that so? Bulma accepted the documents handed to her by Cell and scrutinized them intently. After a moment, she concluded that the Cell before her was indeed capable of absorbing the eternal energy cores of the two androids for his complete evolution. Mother, are we truly to place our trust in a creation of Dr. Gero? Trunks, I possess a means to save your brother Gohan. What do you think? Cell felt a twinge of discomfort, taking a few steps inside before closing the door. I can instantaneously teleport. What? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. Do you doubt me? Cell slightly parted his lips, revealing a hint of Gohan's aura. How is that possible? This is Gohan's energy. Trunks was once again astonished. Such an aura was unmistakable. Light belonged to Gohan, without a doubt. I have been cultivated from the genes of many, including Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza, among others. With the aid of a supercomputer, I have mastered their techniques. In that case, locating the so-called new Namek should not prove too difficult. Cell waved his hand dismissively and spoke softly. Let's strike a deal. You need to eliminate the androids, and I require their absorption. Together, we can eradicate these two threats. However, I have one condition. Then speak. What is your condition? We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Suddenly, Bulma paused, pointing at herself in disbelief. Your condition wouldn't involve me, would it? Ah, indeed. Cell displayed an eager expression, clapping his hands. True to your wit, Ms. Bulma, you guessed correctly. But fear not. What I seek is your scientific prowess, not your person. I require your assistance in constructing a time machine to return to the past. P.S. Humble author seeks free gifts online. Chapter 3. The first step. A time machine? That is merely a conjecture of mine. I have yet to attempt it. How do you know? I cannot say. I merely wish for you to construct one. And do not fret about the materials. Once I have eliminated those two androids, the world will return to a brief period of peace, during which it will be easier to procure what is needed. Moreover, if there is anything you desire, feel free to ask, and I shall acquire it for you. Cell's slit-like pupils glimmered as he gazed intently at Bulma, awaiting her response. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side. The items concealed beneath the black cloth were undoubtedly the materials for the time machine he intended to build. This deception lacks finesse. Wait, I can agree to your condition, but I wish to inquire what you mean by a brief period of peace. Furthermore, how can you be so confident in your ability to vanquish those two androids? They are formidable opponents. Bulma tightened her grip, her heart racing. The arrival of this extraordinary being bestowed upon her the only glimmer of hope she had experienced in many years. Although the outcome remained uncertain, she was resolute in her desire to take a chance. After all, what could be worse than her current predicament? A fleeting peace, indeed. This is merely a precursor to the emergence of even more formidable foes. However, rest assured, Miss Bulma, though I may not be of earthly origin, I am nonetheless a part of this planet. I shall devise a means to confront our adversaries. As for combat prowess, I assure you, I surpassed those two flawed androids. Now, dear lady, it appears your inquiries are becoming rather excessive. Your current task is to assist me in constructing the time machine. Do you understand? Sharu exhibited a hint of impatience, his tail behind him beginning to sway restlessly. How about this? I will allow the news of the android's disappearance to spread among the survivors tomorrow. Very well, I place my trust in you. Bulma swallowed hard and continued. I have one final question, which you may choose not to answer. Bulma appeared noticeably anxious as she spoke. If I lack any utility, if I possess neither the scientific knowledge nor the capability to create a time machine, I will eliminate both of you. I am a person who values honesty. Sharu shrugged nonchalantly, preemptively articulating the question that Bulma had in mind. After all, Trunks' psion energy was undeniably alluring. Sharu extended his diminutive tongue, licking around the circumference of his mouthparts, his gaze filled with an obsession for the formidable energy. Indeed, Bulma felt a weight in her heart. She had discovered in Dr. Gero's data that this Sharu was a growth-type android, capable not only of absorbing androids 17 and 18, but also of siphoning human life energy. Listening to these words, Trunks' eyes sparkled with intensity as he bellowed, "Monster, what are your intentions?" The aura surrounding Trunks suddenly surged, his sword positioned defensively before him. He sensed that the powerful energy emanating from this creature was beyond his current capacity to contend with. Humph! As Sharu's fingers subtly moved, a chilling and formidable aura was revealed, exerting a powerful pressure upon Trunks, causing him to stagger backward, his longsword trembling in both hands, emitting a mournful wail. I truly gave you, you little brat, some semblance of respect, yet you seem incessantly eager to resort to violence? Trunks, are you all right? Bulma reached out to support Trunks, gently placing the sword he held on the ground. Observing the stubborn determination in his eyes, a pang of sorrow gripped Bulma's heart. She then turned her gaze toward Sharu, declaring, I agree, but you must promise me to resolve the matters concerning androids 17 and 18 and refrain from further bloodshed. Upon witnessing Bulma's resolute gaze and emphatic tone, Sharu reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. He then pivoted and strode towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he abruptly turned back, saying, Madam, do not attempt any cunning tricks. You would not wish for Trunks to perish, would you? With that, Sharu's figure vanished in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Trunks retrieved the sword from the ground and rushed outside, scanning the surroundings until he felt no trace of Sharu's presence, before returning to the warehouse. Mom, are we truly going to place our trust in an android? Trunks asked, perplexed. Trunks, you must understand that he is currently aligned with us. And even if he does not come through, I have conceived a design for the time machine. Although I harbor doubts regarding the creations of Dr. Gero, he possesses the capability to deal with androids 17 and 18, does he not? As for whether he might become the next 17 or 18, I believe not. At least this Sharu seems open to dialogue rather than merely resorting to violence, does he not? This represents a glimmer of hope. One we fervently wish is not merely a fragile dream. Bulma contemplated the information in her hands, the vision of the time machine's design imprinted in her mind, demanding refinement. Trunks, you go ahead. I need some time alone. All right. Trunks nodded slightly in agreement, slowly sheathing his sword. With measured and resolute steps, he exited the warehouse. Click. With a soft sound, the door closed tightly behind him. Trunks halted, gazing up at the somber, overcast sky and the dilapidated, crumbling structures surrounding him. An indescribable sense of loneliness and sorrow surged within him, yet he refused to let these emotions linger for long. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. The vows of his past echoed in his ears. He must become a man of responsibility, capable of shouldering familial duties. In that moment, Trunks seemed to discover the impetus and courage to forge ahead. Regardless of the myriad difficulties and challenges that the future may hold, he remains steadfast in his belief that he can conquer all obstacles, safeguarding both his home and the earth. After all, he is the last warrior standing in this world. Creaking footsteps echoed in a unique yet familiar rhythm, heralding the return of a mysterious figure to this land. Slowly and resolutely, Sharu emerged from the shadows, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Trunks, as if scrutinizing the young warrior's innermost desires and determination. What do you think, young scion? Do you yearn to become stronger? If you wish to be a true powerhouse, then follow me. Sharu's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic allure, imbued with an irresistible temptation. In truth, Sharu had never truly departed. He had been patiently waiting for the opportune moment to be alone with Trunks. For within the vast expanse of the Dragon Ball universe, Trunks undeniably ranks among his most cherished characters. The poignant narrative of this character, marked by a tragic timeline and valiant struggles against insurmountable odds, profoundly moved and inspired Shalu. These tales had granted him the courage and strength to persevere during his own tumultuous youth, throughout the long years spent in the orphanage, and even during his later schooling. Whenever despair threatened to consume him, the image of Trunks would materialize in his mind, urging him to endure. Such charismatic allure stirred within Shalu a deep longing, compelling him to intervene in the unfolding saga. Life should not be perpetually fraught with suffering, should it not? Chapter 4. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Why should I trust you? Trunks questioned, raising his right hand dismissively, a look of skepticism etched upon his features. What gives you the right? It's truly amusing. My strength alone speaks volumes. While I admire you, this is where our connection ends. Stay close to me, and you shall grow stronger, swiftly surpassing the flawed power of those two androids. Is that truly the case? Trunks relaxed his brow, his yearning for strength reaching its zenith in that moment. Humph. Silence enveloped as Cell took flight, ascending into the heavens until he soon vanished from sight. What an enigmatic character. Does he take pleasure in leaving conversations half-finished? Trunks exhibited a hint of inner turmoil. After casting a glance at the vast warehouse behind him, he gritted his teeth and soared into the sky, honing in on Cell's energy signature to pursue him swiftly. Whoosh. A white aura ignited around him as Trunks sped towards the sense direction. There it was. Trunks' eyes sparkled with realization as he caught sight of Cell's form. Uh-huh. The lad has indeed followed me. Children are so much easier to engage. A little provocation and they come running. I shudder to think how it would be once he reaches adulthood. I might have to endure a few blows for uttering such words. As the corners of Cell's mouth gradually lifted, he indeed harbored the intention of nurturing Trunks. However, if Trunks were truly oblivious to the opportunity presented to him, that would be unfortunate, for the cultivation of an individual is no simple task. With this thought, Cell began to accelerate, swiftly vanishing from Trunks' sight. Damn it! How can he fly so fast? The disparity in our power is indeed vast. Trunks exclaimed, his tongue clicking in frustration. In a burst of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames erupting around him, his hair standing on end, golden locks framing his azure eyes. He fiercely pursued Cell, his speed so remarkable that Cell's figure became but a fleeting shimmer of golden light against the backdrop of the sky. Whoosh! Thud! Shalu paused, his figure materializing atop the celestial temple. Creak! Creak! Shalu paced back and forth, awaiting the arrival of Trunks. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, landing beside him. Shalu, you mentioned that swiftly enhancing one's power would lead us here. Where exactly is this? This is the sacred realm. It was once the abode of the deity and his attendant, Bobo. However, with the demise of Bu, the deity vanished, and so did Bobo. Nonetheless, this place still holds great potential for us to utilize. Shalu's mouth slightly ajar, he explained. The Hall of the Gods, is it? I've heard my brother Gohan mention it. Trunks murmured. Indeed, the place capable of swiftly enhancing one's power is known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, where 1 year spent inside equates to merely a day outside. Really? Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? A year inside for just a day outside. Why has Gohan mentioned this? Trunks furrowed his brow, glancing at Shalu's indifferent expression, causing him to shiver. Then, let us hasten and enter. With a creaking sound, peculiar footsteps echoed once more as Shalu advanced step by step into the sanctum. After traversing numerous steps, they arrived before a room marked by a clock. Trunks followed closely behind, like a thief, peering around curiously, feeling and tapping on everything he encountered. All right, let us proceed. By the way, just to clarify, inside there will only be sustenance such as noodles, as we are to endure a year's time. However, I trust one need not worry. Shalu turned to Trunks and remarked, after all, at this time, you are not accustomed to indulging in lavish feasts of meat and fish. Is that so? Trunks scratched his head, seemingly untroubled by concerns over food. Creak. Snap. Cell slowly pushed open the door to the hyperbolic time chamber and strolled inside. Keep up. All right. The two of them continued to walk in at a leisurely pace. Creak. At the very moment they entered, the door closed automatically behind them. Oh. Trunks was startled and took a few steps forward, instinctively moving closer to Cell. Shalu cast a fleeting glance, choosing to disregard it. He gestured towards the two adjacent doors, stating, "This one is your dwelling, and the other is where you shall dine. Is that so?" Trunks casually opened one of the doors, revealing the living quarters, equipped with 2 large beds, a wardrobe, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Venturing further inside, he discovered a spacious bathtub and a shower, with a restroom nearby. In the room to the left, there lay an array of kitchen utensils, along with large containers brimming with flour and rice, cluttering the space. Shalu gazed down at the diminutive Trunks, who was darting about his side. "Shalu, uncle, is there enough food here for the two of us to last a year?" It was uncertain whether Trunks was simply growing more familiar or if he was emboldened by the realization that Shalu was, in fact, a rather benign android. He began to employ terms of endearment in stark contrast to his earlier harshness. "You may use titles, but call me brother. I am still quite youthful. Referring to me as uncle would only age me." Shalu seated himself upon the grand bed within the room and remarked, "The sustenance in this chamber replenishes itself automatically, more than sufficient to satisfy your needs, whereas I have no requirement for food, drink, or rest." Shalu reclined languidly on the expansive bed, his eyes gently closed in a state of bliss. In this apocalyptic world, he had yet to experience the comfort of lying on a bed, a sensation he had long missed. "Ah, how fortunate you are, Uncle Shalu, to be free from the burdens of sustenance and sleep." Trunks gazed at him with envy, his eyes wide with admiration, as he approached and playfully touched Shalu's tail, tapping it with a light sound. "You rebellious little rascal. Call me brother. Uncle. Ah, forget it. Do you even remember why you were here?" Shalu spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Trunks, who had been brimming with excitement moments ago, wore a more serious expression. He was determined to grow stronger than the two fiends, androids 17 and 18. Trunks's resolute tone resonated from his small frame. "Very well." Shalu straightened up and said, "Do you see the white terrain below? Our first task is to descend. Go ahead, you try going down first." With a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Shalu appeared to have recalled an amusing thought, lending an air of lewdness to his countenance. "Very well, old man." Trunks strode forward, his steps measured and deliberate as he descended the stairs. Suddenly, an indescribable and overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Trunks had not anticipated such a phenomenon. He felt as though an invisible hand had firmly restrained him, and before he could react, he found himself in intimate contact with the unforgiving ground. "Ha ha ha! How utterly hilarious!" A raucous, unrestrained laughter echoed from above, emanating from Shalu, who seemed to have abandoned all pretense of maintaining his cold and unyielding demeanor, doubling over in mirth. "What on earth is happening?" Trunks' face flushed crimson, a mix of humiliation and fury surging within him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to rise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Trunks turned his head sharply, glaring at Shalu with indignation. "Hey, old man, why didn't you inform me beforehand that the gravity here appears to be problematic?" "Inform you? How could I indulge in the spectacle of your blunders otherwise?" "What you just uttered was quite the farce," Shalu replied, a mocking smile still gracing his features as he mercilessly ridiculed Trunks. "I had thought you were a decent android, but it seems you are just another villain. A true scoundrel." Trunks glared menacingly at Shalu, baring his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Shalu's expression turned serious, and he cautioned, "But do not let your guard down. In addition to gravity, the temperature here can fluctuate at any moment. Therefore, it would be wise to prepare your inner energy in advance to mitigate any adverse effects." Chapter 5. The training must commence. All right, enough jesting. Shalu approached the stairs and descended with a subtle pause before resuming his normal demeanor. The environment here was entirely different from the outside world. It existed in an alternate dimension where the air was but a quarter of that on Earth. Yet the gravity was tenfold, with temperatures oscillating between -40 and 50 degrees. Thus, even if one were to remain idle, one would grow stronger with each passing moment. Therefore, you must gather a portion of your energy internally to safeguard your vital organs. Do you comprehend? Shalu waved his hand gently, yet his hoarse voice undeniably disrupted the atmosphere. "Hey, do you understand? Uncle, why do you change your demeanor so frequently?" Trunks inquired, a hint of confusion evident as a white aura enveloped him, only to vanish abruptly. "All right, practice on your own. You need to adapt to this environment for a week." With a huff, the world around him transformed. The ground began to freeze, and in an instant, the air turned frigid, sending a shiver through his lungs. "Huh." Trunks exhaled slowly, the warm breath crystallizing into frost as it escaped his mouth. "Wow, quite impressive. Humph, little brat, let the training commence." "Aren't you joining me, uncle?" "No. I need to acclimate to my current strength first." With that, Shalu vanished from sight, soaring into the boundless depths. What a peculiar uncle. Trunks scratched his head, then turned. Muttering to himself, "All right, I must become stronger swiftly." He lowered his body, assuming a fighting stance, relentlessly launching attacks into the air: left punch, right punch, uppercut, hook, sidekick, triple kick. His youthful face bore an expression of utmost seriousness. Employing the techniques taught by Gohan, he practiced diligently, occasionally drawing his long sword from behind to slice through the air with precision. His focus was unwavering. In the distance, Shalu stood still for a moment, then levitated, his legs crossed in midair as he began to meditate. This technique, learned from Piccolo, was now second nature to him. He no longer needed to study the fundamentals, having mastered them through his supercomputer. What he sought now was the mastery of control over his power, firmly harnessing this energy within his body to ensure that not a single ounce would be wasted in battle, thereby maximizing his combat potential. In his heart, Cell contemplated that at this moment, his power had far surpassed that of androids 17 and 18. And he was but a small step away from the strength of Vegeta as depicted in the original narrative during their confrontation. From his recollection, the transformation into Super Saiyan yielded a power increase of 50-fold. Thus, the 3 stages of Super Saiyan should represent a gradual mastery of this immense power. As for the transformation characterized by muscular inflation and a drastic decrease in speed, it merely signifies the attainment of a tremendous level of strength without any significant utility. Shalu pondered, contemplating the path of his evolution. With the blood of a Saiyan coursing through his veins, it stands to reason that he too could attain the transformation into a Super Saiyan, albeit through a unique journey of his own. Moreover, he possessed the formidable potential of the Frost Demons, along with the immense power absorbed from Gohan. After his initial rigorous training, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge to an extraordinary level. As for the matter of the S-cells, in the future, he would seek out a supercomputer to replenish the S-cells within him, thus rendering the transformation into a Super Saiyan a mere formality. The era of Super Shalu was upon him. Time slipped by quietly, and soon a week had elapsed. Shalu gradually opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, sweeping across the distance with a palpable pressure. The ground, now transformed into a sheet of ice, shattered inch by inch, while a fierce wind coalesced into blades, slicing through the earth. Trunks, who was engaged in training, halted his actions and turned to gaze in Shalu's direction. His pupils constricted. Had his uncle's presence grown so formidable? Shalu spread his feet apart and gently touched the ground. When it comes to the cultivation of the spirit, he has now reached a culmination. It is time to embark on the training of the body. With his hands slightly outstretched, Shalu was uncertain whether it was due to the blood of the Namekian and the frozen demon, but his meditation significantly enhanced his combat prowess at an astonishing rate. He had now reached a level of power that could rival the Super Vegeta from the original narrative during his battle against Shalu's second form. However, he was still a considerable distance from achieving Shalu's complete form. Yet, he held firm in his belief that through rigorous physical training during this period, pushing his body to its utmost limits and attaining a harmonious union of body and spirit, his power would surge dramatically, potentially matching that of Shalu in his complete state. By fully extracting his current potential, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. With a deep exhale, Shalu swiftly moved to Trunks' side, assessing the aura surrounding him with a nod of approval. "Well done, young one. It appears you haven't been idle this past week. Your power has indeed increased significantly. However, at this level, defeating androids 17 and 18 remains a challenge. Transform into a Super Saiyan for me to see." "Ah, all right." Trunks hesitated for a moment, then quickly composed himself. Lowering his body, he positioned his hands beside his abdomen. Fury. Roar. In an instant, his aura became wildly intense, a golden flame erupting forth as waves of energy radiated outwards. His hair stood slightly on end, transforming into the iconic golden locks of a Super Saiyan. His eyes now a striking shade of green. "Excellent. It seems your first visit to the hyperbolic time chamber has unlocked your potential. And I presume you've been training in your base form all this time? Who taught you this?" Gohan. Shalu gazed at Trunks with a hint of admiration. Although he was still no match for those 2 androids in terms of strength, he had managed to avoid being defeated. "Haha, that's a lesson from Gohan," Trunks remarked, scratching his head, feeling somewhat relaxed as his Super Saiyan transformation faded, returning him to his normal state. Observing Trunks in such a state of ease, Shalu narrowed his eyes and flicked his fingers, unleashing a wave of pressure that struck Trunks in the abdomen. Bang! Gasp! Huh! Caught off guard and utterly exhausted, Trunks was hit squarely, causing him to expel a mouthful of bile. his eyes rolling back momentarily as he collapsed to his knees, nearly losing consciousness. Trunks, this is the first lesson I imparted to you. Never allow your body to relax. Transform every moment into your strongest self, or at the very least, embody the utmost strength at each phase. Shalu lowered his gaze upon Trunks, grasping his hair and lifting him slowly before casting him onto the ground. Do you remember? He asked. Bayou. A gust of wind surged forth. I remember, uncle. Please, stop, it hurts. Hurts? Pain is what enables you to remember. Understood. Trunks clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise. I have adapted to this environment. What shall we do next for training? Next, you must maintain your Super Saiyan form and engage me in combat. Do not hold back. Do not revert to your normal state unless you are utterly exhausted. I will lower my energy to match yours and will battle you with the intent to defeat. Then let the second lesson commence. A fight to the death begins. Chapter 6. The battle time swiftly flowed by, and soon only a week remained until the end of the year. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks, now a mass of muscle, glared fiercely at Shalu. His demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Under Shalu's influence, he learned that in battle, unless he was amplifying his energy, he must keep his power concealed within. This strategy would significantly extend his transformation duration and reduce fatigue. With a thunderous roar, Cell vanished from Trunks' sight, only to reappear behind him in an instant. He unleashed a powerful punch, causing the very air around them to explode. Trunks, his nerves taut and fully focused on the battle, sensed Cell's disappearance and instinctively angled his body to evade the impending blow. A smirk crept onto his lips as he thought, Uncle Cell, this time, I've got you. He delivered a knee strike that landed squarely in Cell's abdomen. What was this? The sensation felt off. Oh no. Trunks swiftly turned his head, his body poised to react, but a key blast detonated at point-blank range against his face. A resounding boom echoed through the air, a cacophony of sound reverberating as a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, sending Trunks tumbling out of the haze and plummeting toward the ground. Shalu narrowed his eyes, his hands deftly waving as he unleashed a barrage of energy orbs, striking Trunks with relentless force. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly, as if the very fabric of space were trembling. Trunks' anguished cries reverberated through the air. Still pretending? You've employed that move several times already. Shalu wore an expression of displeasure. He had been deceived by Trunks' trick several times before, and this time he would not be fooled again. With a deep breath, he lowered his stance, clasping his hands behind his back in a flower bud formation. Boom! A golden flame erupted around Shalu, fiercely blazing with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Between his hands, a deep azure energy gradually materialized, coalescing into form within mere seconds. Kamehameha. With both hands extended, Shalu unleashed a colossal beam of cerulean light, resembling a fierce dragon, which stirred the space around it, producing a series of faint sounds. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, hurtling directly toward Trunks. After unleashing his energy wave, Cell vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Trunks, seizing him and binding him tightly, forcing him to confront the Kamehameha head-on, leaving him no avenue for escape. This is dire. Trunks' eyes widened in alarm. If struck directly, he would not only be gravely injured, but likely perish. The instinct for survival echoed fervently in his mind, and he summoned every ounce of his energy. A powerful surge of determination awakened the latent potential within him. With a thunderous roar, a golden aura erupted skyward, its intensity sending Cell hurtling backward. This formidable force enveloped Trunks in a protective energy shield, deflecting the onslaught of the Kamehameha. The collision produced a resounding impact, shattering the icy ground beneath them and unleashing waves of energy that rippled outward. Cell's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Has he once again ignited his potential? The Saiyans, particularly the hybrid ones, possess remarkable capabilities. Could it be attributed to their S-cells? For nearly a year, Cell had fought with the intent to eliminate Trunks, though not to the point of actual death, merely to incapacitate him. A slight infusion of energy would suffice, and with the Saiyans' formidable regenerative abilities, he would soon be revitalized. Moreover, due to the inherent traits of Saiyans, each injury or near-death experience only served to enhance their fighting prowess. During this time, Trunks' combat strength had surged, matching that of Cell upon his initial arrival in the Room of Spirit and Time. Furthermore, Trunks had maintained his Super Saiyan transformation throughout this period, growing accustomed to this ferocious and wrathful state. Though he could not sustain it indefinitely, he had made significant progress. Nonetheless, Cell harbored some doubts. He perceived Trunks as possessing greater talent and potential than the version depicted in the original narrative. After all, in the original story, spending 2 years training with Vegeta in the Room of Spirit in time only allowed him to reach the second stage of Super Saiyan, failing to achieve full power. Could it be an issue of training methodology? Cell habitually licked the corners of his mouth. After all, in addition to squeezing his potential while engaging in fierce battles, he also imparted some techniques for mastering power and tips for controlling one's breath once the skirmish is concluded. Of course, it was essential to strike a balance between work and rest. One could not train incessantly day and night, but rather needed to allow time for relaxation. In the latter half of the year, he would teach some techniques, among which the most effective for enhancing combat power was the instant transmission. This ability was not only an excellent means of escape in combat, but also a manifestation of spirit, or ki, as a form of adaptability. Mastering this technique would enable a harmonious balance between the mind and body, allowing for a more efficient utilization of strength. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Trunks could never quite grasp the essence of it. Each attempt at instant transmission fell short, resulting in failure. Consequently, Cell abandoned this path and turned his focus toward developing his own powers. He had attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan but met with failure, suspecting it was an issue with his S cells. Nevertheless, a year of training had wrought significant changes in his physique, achieving a remarkable equilibrium between body and mind. His combat power surged past that of the fully formed Cell, nearing the level of Lightning Cell. He conjectured that this tremendous progress was merely the result of the initial accumulation of latent potential, anticipating that subsequent training would likely slow and return to a more normal pace. Suddenly, Trunks' immense power coalesced into a beam of light that obliterated the Kamehameha wave. Concluding the battle, panting heavily, Trunks wearily opened his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto the ground and, glancing at the still contemplative Cell, exclaimed, "Uncle, do you truly wish to annihilate me? Had it not been for the sudden surge of formidable power within me, I might very well have perished just now." Is it over?" Cell emerged from his contemplative state, scrutinizing Trunks with keen interest. "Very well. Our intensive training session concludes here." But there's still a bit of time left," Trunks remarked, gesturing towards the clock suspended above the door. "Take a moment to rest. Are you not fatigued? With your current power level, you could easily handle androids 17 and 18. What is there to worry about? Nonetheless, I aspire to become even stronger," Trunks replied, his lips curling in determination. "I want to be as formidable as you, Uncle Cell. No, I intend to surpass you." His excitement was palpable, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. "Surpass me? Don't be absurd. I am currently operating at full throttle. With just a mere spit, I could pin you to the ground." "Do you truly believe that?" Sharu was somewhat astonished. Had the ambitious nature of the young Trunks truly been cultivated by him? I am still so young, merely 12, no. 13 years old now, with many years ahead of me. I shall undoubtedly surpass you." Exhausted, Trunks lay directly on the ground, his eyes filled with dreams of the future. "Very well, then, give it a try? After your attempt, well." Sharu gazed at the diminutive Trunks, shaking his head in silence. Chapter 7. Research on Earth. West City. In a secluded warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, dim light flickered softly. Bulma, with her azure hair, furrowed her brows as she scribbled notes on paper, deeply immersed in her work. This endeavor was not merely a task, it was a cherished aspiration. She meticulously contemplated the operational structure of the machines and the selection of energy materials. When engrossed in her serious work, she would lose herself entirely, even neglecting the necessity of sustenance. For nearly the entire day, she toiled, amalgamating years of accumulated knowledge and hypotheses to construct a flawless time machine. As time passed, the soft glow illuminated Bulma's weathered face, revealing the fine lines around her eyes, which were filled with fatigue, yet within that weariness shone a glimmer of hope. "It's done," she exclaimed, having successfully designed the time machine. The next step would involve sourcing materials and construction. A smile crept across her face as she glanced at the black cloth, under which lay the materials she had previously speculated and prepared. Suddenly, an untimely noise erupted. Her stomach grumbled audibly. "Oh dear, has it been so long?" Bulma glanced at the time on her wrist, feeling slightly embarrassed as she rubbed her flat stomach. She retrieved a small box from the lining of her lab coat and opened it. Inside, nearly 20 small capsules were neatly arranged, containing many previous research tools and some rare materials, including a few components for the time machine and various aircraft. With practiced ease, Bulma selected one capsule marked 25, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground. With a loud bang, A cloud of white smoke materialized. As the mist dissipated, it revealed a large container nearly overflowing with instant noodles and an assortment of thermoses. After skillfully preparing a bucket of noodles, Bulma began to eat quietly, her gaze drifting. The sunset outside had long disappeared, leaving only a faint reddish glow on the horizon. In that moment, savoring her noodles against the backdrop of the scenery, she found a unique charm in the experience. Once she finished the noodles, she drank the broth clean, supporting her head with her arm. She found herself reflecting on many thoughts, the beautiful life of the past, adventures with her friends, and inevitably, the androids 17 and 18. The feelings of frustration and anger surged within her, causing discomfort and concern. Ah, where's Trunks? Bulma suddenly thought, turning her head to survey the surroundings. She opened the door, glanced around briefly, and hesitated to call out loudly before returning to the warehouse. Where is Trunks? Logically, he should have returned long ago. Just as Bulma was troubled by this thought, a sudden spatial shift brought two figures before her. Whoosh! It was none other than Trunks and Cell. Ah! Bulma's face contorted in surprise, her heart racing as she instinctively took a step back. Once she recognized them, she steadied herself and remarked, Trunks, you startled me. Wait, your hair has grown so long, and your clothes, you seem to have bulked up significantly. Bulma stared at Trunks' tattered attire, his towering height, and the muscles that were now prominently visible, momentarily dazed and oblivious to Cell standing beside them. Ah, Mom, it's been a while, Trunks exclaimed with a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. It has been a while? Didn't you just leave this morning? Come here and explain yourself, Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed. I spent some time in the hyperbolic time chamber at the Supreme Kai's place. Mom, you won't believe how incredible it is. A year spent there only equates to a single day outside, Trunks said, beaming with excitement as he moved to hug Bulma, only to be pushed away by her finger in disdain. Ahem, Trunks, even if it's remarkable, don't you ever bathe? Bulma pinched her nose with one hand while pointing at him with the other, her face a canvas of distaste. Bathe? I find it too bothersome. Every time I wash, it feels like I have to do it again shortly after, so I decided to save it up for a later time, Trunks replied, eyes wide and nose slightly wrinkled as he sniffed himself. I think it's fine. Uncle Cell even says it's the scent of a man, a part of growing up. Uncle Cell? Bulma finally registered, glancing at the stoic Cell beside Trunks, her brow furrowing. Aren't you supposed to be gone? To deal with the androids? Tomorrow. We agreed on tomorrow, and it's quite late now. Let me rest for a bit, and considering how well I've taught your son, you should go prepare dinner. Sharu waved his hand dismissively. Although he did not require sustenance, it did not imply that he was incapable of enjoying it. During this period, he had assumed that Trunks was subsisting on the meager provisions befitting a post-apocalyptic world. To his surprise, Trunks revealed that his meals consisted of lavish delicacies, such as fine fish and succulent meats. At that moment, Sharu recalled that this fellow was indeed a young master. Even in the face of calamity, his circumstances remained distinct. Throughout their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, it was Trunks who had prepared the meals. Now, he too yearned for sumptuous fare. As soon as the topic of food was broached, Trunks' stomach erupted in a symphony of growls. Ha! He chuckled, rubbing his abdomen sheepishly. Right, Mom, perhaps you should start cooking. I'm quite famished. All right. Bulma's gaze flitted between the two of them, perplexed by the newfound camaraderie. Shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts and retreated to the kitchen to begin her preparations. Moments later, Bulma emerged, laden with generous portions of meat, and observed as Sharu and Trunks instinctively swallowed hard. Particularly Sharu, who, despite his lack of need for food, could not help but feel a pang of desire upon witnessing such a feast. Come on, don't be shy, dig in, she urged. Trunks, would you like to wash up first? Bulma frowned. What did you say? Trunks, at that moment, had stuffed a massive leg of meat into his mouth, producing unintelligible sounds. Never mind. Bulma sighed, her hand pressed against her forehead in exasperation. She glanced at Sharu and noted that his appetite was no less voracious than Trunks. The two of them moved with such speed that their arms created afterimages, swiftly devouring all the food laid before them. I'm full, Trunks exclaimed, contentedly patting his round belly. I've finished as well. Sharu took out a piece of paper, gently wiping his mouth, his body clearly still unsated. He felt as though he could perform another bite of a three-headed cow. Mrs. Bulma, has there been any progress with the time machine? Sharu inquired. Bulma nodded, seemingly oblivious to my identity. Now, we are merely lacking energy and assembly. Excellent. With that settled, I shall take a brief rest. Sharu turned his head and casually got up, seeking a room to recline upon a grand bed. What a jest! Must one wash the dishes after a meal? Why linger here? It was imperative to make a hasty retreat. Indeed, under Bulma's command, Trunks dutifully washed the dishes and scrubbed the plates. Following that, he indulged in a fragrant bath. At Bulma's insistence, he then trimmed his hairstyle and donned a fresh outfit before arriving at Sharu's door. Chapter 8. Resolution. Knock, knock. Come in. Trunks pushed open the door to Sharu's room, carrying a sweet delicacy. He observed that this Uncle Sharu appeared somewhat unsated. Upon entering, he found Sharu reclining on the bed, propped against the pillows, with one leg casually crossed over the other, his body occasionally twitching. What is the matter? Sharu cast a glance at Trunks. This was indeed his time of relaxation. During this period, he wished to think of nothing, simply reveling in the comfort of the moment. After all, tomorrow marked a significant day. Were it not still early, he likely would have already succumbed to slumber. Although this body required no sleep, he nonetheless retained some of his former habits, which had either been set aside due to time constraints or dedicated to the practice of meditation. Furthermore, Shalu gently squeezed the soft mattress, reveling in the comfort of such an environment conducive to sleep. Were it not for the current unavailability of his phone, he would have borrowed one to indulge in some videos, as this lifestyle could indeed be somewhat monotonous. Uncle Shalu, it seems you haven't had your fill, Trunks remarked quietly. Oh, these are the desserts and water I prepared for you. Such concern for me? Sharu sat up, delicately picking up a small cake and savoring each bite. His eyes scrutinized the child before him. After all, aside from Gohan and my mother, you are one of the few who have shown me kindness. Trunks, sitting nearby, felt a twinge of sadness as he still longed for Gohan. Once we have dealt with the artificial beings number 17 and number 18 tomorrow, would you accompany me to pay a visit to Gohan? As Sharu gulped down the water, it swiftly erupted from his mouth. What did you say? Go pay a visit to Son Gohan. Sharu inquired, his uncertainty palpable. Indeed. Is there a problem? Trunks responded with a hint of confusion. And no, nothing at all, Sharu stammered, wiping his mouth. I still believe it would be more prudent to confront androids 17 and 18, and then proceed directly to New Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls to resurrect Son Gohan. What do you think? That does seem reasonable, Trunks admitted, scratching his forehead and breaking into a foolish laugh. Once tomorrow comes, the world will finally find peace, free from destruction. How wonderful that will be. Shalu turned his face aside and tapped his head, secretly pondering that it would be best for him not to let this fellow know about his devouring of Sun Wukong's corpse. After all, given this guy's mentality, he would likely be unable to comprehend it, and there was a chance he might come to attack him in the middle of the night. Phew. Thankfully, it has passed. Sharu wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his face. Let us wait until tomorrow. You may return now. Very well, my good sir. Trunks slowly retreated, gently closing the door behind him. Creak, whoosh. Shala sighed deeply, indulging in all the petite cakes and confections in one go, savoring the remnants of cream on her fingers with a hint of satisfaction. After finishing the water from the teapot on the table, she reclined once more, feeling a sense of contentment. This way of life is rather delightful, indeed. Sharu lay upon his bed, gazing at the ceiling, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. Much like Trunks, he too was curious about the extent to which his perfected form could amplify his current prowess. After all, he was already quite formidable. The enhancement might not be overwhelmingly significant for him. As he pondered these thoughts, drowsiness began to envelop him, prompting him to count sheep. 1 android, 2 androids, 3 androids, 4. As night descended, the silvery moonlight cascaded onto the ground, appearing from above like a delicate veil, casting an alluring and ethereal ambience. Shala slipped out once again, realizing that counting sheep would not lull him to sleep. Instead, he decided to take a stroll. He ascended higher and higher until he reached the very surface of the Earth's atmosphere. Sharu gazed down upon the azure orb, his slit pupils gradually widening. Truly exquisite. Even after a prolonged gaze, a slight dizziness would ensue. Time swiftly passed, and soon the sun ascended to its zenith, casting forth warmth and brilliant light that illuminated the sky. A resounding clap echoed in Sharu's ears. Who could it be? An android, perhaps? Trunks, who had been drooling and scratching absent-mindedly just a moment ago, suddenly flipped over, adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, what of it? What time is it? The sun is already high. How can you still be asleep? Uncle Sharu, what time is it? Around 10 o'clock. Why? Have you risen early? The tail of Cell swayed incessantly, the tip resembling a needle glinting with a cold light. This evoked some rather unpleasant memories for Trunks. Reflecting on the day spent being pricked daily in the hyperbolic time chamber, one might think it was a blissful experience. What nonsense! Who could fathom the sensation of being pierced by such a formidable needle every day? Although it didn't cause any significant harm, it was undeniably painful. Wait, Uncle Cell. Get up immediately. Trunks waved his hands in a flustered manner, a forced smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He hastily rose, donned his clothes, and strapped on his sword. After a quick wash, he was dragged out by Cell without having eaten anything. Meanwhile, Bulma busied herself alone with the time machine, having no time to tend to their affairs. Whoosh! The two soared through the skies at high speed, weaving through clouds while surveying the ground below. The landscape was a disarray of dilapidation, with crumbling structures and gaping holes, rivers running wild, the entire world ravaged beyond recognition. To Cell, this was inconsequential, yet for Trunks, such devastation ignited a sense of indignation, causing even the pangs of hunger from skipping breakfast to vanish. Uncle Cell, do you know their location? Trunks inquired, perplexed. How could those two, devoid of any life force, be detected? Shalu turned his head, directing his gaze towards Trunks, and pointed upward with his small hand. Do you see that? It is a miniature robot created by Dr. Gero. It will relay the collected intelligence to the computer, which in turn will transmit it to my mind. They were currently in a town situated 589, 645 units away, though the name of that town struck him as rather peculiar. Is that so? Trunks narrowed his eyes slightly, his focus fixated on the direction indicated by Shalu. His gaze pierced through the void and landed upon a small bee that followed closely behind them. Oh, it truly is a robot, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His enthusiasm unmistakable. For any boy, witnessing a moving robot is an exhilarating experience. This town, designated as 79, seemed to have another name, Diligence Town. What a curious name indeed. Shara shook his head, a hint of bewilderment gracing his features. He simply could not fathom the connection between 79 and diligence. Trunks felt similarly perplexed. Yet he did not linger on the thought. He was acutely aware of the urgency of time and the necessity to seize any vital clues. Hurry. It appears they are about to leave. Sharu's eyes sharpened, his form flickering as he darted away with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Trunks' sight. Wait for me. Trunks followed suit without hesitation, his speed equally astonishing. He soared through the air like a blazing meteor, breaking through the confines of the atmosphere as he raced towards the horizon. Chapter 9, Diligence Town in the Distance. Diligence Town was engulfed in chaos. The relentless roar of explosions echoed as the violent force of detonations flattened and destroyed numerous buildings. Run. Mom, where are you? Get out of the way, or you'll die? Ha. The world is ending, so I shall perish too. A cacophony of cries erupted as people of all kinds lamented, some taking advantage of the turmoil to rob the vulnerable of their food and resources. The multifaceted nature of humanity was laid bare before the two in the sky. TCH. Humanity remains unchanged, regardless of how many perish. But isn't that what makes it interesting? Number 17. Your morbid curiosity is rather dull. My morbid curiosity. What is so morbid about merely taking lives? By the way, number 18, are you still searching for your quality humans? Not anymore. How could I? The first thing they do upon seeing me is insult me and tell me to die, failing to appreciate my beauty at all. Number 18 tossed her silky golden hair back in frustration, her eyes ablaze with anger. Oh, now that is truly amusing. Number 17 observed the scene below with a teasing expression, swiftly descending to the ground. As per usual, let us have a competition. Whoever kills the most wins. All right. In the depths of a murderous thought, a glimmer flickered in the cerulean eyes of number 18. Indeed, there was a certain thrill in taking a life. A sense of catharsis. Thud. Two figures landed. Number 18 stood still, arms crossed, silently observing the performance of number 17. This individual relished in the human method of extinguishing human life. However, it was precisely this proclivity that ensured her victory in every competition. After all, a single energy sphere could obliterate countless lives, while number 17's approach was far too sluggish. To the casual observer, number 17 appeared as a youthful, handsome boy with flowing locks, his azure eyes reminiscent of blue agate. His long, raven hair was parted down the middle, framing his features, while he donned a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the crimson emblem of the double R military insignia, complemented by white cuffs. An orange scarf adorned his neck, and he sported blue jeans, with a handgun tucked into his waist. His feet were shod in ordinary athletic shoes paired with vibrant green socks, imparting a distinctive cowboy flair. Behind him, number 18, with her golden, softly glowing short hair, stood with arms crossed, slightly shorter than number 17. She wore a sleeveless denim jacket over a black long-sleeve top, the cuffs adorned with black and white stripes, her chest subtly accentuated. Her lower half was clad in a short denim skirt, exposing her smooth, delicate skin, which glistened under the sunlight. On her feet were brown knee-high boots. Aha! Number 17 drew the handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, continuously pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! The pungent scent of gunpowder billowed from the muzzle, his aim remarkably precise, as there were an abundance of human targets for practice. Each shot echoed the demise of several souls. This is truly delightful. Come, play with me some more. Number 18's dark eyeliner, paired with her maniacal grin, rendered her a demon in the eyes of the fleeing populace. Bang! Clang! A metallic impact resonated as number 17's head tilted slightly. Huh! In a daze. He glanced upward, spotting a burly man aiming a large sniper rifle at him, the muzzle still smoking. Ah! Damnable android, is your skin really that thick? Can't even penetrate it? Fujino Tree felt a surge of irritation, lowering his head and firing shot after shot. Bang! 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 Number 17 did not flinch. Instead, reveling in the display of his own prowess and the gradual despair etched upon the faces of humanity. Shell casings ejected one after another. And soon the barrel began to heat up, glowing a faint red. Have you finished? Number 17 feigned ignorance, a foolish expression adorning his face as he raised his handgun. After firing so many rounds, was it not reasonable for him to take just one shot? Hurry, run. Fujino Hikari's face was a mask of anxiety and regret. He abandoned his firearm, contemplating a retreat into the building. How utterly tedious. This had become quite uninteresting. On the 17th, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face as he retracted his handgun. With a swift motion, a beam of light erupted from his right hand. Boom. The entire building collapsed with a thunderous roar, windows shattered, and debris filled the sky as flames erupted, sending thick black smoke swirling in the air. Bang! Rocks of various sizes fell, striking the ground and raising clouds of dust. Growing weary of the spectacle, the 17th prepared to take flight elsewhere when suddenly, two figures emerged. One of them swiftly swung a fist, propelling the 17th directly into the ruins of the recently collapsed edifice. The explosion resonated, creating a vast crater. Trunks? And who was that? The 18th, taken aback, lowered her arms that had been crossed over her chest, ready to move, only to feel an overwhelming pressure descending upon her. She instinctively crouched, the ground beneath her buckling. Bang! The pressure intensified, surging into her body like a relentless tide, as if a colossal hand were firmly pinning her down. At that moment, her expression shifted from surprise to terror, struggling to lift her head. Bang! The ground continued to sink, as Trunks coldly observed the 18th. His face devoid of emotion, applying unyielding pressure with a single hand, an uncomplicated demonstration of immense ki force. The 18th's beautiful visage contorted under the strain, her posture shifting from a crouch to a prone position. Her denim jacket and black shirt could no longer withstand the overwhelming force, exploding into tatters, revealing her flawless skin and the violet garment beneath. Her cries of anguish echoed, resonating throughout the area. Boom! The 17th soared from the wreckage, fury surging through him upon witnessing the 18th's plight. Trunks, you seek death. The 17th conjured energy spheres with both hands, launching them towards Trunks with fervor. Boom! Explosions erupted, thick smoke billowing into the air. The 17th, undeterred, moved swiftly from the side, positioning himself directly before Trunks, intent on rescuing the 18th. Only to find Trunks unscathed. What? How could he be completely unharmed? Trunks narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, as he stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. Then, with a fist enveloped in golden energy, he struck fiercely at the 17th's abdomen, the air crackling with the force of the blow. Bang! The overwhelming power impacted him, causing a deep indentation, the force erupting from his back, tearing through his clothing and traveling far beyond. The 17th stared blankly, eyes rolling back, collapsing to his knees, hands clutching his abdomen as crimson blood surged forth, splattering onto the ground. Trunks watched him with cold indifference, lifting his foot to descend. Bang! The shoe mercilessly pressed against his head, shifting from side to side. The ground cracked, erupting into pits, with a web of fissures spreading relentlessly. Chapter 10, The Ultimate Android Cell. Trunks, feeling unsatisfied, hurled both individuals into the same pit, relentlessly applying pressure downwards until they lost consciousness. Oomph. They actually fainted. If it weren't for Uncle Cell's need to absorb you, I would truly relish the opportunity to crush each of your heads. Clad in a black tank top, Trunks' physique resembled that of a coiled dragon, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. Shalu gazed intently from above, observing how effortlessly Trunks resolved the battle in mere moments. He couldn't help but exclaim, if only Son Goku were here, it would surely take him an eternity to achieve the same outcome. Cell shook his head and swiftly appeared beside Trunks, his gaze intensely fixed on the two fallen androids on the ground. He licked his lips slightly, his vertical pupils gleaming with a chilling light. Turning his head slightly towards Trunks, he instructed, "You should step aside. The ensuing commotion may be considerable." "Understood, Uncle Cell," Trunks replied, leaping back with a sense of anticipation in his eyes. After all, Uncle Cell had often mentioned that once he absorbed Android 17 and Android 18, both his power and form would undergo significant transformation. Moreover, it was rumored that he would become quite handsome. Although Uncle Cell was kind to him, it was undeniable that his appearance was rather unappealing, failing to align with human aesthetic standards. The term monster was indeed fitting, particularly with that lengthy tail trailing behind him. Whoosh! Shalu exhaled a cloud of murky air, the tip of its tail expanding to an astonishing size, capable of engulfing two individuals entirely. Shalu swiftly enveloped the two individuals, and before they could react, he consumed them whole. Remarkable! Shalu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the spots on his body began to emit a luminous white glow. An uncontrollable aura radiated outward, as a white ethereal flame swiftly enveloped him, manifesting a formidable presence that soared to the heavens. "Ah!" With a soft exclamation, Shalu enveloped himself in a brilliant white light, transforming into a perfectly round orb of luminescence. Thunder rumbled as the heavens began to shift in hue, clouds swirling ominously towards this focal point, while a fierce wind swept across the earth. As time gradually progressed, the white radiance morphed into an emerald glow, casting a verdant illumination across the expanse. The clouds roared with continuous thunder, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, striking the ground, and carving deep rifts into the earth. The ocean began to tremble, giving rise to numerous waterspouts that inhaled the sea. A formidable aura surged outward, extending beyond the confines of Earth and permeating the cosmos. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the green sphere, as Trunks stood at a distance, gasping in awe. Realizing that this energy had reached an unimaginable magnitude, it was overwhelmingly powerful. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma, startled by the tremors beneath her feet, looked outside. She beheld a towering column of green light ascending into the sky, saturating the atmosphere with its hue, while waves of white energy surged outward, accompanied by fierce winds that compelled Bulma to retreat hurriedly, securing the door as she resumed her work on the time machine. In Effort Town, with a thunderous boom, the light shot skyward, white energy coalescing into swirling vortices around it. The green orb shattered, and from it emerged a figure, radiant in green, shimmering with electricity, crackling and flickering incessantly. The air thrummed with potent energy, warping the very fabric of space surrounding it. Shalu exhaled slowly, the green light enveloping him dissipating to reveal his true form. The once grotesque exterior underwent a complete transformation. Green remained the predominant hue, yet his hands, neck, and visage showcased a striking white tone, while the remainder of his body was adorned in shades of green and black. From his chest extending to his tail, his entire figure was cloaked in black, akin to donning a mysterious and stylish nocturnal garment. This enveloping darkness did not evoke a sense of monotony or oppression. Rather, it enhanced his overall presence, imbuing it with a three-dimensional quality and depth, while simultaneously elevating the harmony of his physique to its zenith. His face was chiseled with an elegance reminiscent of a master sculptor's handiwork, with sharp lines and distinct contours radiating a unique allure. Behind him, a pair of black mechanical wings, reminiscent of insect wings, unfurled, their joints veiled in an enigmatic shade of deep purple, imparting an aura of mystery. Surrounding his cheeks, it appeared as though they had been meticulously brushed with purple pigment, encircled by a vibrant yellow shell, creating a striking contrast of colors. Most captivating were his eyes, subtly tinged with pink. Their dark depths were clear and profound, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. With his head bowed, Shalu gazed upon his own physique. The enhancement of his bodily functions was far less remarkable than he had anticipated. Rather, this form was simply more exquisite, allowing him to control his aura with almost no leakage. By confining his energy within, he achieved a harmonious unity of body and spirit. In all honesty, the intensity of his aura was not significantly stronger than before, likely falling short of the legendary Super Saiyan form of Sun Wukong. Moreover, the distinction was even greater when considering further transformations. Nevertheless, Sharu was contemplative. After all, this body was undeniably powerful. Even if Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would not be able to defeat him in a short span of time. In a prolonged battle, Sharu would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. In the immediate future, as long as adversaries of Majin Buu's caliber or higher did not emerge, he felt little fear. And should he find himself overmatched, he could always retreat without shame. Sharu gently tapped his toes on the ground, his fists dancing through the air, producing a whistling sound. Uncle Sharu, you have become so handsome. Your aura has intensified immensely, exclaimed Trunks, who leapt forward with palpable excitement. Is that so? Call me brother. I still appear rather youthful, don't I? Sharu remarked, tracing the contours of his face with a smile. Wow, even your voice has become more melodious. That's truly impressive. Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration for Uncle Sharu, finding this transformation far superior to any cosmetic enhancement. Hee, it's not too shabby. Sharu replied. Trunks, I am heading to Dr. Jero's laboratory. Will you accompany me? Of course. But what does Uncle Sharu need to do there? Trunks scratched his head in confusion, pondering the purpose of visiting a place where the androids no longer existed. Let us go, and we can talk along the way. As Sharu ascended into the air, he gazed at Trunks. Ah, splendid. Trunks nodded in agreement and followed Sharu as they proceeded northward. In the sky, Trunks, do you comprehend how one becomes a Super Saiyan? Well, it is the power of rage that allows me to transform into a Super Saiyan, right? Trunks cast a fleeting glance at Sharu, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, that is correct. However, it is imperative that the S cells are sufficiently abundant and that one's combat prowess meets the requisite standard. Typically, one must surpass the threshold of 3 million to qualify for the transformation into a Super Saiyan. My current journey to Dr. Jero's laboratory is to have the supercomputer inject a substantial amount of S cells or to forcibly activate and catalyze the S cells that lie dormant within me. Throughout the journey, Sharu imparted all that he knew to Trunks, who nodded in understanding, his gaze filled with increasing admiration. Uncle Sharu possesses an astonishing depth of knowledge. Chapter 11, Dr. Jero's Laboratory. As Trunks soars through the skies beside Uncle Sharu, a myriad of thoughts dances in his mind. He has an unwavering belief that Uncle Sharu is a celestial being sent to rescue this world. With formidable strength, unwavering kindness, and exceptional intellect, he resembles a living encyclopedia, effortlessly addressing any inquiries related to combat and physical prowess that Trunks presents. Previously, Trunks perceived a solitary flaw in Uncle Sharu's somewhat unrefined appearance. However, that is no longer a concern, for Uncle Sharu has transformed into an incredibly handsome figure. Sharu turned his head to Trunks and asked, What are you pondering? Why do you keep smiling foolishly? Do you remember everything I have said during our journey? Sharu exhibits a peculiar demeanor, ever since he transformed into his complete form. Trunks seems to cast fleeting glances in his direction. He has even disregarded the teachings imparted by me. Ah, Uncle Sharu is listening. Suddenly, Trunks snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile as he spoke. You mentioned earlier that these S cells are crucial for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Only by accumulating a sufficient quantity of S cells can one fulfill the conditions for transformation, alongside a battle power of at least 3 million, correct? Trunks blinked and gazed intently at Sharu. At least you paid some attention, but your wandering eyes earlier indicated that your mind was adrift, lost in thought. As punishment, I shall draw a couple of vials of your blood shortly. Sharu remarked half-jokingly, yet his words bore a semblance of truth. He would undoubtedly draw Trunks' blood shortly, allowing the supercomputer to conduct research on the S cells. After all, they were the only two on Earth possessing S cells, and Trunks undoubtedly had a far greater quantity than he did. Was it plausible to extract his own blood instead? That would be no jest at all. Sharu suddenly cast a sinister glance at Trunks, a faint smile gracing his lips, as his violet eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, akin to discovering a rare gem. Trunks quivered unexpectedly, his voice faltering as he murmured, Do we have to use a needle? Is there no alternative? What are you implying? Sharu retorted. If not a needle, what else would we use? My tail, perhaps? With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Cell extended his tail to brush against Trunks' skin. Surely that won't be necessary, Uncle Cell. Trunks quickly pushed the tail away, declaring, I could simply cut my skin. After all, you only require blood, so there's no need for a needle. I see what you're implying. Are you afraid of needles? Shalu leaned closer to Trunks, gazing intently into his eyes and said, there is, just a tiny bit. Haha. Trunks gestured with his hand. All right, suit yourself. I only require a mere drop of blood. As Cell spoke, they had arrived. Let's descend. All right. Trunks exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the fortunate turn of events. With a gentle thud, the two landed on the barren ground. Cell surveyed the desolate landscape and discovered an entrance, which led to Dr. Gero's research facility. Is this the place, Uncle Cell? Trunks inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed around. Indeed, this is it. Shalu nodded in acknowledgement. Shalu gazed upon a formidable steel door adorned with 2 capital RS and a striking red bow. This was undoubtedly the research facility of Dr. Gero. Though he had never ventured inside, during that period, he remained in the underground laboratory, only emerging after his transformation into an adult. Shalu pointed gently towards the grand door ahead, and with a swift motion, it shattered into countless small squares, cascading down to the ground. Shalu entered with a determined stride, prompting Trunks to follow suit. Yes, Uncle Shalu. Trunks nodded, stepping forward at a measured pace. However, he felt a twinge of astonishment. Logically, he could have easily shattered the grand door, yet achieving the level of precision and power control that Shalu demonstrated was an entirely different matter. Uncle Shalu is truly formidable. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, feeling an intensified yearning for immense power within. In the shadowy recesses, Shalu groped about, and with a sudden click, the entire power system of the research facility sprang to life, illuminating the room with a flickering white light. How impressive! Exclaimed Trunks, his eyes wide with astonishment as he surveyed the array of experimental apparatus that filled the room, many of which he had never encountered in his own laboratory. However, the floor was in disarray, strewn with a myriad of documents, manuscripts, and sheets of notes. Furthermore, a rather pungent odor pervaded the air within the confines of the room. Shalu advanced forward, his gaze fixed upon the 2 nutrient pods, which bore the labels 17 and 18. Upon seeing this, Shalu instinctively rubbed his abdomen, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Trunks rummaged through a heap of papers scattered across the floor, seemingly intrigued. What are you doing, Trunks? Shalu turned to find Trunks gathering what appeared to be refuse, his expression darkening slightly. I'm not picking up trash. I'm merely searching for anything useful to show Mom. After all, Dr. Gero's research is quite advanced, Trunks replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone, as it indeed resembled scavenging, particularly since he was sifting through discarded papers from a trash bin. Hey, what's this? Uncle Shalu, look, I found your name on this. Trunks exclaimed as he unearthed a stack of documents from a locked box, the name Shalu emblazoned upon them. My name? Shalu responded with a hint of surprise, stepping closer to grasp the documents. Look, the evolutionary path of ultimate android Shalu? Dr. Gero even created this? Shalu tirelessly searched for valuable information, unearthing some remarkable findings. It turned out that assimilating androids 17 and 18 was merely the first step in his evolution. It was inscribed that Dr. Gero had concealed a supercomputer on the 3rd underground level, housing androids 13, 14, and 15, integral components of Shalu's evolution. The final evolution was to be. At this point, the notes abruptly ceased, leaving only a faint glimpse of the characters for self. What could this mean? Uncle Shalu, is this of significant use to you? Trunks, brimming with excitement, observed the corners of Shalu's mouth lifting in anticipation, knowing that he had undoubtedly rendered great assistance. Indeed, Trunks, you have been immensely helpful. Utilize the capsules to transport the data and research equipment back. Who knows what useful insights might be uncovered? Shalu habitually licked his lips, his gaze piercing. Alas, I have forgotten to bring the capsules. Trunks, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, his tone tinged with disappointment. Well, never mind. Next time, you may come alone. Shalu paid no heed to this, instead scrutinizing the documents in his hands, considering them a source of inspiration. Shalu's gaze shifted forward, where he beheld the towering nutrient chamber embedded deep within the walls, with several massive conduits inserted to provide power. Beside him lay tattered garments and skeletal remains, which appeared to be the relics of Dr. Glow. Shalu disregarded the matter entirely, crushing the skull beneath his foot as he surveyed the hatch above, marked with the number 16. Chapter 12, Supplements. No, the chamber for the robot ought to be referred to as the stasis chamber. Shalu gazed at the bionic robot within. It bore the visage of a robust warrior, with a shock of crimson hair sprouting solely from the center, while the sides were completely bald. Clad in green armor, It donned a black bodysuit underneath, its eyes firmly shut as it lay in a state of slumber. Once the sleep chamber was activated, it would awaken. Uncle Shalu, should we eradicate him? Trunks inquired, his expression icy as he regarded the yet-to-emerge android. Eradication is certainly necessary, but not at this moment. Moreover, this is not an android. It is a robot. Shalu chuckled softly and continued. Moreover, if that robot harbors any malicious intent, it would certainly pose a significant challenge. His techniques are quite intriguing. Robot. Trunks' interest peaked as he leaned closely against the wall of the chamber, peering inside. This is a bionic robot created by Dr. Gero, modeled after his deceased son. It possesses power surpassing that of androids 17 and 18. However, due to issues in its research and design, its temperament has become exceedingly gentle. Consequently, Dr. Gero deemed it a failure and has left it unopened until this very moment. Shalu, who was narrating beside me, suddenly shifted to a colder tone. However, his meekness bears no relation to me. It seems he will never awaken from this life. Shara glanced at the location of his heart and remarked that it housed an eternal energy core larger than that of androids number 17 and number 18. A necessity for his absorption. Ah, what a magnificent robot! Trunks exclaimed, clicking his tongue, which amused Shalu. Ha ha ha, Trunks, how swiftly your demeanor changes. You were the one who declared your intent to annihilate him, yet now you express regret. What a contradiction you find yourself in, Shalu said, his lips twitching as he regarded Trunks. No, I initially thought he was also an android, but if he is merely a robot, then there is no need for concern. Moreover, Uncle Shalu, you mentioned that he possesses a gentle disposition, Trunks replied. Oh, in that case, we can have Mrs. Bulma create a few for you later. Just take all the relevant data back with you. Once Bulma completes the time machine, manufacturing a few robots will certainly be feasible, Shalu responded slowly, his fingers deftly inputting a line of code on the adjacent computer. Excellent. That sounds splendid, Trunks said, brimming with excitement. Though he looked at Shalu's actions with a hint of confusion. Uncle Shalu, what are you doing? I am inputting commands to ensure he will enter a deep slumber, never to awaken. However, transporting him back will require some effort. You will be responsible for bringing him and the data back, Shalu instructed. Understood. I will comply, Trunks affirmed, resolutely accepting the order. Very well, let us proceed, Shalu declared, halting his task as he approached a specific area of the floor and pushed it aside, revealing a concealed passage. Trunks followed closely behind Shalu as they descended. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, lights illuminated, welcoming him back, courtesy of the supercomputer. Phew. Shalu gazed upon the familiar laboratory before him, his emotions a tangle of complexity, for this might well be his final visit to this place. Shalu approached the supercomputer and entered a line of code. He then took a vessel and moved to Trunks' side, rolling up his wrist sleeve. It was time to donate blood. Ah, no needle required. Shalu paused deliberately, casting a sidelong glance at Trunks before adding, Ha! Trunks, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head sheepishly. Sal's fingertips, akin to the sharpest of blades, gently grazed the surface of Trunks' arm. In an instant, a slender gash appeared, revealing tender, pink flesh beneath. Yet, the blood seemed momentarily oblivious to the calamity, hesitating for just a heartbeat before surging forth like a torrent unleashed, cascading violently from the veins. The crimson liquid gushed forth like a waterfall, pouring copiously into the vessel held by Sal. Is this not a bit excessive? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief, a massive question mark forming on his forehead as he gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene, his gaze fixed intently upon Sal. Shalu, with an impassive countenance, calmly elucidated. Do not fret, it was merely a minor incision into the artery. The bleeding will cease momentarily. Relax, take a deep breath, everything shall be well. Is that so? Trunks' voice quivered slightly. Although he endeavored to convince himself of Shalu's reassurances, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, devoid of color. All right, Shalu suddenly declared, his fingers glowing with a radiant light as he brushed them against Trunks' skin, instantly healing the wound. Wow, Uncle Shalu, you possess such remarkable abilities, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening with curiosity. Minor injuries are manageable. However, more severe ones are beyond my capabilities, Shalu replied casually. As he approached the supercomputer with a vessel brimming with blood, he extracted a sample and placed it into a test tube, inserting it into the computer's interior. Beep, 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 beep. The computer commenced its autonomous functions, analyzing the components of the blood in search of the S cells that harbored substantial energy. Trunks. Perhaps you should take a seat for a moment, Shalu suggested, observing Trunks' wan visage and the way his body swayed, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Cough, cough. There is no need to trouble yourself, Uncle Shalu. I am truly fine. Trunks hastily waved his hand, signaling that he was indeed unscathed. Very well. That is reassuring. Shalu turned his head, carefully extracting the collected blood, drop by drop, and transferring it into test tubes, ensuring each specimen was meticulously preserved. This precious blood, a selfless donation from Trunks, must not be wasted in the slightest. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent electronic sounds resonated. Ah, has the result finally arrived? Shalu's gaze was fixed intently on the computer screen, his eyes alight with excitement. The display revealed the data generated from the amalgamation of his own metrics and the formidable power contained within the blood. So it is. An abundance of S cells has long existed within me. Could this be attributed to Gohan? Shalu murmured to himself, stroking his chin thoughtfully, before commanding the computer to manufacture 2 doses of the S-cell enhancement proliferator. These enhancers would utilize the blood as their base material, blended with certain special substances for the formulation. Naturally, this process would require some time to complete. Shalu was in no rush. At present, he possessed nothing but time. After inputting a series of commands, numerous miniature robots emerged from his sweet mouth, commencing their tasks as directed by the supercomputer. Meanwhile, Shalu wore a contented expression. He turned to Trunks and said, "There is no need for concern now. Accompany me for a stroll." With that, he placed a capsule into Trunks' mouth. This remarkable substance could aid in restoring vitality, a rare remnant of the medicines left behind by Dr. Glow. Shalutin hesitated for a moment, uncertain if the time had passed, but encouraged you to give it a try. Chapter 13. The second underground level. Through persistent exploration, Shalu eventually discovered the entrance to the second underground level. Let us proceed. Trunks. Shalu glanced over, noticing that the medicine appeared to have had a positive effect. Trunks seemed to look much better now. Is that so? I feel the same way. Trunks replied with a nod. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness of the narrow path. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell slowly, suggesting this was a hollowed-out cave. Shalu remarked, "It seems that this is indeed the case. However, I am now quite curious about what will transpire upon my second evolution." Trunks replied, "At that time, Uncle Shalu will undoubtedly become exceedingly powerful." "No kidding," Shalu retorted, casting a glance at Trunks and playfully delivering a light thump to his head. "Ah, Uncle Shalu, you mustn't do that," Trunks exclaimed, covering his forehead, feeling aggrieved. "What a nuisance. Come on, kid." As the purple light flickered in Shalu's eyes, he surveyed the scene before him with clarity. At the far end of the pitch-black cave stood a metallic door, identical to the one above. Between 2 large white letters R, a red bow-tie figure adorned the emblem, the insignia of the Red Satin Army. "Ah, Uncle Shalu, please slow down. I can't see clearly." Trunks fumbled in the darkness, disoriented and aimlessly turning in circles. With a hint of annoyance, Shalu raised his left hand slightly, and a golden energy sphere gracefully ascended, illuminating the surroundings. "Ah, I've seen it, Uncle Shalu," exclaimed Trunks, brimming with excitement, his eyes wide and sparkling like a child's, observing Trunks' foolish demeanor. Shalu sighed and remarked, "Trunks, has the blood draw affected your mind? I must apologize for that, Uncle Shalu," he added before turning away and continuing towards the metallic gate, leaving Trunks in a state of bewilderment. "No, Uncle Shalu, my mind is perfectly fine. What are you talking about?" Trunks followed closely behind, scratching his head in confusion. "Be quiet. You're rather noisy." Shalu frowned, regretting his decision to bring Trunks along. He couldn't determine whether it was the blood draw or the medication causing Trunks' current state, suspecting that he might be suffering from some lingering effects. "Oh, all right," Trunks replied, momentarily stunned, covering his mouth with his hand to suppress any further sounds. "We've arrived." Shalu gazed upon the grand door, lifting his hand to gently gesture. With a resounding thud, a muffled sound reverberated as immense force enveloped the space, accompanied by a flicker of light. Boom! The entire door shattered into fragments, reduced to mere dust before vanishing entirely. "Wow, how impressive!" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with awe as he covered his mouth in astonishment. Shalu remained silent, gazing at the switch on the wall before activating it. With a click, a series of electronic sounds erupted, and swathes of lights illuminated the space, revealing the entirety of the underground level 2 before the 2 individuals. Trunks glanced at Shalu, his lips slightly moving, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity. "Go on, speak up. Who could possibly outshine you?" Shalu waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze towards the 3 nutrient tanks ahead and the central supercomputer, which was still operational, pulsating with a kaleidoscope of colors. The surroundings appeared rather rudimentary. The only visible elements were the 3 large nutrient tanks and several long, dark pipes connecting to the supercomputer. There was not even a single table in sight. Creak, creak. Shalu ambled towards the 3 nutrient pods, glancing up at the inscriptions reading 13, 14, and 15. Trunks raised his gaze to each one in turn and remarked, "One is an African American, another a Caucasian, and the last a robust fellow. Aside from the bespectacled African American, the others appear quite formidable." Trunks had relinquished the anger he once felt towards the androids. In his mind, he had long since come to regard them as mere supplements for Uncle Shalu. After all, the outcome was ultimately one of consumption, so what was there to be indignant about? Your assessment is rather astute. Shalu exhibited a peculiar demeanor, his lips twitching with an odd expression. "Indeed, I am Trunks. Wait. You grow breathless at the mention of your weight. Come over and assist me in activating them all. I can no longer contain myself." Shalu's eyes gleamed with fervor. His intense gaze fixated upon the eternal energy cores nestled within the chests of the 3 individuals before him. He had discerned their intricate bodily structures. These 3 artificial beings possessed the ability to unite. Should he manage to absorb them, the resultant power would likely escalate exponentially, rather than the modest enhancement he had previously experienced from assimilating androids 17 and 18. "Very well," Trunks affirmed, nodding as he sequentially pressed the activation buttons on the 3 nutrient pods. Buzzing resonated through the air as the pods commenced their activation, emitting radiant light and releasing a plume of white vapor. The doors of the pods swung open, and the 3 figures simultaneously opened their eyes, their irises glowing with a fierce crimson hue. Before they could react, Shalu made his move. Shalu stood before number 14, expanding his tail to envelop him entirely, the sound of whimpering emanating from within as his body trembled incessantly. Yet, Shalu offered no respite, swiftly drawing him into his own being. Grasping the remaining 2 androids, he seized one with each hand. A powerful suction emanated from his palms, rapidly consuming the flesh and blood within them, and finally, with a singular motion, he merged them, utilizing his tail to thoroughly absorb every last trace. What a thrill! With a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Cell felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his veins, a ferocious energy that, when combined with these 3 entities, equated to the absorption of 5 eternal energy cores. Moreover, this trio resonated uniquely with the force within him, continuously nourishing his physical form. The power surged uncontrollably, golden flames erupting spontaneously, revealing a formidable aura. As arcs of golden electricity crackled and danced, striking the ground with explosive force. Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment and leapt backward, taken aback by the overwhelming force. A fierce wind whipped around them. Fortunately, they were deep underground, constructed from the finest materials. Otherwise, this place would have crumbled in an instant. However, even so, various cracks began to appear throughout the laboratory, threatening to collapse. Realizing this, Trunks' eyes widened further. There were still many valuable items left behind. Should the structure give way, these treasures would vanish forever. His robotic companion also needed to distance itself. Gritting his teeth, Trunks transformed with a thunderous roar into a super scion, his golden hair and azure eyes radiating as his energy expanded, forming a barrier to protect the surroundings. The energy wind morphed into sharp blades, continuously thrusting outward, the energy swirling violently. The barrier was relentlessly struck, countless fissures spreading outward. It was about to give way. Cell relished chaos. Trunks exhaled, his energy surging upward. His muscles suddenly bulging, his stature elevating, resembling a coiling dragon, surrounded by a shimmering golden aura that illuminated the entire space. The 3rd stage of Super Scion, a transformation that sacrifices speed to enhance strength and energy, is a remarkable state. It is achieved by forsaking velocity to fully amplify one's aura and power. In this form, the aura expands at an astonishing rate, reaching unprecedented heights, nearly comparable to Super Saiyan 2, yet still falling short. In this state, Trunks' abilities were significantly affected. Endurance, strength, speed, agility, physique, and aura paled in comparison to Super Saiyan 2. However, faced with the formidable adversary, Cell, Trunks had no choice but to rely on this transformation to persist. He poured every ounce of his strength into generating a robust barrier, struggling to withstand the terrifying aura emanating from Cell. Each moment was laden with insurmountable pressure, and Trunks felt as if his body might collapse under the strain, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. Suddenly, a spurt of blood erupted from Trunks' mouth, staining the space before him in crimson. He clenched his teeth tightly, his gaze revealing an indomitable will. He fixed his eyes on the waning aura of Shalu, and the weight in his heart finally began to lift. Can I truly attain such a realm? Trunks murmured softly, bowing his head. At last. I have completed my second evolution. Shalu grinned broadly, meticulously examining his newly acquired form. A series of crackling sounds reminiscent of frying beans emanated from him, while wisps of green lightning danced around. Within his being now resided 5 eternal energy cores. Crack, crack. Shalu clenched his fist tightly, the sound of cracking bones resonating as a surge of power coursed through his body. An indescribable energy was enhancing his physique. Externally, there seemed to be no significant alteration. However, both his strength and aura had experienced an exponential increase. Previously, he might not have had the standing to assert such a claim, but now he was unequivocally certain that he had attained the realm of Super Saiyan 3. At the very least matching the formidable strength exhibited by Sun Wukong in his battle against the Demon Bu in the original narrative. In fact, he felt he had even surpassed that threshold to a certain extent. Shada gazed at the palm of his hand, unable to contain his joy, and burst into hearty laughter. His mirthful echoes resonated throughout the entire research institute, and after a considerable time, the sound of his laughter gradually faded away. Shalu turned to Trunks, only to find blood spilling from his mouth. Alarmed, he swiftly moved to Trunks' side, grasping his arm and releasing a strand of energy that coursed through Trunks' body. Upon sensing that it was merely a minor injury, Shalu exhaled a sigh of relief. Trunks, this is indeed my fault. I acted with undue haste. Shalu's gaze flickered as a portion of his energy surged forth, infusing Trunks with vitality. Zzz. The relentless flow of energy gradually rejuvenated Trunks' countenance. Phew. It's all right, Uncle Shalu. You become exceedingly powerful all of a sudden. I fear I may not be able to keep pace with you. Trunks lowered his head, unable to meet Shalu's eyes, entirely refraining from mentioning his previous injuries, consumed instead by the anxiety of potentially lagging behind Shalu's formidable strides. Shalu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the enhancement of his own abilities would cause such distress to Trunks. He then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Trunks, we are fundamentally different beings. I was born with great strength, and besides, my training does not far surpass yours. These are merely the results of my evolution as an android. Science, too, undergo evolution. Have you not noticed that your strength has significantly increased compared to before? Shalu laughed heartily and spoke. Is that so? Trunks, perplexed, scrutinized the energy within him, and after a moment, a smile blossomed on his face. Indeed, my power has increased. However, he inquired curiously, but what could be the reason for this? In each battle, when the body reaches its limits or survives the brink of death, a Scion's potential is ignited. This phenomenon explains why Scions grow increasingly formidable in combat, and as a fellow Scion, you would undoubtedly experience the same. Then, if that is the case, Uncle Shalu, you must be the same. Trunks remarked softly, shaking his head. It seems the pain was not in vain. Your little mind is turning again, Shalu said, his eyes sparkling with a hint of jest. Indeed, and within me also lies the essence of Frisia's race, which amplifies my potential significantly. Furthermore, if my tail absorbs their life energy, it stands to reason that their cells will remain within me, granting me mastery over their abilities. Shalu clenched his fist and continued, the cells I possess now are remnants from your father and his companions from long ago. Were it not for my diligent training, I would find employing their techniques rather feeble. Techniques such as the solar flare, afterimage technique, Kamehameha, special beam cannon, and the mock dash are all within my repertoire. Well, Uncle Shalu is indeed formidable, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration, yet a hint of sadness lingered within him. So, does that mean I will never surpass Uncle Shalu? Precisely. Shalu nodded. Your aspiration should be to surpass the version of yourself from yesterday, not me. I am destined to reach great heights in the future, perhaps even surpassing the divine and attaining the pinnacle of power. If you can merely glimpse my silhouette, that in itself will be a remarkable achievement, Trunks. There is no need for you to be troubled by this matter. I am already stronger than 90% of beings in the universe. From here on, you must carve your own path, and I will assist you in that endeavor." Shalu gazed gently at Trunks, moving him profoundly. With resolute eyes and clenched fists, he declared, "Very well, I shall henceforth be the most steadfast support for Uncle Shalu, the strongest psychic, indeed." Huh. This assertion holds no flaw. I am determined to become the strongest. The best in the universe. Yes, I believe it. Trunks turned to Shalu, his tone unwavering. "Now, let us depart from this place. There is no longer any purpose in lingering here. Upon our return, we shall procure some empty capsules and organize these items for transport. It is essential to recognize that, in this extraordinary time, such equipment is an invaluable resource." "Understood," Trunks responded, nodding in agreement. Shalu executed his instantaneous teleportation skill, bringing Trunks back to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Subsequently, Shalu could comfortably recline in bed, contemplating the direction of his next evolution. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Trunks was burdened with all the arduous tasks. He had to venture back alone, carrying empty capsules, gathering the Site-S notes, various equipment, and even those 2 supercomputers to transport back to the Capsule Corporation. Chapter 15. Preparation. Of course, the most crucial element was the android number 16. For his internal perpetual energy core surpassed even the largest. Moreover, should the technology within him be deciphered, it could lead to mass production. The mere thought of mass-producing Shalu caused a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. The subsequent counting of sheep could transform into counting energy cores. Once mass production commenced, he envisioned requiring 3 energy cores daily, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Ha ha ha, what a splendid life. Shalu laughed heartily, growing increasingly exhilarated. At Dr. Jero's research institute, the round, fiery sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense light that scorched the earth. Thud! The sound of footsteps echoed. Trunks emerged from the research facility, weariness etched across his face. Phew! The amount of data here is overwhelming. I can hardly fathom how much there is to sort through, along with that equipment, which requires utmost caution. Trunks gazed at the small capsules in his hands, meticulously packing them into a box and carefully stowing it within his clothing. A satisfied smile graced his face, accompanied by gratitude towards Uncle Shalu. He had never anticipated that androids number 17 and number 18 would be so manageable. It was Uncle Shalu who had rendered him so strong and obliterated the androids. Trunks' lips continuously curled into a smile, laughter bubbling forth, resonating loudly enough to startle the distant birds. Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a heart-wrenching sob. Looking ahead, Trunks still wore a grin. Yet from his mouth emerged a whimpering cry, tears streaming down his cheeks, flowing into his mouth. Each drop was steeped in bitterness, reminiscent of the trials he had faced over the years, equally laden with sorrow. "What is happening to me?" Trunks repeatedly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, yet the tears only seemed to multiply, soaking his sleeve thoroughly. Heaving a deep breath, Trunks attempted to regain his composure, tilting his head back to let out a howl. Ah! Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky, obscuring the blazing sun, plunging everything into darkness. Rumble, rumble, crack. Lightning flickered incessantly. Golden thunder danced within the clouds like a majestic dragon, fierce and imposing. Bang! A thunderbolt, as robust as a barrel, struck down beside Trunks, carving a charred pit into the ground. Ahaha! Trunks clenched his fists tightly, his waist bending as his azure eyes sparkled with golden light. A powerful energy radiated from him, forming a golden aura that swirled around his body. The brilliance behind him flickered ever more intensely, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom! Trunks was engulfed in a surge of golden flames, a tempest swirling around him, lifting debris from the ground, which was then pulverized by the force of his aura, gradually forming a massive circle. Crackle, crackle! Blue arcs of electricity surged from within him, a manifestation of his energy surging outward. Trunks' hair stood on end, electric arcs dancing around him, crackling and flashing. His pupils vanishing as his once bluish-purple hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Just as his energy reached its zenith, Trunks' pupils suddenly reappeared, and the overwhelming aura dissipated in an instant, causing him to kneel on the ground. Panting heavily, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, a fierce expression emerging on his face, veins throbbing at his temples. He had just reached his limit, and it could only last for mere seconds. The gentle breeze swept through the sky, dispersing the clouds to reveal the sun, radiating with a scorching presence once more. Light returned to the world. What? What was that just now? Do I possess such formidable power within me? Trunks gazed curiously at his hands, disbelief etched across his features. In just those few seconds, his energy had multiplied exponentially, akin to unlocking a new level beyond Super Saiyan. Could this be the result of the serum Uncle Cell injected into me? Trunks retrieved the remaining half of the crimson liquid from behind, shimmering with a golden glimmer, a sight to behold. Could such a fraction yield such power? What if I were to inject the entirety? Trunks fixated intently on the serum in his hand, instinctively swallowing hard, unable to resist the urge to inject the other half. Clink! He pressed a button on the end, and a long, thick needle emerged, glinting silver under the sun's rays. The sight of that imposing needle made Trunks feel slightly dizzy, averting his gaze. Could Uncle Cell not have provided it in liquid form? The previous injection had nearly made him faint. This one. Trunks swallowed repeatedly, positioning the needle over a vein, closing his eyes tightly, his hand trembling as he prepared to pierce. Just then, a flash of movement darted past him, seizing his arm. A familiar voice resonated. Trunks, you need not worry. I can assist you. However, what is your intention with that needle poised over your artery? The individual arriving is none other than Cell, who, upon sensing the immense and unmistakably Trunks' energy, rushed over to ascertain what was transpiring with the young boy. To his astonishment, he witnessed Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan 2, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Nonetheless, it was indeed a genuine Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Yet, the subsequent scene elicited more amusement than concern, as Trunks, quite evidently fearful of needles, failed to notice the needle's tip hovering perilously close to his artery, ready to plunge in. Fortunately, Cell arrived just in time. Shalu's gaze incessantly scrutinized Trunks, and with a scoff, he remarked, "If you're afraid of getting a shot, just admit it. There's no shame in that." "Ha ha. Shalu uncle. You mustn't mock me," Trunks replied, his face flushed, wisps of white steam rising from his forehead. Shalu gently patted his shoulder, saying, "For now, it's sufficient for you to exert yourself halfway. There is no need to go all out. I shall share my portion with you when the time comes. For I have no need of it, as I still possess a considerable amount of cells within me. What you must focus on now is to fully embrace the training that treats Super Saiyan as a norm. The fleeting appearance of your Super Saiyan 2 form is indeed linked to your inadequate training, rather than the elixir. It is fundamentally reliant on your own effort." Shalu's gaze was gentle, his violet eyes exuding a unique charm that instilled a sense of trust. Super Saiyan 2? Trunks focused on the essentials, harboring some doubts. "Oh, I'll explain that later. For now, let us proceed. Is everything cleared up?" "Yes." Trunks nodded. "Very well." Shalu slowly ascended into the sky, closely followed by Trunks. As Shalu cast a final glance at the research institute, he unleashed an energy orb and vanished with Trunks. Boom. The crimson sphere struck the institute, and shortly thereafter, a colossal, fiery semicircle emerged on the ground, sweeping through the air and stirring up clouds of dust. A vast expanse of mist erupted, enveloping the sky and forming a mushroom cloud. Sizzling sounds reverberated as the orb gradually faded, revealing that the research facility had been reduced to mere rubble. Chapter 16. Knowledge. Suddenly, two figures materialized before Bulma. Trunks, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" Bulma paused her tasks and rushed to Trunks' side, her eyes darting around anxiously. "Oh, I'm fine, Mom. There are still others here." Trunks replied, his face flushed, pointing behind him at Shalu. "Is that so? I'm relieved to hear you're okay." Bulma exhaled in relief, glancing back. "Shalu, is that really you? I just saw you earlier, but you've transformed so remarkably." Bulma blinked her sparkling eyes in bewilderment. "Wait, was that tremor caused by you? Have you completed your evolution?" Bulma asked cautiously, her voice trembling with trepidation. After all, Shalu's evolution signified that androids 17 and 18 had. "Indeed, my final form is quite splendid, isn't it?" Shalu chuckled softly, extending his palm to reveal the culmination of his physical form, his voice brimming with confidence and contentment. "Rest assured, androids 17 and 18 had long." Thud. Shalu was momentarily taken aback. Before he could finish his sentence, Bulma had thrown herself into Trunks' embrace. Soon, the sound of her sobs filled the air. "Oh, the androids have finally been vanquished." Shalu had never witnessed such a scene before. He slightly shrugged, gazing at Trunks with a crooked smile. The two of them exchanged silent stares, while the laboratory was filled with a continuous sound of sobbing. After a moment, Bulma gently wiped away her tears and withdrew from his embrace. Trunks, it seemed, was left with only the resurrection program now. Her voice still trembled with emotion. Yet Trunks understood her perfectly and nodded. Indeed, all that was needed now was for his mother to locate the new Namek, and Earth would return to its former glory. Trunks' gaze was resolute, his fists instinctively clenched, as he cast a sidelong glance at Shalu. Shalu, of course, noticed this and promptly replied, "Indeed. It would be quite simple for the lady to locate the new Namek. It must surely still reside within this galaxy, making the search rather convenient. Oh, by the way, Trunks hastened to present the items obtained from Dr. Gero to Mrs. Bulma. Shara gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to retrieve the capsules. Oh, right. I almost forgot about this, Trunks exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he pulled out the capsules from within his clothing, pressing each one before tossing them into the open space. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke tinged with yellow materialized before dissipating, revealing a towering stack of neatly organized paper documents, along with a chaotic assortment of equipment and two colossal supercomputers. Most importantly, there stood the remarkable android number 16. These were invaluable legacies bequeathed to the world by the late Dr. Gero. Yet, the most significant among them was Shalu, the ultimate artificial being. Diverging from the original narrative, a unique creation. Upon gazing at the imposing supercomputers and the disordered scientific apparatus, Bulma's initial sentiment of nostalgia vanished, replaced entirely by astonishment. You all possess Dr. Gero's belongings? She inquired, a look of perplexity crossing her face as she approached to touch the precious equipment and the two supercomputers. Indeed, it was reasonable to assert that Shalu was also Dr. Gero's progeny, thus inheriting all of this was entirely justifiable. How fortunate! Most of this equipment appears to be functional. But what is this? Bulma questioned, pointing at the stasis pod housing Android 16. That is a robot. I wish for you, dear lady, to explore this technology and see if it can be improved. Ideally, we could replicate the two eternal energy cores in its chest for mass production. Indeed, Android 16 possesses two eternal energy cores, a discovery made by Shalu later on. However, one is considerably smaller, serving as a supplementary power source for intricate calculations. Eternal energy cores? Is there truly such a thing as everlasting energy? Bulma furrowed her brow, contemplating the imposing figure within the stasis pod, when suddenly an idea struck her. She rummaged through the documents and soon unearthed the design blueprints for constructing the eternal energy core. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius. If only he had utilized this technology for the preservation of world peace, the world would have been transformed long ago. What a pity. After meticulously examining the blueprints, Bulma clicked her tongue in thought. Shalu, this could indeed be mass-produced. With some enhancements, we might even devise a time machine powered by eternal energy. Imagine never having to worry about energy again. Furthermore, having reviewed the design for Android 16, I find it not particularly challenging to fabricate. In fact, I could create an upgraded version. Soon, our entire company could be equipped with such robots to ensure our safety. As Bulma envisioned a promising future, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Is that so? That is splendid news. My deepest gratitude to you, dear lady. Shalu's face radiated with a satisfied smile, as if he could already envision a splendid life ahead, indulging in the comforts of 3 energy furnaces daily, perhaps even more. With this thought in mind, Shalu remarked, Madam Bulma, you must still be maintaining a network for Survivor News, right? Please announce the news of the android's destruction. And it would be splendid if you could include my name as well. Absolutely, we do have such a network. I shall announce it immediately, and in the process, reveal your heroic name to the world, Bulma replied enthusiastically, dashing into a small dark room. She settled before the computer and swiftly began typing, disseminating this exhilarating news across the internet. Breaking news. Androids 17 and 18 have been vanquished by the hero Shalu, the new savior of humanity. As soon as Bulma pressed send, numerous notification boxes flooded the screen. Is this true? The androids have been defeated? After so many years, I was almost resigned to our fate. Surely this can't be real. The androids were so powerful, even the military and artillery couldn't overcome them. What makes Shalu so capable? It might actually be true. There was an incessant rumble here for a while, and some even claimed to have heard the anguished cries of the androids. Is it really true? If so, then Shalu truly is the savior of humanity. It is real. I am from Effort Town, and today, the androids were set to annihilate our town. But I witnessed two flying figures vanquish them. In an instant, everyone across the globe who encountered this news widened their eyes in astonishment, wearing expressions of disbelief. However, as the news spread further, they could not help but accept this thrilling proclamation that those two demonic androids had finally been eliminated. On the most popular pop-up, an array of Shalu's photographs erupted like a volcanic explosion. Some images depicted him trampling upon androids 17 and 18, while others showcased the moment he sent them flying with a single punch. Even more astonishing, a personal hero compilation of Shalu was instantaneously crafted. Some claims were utterly breathtaking. One person asserted that Shalu was born with divine strength, but was subjected to a cruel curse, transforming him from an ordinary human into his current formidable self. Yet, it was precisely this transformation that granted him unparalleled power. There were even rumors that he could walk as soon as he was born, and at the moment of his birth, strange celestial phenomena occurred. Flowers rained from the sky, and golden springs erupted from the earth, truly a reincarnation of a celestial being, sent down to save the world. In summary, regardless of the ultimate truth, one thought lingered in the minds of the people. Shalu had vanquished the androids, saving the entire world. He was undoubtedly the great hero of this realm, the savior of contemporary humanity. Phew, it's finally resolved. I was initially concerned that people wouldn't believe the news I had shared, and I even contemplated recruiting some online supporters to assist me. I never anticipated it would unfold so effortlessly. Bulma gazed at the screen before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Though she had not anticipated such an occurrence, it was, after all, a fortuitous development. She stretched her limbs and reclined on the chaise longue, feeling a profound sense of contentment. The days of anxiety and trepidation were now behind her. Trunks, Cell, come over here and take a look. The news spreads with remarkable swiftness online, reminding me of the past. She called out excitedly towards the entrance. Silence ensued. What is going on? Where are they? She pondered, her brow furrowing tightly as if pressed by an unseen force. Just as she opened her mouth to call out once more, her peripheral vision caught sight of a piece of paper, torn from some unknown source, resting on the table. The paper was slightly yellowed, and the handwriting appeared somewhat distorted, as if hastily scrawled. How to describe it? It was akin to the anxiety one feels during a pivotal examination, when vast swathes of the answer sheet remain blank, and the invigilator coldly announces that only 5 minutes remain. A wave of urgency and helplessness surged within her, rendering her almost breathless. Consequently, her writing became erratic, swirling and flamboyant, almost clawing at the page. Bulma stepped closer, flattening the paper as she squinted to decipher the text. It read, "Mom, I and Uncle Cell are going to train." The message abruptly ended there, but the subsequent content was of little consequence. Bulma's astute mind swiftly deduced the implied continuation. They would soon return. The child is truly. Bulma shook her head. After all, with Cell by his side, nothing too grave was likely to occur. With nothing pressing at hand, she decided to delve into the study of the robot still resting in the stasis chamber, particularly its so-called eternal energy core. Across the globe, an ever-increasing number of survivors emerged from sewers, hidden bases, dilapidated houses, deep mountains, and even from the submerged submarines near distant islands. They greedily inhaled the air, as if the absence of androids had rendered the atmosphere sweet and fragrant. Each person's expression varied. Some wore faces of panic, others displayed excitement, and some bore the calm that follows anger, all as though nothing had transpired, their hearts feeling hollow, unable to muster a shred of joy. Observing the ravaged city, with relatives and friends departing one after another, it seemed that happiness had faded, leaving behind a void. In a concealed underground base, throngs of people moved about, resembling small, semicircular mounds of earth. The individuals donned identical uniforms, adorned with the familiar red bow tie emblem set against a white backdrop, the insignia of the Red Forging Brigade. After suffering an attack by androids, they astutely relocated their base underground, clinging to their aspiration of world domination, a dream that was, alas, unattainable. At the center of the base, constructed rather simply due to its subterranean location, stood a small platform illuminated by flickering lights. Atop this platform, a massive pane of glass revealed a most peculiar pairing, a short man and a tall one. Amusingly, the diminutive figure, even amidst this scarcity, wore a meticulously tailored burgundy suit and held a goblet filled not with the anticipated red wine, but with nearly overflowing clear water. His attire, while exquisite, was contrasted by a heavy, gleaming gold chain around his neck, starkly at odds with the formal style of his suit. His hands were adorned with an array of rings, each encrusted with sapphires, rubies, diamonds, and other precious stones, shimmering brilliantly as if flaunting his wealth and status. Moreover, he wore a resplendent golden watch upon his wrist, its hands twinkling with a radiant light, seemingly reminding everyone of the preciousness of time. Curiously, however, in his other hand, he held a cigar, merely toying with it without lighting it. He was short in stature, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle that glistened, and his somewhat weathered face exuded an air of maturity and composure, particularly accentuated by his distinctive handlebar mustache, which had evidently become a symbol of his identity. Undoubtedly, this individual was Mazeda, the son of the Red Marshal who had, years ago, eluded complete eradication. From the perspective of mere appearance and stature, there undoubtedly exists a resemblance characteristic of a father-son relationship between them. You claim to have located Dr. Gero's grandson, but what significance does that hold? Behold this. Mazeda pivoted his computer screen towards him. You may have been preoccupied earlier, but perhaps you are unaware that this individual, who has gained considerable notoriety online, is named Cell. He is the very one who annihilated androids 17 and 18. And his name aligns perfectly with the ultimate android, Cell, from Dr. Gero's failed experiments. Furthermore, judging by this design blueprint, this Cell is indeed the same as that Cell. The tall assistant across the table, unfazed, casually adjusted his lofty hairstyle and pushed up his glasses, remarking, "This does bear some resemblance. However, isn't it possible that Dr. Gero merely conceived this design indiscriminately due to exorbitant research costs? Let us set that aside for now and discuss my discovery. Dr. Gero has another prodigious grandson. Although he has seemingly vanished, most of his plans and designs remain stored on his work computer. Thus, we are indeed capable of resurrecting the so-called android project, albeit lacking an individual truly capable of realizing it, are we not? And Dr. Gero's grandson, Hyde, is the talent I have identified for our organization. P.S. Due to upcoming examinations, updates may be slow. I will resume next Monday. Apologies. Chapter 19. Hyde. This chapter draws from the film rather than the comic. Please bear with me. I have enticed him with a substantial research grant, and he has consented to assist us in reviving the android initiative. Most crucially, we aim to create another ultimate android, Cell. What is this? A substantial research grant? Is there truly a demand for such things nowadays? Mazeda gestured, and his assistant promptly understood, bending down to cut his cigar and subsequently igniting it with a lighter. Mazeda inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, stating, "We shall provide him with all the materials and resources we possess, as long as he can replicate Cell for me, an entity powerful enough to surpass all others." A glint of greed shimmered in Mazeda's eyes as he gazed at the image and commentary of Cell on the computer, taking another puff. "By the way, how did you ascertain Hyde's capabilities? We have searched for years without discovering a single talent." Mazeda sipped from his glass of pure water, his expression one of rapture, as if it were an elixir of the gods. "This?" The assistant adjusted his glasses once more and replied, "When I found him, he was already accompanied by 2 androids. According to him, he has devoted his inheritance to procure resources and now survives by combating illegality and eradicating evil." Combating illegality and eradicating evil? Mazeda paused, instinctively taking another puff. Oh, in essence, to him, those who appear wicked are subject to robbery. No, rather, he assists in vanquishing this wickedness while conveniently acquiring some resources in the process. Ha! This Hyde is indeed an intriguing character. When will you bring him to meet me? Tomorrow. The scorching sun lavishly pours its light and heat upon the earth, rendering the ground ablaze, as countless individuals venture forth in search of material wealth, sweat perpetually streaming down their backs. Phew, it truly is a sweltering day. Fortunately, my battle suit is equipped with a temperature control system. A short, plump figure strides along the path, his large eyes adorned with eyeliner. He is clad in a self-designed purple battle suit, wearing yellow gloves and a matching yellow belt, while his shiny, oiled hair glistens brightly under the sun. Would you not agree, Gamma number 2? Number 1. Hyde squints at a building before him and speaks. Of course. Doctor, your words are never erroneous. Self-proclaimed doctor. Indeed. Number 1 concurs. The 2 rudimentary androids beside him echo in agreement, clad in identical uniforms of varying colors. They share a moment of levity. Ha ha. Hyde's lips curl into a sinister grin as he gazes at his creations, Gamma 1 and 2, feeling an immense sense of pride. Though they are merely crafted from simple materials and equipment, far from the invincible superheroes he envisions, they are still quite formidable. However, the energy source remains a challenging conundrum. Contemplating this, Hyde furrows his brow and lifts his gaze towards the building ahead. Capsule Corporation, the company of the wealthiest tycoon. Phone 1. Hyde addresses his wrist. Moments later, a yellow section of his wrist rises like an antenna, and a small robot resembling a wasp materializes. Indeed, Cell frequently frequents this place. And the wealthiest, Mrs. Bulma. A hero. A great hero. He eliminated androids 17 and 18. The only discomfort I feel is the absence of the remnants. Otherwise, my Gamma series could enhance its combat prowess. Hyde shakes his head, fully aware that Cell is a biological android that evolves by absorbing androids 17 and 18. My grandfather committed many malevolent acts, yet in the end, he accomplished a good deed. Hyde's eyes gleam with excitement as he dispatches Phone 1 once more and strides confidently into Capsule Corporation. This time, he seeks employment. Previously, he hesitated due to his reluctance to work for others. However, circumstances have changed. Working at the company associated with the Hero Cell is not a cause for shame. Moreover, abundant resources abound here, and with the funds and equipment acquired from the Red Ribbon Army, he can better fulfill his research endeavors, can he not? In the blink of an eye, Hyde instructed Gamma number 2 to carry him, swiftly arriving at the large warehouse where Bulma resided. He adjusted his attire and reminded Gamma 1 and 2 to be courteous, instructing them to bow upon meeting Mrs. Bulma. Understood. The two Gammas nodded in unison. Excellent. Hyde tidied his hairstyle and knocked on a side door of the warehouse. Knock, knock, knock. Mrs. Bulma, I have come to apply for a job. I do not require a salary, merely a bit of material and access to equipment. Hyde furrowed his brow and reiterated, I am quite capable. I am a super genius. I can create androids? Hyde murmured, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Creak. The door opened slightly, revealing a sliver of light. You claim you can create androids, correct? First, take a look at this blueprint. Bulma thrust a large roll of blueprints into Dr. Hyde's hands. Huh, a child? Are you jesting? Bulma scrutinized Dr. Hyde's youthful visage, puzzled. Just as she was about to close the door and return to her research, she caught sight of the two rather rudimentary androids behind him. You made those. You are a genius? Indeed, I created them. But madam, you are mistaken. I am not merely a genius. I am a super genius. Hyde beamed with pride, then slightly bowed. The Gamma duo exchanged glances and also bowed respectfully. Please, allow me to join your research. I assure you I will be of great assistance. At this point, Hyde hesitated for a moment before continuing. Dr. Gero is my grandfather. Of course, I am even more of a genius than he. Provided that the materials and equipment are sufficient, creating androids is quite feasible. Dr. Gero? You are the grandson of Dr. Gero? Bulma frowned, immediately contemplating shutting the door. However, I am not closely related to him. He was absent at my birth, and my parents did not favor him. Nevertheless, that does not impede my status as a super genius. Gamma. Yes. Understood. Huh. Combating injustice, eradicating evil, the Gamma duo. And I, Dr. Hyde. The two Gammas struck what they deemed a heroic pose, confidently smiling at Bulma, with Hyde crouched in the center, arms spread wide. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Bulma sighed, certain that this young lad was not a villain, merely a bit eccentric, along with the androids he had fashioned. Very well. It appears I cannot dissuade you. Come in. Bulma cast a glance at the Gamma duo. Even the weakest of the androids posed a challenge she could not surmount. Trunks and Cell had returned to their training, and despite her disapproval, there was little she could do to alter their course. Chapter 20 recounts the tale of the sacred world of the Kais and the hyperbolic time chamber. Shalu lay quietly upon the spacious and soft grand bed. His eyes gently closed, as if he were immersed in a deep slumber. Before him, Trunks had brought over a small stool, upon which he sat delicately. His gaze fixed intently upon Shalu. Uncle Shalu, please continue. I am truly eager to learn about the tales of the Super Saiyans. Trunks' voice resonated with a profound sense of longing and anticipation. Shalu slightly tilted his body and suddenly uttered a seemingly unrelated remark. Do not fret, for we can linger here for an extended period. As for your mother, there is no need for trepidation, at least for a considerable duration. You shall be safe from the outside world. Pardon? Trunks was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a statement from Shalu. He furrowed his brow and inquired with confusion. Is it not stipulated that one can only remain here for 2 days in a lifetime? We have already spent nearly a year here. Logically, we should have just over a year left, should we not? Shalu opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of mystery. He spoke softly. Rules are not immutable. Sometimes, miracles occur when least expected. This world is replete with countless possibilities, and our situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. Trunks blinked, striving to comprehend Shalu's words. A peculiar blend of tension and exhilaration surged within him. Could it be that Shalu possessed a unique method or plan that would allow them to linger longer in this enigmatic realm? Shalu's gaze deepened and wandered, as if peering through the fabric of time and space to glimpse undisclosed secrets. He spoke slowly. The power of a super scion is boundless, yet to truly master it, one must endure numerous trials and tribulations. In this journey, time is not the sole constraint. With determination, courage, and wisdom, one can transcend the ordinary and forge their own miracles. Listening to Shalu's words, Trunks felt a surge of fervor rise within him. He resolved to make the most of this precious time, to delve into the mysteries of the super scion, and to enhance his own strength. Rules cannot be altered at will. Thus, one must learn to become a changer of rules, for only then can one achieve greatness. Come with me, he urged. Shalu slowly rose to his feet, gently stretching before making his way towards the vast expanse of blankness outside. This series of peculiar maneuvers left Trunks momentarily bewildered, his mind enveloped in confusion. He had merely intended to inquire about the transformation of the super scion. Yet somehow the conversation had veered towards the usage of the time chamber. Never mind, he thought. He would address it later. Shaking his head, Trunks followed closely behind Shalu, descending the stairs and stepping into the realm of white space. This time, unlike the previous occasion, there was no hint of the earlier clumsiness. He strode confidently forward, unencumbered by any difficulties. Upon reaching a considerable distance from the house, Shalu halted and turned to Trunks, inquiring, "Do you know where we are?" Trunks, taken aback by the abrupt question, furrowed his brow slightly. "Is this an alternate dimension?" He replied, somewhat uncertain. "Indeed, it is an alternate dimension. Since this is a different realm, it can be breached, or rather, any space can be transcended. It is merely a matter of power. With sufficient strength, the universe can be shattered in an instant. Therefore, if one possesses the capability to break through this alternate dimension, it becomes a realm of your choosing, much like this." With that, Shalu suddenly began to gather energy. A golden aura surged forth from his body, coalescing into his right hand, igniting it in a resplendent golden hue. As arcs of golden lightning danced around him, releasing an overwhelming presence akin to a volcanic eruption, Shalu's eyes suddenly sharpened, revealing a glimmer of golden light. His right arm swelled with power, and he swiftly unleashed a punch. Bang! Crack! As Shalu's hand struck the air, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated through the atmosphere. Gradually, the cracks began to widen, and Shalu slowly withdrew his right hand, gazing intently at the fractured space before him. "Wow! Impressive! Truly, Shalu is remarkable," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though he understood what Shalu was attempting, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly awestruck. The very fabric of space had been shattered, a notion beyond his wildest imaginings. Suddenly, a vortex erupted, and the space ahead fractured completely, giving rise to a gaping void. Shalu slightly turned to the side, allowing Trunks to glimpse the scene within. What is this? The grand hall outside? Trunks found himself uncertain, glancing up at Shalu. Indeed, this is the temple of the gods from the outside world. I have forcefully breached the barrier between this realm and the outside. I shall grant you the time. Whenever you achieve this step, we shall venture forth together. Shalu squinted, gazing intently at Trunks. The Super Saiyan transformation can be delineated into 3 distinct stages, and you are but a step away from achieving the ultimate full power. Once you continue your training to the point where you can freely harness the essence of a Super Saiyan, you will attain this full power. At that juncture, you must begin to push the boundaries of the Super Saiyan limits, striving to reach the stage of Super Saiyan 2. This transformation is not particularly arduous. All you need to do is to make the effort, and when you are able to fully unleash the energy of a Super Saiyan, you will achieve it. As for whether there are further transformations beyond Super Saiyan 2, I can assure you there are indeed Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4, albeit they are exceedingly challenging. You will need to awaken the Saiyan blood that courses through your veins. What? Do you have any questions? Shalu gazed at Trunks, who was frowning, and couldn't help but inquire, "Shalu uncle, How many forms of Super Saiyan can you transform into now? Trunks pondered deeply before responding. Huh? What made you think to ask me that? With a playful expression, Sharu replied, because you once mentioned that Saiyan cells reside within you. So you should be able to attain the form of a Super Saiyan as well. Indeed, I possess those cells, yet I have not attempted the transformation, as many matters have occupied my time. Now that you mention it, I find myself eager to give it a try. Sharu lowered his gaze to his hands. Logically, the S cells within him should suffice. Perhaps it was time to experiment? What if he could harness 50 times the strength? Coupled with his uniquely perfect physique, he might very well achieve full power from the outset. After all, he is Sharu, the most potent being in the Dragon Ball realm. Chapter 21. The Super Android? Sharu squinted his eyes, increasingly unable to quell the restless turmoil within his heart. With a slight press of his feet against the ground, his body began to levitate. His legs crossed in midair as he declared, Trunks, keep your distance. I am about to undertake an experiment with Super Saiyan. No, it is the Super Android I shall pursue. Sharu's lips curled into a slight smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Trunks. The latter, displaying remarkable obedience, nodded and swiftly soared into the distance. Allow me to give it a try. Sharu's violet eyes glimmered faintly before closing tightly, entering a state of meditation. In the distance, Trunks observed this peculiar behavior of his uncle with a sense of bewilderment. Shouldn't the transformation into a Super Saiyan be ignited by an overwhelming fury that stirs the latent power within? Yet, Sharu appeared tranquil, immersed in contemplation. How could he? Never mind. It was best to trust that Sharu knew what he was doing. Trunks furrowed his brow, which soon deepened with concern. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from Sharu, unleashing a potent pressure that filled the air with a dissonant, piercing sound. The recently frozen ground shattered, vanishing into thin air. Had Sharu begun to gather his strength? A glint of determination sparked in Trunks' eyes as he tightened his brow. Feeling a slight perspiration on his palms and his heart racing intensely, he appeared more anxious than the one attempting the transformation. If Sharu were to witness his demeanor, he would undoubtedly endure a barrage of sharp remarks. Damn it, the way you look, it's as if I'm on the brink of death. Such words would certainly escape his lips. After all, this was merely an experiment. What harm could come from failure? Sharu became completely immersed in his thoughts when suddenly a radiant golden light enveloped his entire being. A furious, wrathful energy, akin to a tempestuous force, surged through him. This overwhelming sensation evoked memories of his past life, being abandoned by his parents, bullied by the children in the orphanage during his childhood, and later, tormented by his company's manager in adulthood. His commendable achievements were usurped, while the blame for failures was unceremoniously cast upon him, leaving him tarnished and unblemished in the eyes of others. The indignation and resentment he had harbored over the years began to echo relentlessly in his mind. In an instant, the golden light intensified, and Sharu unleashed a thunderous roar. Damn you all! A series of shock waves erupted, reverberating through the air as immense energy surged outward. A brutal yet chilling aura enveloped the entire mental sanctuary. The space around him trembled ominously, as if on the verge of collapse, while the very fabric of the realm began to fracture, with cracks sprawling like a spider's web in every direction. Cell unleashed all of his energy in a singular, overwhelming burst. This aura is incredibly potent. Trunks stared blankly ahead at the distant figure of Cell, who had now risen into the air, roaring fiercely as cracks radiated outward in all directions. Is this still within the realm of humanity? Trunks pressed his hand against his chest, feeling his heart pound violently, his legs trembling uncontrollably in response to the immense power. Sweat soaked through his shirt, trickling down his back. What? Trunks' pupils constricted sharply as waves of energy transformed into powerful blades of wind, relentlessly striking towards him. Boom. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair glowing golden, eyes bright blue, enveloped in a shimmering aura of golden flames. Drawing his sword, he swung it fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. As the wind blades detonated around him, Trunks, with a serious expression, observed the relentless assault of wind blades approaching him, unable to suppress his frustration. What is this madness? Why are they only targeting me? Cell must be doing this on purpose. Trunks relaxed his mind, exhaling a deep breath as the golden light around him intensified, the golden flames entwining around his sword. A faint glimmer of golden light formed at the blade's edge, pulsating with particles of light. Ah, my training has indeed borne fruit. Trunks gazed at the golden radiance on his sword, his heart swelling with joy. He had finally mastered it. Despite previous failures, he had not lost hope for this attempt. Uncle Shalu imparts his techniques, and at last, progress is being made. Trunks, observing the approaching blade of wind, is now brimming with confidence. He positions his sword horizontally before him, adopting a defensive stance. Clang! The blade of wind is severed in half the moment it meets the sword, dissipating into a gentle breeze, leaving only the sound of impact behind. Truly remarkable. Trunks gazes at his long sword, a smile instinctively tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yet it vanishes upon catching sight of Shalu. Is Uncle Shalu still a Super Saiyan? Why does his aura grow increasingly terrifying, continually escalating? A roar erupts from Shalu's lips, as a golden flame surges skyward, shattering the surrounding space and revealing the majestic form of the divine palace. The golden flame rises from his feet like a die, transforming the green hue of Shalu's form into a resplendent gold, reminiscent of a gilded statue. His wings gently lift behind him, with tendrils of golden lightning crackling and flickering, striking toward the divine palace. Boom! The divine palace is instantly riddled with numerous craters. And at this moment, Shalu's suddenly opened eyes reveal a glimmer of gold within his previously purple irises, a truly captivating sight. Shalu appeared to have an epiphany, sensing the formidable power coursing through his body, momentarily taken aback. With a subtle curl of his fingers, the overwhelming aura vanished in an instant, and the golden flames enveloping him gradually receded into his being, while the arcs of electricity seeped into his form. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Shalu felt an unparalleled vitality enveloping him, yet the tumultuous emotions of rage and fury reverberated ceaselessly within his mind. Shalu cast a detached glance at his own body, which shimmered with a resplendent golden light, dazzling in its brilliance. This transformation is rather impressive. By the way, wasn't I just engaged in a confrontation with the manager? It was quite exhilarating. How did I suddenly succeed in this metamorphosis? Shalu furrowed his brow, realizing that his transformation seemed rather distinct from that of others. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss it. After all, the sensation was rather pleasant. As Shalu's brow unfurled, the flicker of brutal emotion in his mind vanished without a trace. Sensing Trunks' presence, he took a slight step forward, and in an instant, his form disappeared only to reappear behind Trunks. The blade shimmered, sending ripples of light cascading outward, aimed directly at Shalu's head. As Shalu gazed towards the trajectory of the blade, that surge of brutal emotion resurfaced in his mind. Although to his eyes the movement seemed sluggish as a snail, it did not warrant any presumption that Trunks would dare to strike him. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Cell redirected the blade and suddenly delivered a resounding slap to Trunks' face, causing it to swell instantly. What on earth? Trunks exclaimed as he opened his eyes, realizing that the sword he had tightly grasped had fallen. Upon seeing Cell's visage, he covered his reddened, swollen cheek with his right hand, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment as his mouth twitched. Cell, do you believe me when I say I didn't notice you? Chapter 22. Super Saiyan 2 Haha? Shalu's gaze was indifferent, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Trunks with a hint of mockery. Do I resemble a fool to you? Cell moved with remarkable speed, delivering yet another powerful blow, this time targeting the left cheek, emphasizing symmetry in his assault. The resounding slap echoed throughout the space, leaving Trunks clutching his left cheek, feeling a profound sense of despair. Woe is me, Uncle Cell. I thought it was a wind blade. It's all your energy. How could I possibly discern your intentions? Trunks, with his face swollen like that of a portly individual, bore symmetrical red welts on either side, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. Oh, is that so? Cell mused, stroking his chin as if engaged in deep contemplation. Wow, Uncle Cell, you look so magnificent. That radiant golden hue, could it be that the Super Saiyan, the super android, has finally succeeded? Trunks quickly shifted the topic, captivated by the transformation he observed in Cell. Very handsome indeed. Shalu spoke in a tone that, despite being a question, conveyed a sense of certainty through his demeanor and the expression in his eyes. Handsome, utterly striking, like none other he had ever encountered. Trunks nodded vigorously, so swiftly that one could almost perceive fleeting afterimages. Is that so? Ha. It seems that Trunks, you indeed possess a discerning eye. Quite impressive. Shalu, accompanied by Trunks, instantaneously transported to the hall of the hyperbolic time chamber. Gazing into the mirror, he felt a surge of elation, and the remnants of his previous ferocity vanished in an instant. Snap! Shalu gently placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder. Suddenly, Trunks felt an involuntary shiver run through his body from head to toe, and his previously stealthy attempt to escape was thwarted by Sharu's grip. "Uncle Sharu, is there something else?" he inquired. "If not, I would like to request some training." Trunks withdrew slightly, gesturing downward. "What do you mean there is nothing? I just remembered the most effective method to transform into Super Saiyan at stage 2. Sharu spoke with a hint of playful intrigue. "Is that so?" Trunks exclaimed, his pupils widening as he gazed into Sharu's malevolent eyes. "It's best to proceed with caution in training. No worries. I shall assist you in solidifying your skills. There is no need for concern." Sharu twisted his neck, tempering the energy within his body until it matched that of Trunks. Clenching his fists tightly, he declared, "Come, let me witness whether the Super Android or the Super Saiyan reigns supreme." Whoosh! Cell seized Trunks by the shoulder with a sudden, forceful tug, propelling him away with a violent blow from his right side. Uncle Cell, are you serious?" Trunks steadied himself mid-air, gazing down at Cell with a look of unease. Yet, his body responded with unwavering loyalty. His right arm flicked, and his sword materialized in an instant, poised horizontally before him. His left hand transformed into a sword-like gesture, swiftly slicing across the blade, releasing a cascade of golden radiance that surged into the weapon's core. A soft hum resonated through the air. The gossamer thin, golden light flickered, revealing a fierce edge. Trunks surveyed the blade, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Uncle Cell, you have underestimated me. In the presence of a similar aura, I possess a formidable weapon as well. Oh, achieving this stage is indeed commendable, but mine is even greater." Sharu raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Trunks would merge his understanding of the sword with the essence of the energy blade. Yet, it was merely a moment of surprise. Shalu exhaled a breath of murky air, which transformed into a radiant golden hue. He grasped the shimmering light, gradually coalescing it into a blade of energy. "Come forth. Let us see who is the mightier." With a powerful cry, the two charged towards each other, their blades and swords clashing, sending forth a cascade of golden particles. Trunks's eyes narrowed intensely, his right arm swelled with power, veins bulging on his forehead as he forcefully brought his weapon down in a fierce strike. As Sharu retaliated upward. At the moment when the energy blade collided with the sword's body, the blade pierced through the energy. "What?" Trunks' eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Sharu let out a cold laugh, the previously ethereal energy blade solidifying once more, striking fiercely towards Trunks' chest, completely disregarding the sword light aimed at him. With a swift motion, the blade sliced into Trunks, leaving a crimson trail and splattering blood. Meanwhile, Trunks' longsword descended directly towards Sharu. The clash of energy sparked as it made contact with Sharu's chest armor, but in the next instant, it cleaved through, revealing the grayish-brown flesh beneath. Both combatants retreated simultaneously. Trunks did not gaze at the long wound on his chest. Instead, he looked at Sharu with a hint of concern. "Sharu, this." Trunks regarded Sharu with a sense of apology. You don't think you've inflicted any serious damage on me, do you?" Shalu furrowed her brow as the gray-brown flesh gradually intertwined, ultimately merging to appear as pristine as before. In an instant, her form vanished from sight, leaving behind a distinct afterimage. With a gentle step through the air, her right fist struck forward with tremendous force. "This is bad. Trunks, brace yourself with your sword." Yet, in but a fleeting moment, he was sent hurtling backward, a cry of anguish escaping his lips. With both hands raised, Shalu summoned a surge of energy that struck with unerring precision. The golden wave of energy erupted instantaneously, engulfing Trunks completely. The air was filled with anguished cries as Trunks plummeted to the ground, his clothing charred and tattered, emanating plumes of black smoke. Bang! Sharu hovered gracefully in the air, his gaze fixed downward as he surveyed Trunks from above. He then spoke, "Trunks, it appears that your combat instincts have waned. Has the devastation wrought by androids 17 and 18 caused you to lose the resolve of a warrior? Have I not previously stated that within the hyperbolic time chamber, our battles are a matter of life and death? How can you still harbor concern for your adversaries? You must summon the conviction to defeat me. Reflect upon your father, your uncles, and your brother Gohan. Even if they were resurrected, stronger foes would inevitably emerge in the future, leading to their demise once more. Are you truly content with this fate? Will you remain merely a passive observer?" The voice of Cell grew increasingly louder, an invisible pressure emanating from him, his golden form becoming ever more resplendent. "Trunks, Gohan, you are both worthless, especially you, Gohan. You fell so easily." Suddenly, the voice of Android 17 echoed, and Cell's visage morphed into that of 17. "How?" Trunks' eyes instantly turned crimson, an inferno of rage igniting within him. Ah, silence. Silence, you cursed android. A flash of crimson light coursed through Trunks' mind. His aura surged, golden arcs of energy crackling around him, his pupils vanishing, and his hair standing on end. A golden blaze erupting skyward. A tempest spiraled forth from his being, causing the already unstable space to crackle ominously. Trunks abruptly lifted his gaze towards Android 17. His eyes narrowed, and he uttered, "Perish." Chapter 23. Transformation. Once more Trunks raised his head, his formerly blue eyes now ablaze with golden light, revealing emerald irises laced with crimson veins. 17. Trunks' gaze towards 17 was rife with murderous intent, a unique aura of pressure radiating from him. As a plume of white steam escaped his lips, Trunks bent slightly, his left hand resting on the ground, while his right grasped his sword, hoisting it onto his back. Oh, here we go again. Cell's eyes were deep and contemplative as he cast a sidelong glance at the dazed Trunks on the ground. Sensing an aura that far surpassed his own, Cell's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was not fear, it was exhilaration, the thrill of facing a formidable adversary in his current state. Yet, he had no intention of elevating his own power. Instead, he sought to expel the distractions within him, maintaining the unstable, full power state of the super android. Shalu's lips curled into a smirk as his body descended slightly, adopting a combative stance in midair, his fingers beckoning Trunks with a subtle curl. "Come on, meet your demise." Trunks bellowed, his feet striking the ground with tremendous force, his figure vanishing in an instant. How swift! Shalu's pupils dilated as he conjured an energy sphere with his right hand, striking backward without a glance. He was acutely aware that in the choreography of battles involving Dragon Balls, any disappearance was invariably followed by an appearance behind. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, directly striking Trunks. Yet it bore no consequence. Trunks, narrowing his eyes, swung his long sword with a fierce motion, the glimmer of golden light flashing forth. The blade aimed squarely at Shalu's head. With a sickening thrust, the sword pierced flesh, severing Shalu's head from his body. In midair, one could still discern the terror etched on Shalu's face, albeit wearing the visage of Android 17. Huh, Trunks growled softly, sheathing his sword and forming seals with his hands in rapid succession. Swish, swish, swish. The afterimages of his hands danced as they sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound. Once the seals were complete, his right hand transformed into a palm, gathering a brilliant golden energy that crackled with immense power, generating a sizzling sound as arcs of electricity flickered and danced. Farewell. No, never again. Trunks' voice, devoid of emotion, resonated as the energy in his palm erupted with tremendous force. Bang! The golden light instantaneously engulfed Android 17's head, searing away half of his body before shooting off into the distance. Boom! The air reverberated with violent explosions, smoke billowing forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Ha! Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath. His eyes bloodshot and filled with a terrifying intensity. Thud! The remnants of the body plummeted to the ground, exuding a thick black smoke that obscured comprehension. Another corpse? Then I shall reduce you to ashes. Trunks' eyes narrowed sharply, his body instinctively bending backward as he positioned his hands behind him. Boom! A violet aura surged upward, blazing fiercely as the void began to hum ominously. Huh! Cannon of the heavens. Trunks unleashed his hands, sending forth a wave of purple energy interwoven with crackling arcs of electricity, crashing down toward the ground. Bang! The thick smoke dissipated instantly. The remnants of the body consumed entirely within the overwhelming violet energy wave, leaving not even a trace of ash. Ha! Now, it has truly vanished. Trunks, teetering on the brink of madness, laughed uncontrollably, his head tilted back in delirium. Unbeknownst to him, a diminutive green orb hovered behind, materializing into a replica of Android 17 within mere seconds. Android 17 tapped his head, stretching lazily while stifling a yawn. Nanny? Trunks, of course, heard this and spun around in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. One step. Android 17 stepped forward, emanating an indescribable and overwhelming aura of terror that struck Trunks with ferocity. With a sudden thud, Trunks collapsed to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth, as the oppressive force enveloped him, akin to an invisible hand firmly restraining his form. His gaze transformed, tinged with a sense of unwillingness, interspersed with a hint of fear. With a second step, Android 17 positioned himself directly in front of Trunks, lightly tapping his back. A tremendous force surged into Trunks' body, accompanied by a resounding crash. Agonizing screams erupted from Trunks's lips, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a scene of utter despair. Enough of this, Trunks, Cell spoke softly, reverting back to his true form. He gently aimed a finger at Trunks's neck. With a snap, Trunks's pupils vanished, his head drooping lifelessly toward the ground. Done. Now his Super Saiyan 2 transformation is complete. Albeit through a rather tragic process. Shalu smacked his lips, gazing at the bloodstains that marred the ground. He slowly dragged his body towards the building situated at a diagonal behind him. The once pristine surface was now tainted with a vivid crimson hue. A month had passed. Shalu lay languidly on the grand bed, his eyes half closed, observing Trunks as he practiced. Displeased with the proximity to the building, fearing an explosion, he had moved the bed below. Fortunately, the bed was remarkably sturdy, withstanding even tenfold gravity without faltering. As he watched Trunks brandishing his sword, he exclaimed, "Too slow. Quickened your pace." In response, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, accelerating his movements both with his hands and feet. The blade whistled through the air, swirling with vigor in his grasp, thrusting upwards, slicing downwards, and cleaving sideways. He employed nearly every technique in his repertoire. As Shalu observed Trunks, whose movements were accelerating, a smile crept upon his lips. This young man has made remarkable progress. In just a month's time, he has completely mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 and has even attempted a transformation akin to overclocking, albeit without success. Nevertheless, this achievement is a testament to his hard work, as he has received no formal training from me in this regard. During this period, I have shared with him everything I know about the Super Saiyan transformation, various anecdotes concerning Saiyans, and the lore surrounding Super Saiyans. My intention is to guide Trunks towards forging his own path, rather than merely replicating the route of Super Saiyan 3. After all, while that transformation significantly surpasses Super Saiyan 2 in terms of speed, strength, energy, and defense, its sustainability is severely lacking, inflicting considerable strain on the body and depleting stamina excessively. Furthermore, I recall from the anime that the future Trunks indeed mastered a transformation that, while not Super Saiyan 3, achieved power and speed on par with it. Of course, attempting Super Saiyan 4 remains an option, though not at this moment. Shalu's gaze wandered, his fingers lightly tapping his chest plate. He had already mastered the transformation of his super artificial being. Perhaps in due time, he would attempt the second version, 100-fold. With his eyes gently closed, a look of contentment adorned Shalu's face. Chapter 24, Genius in the City of West Capital at the Capsule Corporation. A cluster of diminutive blue figures flitted about, chattering incessantly, as if in conversation with themselves. Tell me, boss, did that little brat and those two inferior artificial beings truly gain entry? One of the blue figures, just emerging from underground, wore a perplexed expression, cradling an unknown object in his arms while munching on it. He appeared rather foolish, stuffing morsels into his mouth. Shut your mouth, number 6. Did father not transmit memories to you? All you do is eat. That chubby figure is, after all, a scientist alongside Bulma. One specializes in energy creation while the other focuses on physical form, an impressive collaboration, indeed. I don't understand. With so much information, who has the time to read? Eating is far more enjoyable. Delicious. Number 6 exclaimed, promptly consuming the entire brownish solid in his hand, his face reflecting satisfaction as he patted his small belly. Boss, would you like some? I can fetch more. Number 6 gazed earnestly at the sky, his tongue incessantly licking his hands. And no, I do not require sustenance. The figure referred to as the boss, number 1, hovered in the air, his lips twitching as he restrained the urge to strike. Number 6, should you indulge in such foolishness again, I will enact father's will and eliminate you. What do you all think? Number 2, agreed. Number 3, the boss is magnificent. Let us hasten. I can hardly bear it. Number 4, indeed. Number 5, I feel number 6 is bringing shame upon our Shalu squad. He must be eradicated. I support this. Number 6, boss, I won't eat anymore. I promise. Please don't tell father. I will work harder. I swear. Hearing his brother's advocate for his demise, the remnants of the brown substance in number 6's hand suddenly lost their appeal, and he hurriedly wiped his hands on the ground. Do as you wish, number 1 murmured softly, lowering his gaze. Everyone, report your findings. East side, all clear. West side, all clear. South side, likewise. North side, too. Number 6, underground as well. Never mind. You need not report anymore. I am already aware. Number 1 lifted his head, his body coiling in the air, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among the 6 diminutive figures, he alone was green, resembling a miniature version of Cell to an impressive degree. These beings were meticulously prepared by Cell prior to his arrival at the hyperbolic time chamber, designed to form a squad to prevent any unforeseen circumstances involving Bulma. Aside from number 1, the remaining mini-cells possessed combat abilities akin to 50% of the original Cell's prowess, with the most formidable, number 1, boasting 70% of Cell's strength. It could be said that he was the mightiest individual on Earth, second only to Majin Buu. With their assistance in safeguarding Bulma, Cell felt remarkably reassured. In the expansive warehouse belonging to Bulma, she exclaimed, "Wow, Hyde, you are truly brilliant. Come and assist me from now on. You've alleviated a significant burden for me." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, reflecting golden glimmers as she observed the rapidly deciphered computer data, her left hand continually patting Hyde's shoulder. "You are a genius. Haha, this is quite simple. I've had an interest in this field since childhood. One might say I am exceptionally gifted," Hyde replied, scratching his head modestly at Bulma's praise. He then added, "However, madam, you are slightly mistaken. I am not just a genius. I am a super genius." Hyde arched his short neck with an air of pride. All right. You are a super genius, if that pleases you." Bulma glanced at Hyde, thinking to herself that children, indeed, relish compliments. "Now, Mr. Hyde, I've resolved all these issues. Could you possibly show me the blueprints for the Eternal Energy Furnace?" Hyde's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked towards the diagrams beside Bulma. "Oh, certainly. You wish to upgrade the 2 androids accompanying you, correct? I can assist with that," Bulma remarked, glancing at the 2 inferior creations beside Hyde as she handed him the blueprints. No need. I can manage this myself," Hyde exclaimed, taking the blueprints with a sinister grin. With this, his Gamma series would no longer suffer from energy shortages, paving the way for boundless power. With this thought, Hyde retrieved 2 capsules from his pocket and tossed them onto the vacant ground. Bang! A resounding noise erupted, accompanied by a cloud of smoke that gradually dissipated, revealing their true forms. A plethora of experimental apparatus and numerous materials appeared, including food, water, and even several small robots among the collection. "Wow, how do you possess such an abundance of materials?" Bulma covered her mouth and nose slightly, a hint of astonishment evident on her face. Her own equipment was far less extensive, as much had been destroyed, leaving only a fraction behind. Were it not for Trunks and Cell bringing over Dr. Gero's belongings, she would currently be unable to pursue the development of these androids. However, there was no immediate need for such research, for Dr. Hyde had introduced his proprietary technology, capable of transforming inorganic materials and even non-human entities into synthetic beings, a novel type of android. The functionality and practicality of these creations ensured that they would obey their master's commands without fail, eliminating the risk of rebellion akin to that exhibited by androids 17 and 18. It could be said that Hyde was a genius in the realm of androids, surpassing even her own intellect, as he himself proclaimed to be a super genius. "Oh, some of this is mine, but the vast majority was acquired from a group known as the Red Ribbon Army. This is the organization my grandfather once belonged to. I deceived them into believing I wished to join and assist in android research, and to my surprise, that fool handed over these materials without hesitation." Hyde grinned sinisterly, revealing a broad smile. "Is it that the Red Ribbon Army has not been entirely eradicated? Quite resilient, indeed." Bulma expressed her surprise, pondering how remnants of the organization still existed after all these years, aside from Dr. Gero. "Not to worry. I recall they are your adversaries, right? Once I utilized the materials they provided, along with the Eternal Energy Core, to upgrade Gamma, I shall eradicate them entirely. Such societal threats must be eliminated," Hyde remarked, glancing at Gamma. "Indeed, Doctor, my number 1 and number 2 will certainly obliterate those villains." Number 2 chimed in, grinning as he slung an arm around number 1's shoulder. "Is that so? You truly are impressive," Bulma remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth as she offered a thumbs up in Hyde's direction. "That is a given. After all, have you considered who I am?" Hyde replied, his cheeks flushed with pride as he approached the array of equipment. "Well then, Mrs. Bulma, I shan't disturb your work any longer. I must go modify Gamma." Hyde waved his hand, turning his back to her as he made his way towards the devices. He then produced a white lab coat from seemingly nowhere, draping it over himself before placing Gamma into a special container and beginning to calibrate the machinery. "Oh, I too must get to work. The time machine requires further assembly, and I need to import data to ensure everything is secure. Bulma exhaled a deep sigh, turning towards a room behind her to commence the assembly of the time machine. To her left stood an almost fully constructed time machine, thanks to her adept craftsmanship and the availability of materials and equipment. What remained were the choices regarding energy sources and some adaptation and assembly challenges. Furrowing her brow, Bulma's hands danced swiftly across the computer before her, inputting a myriad of command codes. To her right lay the disassembled number 16, reduced to its shell, as she had removed the eternal energy core and several essential components. The substantial eternal energy core had already been connected to the time machine, aiming to create a time machine powered by eternal energy, allowing her to traverse any era at will without concern for energy depletion. Time swiftly slipped away, and 3 days soon arrived. That night, humanity had become aware of the demise of androids 17 and 18. Statues of Cell were erected in major cities, celebrated to the utmost, and a substantial portion of daily life gradually returned to normalcy, with many power systems having been repaired. From a high vantage point, one could see the city ablaze with light. Even the ruined homes glimmered with illumination, and the survivors dared to venture onto the streets, no longer fearing enemy incursions. Many individuals set up stalls, selling their goods in a lively atmosphere. At last, the assembly of the time machine was complete. Bulma gazed at her creation with satisfaction, stretching slightly and giving her arms a gentle pat. It had indeed been exhausting, working day and night, yet she had accomplished it, the eternal energy version of the time machine. But she pondered, what did Cell truly intend to do with this? He had seemingly wished to create it to resolve the issues surrounding the androids. Yet now that they were vanquished, what purpose did this serve? Conflicted, Bulma reclined in her swivel chair, her mind wandering. As for Trunks and the others, how long were they planning to train? The earth had settled, yet they sought to grow even stronger. She wondered what those scions were thinking. If they intended to train for another year or two, who would keep her company? That little brat? Bulma paused, slowly rising to her feet, turning off the lights and locking the door before heading towards Hito's lab where the androids were being researched. Ah, Mrs. Bulma, good evening. It's been a while since I last saw you. Hito exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he opened his arms to display his achievements. Tada! Inside this nutrient chamber lies the new Gamma. In approximately 3 months, they will awaken, and by then, my research on the eternal energy core will be nearly complete. Once they are equipped with the energy cores, it will be utterly perfect. Just imagine, their power will reach an astonishing level, akin to that of androids 17 and 18, capable of annihilating opponents with a single strike. Hyde, with exaggerated gestures and flamboyant language, incessantly hovered around Bulma, hoping to elicit further praise from her. What is this? Bulma inquired, gazing impassively at the Gamma within the nutrient chamber. Soon, however, her attention was captivated by another nutrient chamber, which was slightly taller. Inside, a small orb, reminiscent of a bean, was submerged in a greenish liquid, surrounded by a myriad of white bubbles that continuously ascended and enveloped it. Which one? Hyde turned, following Bulma's gaze towards the nutrient chamber. Oh, this one. This is the treasure I have concocted over the past 3 days. Although I am quite displeased that it is based on the research of Dr. Gero. This is the pro version of the superhero cell, a distillation of my intellect. I have infused my own ideas into it, utilizing my newfound techniques in the creation of androids. However, as it is a biologically growing android, its development will be somewhat slow, taking approximately half a year. The only aspect I am somewhat dissatisfied with is that, due to the limitations of equipment and materials, I can only produce the Cell Pro version for now. Once I acquire sufficient materials, I shall be able to create the Pro Max version, and at that time, it will become the strongest in the universe. Hyde raised an eyebrow in pride, crossing his arms, his eyes partially narrowed. Oh, is this Cell as a child? Bulma pressed against the outer wall, her eyes wide as she fixated on the small orb, which pulsated and contracted within. Can it rival the current Cell? She asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. I'm not entirely sure, Hyde replied, shrugging and tapping on the outer wall of the nutrient chamber. Logically, a being like Cell, which requires the absorption of life essence and energy to grow stronger, would indeed exhibit changes in data if, as you mentioned, he undertakes training and exercises. This is rather difficult to ascertain. Nevertheless, I remain confident in my creation. While it may not surpass the current Cell, its combat prowess will not be significantly inferior. 3 years. The sacred world of the Kais, hyperbolic time chamber. Achoo! Who keeps murmuring about me from behind? Shalu emerged from his meditative state, his feet firmly meeting the ground. He felt a surge of power coursing through his body, a subtle smile gracing his lips. 3 years ago, had he been at his full capacity, he would have nearly possessed the strength of the original Sun Wukong, surpassing the formidable Majin Buu. In his transformation into a super android, his power had escalated 50-fold, reaching an extraordinary level, likely on par with that of the Super Saiyan God. Now, having mastered the transformation into Super Android 2, and with his base strength significantly enhanced compared to 3 years prior, he undoubtedly surpassed the might of the Super Saiyan God. Shalu estimates that by the time he completes the Super Android 3, he will have attained the Ultra Blue stage. After all, with a 400-fold enhancement. Even if he cannot surpass it, he should not fall too far behind. Of course, these are merely his speculations. The true outcome in battle remains uncertain. After all, he has yet to engage in a real confrontation, hasn't he? The Super Android 3 is nearing completion, and it should be ready in just a few days. I sense an opportunity approaching. Shalu spoke softly, his gaze lowered to his hands, which he clenched slightly. Given that his body had achieved a balance between breath control and mental equilibrium, it seemed improbable that the Super Android 3 would experience significant fatigue or an inability to harness energy. Sigh, but how should I confront the Super Android 4? I certainly lack that furry tail. Am I to wish for one from the Dragon God? Chapter 26. The Exit. So, how can the Super Android 4 be realized? Surely, I cannot simply conjure another tail for myself. Shalu felt a hint of distress, his arms crossed over his chest, fingers gently stroking his chin as he pondered various methods. Suddenly, he sensed a unique pressure enveloping him, one so intense that it prickled his skin with its sharpness. Could it be Trunks? With a flicker of curiosity, Shalu lifted his gaze into the distance. There stood Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. His eyes tightly shut, gripping a long sword. A cascade of white light shimmered along the blade, emanating a fierce aura. His golden hair, which had grown over the past 3 years, danced in the air, while the fabric of his attire rustled in the wind. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, pulsating in rhythm with Trunks' breath, as the power emanating from the sword grew ever more immense. Buzz! A resounding clash of the sword reverberated throughout the space. And in an instant, the swirling white light expanded, encircling Trunks in a vortex. With a sudden burst, Trunks opened his eyes, revealing 2 piercing beams of energy. His muscles tensed, legs expanded, and his aura surged to its zenith. With a soft exhalation, Trunks thrust the sword forward, releasing an astonishing blade of light that struck the fabric of space itself. Bang! In that moment, a small rift tore open, and a brilliant white light erupted, radiating outward like shattered glass, with cracks spreading in a spiderweb formation through the air. Impressive. Shalu's eyes brightened with admiration as he observed the scene. The sword technique was formidable, capable of tearing through the dimensional barrier in an instant. However, the rift was rather small, likely not wide enough for even one person to pass through, let alone 2. With the exertion, Trunks attempted to lift the sword upwards, but suddenly, the white light dissipated, and he came to a halt, his movements abruptly ceasing. Panting heavily, Trunks collapsed to the ground, sweat streaming down his face, as he appeared utterly exhausted. The transformation of the Super Saiyan could no longer be sustained, and his golden hair reverted to its original color. With a subtle step, Cell instantaneously appeared beside Trunks, a radiant golden light flickering in his hand as he struck towards Trunks. In an instant, the golden glow enveloped Trunks, replenishing his body with a substantial surge of energy. Uncle Cell, have you completed your training? I presume you have grown considerably stronger, Trunks exclaimed, his face lighting up as he felt a resurgence of power within. It's satisfactory, merely at the pinnacle of the universe, Cell replied, a smirk gracing his lips, his entire countenance radiating pride. However, why has your aura progressed so slowly over these past 3 years? Logically, you should have experienced significant growth. With a furrowed brow, Shalu fixed his violet gaze intently upon Trunks. This was inspired by my Uncle Shalu, which is why I have devoted nearly 3 years to the study of swordsmanship, neglecting my cultivation of energy. Trunks chuckled softly, scratching his head and lowering his gaze. What inspiration have I imparted to you? I am utterly unaware of it. A large red question mark appeared above Shalu's head as he placed his hands firmly on Trunks' shoulders, exclaiming loudly. Uncle Shalu, did you not tell me that those celestial beings soar through the skies on their swords, and that sword immortals strike unseen, wielding tremendous lethal force? You mentioned that a true swordsman must possess a sword heart and a will of the sword to truly manifest the might of sword cultivation, did you not? Moreover, I find the world you described, Uncle Sharu, to be utterly captivating. The more Trunks spoke, the more exhilarated he became, breaking free from Sharu's grasp to demonstrate sword flight, sword techniques, and the condensation of energy into sword chi on a nearby patch of ground, leaving Sharu momentarily stunned and somewhat bewildered. Wait, did you actually manage to accomplish that from just a casual remark of mine? Sharu's lips twitched slightly as he began to inquire, Trunks, how did you come to discover all of this? Would you be so kind as to share? Of course. Trunks paused his swordplay and began to elucidate. Firstly, there's the art of flying on a sword, which is quite simple. One merely needs to master the control of their breath, allowing the sword to rest closely beneath them, thereby achieving the ability to soar. I find this technique to be the most impressive. As for swordsmanship, it is not particularly difficult. The principle is quite similar to the energy blast you previously taught me, Uncle Sharu. It involves channeling a portion of one's energy into the sword, enabling manipulation. At this juncture, we employ the technique of condensing energy into a sword, solidifying and compressing it to form a razor-sharp blade. I have pondered and refined those techniques for quite some time. Ultimately, it is about executing them in the most stylish manner possible. What do you think? Did you comprehend it, Uncle Sharu? Trunks blinked his striking blue eyes and inquired. Oh yes, I understand, more or less, ha ha ha. Trunks, you truly are a genius. Sharu tilted his head back and let out a raucous laugh, the sound resounding with an almost deafening intensity, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. It seems that he must share more tales of fantastical adventures and tales of cultivation with the young Trunks in the future. The lad's capacity to intertwine imagination with practical application is truly remarkable. Within a mere 3 years, he has conjured an astonishing array of techniques solely through the power of his creativity and vivid descriptions. This inevitably reminded him of the scene in the original work where Goten and Trunks transform into Gotenks. Surely, those techniques must have been conceived by these two mischievous youngsters, each one a peculiar and whimsical creation. Particularly striking was the ability to summon ghosts, a technique of considerable might, with each apparition possessing its own independent consciousness. Truly impressive. As Sharu pondered, he firmly patted Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks exclaimed with excitement, Am I a genius? Uncle Sharu finally praised me. Indeed, you're a genius. However, I believe we should venture outside, for lingering here too long may not be entirely beneficial. Didn't you say, Uncle Sharu, that if I couldn't shatter space, I wouldn't be able to leave? What good is the little bit I just shattered? Trunks' eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Sharu with a hint of confusion. A sharp sound echoed. Sharu delivered a sharp slap to Trunks' head and admonished him sternly, You must learn to apply your skills with agility. I could simply impart some energy to you. That would suffice. At your age, considering the time here, you are now 16. It is imperative that you adopt a mature mindset. If all else fails, I could simply remove your tail. The choice is yours. Or you may opt for both options. Chapter 27. Departure. Forget it. I shall refrain from doing so. It would be unfortunate if I were to damage it. Sharu tapped his forehead, gathering a sphere of immense energy in his hand. With a swift motion of his right arm, he hurled the energy orb directly into Trunks' body. Buzz. The energy swiftly enveloped Trunks, rapidly replenishing his depleted physique. Before long, the golden radiance that surrounded him faded away, and Trunks, his eyes gleaming with newfound vigor, began to deftly maneuver his long sword in his hands. Astonished by the surge of power coursing through him, he marveled, Uncle Sharu, is this how I can break free? Although he posed the question to Sharu, it seemed more like a dialogue with himself. Sharu cast a fleeting glance at the brilliance in Trunks' eyes, offering a subtle nod. Choosing silence. I understand. This technique can become even more formidable. Uncle Sharu, please take a step back. Trunks, with a newfound intensity gleaming in his eyes, raised his sword, which emitted a resounding cry, his entire demeanor transforming, imbued with unwavering confidence. Shalu tilted his head slightly, taking a step back to observe Trunks' personal showcase from afar. Whether he would succeed depended solely on his inner conviction. If he believed he could, then he surely would. Sharu embraced the air with both hands, observing the flowing white energy enveloping Trunks, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Is it a fusion of energy with other systems? No. It is merely an advanced method of harnessing energy. If Trunks can achieve it, then so can I. Sharu furrowed his brow, fixated on Trunks' form. With a deep breath, Trunks exhaled a cloud of murky air, channeling and amplifying the energy within him. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from his being, akin to a volcanic eruption. Exuding a magnificent aura, a dazzling golden flame surged skyward, enveloping him entirely. His once violet hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue, while his sapphire-like eyes shifted to a striking emerald, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. As the energy continued to surge forth, violent waves of power erupted in relentless succession, forming a fierce whirlwind that whipped past him. The wind intensified, rustling his golden locks and garments with a resounding roar. Concurrently, arcs of blue lightning began to flicker around him, crackling audibly, reminiscent of ethereal dragons in graceful motion. However, at that moment, the previously swirling white energy dissipated silently, replaced by a more translucent gas that seamlessly infiltrated the blade. Simultaneously, the swirling blue arcs appeared to be drawn towards the sword, converging upon it. In an instant, even the blazing golden flames vanished without a trace. Alongside this disappearance was the formidable pressure and oppressive aura surrounding Trunks. Shalu squinted, observing the scene. Sensing the shift in energy, a resonant hum echoed as Trunks' eyes transformed, the vibrant green fading into a smooth, white jade-like hue, emanating an unprecedented aura. He now resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, a sharp intensity radiating towards Shalu, evoking astonishment. With a commanding shout, Trunks thrust his hand forward, gripping the hilt of his sword. Time seemed to slow, the space around them falling into an eerie silence as a beam of light pierced through, aimed directly at the void ahead. A resounding crash accompanied the shattering of glass as the space before Trunks fractured, creating an opening the size of a basketball that began to heal slowly. Yet it was not enough. Trunks clenched his teeth, a fierce expression crossing his face as his energy surged once more. Grasping the hilt tightly, the relentless winds whipped around him, his muscles swelling as veins bulged. The white light of the sword intensifying. He aimed it at the fissure that was on the verge of mending. With a thunderous roar, the white light of the sword extended, embodying an unstoppable force as it descended upon the shattered void. The sound of cracking echoed, reverberating through the air. The entire expanse ahead shattered with a resounding crash, transforming from a mere small aperture into a vast rift, as the very fabric of space was cleaved apart. Countless fissures proliferated, gradually splintering into fragments. Boom! A blinding white radiance erupted, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave in a cataclysmic explosion. Crack, crack, crack. Marvelous. Trunks, you are but a hair's breadth away from attaining this realm. I eagerly await the moment when you can truly rend the fabric of space relying solely on your own strength. As Shalu approached, clapping his hands, he noticed Trunks, drenched in sweat and visibly exhausted. He gently patted Trunks on the back. You performed admirably this time. Is that so? Trunks squinted one eye, panting heavily. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, some even trickling into his eyes and mouth. The slightly salty taste made him smack his lips. Uncle Shalu, it hardly seems the right moment for such remarks. Let's discuss this outside. Otherwise, the rift I painstakingly opened will heal. Trunks stood up, pointing toward the exit with a commanding voice. No worries, we can take our time. After all, I am here. Enough of the jesting, let us proceed. Shalu's expression suddenly turned serious as he tightly grasped Trunks' arm and activated his instant transmission skill. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished without a trace. Whoosh! Just as they disappeared, the ruptured opening began to rapidly close, ultimately vanishing entirely, restoring the space to its original state. In the warehouse of the Capsule Corporation on Earth, Bulma had grown accustomed to this environment and had no intention of relocating. Furthermore, due to the presence of the time machine, she needed to remain there for certain adjustments. Although the time machine had been constructed, further debugging was required. Staying in this location proved to be more convenient. Additionally, she sought Hyde's assistance regarding matters related to the androids. Reluctantly, she acknowledged that Heidi had indeed reached an extraordinary level of expertise in the creation of androids, surpassing her own capabilities in this domain. To describe him as a super genius would be an understatement. Sighing softly, Bulma reflected, this era truly belongs to the youth. As one ages, the mind may keep pace, but the body fails to comply. She caressed the wrinkles on her face, her fingers trembling slightly, lamenting the relentless passage of time. Enough of this. I shall return to work. I am but a step away from completion. Instantly regaining her focus, Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard, connecting numerous lines of code to Android 16's head. Her goal was to restore 16's mobility. Having thoroughly analyzed his data, she merely needed to amend his directive code, transforming the command to kill into one that cherished humanity, loved the earth, and protected her company and Trunks. After all, with Shalu's formidable strength, such measures might be unnecessary, and upon resurrection, Vegeta would likely disdain such trivialities. Wait, is this a directive to kill Son Goku? Let me modify this. Bulma was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that familiar name, her surroundings becoming slightly hazy. Just as she diligently completed the modifications to the instructions and prepared to assemble and activate Android 16, she suddenly felt two strange gusts of wind blowing from behind her. Turning her head in curiosity, her previously expressionless eyes sparkled with radiance. Is that Trunks? My, how much you've grown. Oh, look at those robust muscles and that hair. My Trunks appears to have transformed into a truly formidable young man. Bulma's eyes, which had been glimmering, suddenly widened as she poked at Trunks's muscles, giving them a gentle tap. Ah, mother, there are others here. Trunks's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his gaze, casting a tentative glance at Uncle Cell, who was staring ahead with an impassive expression. Only when he saw Cell's stoic demeanor did he allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Trunks, you haven't really spent 3 years in that hyperbolic time chamber with Cell, have you? You've changed so much. You've become quite the handsome lad. Bulma expressed her astonishment, feeling a sense of affirmation in her words. Indeed, madam, 3 years have allowed Trunks and me to become stronger than anyone else, at least in this universe. Cell interjected promptly. Is that so? I had a feeling. But that hair really needs a trim, Trunks. Later, let me give you a little touch-up. Shorter looks better on you. Bulma rubbed her hands together, beaming with pride at her dashing son. Oh, by the way, Cell, the time machine is nearly complete. And I've upgraded it by incorporating the Eternal Energy Core from Android 16. Theoretically, the time machine can now facilitate infinite time travel. Bulma suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, as if recalling something significant. Oh, is that so? What a delightful surprise. I thought it would take much longer. A glimmer of light emerged in the previously tranquil eyes of Shalu, and his arms, once crossed, fell to his sides. Could you take me to see it? He inquired. You may take a look for yourself first. The instructions are on the computer. It's in that room, Bulma replied, gesturing towards the large black door at the back. I must first give Trunks a haircut and change his clothes. Look at this tatty outfit. He's left with nothing but a tank top. With that, Bulma led Trunks back to her room. Understood. You go ahead and busy yourselves. Shalu responded. Oh, by the way, I initially intended to make the time machine yellow. But after some consideration, I decided that green suits you better, so I changed it. I hope you like it, Shalu. With that, Bulma closed the door, leaving only the sound of it shutting behind her. Is that so? I truly appreciate it. Shalu replied with genuine gratitude, then pushed open the door. What greeted his eyes was the familiar shape that had lingered in his mind, now transformed into a shade of green, mirroring his own attire. Bulma truly has a remarkable sense of thoughtfulness. A smile spread across Shalu's face as he stepped forward to gently caress this pinnacle of technological marvel. Second only to the Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball universe. Even the God's Time Ring could not traverse the fabric of time with such ease. Yet this creation had accomplished just that. Bulma's ingenuity is indeed impressive. Shalu found himself irresistibly drawn to the exquisite time machine. After all, as Bulma had mentioned, he could traverse various timelines aboard this marvel. He yearned to experience everything he desired, even exploring the timelines depicted in the cinematic adaptations. This place was no longer merely a spectator's realm for him. It had transformed into a tangible reality. The inhabitants here were not mere figments of paper. The wish-granting dragon and the omnipotent king were very much real. With the time machine constructed ahead of schedule, it was time to alter his plans. He would first seek the Dragon Balls of Namek. That wish could not wait. His thirst for power was insatiable. Soon, Shalu had committed the operational procedures displayed on the computer to memory. Satisfied, he exited the room and closed the door behind him with a decisive click. As Shalu turned to retreat to his designated room for a moment of respite, he unexpectedly encountered an individual who ought not to be present. Is that Dr. Hyde? Shalu squinted, placing a finger near his ear, and whispered, Shalu Squad. Unit 1, why have you failed to report such intelligence? Father, I thought you would simply return and see for yourself, was the reply, indicating a lack of intent to report. Suddenly, a miniature version of Shalu appeared before him, standing on the ground, its diminutive form not even reaching half of Shalu's height, wide-eyed and feigning cuteness with a fluttering blink. Enough, enough. Who are you trying to charm with that act? Go away. I have important matters to attend to. Shalu gazed at the adorable figure of number 1 on the ground, and the initial impulse to slap him vanished in an instant. He gestured for number 1 to depart and proceeded towards the direction of Dr. Hyde. The sound of his footsteps echoed loudly as he moved swiftly, soon arriving at Dr. Hyde's domain. Number 1, relieved that his father had refrained from striking him, displayed a triumphant expression before vanishing from sight and leaving the area. You must be Dr. Hyde, correct? Shalu stood not far away, arms crossed over his chest, speaking slowly. His voice was soft, yet he ensured that the individual before him could hear it. After all, this fellow was wearing a pair of headphones that appeared to possess formidable noise cancellation capabilities. Huh, what was that? Who was calling me? Dr. Hyde removed his headphones, ceasing his eating, and rose to locate the source of the sound. Ah, this is the hero Shalu. Hyde, akin to a starstruck admirer, cast aside his headphones, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 29. The first encounter with Hyde. Is this truly happening? Could it be a mere figment of my imagination born from excessive experimentation? He had not seen Shalu in several days, and now fortune had favored him. Hyde rubbed his eyes, his face a canvas of exhilaration mixed with disbelief. He momentarily forgot that his initial motivation for taking this job stemmed from the fact that Phone had monitored Shalu's last appearance here, prompting his choice. He had even devised a plan to deceive the Red Ribbon Army as a means of ingratiating himself with Bulma and her associates. After all, they were adversaries of the Red Ribbon Army, and such actions could not only enhance his rapport, but also provide access to valuable scientific equipment and research materials. Why not seize the opportunity? A hero? Shalu shook his head and spoke. What makes me a hero? Would you care to enlighten me? Shalu lowered his hands and stepped closer, fixating his gaze on Hyde. After scrutinizing him, he confirmed that this was indeed the infamous figure he recognized from the later arcs of Dragon Ball Super. With the ability to create 2 gamma androids of exceptional strength, their power could rival that of Super Saiyan Blue when their energy was fully unleashed, albeit at a considerable cost. What intrigued him more was the so-called Shalu Max, whose strength displayed remarkable prowess within the narrative. If Hyde could ultimately refine the aspect of mind control perfectly, one could only speculate how formidable it might become. A flicker of desire ignited in Shalu's eyes as he suddenly sensed something and turned towards the enormous container beside him. His pupils dilated as he focused intently on the small, retracting orb at its center. Do you not realize? Because you eliminated androids number 17 and 18. The world now refers to you as Hero Shalu. Hyde exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, his toes tapping nervously on the ground, fingers intertwined, seemingly oblivious to Shalu's shifting demeanor. Is that so? That sort of thing. Never mind. Tell me, what is this? What are you creating? Shalu inquired, his eyes fixed on the orb within the container, his voice tinged with eagerness. Hyde, momentarily taken aback, had intended to ask how Shalu knew his name. Ah, this. Hyde's expression shifted to one of hesitation, fearing that Hero Shalu might be angered by his intention to create another version of him. It's fine, just speak freely. I want to be upset. Shalu reassured, observing Hyde's mix of nervousness and embarrassment, their eyes briefly meeting as he attempted to temper his own excitement. This is the Shalu Pro version I have created, Hyde mumbled hesitantly, appearing somewhat awkward as he fidgeted with the headphones he had just discarded. Shalu Pro version? Not Max. Shalu was momentarily taken aback, noticing a slight discrepancy in the name from what he had anticipated. Huh, idle. How did you know I was going to create Shalu Max? However, you are slightly mistaken. My true objective is not Max, but rather the Pro Max Ultimate version of Shalu. He will be my magnum opus. Pro Max? That sounds promising. Shalu nodded eagerly, pressing for details. How long will it take to create this? Shalu clasped both hands upon Hyde's shoulders, their faces nearly touching. Ah, this is rather. Hyde's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as he stammered, seemingly in search of the right words, glancing intermittently at the ground to his left and then to his right. It appeared that Shalu had also sensed the awkwardness, as he distanced himself slightly from Hyde, clearing his throat before gently inquiring once more, pray tell, Dr. Hyde, how long do you anticipate it will take to successfully complete your work? Shalu's expression was one of solemnity. His bloodline and physique were invigorating his nerves, compelling him with an insatiable desire to consume the small sphere before him. It is noteworthy that he did not experience such an intense yearning for consumption upon encountering number 17 and number 18. Yet, upon first laying eyes on this Shalu embryo, his gaze seemed captivated, and his body felt ensnared. Abruptly, he recalled the draft left by Dr. Gero, which mentioned that the final evolution would merely leave behind the two characters for self. Could it truly refer to himself? Or was it indicative of another Shalu? Thus, did the final evolution entail the consumption of another version of oneself? As Sara grew increasingly contemplative, he began to entertain the notion that this might indeed explain the overwhelming sensation of insatiable hunger within him. Hyde gazed at the gentle demeanor of Sara before him, akin to savoring an exquisite, limited-edition chocolate cake, filling his heart with sweetness. Resolute, Hyde inhaled sharply and declared loudly, "If you have any requests, my idol, I can fulfill them 3 months in advance, but I will require just a drop of your blood." He illustrated this by placing his right thumb and forefinger together, leaving only a minuscule gap, as if to signify that it was merely a trifling amount. "Ah, oh, 3 months, just a drop of blood, is it?" Saru snapped back to reality, glancing around the lab before retrieving a massive container from beneath. With a swift motion, his right hand transformed into a pointed sword, and a small blade of energy manifested, creating an incision from which a copious flow of crimson began to surge forth. Observing this, Saru frowned slightly, sensing the flow was rather sluggish. Without hesitation, he severed his entire left hand, squeezing out every last drop of blood. He tightened the wound, and, in an instant, an even greater torrent of blood gushed forth until the container was brimming. Only then did he turn to Hyde and inquire, "How is that? Is it sufficient? If not, I can procure more, for I am well aware that you scientists often hesitate to articulate your material needs. Thus, I shall provide you with an abundance." Shara turned around, his face splattered with blood, and looked at Hyde with a gentle expression. "Ah, no, I truly only need a little." Hyde, noticing the blood behind him and realizing that his idol had sacrificed a hand for him, was overwhelmed with emotion. He quickly replied, "Sharu only requires a substantial amount of mixed cells at the beginning. The cultivation process is swift. Moreover, my research on Sharu's growth will accelerate even more. I only need a small amount of blood for the cells within. This excess is unnecessary." Hyde seemed to recall something, his voice diminishing. Thus, the once smiling Sharu now wore a frozen expression, and gradually his smile faded, replaced by a gaze towards Hyde filled with a different sentiment. "Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sharu once again displayed a kind demeanor, speaking slowly. "Ha ha ha, I misspoke earlier. This blood is indeed essential. Without it, Sharu Pro cannot possibly grow. Ha ha." Hyde forced a smile, hastily adding, "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I knew my efforts would bear fruit. It's up to you from here on." Sharu joyfully patted Hyde on the shoulder, his form vanishing in an instant, returning to his room. He had no desire to see Hyde again in the near future. He needed some solitude. Chapter 30, A Dull Day. Ha ha ha. I forgot to ask. How did my idol know my name? I was so thrilled that I forgot to take a picture. Hyde, feeling somewhat perplexed, scratched his head, pondering what he had just said. Why did it feel as though he had suddenly frozen up in front of his idol, unable to utter a complete sentence? And why was there such urgency for him to create the Sharu Pro version? Hyde furrowed his brow, striving to recall their conversation, hoping to uncover clues. While muttering to himself, he searched for relevant information about Sharu on his computer. After a thorough investigation, he finally discovered some insights within Dr. Gero's exposition and research reports on Sharu's evolution. Is it truly so? He mused, finding his assumptions confirmed. The Sharu created by Dr. Gero evolved through the consumption of other organisms. Could its ultimate evolutionary form entail consuming itself? Hyde's gaze deepened, as if he had glimpsed the very essence of Sharu. To devour another Sharu, merging the diverse and intricate bloodlines within, thereby forging a wholly unique lineage, thus birthing an entirely new race. Oh, in this process, I realize I could be of tremendous benefit to my idol. A flash of inspiration illuminated Hyde's mind, as if he suddenly comprehended something profound. If he truly succeeded in creating Sharu Pro, it would mean that Sharu would ultimately consume itself, achieving the pinnacle of evolution. In other words, he is the pivotal force behind this evolution. It is indeed a remarkable twist of fate. Given this, I, Hyde, shall exert my utmost efforts and deploy all optimal resources to further enhance this endeavor. Hyde revealed a sinister smile before activating a special device, unhesitatingly pouring the entire bowl of fresh blood into it. Subsequently, he injected this fluid into the nutrient chamber, precisely targeting the spherical embryo of Cell Jr. With a deep rumbling sound, the liquid within the nutrient chamber began to churn violently, countless bubbles emerging and bursting forth. The once tranquil spherical embryo suddenly started to contract sharply, as if being squeezed by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the powerful attraction generated by this contraction allowed the freshly ejected blood to be drawn effortlessly into the embryo's interior. Thud, thud, thud. Then, a resounding heartbeat echoed like thunder. The spherical embryo began to split open, and an oddly shaped figure, reminiscent of a human yet distinctly different, emerged from within. This figure expanded at an astonishing rate, reaching the size of the nutrient chamber in an instant. My goodness, could it be? What on earth does the idol's blood contain? How could my cell junior grow so rapidly? It appears that there exists a certain mutual attraction between these two cell JRS, with their mutual consumption leading to significant transformations. Hayde pressed closely against the petri dish, observing the changes in Cell Jr. with wide eyes. He gently brushed his short hair back and began to scan the data of Cell Jr., preparing to transfer it to his computer for further analysis. Click, click, click. With the sound of the keyboard, Hayde's fingers flew across the keys. Remarkable. The original blood harbored a vast reservoir of energy, not only replenishing the cells required by Cell Jr., but also providing all the energy necessary for its growth. Now, there is no need for me to supply energy. I merely await the development of its organs and tissues for Cell Jr. to be complete. Hayde's eyes gleamed brighter. He was tempted to slice Cell Jr. for research. As according to Dr. Jarrow's findings, Cell Jr. should not possess such formidable power and energy. The energy contained in this blood is indeed colossal, reaching an ineffable extent. It seems that within a week, it will be sufficient, with even time to spare. Shalu's room. Upon returning to his chamber, Cell first extended his arms, then reclined upon the expansive, plush bed. His expression was tinged with excitement, yet shadowed by a hint of melancholy. Was his next evolution to consume himself? Dr. Jarrow's intellect was indeed quite remarkable. A faint smile graced Cell's lips as he raised an eyebrow. Nevertheless, the sensation of emptiness within his body left him somewhat uneasy. Alas, it seemed he had received an excess of blood, for now, a slight dizziness enveloped him. Shalu propped himself up on the bed with both hands, one hand resting on his forehead, feeling a profound sense of malaise enveloping his entire being. Reluctantly, he shifted into a cross-legged position, delving into meditation to restore balance within himself, striving to attain a semblance of comfort. He pondered incessantly, if only he could endure for another 3 months. For in that time, he would achieve the ultimate evolution. After he consumed the entity known as Shalu Pro, he was left to wonder what transformations his body would undergo. It was unlikely that his strength and aura would significantly increase. He surmised it would merely elevate his physical capabilities to a state of true perfection. Before long, Shalu had harmonized the equilibrium between body and spirit, the debilitating weakness gradually dissipating, allowing him to regain his former vitality. The once dim purple hue of his eyes now shimmered with vibrant brilliance. Sighing, he wiped the perspiration from his face and rose to his feet, resolved to seek out Trunks. After all, idleness bore no fruit. It would be far more productive to accompany him to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, to fulfill a few cherished wishes, and to resurrect those who had departed. If only he had some sins of beans at his disposal. How convenient that would be. Alas, the deity Karen had vanished, leaving him in uncertainty about whether he had perished or simply gone astray, and not a single sins of bean could be found. A hint of regret flickered across Shalu's face as he rapped gently on Bulma's door. Knock, knock, knock. Mrs. Bulma, have you yet finished your haircut? I urgently need to speak with Trunks. Shalu's violet eyes shimmered with anticipation for the arrival of the future Z-fighters. He couldn't help but feel a sense of eagerness, especially since many of them were familiar faces from his past. Among them, he was most intrigued to witness how Krillin managed to breathe without a nose. Chuckling softly, Shalu shook his head, dismissing such trivial thoughts. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Trunks, sporting his iconic hairstyle. For a fleeting moment, Shalu was entranced. It was identical to the original, a perfect replica of the hairstyle and attire. The blue denim jacket, black cargo pants, and yellow combat boots evoked a flood of memories within Shalu. In a faint murmur, Shalu whispered softly. Chapter 31, The New Namek. What do you mean by like what? Trunks furrowed his brow. Although the words were barely audible, he could vaguely discern Shalu's muttering of those two characters. What do you mean like what? I could say you act like a fool, but why bother with such trivialities? Shalu curled his lips and approached, delivering a sharp slap directly to Trunks' forehead. So, are you still searching for the Dragon Balls? If you have nothing to do at the moment, why not accompany me to the new Namek? Sharu crossed his arms, adopting a slightly authoritative demeanor. Of course, I'm looking. I have some free time now. Shall we go, Uncle Sharu? Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his vision momentarily blurred before returning to normal. Then let us depart. Sharu waved his hand dismissively, glancing inside to see Bulma reclining in a chair, her eyes closed as if asleep. Tired? That makes sense. Sharu walked ahead, and as he casually looked upon the room where the time machine was stored, he pondered for a moment, concluding that it would be best to keep such an item close at hand. He strolled into the room, transformed the time machine back into a capsule, and handed it to Trunks. What's this? I've never seen this model before, Trunks remarked, taking it and examining it closely. However, he didn't dwell on it for long, placing it into the capsule storage box, as his priority remained the Dragon Balls, rendering everything else relatively insignificant. Let us head out first. I'll gather a few people, Sharu stated nonchalantly, placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. High above the Universal Capsule Corporation, Number One sensed something and turned to look behind him. In the next moment, Sharu and Trunks appeared before him. Father, did you summon me for something? Number One tilted his head, his large eyes filled with curiosity. Why is he here at this time? Ah, no. Wow, Uncle Sharu, you've had a child. Why didn't you tell me? So adorable, Trunks exclaimed, his pupils widening in surprise. Trunks was exceptionally thrilled, astonished that Uncle Sharu, an android, had fathered a child. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Uncle Sharu, you can have children? As a single individual? Trunks' mind was a bit bewildered. Can a male truly bear children? Smack. Smack. Sharu bestowed upon Trunks a couple of resounding slaps, the sound reverberating with remarkable intensity. Do not interject, nor inquire further. Sharu issued a stern warning with a mere glance. Oh dear. Trunks, clutching his swollen cheeks with both hands, nodded like a quail, displaying an unusual meekness, entirely devoid of his earlier curiosity. Witnessing this scene, Number One felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, reminiscing about his own experience of receiving a similar slap. Ouch, just the thought is painful. Now, let us proceed with the matter at hand. Summon your brethren, for we shall embark on a journey to the planet Namek, leaving this place unattended for the time being. Sharu cast a sidelong glance at the Capsule Corporation below and spoke slowly. Never mind, just you accompany me. It is best for the others to remain here. Suddenly, Sharu had an epiphany and spoke again. Trunks, come, let us embark. Sharu glanced at Trunks, who was still rubbing his cheek, and expressed his irritation. Oh, all right. Trunks, quick to respond out of fear of another reprimand, swiftly placed his arm around Sharu's shoulder, vanishing in an instant with Sharu's teleportation. He was already aware of the location of the new Namek, allowing him to travel there directly. As for Number One, he was equally adept at this technique and saw no need to accompany them. Upon arriving at the new Namek, the environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the now-destroyed original Namek. The sky shimmered in shades of green, the lakes glistened with the same hue, and the inhabitants themselves were green-skinned, making this planet a veritable paradise of verdant beauty. Today, it was set to welcome two individuals adorned in green. In the largest tribe of the Namekians, the Grand Elder Muley was joyfully playing with two children. Suddenly, three figures materialized behind him. Muley, holding the children, paused momentarily as if sensing something, and his previous smile blossomed into a radiant grin. He turned around abruptly, his tone gentle. Mr. Goku, you have come. Before he could finish, Muley's expression froze as he beheld the three unfamiliar figures before him, a flicker of confusion and wariness crossing his face. Who are you? How did you arrive on our planet? And why do you carry the aura of Mr. Goku? Muley's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he sternly questioned them, placing the two Namekian children behind him for protection. The nearby Namekians, busy with their tasks or within their homes, heard Muley's call and hurriedly emerged, surrounding the trio. The three individuals were, of course, Sharu, Number One, and Trunks. Number One showed little concern for Muley's loud outburst, but as he noticed the gathering crowd of Namekians, a hint of disdain and mockery flickered in his eyes. Trunks, however, appeared distressed, his cheeks sagging in evident frustration and helplessness. He gestured animatedly, attempting to explain to the surrounding Namekians. In stark contrast, Sharu remained remarkably composed, his expression nearly devoid of emotion. He gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, as Trunks, overwhelmed by confusion, began to ramble incoherently. Subsequently, Shalu turned to face Muley, his voice steady and reassuring. Please, do not misunderstand. Esteemed Grand Elder, we three hail from Earth. Shalu's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the venue, ensuring that every individual present could distinctly hear his words. Earth, he declared, elders, they hail from Earth. It was Earth that once saved us, the Namekians. A chorus of agreement arose from the crowd as many Namekians began to murmur among themselves, scrutinizing the trio of strangers while nodding in approval. Indeed, the trio bore striking appearances, hardly resembling villains. Earth, do you possess any evidence? And what of the aura that envelopes you? Queried Muley after a moment of contemplation. Unfazed by the inquiries, Shalu boldly asserted, I have come to resurrect Sun Wukong and the souls lost on Earth. Shall we disregard our savior? The moment those words were uttered, an immense wave of shock swept through the assembly. Mr. Sun Wukong has perished? Is that true? He was a formidable warrior, capable of defeating even the cosmic tyrant Frisia. How could he have fallen so easily? Chapter 32. Utilizing the Dragon Ball's nanny? You are saying Mr. Sun Wukong has passed away? How could this be? The Grand Elder Muley's eyes widened in disbelief, his arms trembling slightly with incredulity. To him, Sun Wukong was in the prime of his life, brimming with strength. How could he have departed so soon? The gathered crowd buzzed with speculation, yet a few youthful faces remained perplexed, their expressions filled with confusion as they glanced around. Mr. Sun Wukong has died. What of Son Gohan? Has he too met the same fate? A distinctly youthful voice interjected from the side, belonging to a moderately tall Namekian whose face was etched with concern, hands clasped together in anxiety, speaking softly yet clearly enough for Shalu to hear. Ahem. Shalu cleared his throat, spreading his hands downward to adapt to the crowd's jeers. Upon hearing the name Son Gohan, Trunks trembled violently, fixating his gaze on the young Namekian. Silence. The Grand Elder Muley's eyes betrayed a trace of sorrow, yet he stepped forward to maintain order. In an instant, the previously chattering tribe fell silent. Let this guest from Earth speak freely. Do not hold back, the Grand Elder Muley said, his expression grim and voice trembling. Shalu nodded and began to recount the events that transpired on Earth following the Frisia incident over the years. Initially, Frisia and his father, King Cold, were vanquished by the valiant Goku upon their arrival on Earth. Subsequently, Goku succumbed to a sudden and severe heart disease. This was soon followed by the emergence of the androids, number 17 and number 18, who wreaked havoc upon humanity and laid waste to cities. One by one, the warriors of Earth fell, including Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta. Ultimately, only the sons of Vegeta and Goku, Trunks and Gohan, stood together in battle. However, not long ago, Gohan too was slain by the androids, leaving Trunks as the sole survivor. In the end, Shalu, himself, took Trunks under his wing to train, guiding him to attain a transcendent state, ultimately triumphing over the androids, number 17 and number 18, and saving the world. Shalu slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, having recounted so many tales that his voice was nearly spent. How about that? Have I made myself sufficiently clear? Thus, may I request the use of your Dragon Balls? Shalu gently patted the emotionally turbulent Trunks and spoke in a soothing tone. Trunks paused for a moment, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and his expression returned to normal. Simultaneously, the young Namekian was also experiencing a significant emotional shift. Could it be true? He is dandy. Shalu cast a glance at the weeping Namekian, who appeared diminutive in his eyes, and mused to himself, Ah, indeed. The experiences of you Earthlings over the years have been quite tumultuous. Ahem. You may borrow the Dragon Balls, rest assured. We have learned from our past experiences and have upgraded the Dragon Balls several times. Porunga's current power is significantly greater than before. Even if Mr. Goku were to pass away naturally, he could still be resurrected, albeit at a considerable cost to Porunga's energy, which may necessitate a 2-year rest. Muley offered a wry smile and addressed the 3 individuals, stating that he is now capable of reviving multiple individuals at once. With that, Muley turned to the elders and beckoned them, who promptly signaled their return to their respective clans to retrieve the Dragon Balls. The Namekian tribes are situated in close proximity, allowing them to reach one another with just a few steps, thus making it quite convenient. Trunks, you must embody the spirit of a true man. Your brother Gohan will be returning soon. Why are you shedding tears? Shalu gazed down at Trunks, whose height barely reached his chest, and helplessly remarked, Oh dear, is this not excitement? Trunks wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, only to find that the more he wiped, the more they flowed, nearly soaking his collar. "Stop crying. If you continue, I shall give you a good thrashing." Number 1 fluttered up to perch atop Trunks' head, plopping down on his shoulder and tugging at his ears. "Behold my ear technique." "Huh. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ouch. You little rascal," Trunks exclaimed, just as he was about to reprimand Number 1, only to discover that the mischievous creature was hiding behind Uncle Sharu, making faces at him, leaving him at a loss for action. All right. You two are nothing but little rascals. Cease your noise, for look, that little imp has been frightened to tears by you both." Sharu furrowed his brow, gesturing toward Dandy while casually tossing the Number 1 from his shoulder, a hint of amusement in his voice. Is that not the Namekian from earlier?" Trunks pondered for a moment before approaching the figure. Number 1, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, glared at his father with wide eyes, sitting on the ground as if throwing a tantrum. It has been a while since I last struck you, hasn't it?" Sharu smacked his lips, his right hand poised to rise, only to see Number 1 spring up instantly, presenting himself in a compliant stance nearby. Sharu, feeling somewhat helpless, wrestled with the decision of whether to act or not. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, he delivered a slap to Number 1, imparting a piece of wisdom: to strike another's body is to wound my own heart. Meanwhile, Trunks approached Dandy at a leisurely pace, initiating conversation from a short distance. "Do you also know Gohan?" "What?" Tears glimmered in Dandy's eyes as he turned to Trunks. "Are you Trunks, Mr. Vegeta's son? You bear a striking resemblance to him." "I do know Gohan. He is, after all, my savior and childhood companion." "Is that so? Could you share the story of your bond?" Upon hearing that Dandy was a childhood friend of Gohan, Trunks' tone softened considerably. "Of course," Dandy replied, his face lighting up with joy as tears flowed from his eyes. "I am Dandy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Trunks." "Haha. I am Trunks. Greetings to you, Dandy." Soon, the two began exchanging tales of Gohan's adventures on Earth and Namek, sharing laughter, for the knowledge of Gohan's imminent revival lightened their hearts. Sharu, feeling somewhat bored, began to look around, observing the Namekian's unique artistic sensibilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he strode towards Trunks, seizing his collar and dragging him toward the Grand Elder Muley. "Wow, Uncle Sharu, what are you doing?" I can walk on my own." Trunks flailed his arms, being dragged across the ground by Sharu. "Grand Elder, I recall that your kind of Namekian is capable of helping others unlock their potential, correct?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Sharu. No, not me. It is this lad." Sharu waved his hands dismissively, pointing at Trunks, whom he had pulled along. "Me?" Trunks, equally astonished, pointed to himself. "What potential do I possess? Do I really have potential? This cannot be a jest." Trunks freed himself from Sharu's grasp, staggering to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. "Is my slow progress due to the lack of unlocked potential?" Trunks' gaze oscillated between Cell and Elder Guru Muley. "So, Mr. Cell, do you not require assistance?" Elder Guru Muley inquired, a hint of surprise evident as he instinctively clasped his hands behind his back. "I fear you currently lack the requisite ability. Thus, I only request that you enhance this young man, even if by the smallest margin." Cell furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "My combat prowess is nearly unparalleled, arguably the strongest in the universe. Hence I have no desire for you to assist me in unlocking my potential." Sharu's expression remained impassive, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Indeed, it was a fact. The greatest warrior in the universe? Very well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Muley's eyes, yet he refrained from saying much. Observing Trunks' somewhat naive demeanor, he resignedly placed his hand atop the boy's head. "Let me see, then, just how much potential this little fellow possesses." Muley's gaze sharpened, and a brilliant white light surged forth, instantly flooding into Trunks' being. What is happening?" Trunks stood straight, gazing at the elderly man before him, his expression one of strained effort, too apprehensive to move. "Oh, what remarkable potential this is. Scions are truly impressive." A glimmer of golden light sparkled in Muley's eyes, and his slightly hunched frame straightened, emanating an air of authority in an instant. Muley's lips parted slightly as his right arm swelled dramatically, a stream of golden energy penetrating Trunks' body. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Trunks, coursing through every part of his being. Muley was taken aback, his body being swept away by the overwhelming force, hurtling towards a towering mountain. Just then, under Sharu's command, Number 1 sprang into action, his footsteps light as he vanished and reappeared, deftly catching the startled Muley, before swiftly returning to Shalu's side, leaving Muley atop the mountain. Clap. With a subtle lift of his right hand, Cell snapped his fingers, conjuring a shimmering green energy barrier that rose to form a semicircular dome, expelling all extraneous individuals and leaving only the three of them. Bang! Bang! The atmosphere surged with an uncontrollable intensity as several powerful oars manifested like blades, striking against the walls of the energy barrier with a thunderous roar. What is this? The relentless surge of power within me is absolutely exhilarating. Trunks gazed at his hands with fervent excitement, spontaneously transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, the ground beneath him buckled, the grass vanishing under the pressure of an invisible energy. Golden flames rising from his feet, causing his hair to stand on end, each strand defying gravity, enveloping him in a radiant golden hue. His once purple hair and blue eyes transfigured into golden locks and cerulean irises. Wisps of golden arcs of electricity slowly ascended, swirling around Trunks, crackling with energy, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. As his potential was unleashed, waves of white energy continually spiraled around him, gradually morphing into his own unique power. With a deep breath, Trunks closed his eyes, exhaling a breath of tension, allowing his shoulders to relax, while arcs of electricity coursed into his being, causing the golden glow to dissipate momentarily. As he entered a transient state of equilibrium between mind and body. This form, imparted by Cell, was deemed most suitable for prolonged combat. Leveraging his formidable ability to control his ki, thereby minimizing energy expenditure and regulating his strength. Upon reaching this state, Trunks suddenly opened his eyes wide, clenched his fists tightly, and hurled a forceful strike towards Cell from a distance. Bang! An invisible fist of pressure, accompanied by a howling wind, surged forth. Crack! With a casual wave of his hand, Cell dispersed the force of Trunks' punch and chuckled. What's the matter, Trunks? The moment you feel your power surging, you think of taking me on. Just look around and see what you've done. Trunks swiftly turned his gaze to his surroundings, realizing the devastation he had wreaked upon the ground. The once chattering Namekians now stood outside the energy barrier, their faces etched with panic as they stared at him. Oh no! Trunks exclaimed, suddenly aware of how long he had been in the hyperbolic time chamber, growing accustomed to its confines. He immediately transformed back, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head, then lowered his gaze and approached Cell, his cheeks flushed with curiosity. Where's the elder? Why is he absent? Look up. Cell smirked, pointing towards the sky, seemingly amused by Trunks' dismay. Trunks quickly lifted his head, gazing skyward, where he spotted the elder, Muri, descending slowly with a distressed expression, muttering quietly to himself. I sincerely apologize, elder. Trunks' face grew increasingly crimson as he bowed deeply, offering a series of apologies. Cough, cough. It's fine. Your potential is truly remarkable. I merely unlocked about a third of it. The rest is beyond my capacity. Muri waved his hand dismissively, his mismatched eyes still wide with disbelief at the terrifying aura emanating from Trunks. He could barely hold himself upright. Otherwise, his legs would have given way. Haha. Muri forced a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow before continuing. Mr. Cell, Mr. Trunks, I must excuse myself for a moment. I'm feeling rather fatigued and need to rest. With that, he turned and walked towards the building behind him. Cell, ever cooperative, retracted the energy barrier. Fortunately, the structure had remained intact, which was a small blessing amidst the chaos. As the barrier fell, the Namekians, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, began to disperse. Some returning to their tasks while others headed home, leaving only a few behind. At that moment, the elders of the tribe hurried back, their faces reflecting terror. They quickly gathered the Dragon Balls in their hands and jogged into the elders' resting quarters. There's one more, Dandy exclaimed, carrying a Dragon Ball larger than his own head and placing it alongside the others. With that, the 7 Dragon Balls were finally assembled. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated, emanating a brilliant light. However, the radiance was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye, as if it had been nothing more than an illusion. Chapter 34, Arise, Dragon. Just now, did the Dragon Balls shimmer for a moment? Trunks stood to the side, feeling as though he had been pierced by a golden beam, seemingly emanating from the Dragon Balls below. He posed a question, but both Cell and Number 1, present at the scene, chose to disregard his childish inquiry. Only Dandy, with a calm smile, patiently responded, Trunks. That was merely a resonance created when the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Everyone saw it. So there is no need to articulate it. Is that so? Trunks chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he lowered his gaze, casting sidelong glances at Cell's reaction. Noticing Cell's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixated on the Dragon Balls, Trunks finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Dandy, summon Purunga now?" Cell commanded earnestly, uncrossing his arms and addressing Dandy. "Of course, Mr. Cell, I will do it right away." Dandy's smile gradually faded, his demeanor turning unusually serious. He lowered his hands, positioning them toward the 7 large, round Dragon Balls below, uttering an incomprehensible incantation. "Come forth, eternal dragon." As he pronounced the final syllable, his hands lifted skyward. Buzzing, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated an extraordinary golden light, accompanied by strange energy fluctuations that erupted instantly. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as a colossal beam of light shot into the heavens, transforming the once green sky into an inky blackness, illuminating the entire space with its brilliance. Golden arcs of electricity crackled around the 7 Dragon Balls, while the clouds above resonated, with golden thunder rolling and reverberating through the atmosphere. Zzz. The light beam gradually solidified, morphing into a tall, imposing, yet somewhat grotesque green lizard dragon. Purunga. Below, Cell's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stared in awe at the commanding and peculiar lizard dragon above. Was this truly the first dragon he had encountered in the world of Dragon Balls? Although its power far exceeded that of the Earth's dragon, was this its appearance? It seemed even more unsightly than depicted in the anime, with its oddly shaped scales, for antenna-like spikes on its head, and the fish-like fins on its back, alongside a round face, offering merely a visual shock without the expected sense of wonder. The only aspect that exuded a formidable presence was its robust, dragon-like musculature, which emanated a hint of the dragon's might. Buzz. As Purunga descended, its crimson eyes shimmered with a flickering light, and with a slight parting of its jaws. It spoke in the language of the Namekians. "Warrior who summoned me, state your wishes, and I shall grant you 3. Belangia gradually opened his mouth, his voice resonating like a rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. Beside him, Trunks stood in a daze, his expression one of astonishment. Mouth slightly agape and eyes wide with disbelief, his arms trembling slightly. How impressive! How striking! The brilliance in Trunks' eyes betrayed his excitement, emotions spilling forth. He had not anticipated the dragon's formidable appearance. It exuded an air of authority, with bulging biceps and triceps, majestic horns, and a colossal physique that was truly awe-inspiring. However, it seemed that communication was lacking. Dandy turned his head, gazing at Cell, and slowly inquired, "Mr. Cell, what is your first wish?" Clenching his fist slightly, beads of cold sweat trickled down his face as his gaze swept across Cell's countenance. He felt a mix of joy and anxiety, for once the wish was granted. Gohan would be revived, along with Mr. Goku and their companions. The desire to resurrect all those slain by the androids 17 and 18, along with Goku, was at hand. Shalu lowered his head, his lips slightly parted as he spoke. "All right, I understand." Dandy exhaled slowly, raising his gaze to the sky, where he reiterated the words to Purunga, albeit translated into the language of Namek. Once he had finished speaking, a moment passed, yet Purunga remained unresponsive. Shalu furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a hint of impatience as he turned to Dandy. "What is the matter? Is Purunga unable to fulfill this wish?" I am uncertain. I have never encountered such a situation before." "Let me inquire," Dandy replied, a trace of panic flickering across his face. Beads of cold sweat cascading down as he hurriedly asked, "Are you certain you wish to resurrect son Wukong, given that he passed away naturally?" This time, Purunga responded with a resonant voice that echoed throughout the space. Without waiting for Shalu's reply, Dandy continued, "Yes, Purunga, please resurrect Mr. Sun Wukong." His tone grew exceedingly earnest, his gaze unwavering. "Understood. I shall grant your wish." Purunga nodded, a crimson light surging in his eyes, as an extraordinary energy emanated from him, creating ripples in the void that surged into the distance. "All right, this wish has been fulfilled. What is your next desire?" Dandy turned, yet before he could speak, Shalu stepped forward, his expression revealing a glimmer of anticipation. "My second wish is to elevate the dragon bloodline within me to the utmost pinnacle. And my third wish is to possess the highest capability to create Dragon Balls." Two astonished voices rang out in unison, belonging to Trunks and Dandy. "Uncle Shalu, your wish is simply magnificent," Trunks exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air, his face alight with excitement. Dandy, however, wore a different expression, one of astonishment and disbelief. "Shalu, do you also possess a dragon bloodline?" he questioned, Incredulity etched on his face. How could Mr. Shalu possibly have a dragon bloodline? Such lineage was exceedingly rare. Even among the Namekian clans, how could an outsider possess it? Well, the situation is rather intricate. I shall explain it to you later. For now, please grant my wishes. Shalu glared at Dondi with a tone that was both assertive and tinged with an undercurrent of menace, nearly bringing Dondi to tears. Nevertheless, despite the intimidation from Shalu, Dondi resolutely conveyed Shalu's 2 wishes to Barunga. Instantly, Barunga's eyes blazed with a crimson light, and golden arcs of electricity erupted, swiftly penetrating Shalu's being. Until we meet again. Barunga nodded, and its form gradually became ethereal, the once massive figure transforming in an instant into a stream of golden light. Simultaneously, the 7 Dragon Balls began to rise slowly, ultimately morphing into 7 beams of light, each darting off in a distinct direction. Almost concurrently, number 1 sprang into action, rapidly transforming into a super android, radiating a brilliant golden luminescence that was dazzling. He then took a step forward, only to vanish without a trace in an instant. Trunks, standing nearby, observed this spectacle, momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that events had escalated to such an extent. What unfolded before him transcended his imagination and comprehension. He had never anticipated that the son of Shalu could possess such formidable power, moving with a speed so astonishing that not even a fleeting shadow could be captured. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, time slipped away quietly. A mere 7 seconds passed. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound, number 1 materialized in midair like a phantom. Behind him, 7 colossal stones emerged, encircling him in a peculiar manner before gently descending to the ground. Incredible! Even the dispersal of the Dragon Balls is effortlessly matched. Dandy's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face, mouth slightly agape, and tiny fists clenched tightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement and exhilaration. However, at that moment, no one noticed Shalu standing still. His form emanated a golden red glow, as if he was conjuring a formidable power. Chapter 35, Shalu after the wishes. Buzzing. Golden arcs of electricity continuously burrowed into Shalu's body, while a ring of crimson light suddenly erupted around him, emanating an aura that subtly leaked into the atmosphere. The sky trembled with thunder, as the previously dissipated dark clouds returned to shroud the land once more. A deafening roar resounded. The golden arcs of electricity twisted and coiled, releasing an astonishing surge of energy that struck the ground, creating enormous craters. What is happening? This is even more magnificent than the descent of the divine dragon. Shalu is incredibly impressive. Trunks redirected his gaze, pulling Dandy with him as they retreated several miles to watch from a distance. Meanwhile, number 1 stood protectively around Shalu, remaining steadfastly by his side, enveloped in a shield that encased both of them. With a thunderous crash, it seemed that the golden arcs had awakened Shalu's concealed power, as an overwhelming aura burst forth, causing the ground to sink gradually and obliterating the surrounding grass in an instant. Shalu's eyes gradually lost their pupils, as he felt a torrent of knowledge surging into his mind, overwhelming him. Is this the creation of the Dragon Balls? And these? Shalu gazed in astonishment at the surrounding golden light, which seemed to transform into scrolls unfurling in his mind. They contained an array of methods for creating Dragon Balls, as well as the extraordinary abilities possessed by individuals of dragon lineage. Shalu gazed upon the resplendent golden light, extending his right hand, his eyes brimming with avarice. As he made contact with a beam of golden radiance, a peculiar sound reverberated through the air. In an instant, the golden light dissipated, flowing into his body like a cascading stream, penetrating the 2 horn-like protrusions atop his head. What is this? A healing art? Shalu lightly tapped his head, and upon sensing the peculiarities of his body and mind, he gazed into the distant, boundless golden light, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Haha. In this case, aren't these all abilities belonging to the Namekian dragon clan? If one wishes for something, now all of this belongs to oneself. How splendid. I never anticipated that the method of creating Dragon Balls would grant me such an abundance of gifts. How delightful. Shalu blinked with a smile gracing his face, thoroughly pleased with the current arrangement. Now, the next step is to master all these abilities and manufacturing techniques. However, catching them one by one is far too slow. I want them all to come to me at once. With a thunderous roar, Shalu spread his arms and legs wide, his mouth slightly agape as he forcefully expelled the air. He then inhaled deeply, directing his breath towards the radiant golden light. Boom! The golden brilliance transformed into particles of light, entering Shalu's mouth and coalescing into a tempest of gold. Sharu's face was alight with astonishment. His mouth agape as he absorbed the radiant golden light into his being. With a series of explosive sounds, the golden glow flickered incessantly, bestowing upon Sharu a myriad of unfathomable abilities. The brilliance of the light intensified, enveloping him entirely and forming a colossal golden egg. In the skies above, golden thunder roared, crackling with ferocious energy and culminating in the emergence of a magnificent golden thunder dragon, fierce and imposing, its body shimmering with golden scales as it soared through the clouds. Isn't that breathtaking, Dondi? That dragon is utterly magnificent. It's even more resplendent than the divine dragon from earlier, Trunks exclaimed, nearly leaping from his feet, tugging at Dandy's collar in excitement. Could it truly possess the bloodline of the dragon race? Dondi, in a state of sheer disbelief, lost his balance and fell to the ground, still captivated by the sight of Sharu, who had transformed into a golden egg before them. Dondi? Trunks observed Dandy's entranced demeanor, his own exhilaration gradually waning as they both gazed at the central golden egg. Creak. The door to the elders' lounge swung open, revealing the 7 elders, including Muley, stepping out in unison to witness the extraordinary phenomenon of the thunder dragon overhead and the golden egg emanating a potent dragon bloodline. Their expressions were grave. Great Elder, this individual also possesses our dragon bloodline and has grown even more powerful after absorbing the divine energy of Palunga, the second elder remarked, leaning on his staff, his voice slightly hoarse. I understand. I have seen it as well. It seems that the bloodline within him originates from the earth, specifically from the Namekian known as Piccolo. The great elder replied, his countenance reflecting astonishment as he observed the spectacle. Let us remain silent and watch, he instructed the others, who complied and focused their attention on the unfolding events. What is my father up to now? Why does it feel as though the blood within me is boiling? Number 1 pondered, wide-eyed before the resplendent golden egg, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Thunderous roars erupted as the skybound thunder dragon seemed to have gathered all its might, unleashing a furious roar directed at the golden egg below. In an instant, it dove down with incredible speed, piercing through Number 1's gathered green barrier and striking the golden egg where Sharu resided. Boom. Number 1 gasped, leaping backward. Crack. Electric arcs surged from top to bottom, tearing open the golden egg. With a resounding shatter, a pristine white hand emerged, forcefully breaking through the shell, and soon after, a figure stepped out. My mind is now overwhelmed with revelations. Shalu exhaled a breath of murky air, his previously tightly shut eyes gradually opening. A golden, otherworldly glimmer ignited within. His once black pupils transformed into a resplendent gold, and upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the thunder dragon that had been spiraling through the sky, now etched within his golden gaze. It appeared as though a vibrant golden pupil was set against a purplish cornea, creating a most enchanting spectacle. Sharu lifted his gaze as if sensing something, his right hand gradually rising. Tendrils of golden electricity danced from his arm to his palm, and the brilliance in his eyes surged. In the elder's chamber, several shattered orange-yellow fragments seemed to respond, piercing through the wall and swiftly soaring toward Sharu. Was that the material for creating Dragon Balls? The elder, Muley, narrowed his eyes, observing the golden beams escaping from his room. It appeared to be the very substance used to forge the Dragon Balls. Whoosh! The fragments moved with astonishing speed, soon hovering in the palm of Sharu's right hand. With an unwavering expression, Sharu's golden arc of electricity suddenly swelled, drawing closer to the scattered fragments. A crisp sound echoed as the pieces in the palm of his hand gradually fractured into 7 evenly sized shards. Sharu's eyes flickered slightly as a distant mountain crumbled, sending boulders hurtling through the air amidst a swirling cloud of dust. A sharp crack resonated, reverberating through the space, creating ripples that spread outward. The entire mountain shimmered with golden light, instantly fracturing into 7 equally sized stones, each as large as a house. At that moment, Sharu gestured with his right hand, and the 7 fragments pierced directly into the stones, gradually merging with them. Chapter 36, Sharu's own Dragon Ball. Buzz. The fragments seemed to plunge into a torrent of flowing water, layers of ripples circulating around them. Within moments, the 7 pieces completely sank into the boulder that resembled a house in size. Sharu tread lightly, inhaling a deep breath of the cool air, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Imagine possessing a Dragon Ball that grants wishes. What wonders would that entail? Would one find themselves restless at night, tossing and turning in bed? Regardless, Sharu was utterly exhilarated at this moment. He slightly stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the 7 colossal stones. The fervor in his gaze intensified, and a radiant golden light enveloped him as he extended his hands and brought them together in a fervent gesture. With a resounding clap of palms, Shalu recited the incantation echoing in his mind, not in the language of the cosmos, nor in the tongue of Namek, but in the sacred dialect of the dragons. This was the language crafted by the dragon god Salama, specifically for the creation of Dragon Balls. It is said that anyone who utters these words would be observed by Salama himself from the void. Soon, Shalu completed the intricate, tongue-twisting chant, retreating to observe the 7 stones from a distance. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, akin to the mighty bellow of an imposing dragon, and simultaneously, a phantom emerged from the ether, a magnificent golden dragon with 5 claws. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head akin to a camel, its eyes like those of a rabbit, its neck reminiscent of a serpent, its belly similar to a clam, its scales like fish, its claws akin to an eagle's, its paws resembling those of a tiger, and its ears like those of an ox. This was the quintessential image of a Chinese dragon, bearing resemblance to the celestial dragons of Earth, yet differing in the number of claws, hue, whiskers, and stature. With a deafening roar, the dragon's voice resonated with formidable might. Dandy, along with the 7 elders of Namek, and all those with even a trace of dragon blood within them, beheld and heard the dragon's furious roar. Feeling their blood surge with fervor, their vision filled with the image of the golden dragon, their bodies weighted down, legs trembling. Thud, thud, the sound of kneeling echoed, including that of the elders of Namek, with only the eldest, Muley, struggling to maintain his stance, his face etched with difficulty as he clutched the protrusions of the dwelling, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Is this the pressure borne by a top-tier dragon bloodline? Truly formidable. After a few moments of exertion, Muley too succumbed to the ground. His eyes filled with reverence, his body aglow with golden light, resonating with the golden dragon's phantom before him. The entire Namekian tribe, comprising over 20 bearers of the dragon bloodline, knelt in unison, emanating a golden radiance. Dandy, what is this? Trunks glanced from Shalu in the sky to the elders of Namek, all of whom had fallen to their knees, astonished. Is this the essence of the dragon bloodline? Trunks murmured to himself. He had certainly overheard Dr. Gero's 2 wishes. It was evident that he was currently engaged in the creation of the Dragon Balls. The elders kneeling on the ground were undoubtedly doing so in reverence to the supreme bloodline of the dragon race. Trunks' eyes widened slightly, his cerulean gaze momentarily ceasing its motion, fixating intently on Cell, or perhaps on the colossal stone radiating a faint golden luminescence. Shalu gazed intently at the golden dragon, his eyes wandering until they settled upon its magnificent claws. To his astonishment, he discerned not 4, but 5 claws. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Could it be that I am destined to become an emperor? Shalu's body stiffened in shock. If his memory served him correctly, true dragon forms typically possessed 4 claws or fewer. He was likely the first divine dragon of his kind to have 5 claws. The size of his current Dragon Ball was only surpassed by that of the Super Dragon, was it not? As Shalu squinted his eyes, the shimmering golden dragon illusion abruptly vanished, transforming into particles of golden light that dispersed towards the 7 colossal stones. With a whoosh, the stones gradually emanated an orange-yellow hue, revealing a constellation of 7 stars at their center. The Dragon Ball, uniquely belonging to Shalu, was thus created. Ha! Ha ha ha! Splendid! Shalu laughed heartily, extending his arms as if to embrace something momentous. Above the earth, the vast expanse of the cosmic starry sky unfolded, with numerous stars twinkling luminously. The scorching sun of the solar system radiated intense light and heat, bestowing brightness upon the earth. In this celestial domain, an oddly shaped spaceship materialized above the planet, its surface seemingly adorned with an ink-drawn diagonal M. Inside the vessel, 2 figures strolled through the expansive corridor of the enormous ship. Depura, are you confident about this journey to Earth? Barfidi inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Many years prior, he had discovered that the fiend Majin Buu was concealed within this planet, yet various circumstances had delayed his endeavors. Recently, however, he detected 2 formidable energy signatures emanating from the Earth, their power so immense that it sparked unease within him. Would his warriors prove inadequate? Do not fret, Lord Barfidi. With me, the king of the demon realm, Depura, present, no adversary poses a threat. Depura replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Humph, you dismiss all foes so easily. Can you truly contend with Majin Buu? Barfidi, irritated by Depura's arrogant tone and demeanor, felt a surge of anger within him. Majin Buu? That creature may possess a reputation, But he is akin to the likes of Kaioshin, mere trash. What does conquering a planet even signify? Depura, prideful and competitive, retorted defiantly. Very well. I hope you can maintain such bravado in the presence of Majin Buu. Barfiti, increasingly vexed by Depura's disdain for the fiend, felt a sense of helplessness. After all, Depura was indeed his most powerful subordinate at present, and he could not demand too much of him. Humph. Let us proceed to Earth, Barfiti declared, striding towards the lounge where he plopped onto a plush sofa, issuing orders with a huff. Depura chuckled softly before exiting the room. With a click, the door closed. Depura straightened his posture, his expression becoming impassive as he made his way to the cockpit. Boom. As the spacecraft's engine roared to life, it hurtled swiftly towards the Earth's atmosphere, its fiery exterior resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, brilliant and resplendent. A diminutive blue figure from the Universal Capsule Company, perched upon a grand tree, opened its eyes. Everyone, except number 6, follow me, commanded number 2, revealing its striking violet eyes. Number 6, why should I? Just because you have an affinity for excrement, you are unworthy to proceed. Number 2 calmly analyzed the situation as the others gradually emerged, nodding in agreement. You can serve as the vanguard. Go forth. Number 2 regarded the defiant number 6, who approached, clutching a clump of yellow-brown substance, and suddenly trembled, quickly adding, is that so? Does that mean you consent? Number 6, eyeing the delectable morsel, took a hearty bite. Fine. I agree. You may go. P.S. Today's update is monumental. I humbly request complimentary gifts. Chapter 37. Dapula and Barfiti observing number 6 savoring the fragrant morsel, number 2's lips twitched slightly, and he swiftly gestured for him to depart. TCH. You have no understanding of true delicacy. This is the pinnacle of flavor, foul in scent yet exquisite in taste. Number 6 disdainfully cast a glance at the others. Upon witnessing this, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically, retreating a step, arms extended in a silent plea for number 6 to halt his advance. Do you truly despise me so? Number 6, sensing the disdainful gazes and retreating movements, felt a profound wound to his spirit. An inexplicable fury began to rise within him. Number 2 scratched his head, puzzled, glancing at number 3, who in turn looked at number 4, who then shifted his gaze to number 5, who finally met number 2's eyes. In a harmonious consensus, they nodded and declared in unison, indeed. We find you quite distasteful. Their voices resonated powerfully, exuding an undeniable presence. Very well. Once I achieve merit, I shall summon my father to seek justice on my behalf. Number 6 spat these words vehemently, eyes wide with indignation, as he devoured the remaining morsel, a white aura surging from him as he was propelled backwards. Number 2, do you think we might be a tad excessive? Number 5 chuckled sheepishly, plopping down on the ground and tracing small circles with his finger. Indeed. Number 2, could it be that we are not being particularly kind to number 6? Number 4 whispered, eyes darting about, lost in thought. Yes, that is certainly the case. Number 3 embraced himself with both hands, mimicking an unknown figure, his eyes slightly squinted, and his head swaying gently as he spoke. Number 2 stood still, taken aback by the complaints of the once harmonious brothers, his body momentarily stiffening, pupils widening slightly, and his right foot retreating slowly. As if struck by an epiphany, number 2 suddenly sneered, the corners of his mouth curling up in a mocking expression. So, do you indulge in excrement, number 5? Who would consume such a thing? Number 5 staggered to his feet, his corpulent form and slightly protruding belly marking him as the stoutest among the brothers. No, number 2. What do you mean by that? Such filth is not even to be touched. Number 5, flustered, gazed at the retreating figures of number 4 and number 3, waving his hands repeatedly. You merely fear that number 6 will inform our father. Rest assured, I guarantee our father will not hold us accountable. With confidence, number 2 approached, patting number 5 on the shoulder. Is that truly the case? Number 4 appeared skeptical, his large eyes wide with disbelief. Of course. You must understand that the boss is also quite vexed with number 6, so what is there for you to fear? Number 2 turned to meet number 4's gaze. Indeed. So, does number 3 have any further concerns? Observing number 3's crossed arms and swaying head, number 2 felt a lingering unease. I heed the boss's words. All right. Let us then set forth. Number 2 nodded in satisfaction, signaling for the others to grasp his shoulders. After all, within the entire Shalu team, only he and number 1 had mastered the splendid skill of instantaneous movement, essential for both escape and pursuit. With a flicker, the figures of the group vanished from sight. A gentle breeze rustled through, scattering a few green leaves from the trees, floating down to the ground in a sparse and swaying manner. Not far from the city of West, a spaceship descended slowly, landing amidst the ruins. With a soft hiss, the cabin door opened, and a horde of foot soldiers swiftly emerged, followed closely by Dapula. Clad in a blue battle robe, with a white cape billowing behind him in the wind, his skin glimmered a reddish hue. His face appeared elongated, adorned with a rather ridiculous beard at his chin, and two short horns protruded from his forehead. His yellow-brown eyes revealed a cold-blooded indifference. Viewed from the front, his black hair, thinly layered like an inverted triangle, clung to his scalp, resembling a capital M that added an air of malevolence. He was none other than Dapula, the king of the demon realm. With a series of footsteps, Pwai stood respectfully beside Dapula and spoke slowly. "My lord, is this Earth? Not only is the gravity so light, but the cities are in such disrepair?" Pwai gazed at the desolate ruins before him, his yellow eyes wide with bewilderment. "It is indeed quite an eyesore." Dapura nodded, his body gradually ascending, a crimson glow intensifying in his eyes. Then let it vanish. With a swift motion, two beams of red light shot from Dapura's eyes, hurtling towards the ruins ahead. A thunderous explosion resonated as the entire city of ruins erupted instantaneously, disintegrating into debris. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, dispersing into the heavens. A wave of invisible energy surged forth, stirring layers of dust and penetrating the smoke. Observing his handiwork, a smirk crept across Dapura's lips. The city lay in utter desolation, replaced by a barren expanse of yellow earth and charred remnants. "Consider this my first greeting to the Earthlings." Dapura chuckled lightly as he returned to the deck of his ship. "Pwai, you may commence the invasion of Earth with these soldiers." "Yes." Pwai's face twisted into an evil grin as he beckoned with his right hand, preparing to embark. Just then, a glob of viscous brown matter inexplicably soared through the air and landed squarely in Pwai's gaping mouth. Initially taken aback, Pwai soon found his tongue in intimate contact with the foul substance, a wave of putrid odor surging into his mouth, overwhelming his senses. "Ah, what is this? It reeks." Pwai's expression contorted in pain as the stench assaulted his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea that caused him to collapse to the ground, desperately trying to expel it. Dapura, witnessing this scene, felt his muscles tense, his gaze darting around cautiously. Where had this substance come from? He had barely caught a glimpse. On high alert, Dapura began to levitate, scanning his surroundings. "Who dares to challenge me? Come forth and face me." Suddenly, a dark, rod-like object hurtled towards him. Dapura, glancing sideways, swiftly extended his left hand, catching the dark projectile. Just as he was about to mock its audacity, the object detonated upon contact with his palm, showering him with filth. "What is this?" Dapura recoiled as an overwhelming stench engulfed him, soiling his once pristine white cloak. Gritting his teeth against the foul odor, he leaned in closer. "Good heavens, is this excrement? Who on earth would wield such a weapon?" His fury reached a fever pitch as he surveyed his soiled attire. With a flash, crimson light erupted from him, instantly erasing the filth and transforming his garments anew. "Who dares? Step forward." Dapura's eyes blazed with a fierce red light, his violet aura flickering ominously. "It is none other than I." A youthful voice emerged from behind Dapula, prompting him to turn and see the sixth figure, still indulging in his meal. "What? I offer you a taste of something warm, and you would rather squander food. Is that it?" The sixth figure cast a disdainful gaze upon Dapula, his eyes ablaze with a crimson intent to kill. Chapter 38. I shall end you. The two stood in stark opposition. After finishing the viscous substance in his hand, the sixth figure wiped his mouth and remarked, "What? Has my grace inspired any unpleasant thoughts within you?" With a vacant stare, his eyes glimmered with a violet light, exuding arrogance as he regarded Dapula, completely dismissing him. "Grace? Are you referring to that excrement as a blessing?" Dapula's anger swelled with each word. "You relish in filth, thus you deem it a treasure, do you? What absurd reasoning." With a subtle twist of his wrist, a long blade materialized, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him as he spoke with a grave expression. "You should descend into hell." With that, he swung his right arm fiercely, the air seeming to tear apart with a howling rush aimed directly at the sixth figure's neck. Clang! Two pristine white fingers firmly gripped the blade, and in Dapula's startled gaze, the sixth figure effortlessly extracted the weapon from his grasp, crumpling it with ease. "You should perish," the sixth figure coldly declared, losing all traces of his previous playful demeanor. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a powerful pressure descended, striking Dapula with ferocity. Thud. Dapula's expression turned to one of horror as he felt an unusual energy constricting around him, his body beginning to contort under the immense strain. How can this be? I possess no strength to resist. Regret washed over Dapula for having come to Earth, as he sensed he might be crushed to death under this overwhelming pressure, leaving no trace of his existence. The force felt akin to a colossal hand squeezing him, rendering him breathless. Master, I realize my errors, spare my life. Dapula's eyes widened in terror as his arms and legs morphed into a pulpy mass, leaving only his torso and head intact. Oh, spare you? The sixth figure conjured another warm mass from seemingly nowhere, placing it silently near Dapula's lips, whispering, "If you consume this delectable morsel, I shall grant you your freedom." A playful smile graced his lips as he held his hand near Dapula's mouth, eager to witness the reaction of a king of the demon realm. Would he choose dignity or survival? Though, in truth, he had no intention of truly allowing him to live. Suddenly, a red energy orb erupted from the ground, catching the sixth figure's attention as he glanced over, leading to an explosion. Boom. Smoke billowed forth, revealing the figures of Buffidi, the filthy Pwai, and Yego. As the smoke dissipated, the sixth figure did not acknowledge them, but rather coldly lifted his head to gaze at the sky. There, four figures resembling him appeared above, arms crossed, as if spectating a theatrical performance. Oh, so I have been discovered. Your ability to conceal your presence is rather lacking. Number 5. Number 4.5 jested, playfully pinching number 5's chubby belly. What's this? Observing is fine, but don't steal my glory. Of course. We are merely here to spectate. Indeed. What else could it be? I feel the same way. Number 6, witnessing his companion's verbal affirmations, nodded in agreement. He turned to gaze at Dapper beside him, whose eyes were wide with disbelief, fixated on the four figures soaring above. There are 4 such formidable beings? Number 6 shook his head, the viscous substance in his hand suddenly vanishing. Seeing Dapper's despair, his own mood soured, rendering him disinterested in the game. There are many stronger than us. This is inconsequential. By the way, you shall serve as my nourishment. Before Dapper could react, number 6 fingers curled menacingly, thrusting towards Dapper's skull. A sharp protrusion emerged from his palm, piercing through Dapper's cranium. In mere moments, Dapper was absorbed, leaving only his blue battle robe and fluttering cloak behind. Ah, this sensation is rather delightful, and I have acquired additional abilities. Let me see. Whoosh. Armor materialized around number 6, enveloping him completely, as he grasped a long spear in his right hand. This seems quite splendid. Hee hee. Number 6 fiddled with his armor, grinning like a mischievous child. On the ship's deck, Baffity trembled, his legs quaking incessantly, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Gripping Edge tightly, he hoarsely commanded, "Everyone, attack with all your might now." Breathing heavily, Baffity chanted a series of incantations, his form vanishing from sight. Upon hearing Baffity's orders, the others' eyes blazed crimson, rushing towards number 6 in a frenzy. Kill. The synchronized battle cry elicited an eerie grin from number 6, reminiscent of a child at play. Look, number 6 is about to have some fun. Are we just going to stand here? Number 4 yawned, leaning against number 5's round belly. No, we must seize the initiative. Haven't you seen the enemy leader fleeing? Let us capture him. Number 2, observing number 6's antics without interruption, sensed Baffity's energy and promptly led the group in an instantaneous retreat. On a desolate island, Baffity suddenly materialized, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to Earth. It's utterly terrifying. I suspect Earth has been overrun by another faction, all monsters. The demon realm king Dapper couldn't withstand even a single blow. I must flee to a safer distance. Baffity braced himself, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, preparing to flee further afield. Whoosh. High above, the silhouettes of 4 figures appeared in an instant. After a brief appraisal, they spotted Baffity. Hey, are you all right? Number 4 greeted politely. Oh no, they've already caught up. Baffity, in a state of panic, recited another incantation and vanished once more. Oh, is this a game now? Number 2 remarked, somewhat surprised, not rushing to pursue, but instead communicating something to number 1 telepathically. Yet, it seemed the signal was poor, as he received no response. Well, I suppose I am the boss now. I can play as I wish. Number 2 laughed heartily, leading the trio in a sudden teleportation to catch up with Baffity. As Baffity ran, they pursued. This chase continued until they reached Antarctica, where Baffity, utterly exhausted, could scarcely catch his breath and waved his hands in surrender. I give up. I can't run anymore. He lay sprawled on the icy surface, gasping for air. Is that it? How dull. Number 4 exclaimed, clicking his tongue. 3. It's your turn. Finish him. Why? Didn't Teehee surrender? Number 3 squinted, speaking slowly with arms crossed, his expression a mix of joy and sorrow. Indeed, Brother 4. He has surrendered. Shouldn't we treat prisoners humanely? Number 5 murmured, rubbing his ample belly. Huh. Humane treatment? What do you say, Number 2? Number 4 scoffed, turning to Number 2, eager for his opinion. Well, let us be humane first, then kill. A minute of mercy is still mercy. Number 2 pondered for a moment before providing his answer. Haha, you're quite clever. Number 4 patted Number 2 on the shoulder, satisfied with his response. Chapter 39. Humane treatment of prisoners? Number 2. No, Brother 2. Haha, our personalities are quite compatible. In the future, I assure you, I will handle matters splendidly. Unlike Brother 3, who acts like a saint, always pretending. Number 4 shot a fierce glare at Number 3, then contentedly pinched Number 5's belly, flying towards the exhausted Baffity below, entirely oblivious to his peculiar demeanor. Meanwhile, as they bickered, Baffity caught sight of something through the ice that filled him with joy. Could it be? I'm not mistaken. Haha, fortune has not abandoned me. Baffity's heart soared with delight, though a shadow crossed his face as he glanced at the 4 figures above, his murderous intent reaching a fever pitch. Number 3 furrowed his brow, his half-closed eyes gleaming with a violet light. Why does his aura of malice intensify even as he is in such a state? Could there be a hidden card up his sleeve? But what more could he possibly do in this condition? Number 3 was perplexed, lowering his encircling arms, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Number 4, you little. Just as Number 3 was about to speak, a sudden crack echoed through the ice beneath Baffity's feet, fissures spreading like a spider's web. What? A fleeting glimmer of uncertainty flickered in Number 4's defiant gaze as he turned to Number 3, dismissing Baffity entirely, attributing the spectacle to mere pre-death struggles. I have an unsettling feeling that something is about to emerge, perhaps Majin Buu. Number 3's expression darkened. While their combined strength was substantial, it was but a fraction of their father's power from long ago. Back then, their father had only just grazed the level of Super Saiyan 3. And facing an opponent like Majin Buu with only half of that strength would yield little success. Majin Buu? Are you afraid, Number 3? He's merely a diminutive puppet. We have our trump cards. Number 2 interjected, bewildered. What trump cards do we possess? Shall we eliminate Baffity now or release Majin Buu? Let us deliberate. Number 2's eyes glimmered with a violet hue, his tone becoming grave. Let's vote. I shall be the first to choose. Majin Buu. Haha, as expected from you, Brother 2. I shall follow suit. What say you, Number 5? Number 4 patted Number 5's belly with a hint of significance. I too align with Brother 4, Number 5 stammered, his complexion shifting slightly. Excellent. See, Number 3? That's 3 votes. Your opinion is no longer relevant. Let us wait for a while. Number 4 proclaimed, hands on hips, laughing triumphantly. By the way, does Majin Buu hold any value against our father? Number 2 mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Just then, the ice shattered completely as Baffity, brimming with confidence, raised a pink, eggshell-like object in his hand. Haha, you little brats are finished. Though not in his full power, Majin Buu is still beyond your reckoning. Baffity levitated the sealed egg of Majin Buu, biting his right finger to draw blood, which he smeared on the shell while chanting incomprehensible incantations. Boom. The sky darkened ominously, clouds swirling, flashes of lightning dancing, and thunder roaring. The electric currents crackling excitedly thrilled the 4 young ones, igniting the scion blood within them. Haha, Brother 2 truly called it. Majin Buu, we're in for a treat. Let us not fear. If we cannot win, we can always flee. Number 4 laughed heartily, observing the surrounding transformations with exhilaration, utterly devoid of fear. For even if they could not triumph, they must not appear weak. Why be afraid? Did you not hear? Not in its prime, merely a plump creature. It is but a trifling matter. The corners of Number 2's mouth ascended, and its aura surged, golden flames enveloping it, eyes brimming with fervor. There was no choice but to proceed. Number 3 narrowed its eyes, now wide open, its golden aura rising to match that of Number 2. So, shall I observe? Number 5 chuckled, retreating slightly. It matters not. Do as you please. Certainly. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 aligned themselves, their auras intensifying, golden flames soaring. Their eyes filled with unbridled combat spirit. Huh, do you think this will intimidate me? Baffity quickened his incantation. Buzz. A flash of golden light erupted, the eggshell splitting apart. releasing a swirl of pink mist. Majin Buu? Where is my Majin Buu? Baphody's eyes widened in disbelief, his body weakening, legs trembling uncontrollably. Surely, it cannot be that the seal's duration led to its demise. What, then, was the purpose of my arduous journey to Earth? Baphody's face paled, his body unable to endure any longer, collapsing downward, his will to live extinguished. Oh, here they come. The three little ones sprang into action, 6 hands extending simultaneously. 3 beams of golden energy gathering from their hands. Arc after arc of golden electricity danced, the air resonating with a mournful hum. Buzz. The 3 energy spheres violently fused, forming an enormous energy orb, a sight unimaginable for such small beings. The trio propelled it with all their might, hurtling it toward the ever-expanding pink mist above. Wave. The pink mist rapidly coalesced, transforming into a stout, pink figure, indeed, the plump Majin Buu. In that moment, Majin Buu's eyes widened, sensing a hint of threat from the colossal energy orb. Majin Buu thrust out its arms, descending, wrist raised, exerting force to hurl it into the sky. Bang! The mighty energy orb shattered the dark clouds, soaring into the cosmos. The doll, Baphody, pale as death, witnessed the scene as if revived, his eyes round with joy. The 3 little ones gasped for breath, their excitement palpable. It seems this Majin Buu, even not at its peak, possesses formidable strength beyond our capabilities. Number 2 blinked, glancing at number 4 to the left, saying, "Hey, old 4, it seems it's time to unleash your trump card. That rotund fellow seems rather incensed." Shifting focus, Majin Buu strained to widen its eyes, steam billowing from the pores above, its face contorting in agitation. "Oh, it appears to be angry, but dear brother too. I implore you, do not strike me. The trump card I speak of is our fusion, employing the metamor technique. It is quite simple, merely a few actions." Number 4 discreetly cast a glance at number 2, observing his reaction. "Fusion, huh?" Number 4, witnessing number 2's unflinching demeanor, proceeded to demonstrate the actions before him once more. 4. I shall seek out number 5 now. Farewell. Number 3, blushing at the embarrassing display, hurriedly ran away, hiding behind number 5. "Is this the trump card you speak of?" Number 2 arched an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Chapter 40. Is this the trump card you speak of? The thought of despair crossed number 2's mind. This humiliating action awakened memories left by his father. Indeed, this action seems somewhat acceptable to me. Number 4 scratched his head and chuckled, continuing, "What does brother 2 fear? It is but this once, and surely after we transform, we will become immensely powerful, effortlessly defeating that rotund adversary. Just this once?" Number 2 pondered for a moment, uncertain. "Indeed, just this once. At that time, we shall emulate our father and enhance our combat prowess." Number 4 replied with a sheepish smile. Suddenly, a hissing sound of steam interrupted their conversation. From a distance, the jovial Majin Buu appeared, increasingly irate. He had been confined in that wretched shell for an extended period. Upon his emergence, he was immediately attacked, and the force of that energy blast was formidable, leaving his yellow gloves charred. Whoosh! A purple energy sphere hurtled towards them, accompanied by a thunderous sound, catching both number 4 and number 2 off guard. Boom! As the energy sphere drew near, it detonated violently. A deafening roar echoed, and the vivid purple arcs of electricity shimmered through the dissipating smoke, evoking startled cries from number 3 and number 5, who felt compelled to rush to their aid. "Well done, Majin Buu. Splendid. Far superior to that useless Deborah." Babidi jubilantly danced in place, his excitement evident in his raised eyebrows. Suddenly, from a distance, number 3 seemed to discern something, stepping forward from behind number 5, arms crossed over his chest, eyes narrowed, glancing askance at Babidi, who resembled a buffoon. Just kidding." "Just kidding," Babidi, sensing the murderous intent in number 3's gaze, slightly recoiled and murmured. Huff, huff. As the smoke began to disperse, 2 green-tinted energy shields came into view, followed by the youthful voice of a boy laced with indignation emerging from within. "Majin Buu, I curse your mother." "No, wait, you have no mother. Is this ambush you're doing?" "Ambushing is the domain of the great. Have you paid your due?" The harsh exclamations from number 4 reverberated through the air, prompting Majin Buu to tilt his head slightly, displaying an expression of utter confusion, his small eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. I knew it," number 3 remarked, observing number 4, who was shielded by 2 layers of protection, before turning to number 5. "Number 5, go and eliminate that bothersome Baphody. This task is entrusted to you," number 3 asserted with an air of authority. Why must I do it? I refuse. Number 5 pouted, turning his face away in defiance. Heh, if you hesitate, I shall summon number 6 and tell him that you, number 5, have a penchant for his culinary delights, number 3 said slowly, exuding an aura of control. Ah, how can you do this? I thought you were my brother, yet you treat me this way? Number 5 clutched his chest in disbelief. Hurry up. Number 3 frowned. A flicker of violet light shimmering around him. All right. Number 5, appearing conflicted, took a light step forward and in an instant, materialized beside Buffety. Under Buffety's incredulous gaze, number 5 effortlessly severed his head. You sneak attacked me. Buffety's severed head exclaimed in terror. You still live despite losing your head. Truly, you are fortunate. Allow me to kindly send you to your demise. Number 5's eyes glimmered as he conjured a transparent energy sphere, within which numerous small golden energy blades spun. With a slight thrust, he enveloped Buffety's entire head within it. Boom! The sphere rapidly expanded, completely engulfing Buffety's head and body. In an instant, Buffety was reduced to a pulpy mass, exploding violently and staining the icy surface with crimson. As the scene shifted, Majin Buu ceased pondering the meanings of maternal absence. He merely wore a cruel smile as his form vanished in an instant. Boom! Majin Buu's right arm swelled dramatically, delivering a swift punch that shattered the air with an explosive sound, hurtling towards the previously melodious number 4. Good heavens! Both numbers 4 and 2 reacted simultaneously, conjuring a multitude of energy shields before them. Puff! One after another, they were obliterated by Majin Buu, disintegrating into a cascade of green light. Meanwhile, number 5, still on the icy surface, contemplated for a moment before charging forward, unleashing a torrent of energy blades that tore through the air at an astonishing speed, reducing Majin Buu to a pink mass. Numbers 2 and 4 quickly responded, joining their hands to coalesce a powerful energy cannon that incinerated the mass into ashes that scattered away. Swoosh! Number 5's imposing figure shielded them, declaring, You both must merge quickly. I can hold him off for a while. But remember, when number 6 returns, inform him that brother 3 enjoys sharing culinary delights with him. Zerla harbored a grudge. When the third party threatened him, he should have anticipated the repercussions. No problem. Old 5, given your recent assistance, both fourth brother and second brother will surely attest to your character. Won't you agree? Second brother? Fourth brother, eager for escalation, remarked to second brother. Of course. Let us not digress. Old 4, let us merge our strengths. The third, do you think I am oblivious to your chatter? With a whoosh, the remaining ashes coalesced in the sky, and soon the figure of Majin Buu emerged, his gaze imbued with a glint of menace, enveloped in a swirling purple aura. His formidable presence surged, causing the very earth to tremble. You've ignited my wrath. Steam billowed from Buu's head as he vanished from sight. Old 5, watching Buu's disappearance, felt an increasing sense of urgency. With a sweeping gesture, numerous small energy blades rapidly encircled him, forming a seemingly perfect protective barrier that harmonized offense and defense. Swish! Majin Buu reappeared behind Old 5, delivering a vicious kick aimed directly at his groin. Buzz! The energy blades surrounding Old 5 swiftly severed Buu's right leg. Yet more blades struck, reducing it to a pulp. However, Buu emitted a peculiar smile. His severed leg instantly regenerated, delivering a powerful blow to Old 5's groin, sending him hurtling backward. Bang! 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 Old 5 was propelled into the icy depths, while Majin Buu erupted with laughter. At that moment, a brilliant white light illuminated the scene, and a statuesque figure emerged from within. With azure skin and a tall physique, he bore a chiseled visage, exuding an aura of both charm and menace, his once violet eyes now ablaze with crimson. The fusion of second and fourth brothers had birthed a new entity, henceforth known as Eighth. P.S. To all the handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, feel free to share your thoughts on the plot's direction. A 5-star review and a complimentary gift would be greatly appreciated before you depart. If Cell wishes to make a request, let us brainstorm together. Chapter 41, Fusion. The Eighth appears. What do you think? Isn't he striking? Eighth struck a pose he deemed impressive, glancing at third brother behind him. Can I say otherwise? Apart from the color, you resemble father in every aspect. To claim you are not handsome would betray my conscience. Huh. Third brother hesitated, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn, to say he is not handsome implies a slight against father. How could I dare? I dare not speak of it. The words originally intended for mockery by number 3 swiftly transformed upon gazing into the so-called eyes of number 8. Ha ha ha. I knew it. It seems my appearance is indeed remarkable. Even number 3, who seldom articulates, could utter such praise. Number 8, seemingly producing a mirror from thin air, was admiring his own countenance. He appeared thoroughly satisfied, yet Majin Buu was far from pleased. The fury within Majin Buu reached a boiling point. Steam intermittently billowing from the hole atop his head. I want you all dead. Majin Buu struggled to open his eyelids, the murderous intent swelling within him. His visage radiating malice. His aura surged, a violet flame swirling upward, entwining with white steam, enveloping his form. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, purple lightning crackling. Hey, it's quite noisy, don't you think? A little decorum wouldn't hurt. Didn't your mother teach you any manners? Number 8, displeased, tucked away the mirror and glared at the mass of white steam. With a swift motion of his right arm, a golden beam shot into the sky, and in an instant, the dark clouds accompanied by the thunderous roar vanished completely. Clap, clap. Oh, I forgot, you have no mother. Number 8 gazed at the cerulean sky. His spirits lifted, inhaling deeply. With a subtle curl of his fingers, an unusual force enveloped the steam, binding Majin Buu and drawing him closer. Buzz. The white steam dissipated entirely, leaving only the grotesque visage of Majin Buu, who writhed in futile struggle. I will kill you. Majin Buu glared with his small eyes, reminiscent of green peas, fixating intensely on number 8. If a gaze could kill, number 8 would have perished 1,000 times over. Boom. The icy ground shattered. A hefty figure laboriously emerging, his eyes ablaze with fury. Though his eyes were half closed, the rage and malice erupted, golden light flickering within him, as if to gild his entire being. Number 3's half-closed eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that number 5 is on the verge of becoming a super android? Number 3 murmured, a hint of daze in his expression as he slowly lowered his arms. No, perhaps not entirely. It might be considered half. Number 3 shook his head, observing the half-formed golden glow emanating from number 5. After all, they had yet to undergo training and refinement, making complete mastery a challenge. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that the least conspicuous number 5 had achieved this milestone. Is it anger? Number 3 gradually regained focus, returning to his previous demeanor, half closing his eyes and stroking his chin, lost in thought. Oh, on the 5th you. The 8th, displaying a hint of joy, had yet to finish speaking when the 5th swiftly appeared by his side, his voice considerably more assertive than usual. Is it you, number 8? I just heard that. But can this person relieve my frustrations? The 5th lifted his small head, his eyes narrowing slightly, a thin line of a smile gracing his lips, which, combined with his tone and demeanor, rendered him rather menacing. Oh, that is permissible. Number 8 nodded, not contemplating whether the 5th could handle it, and directly released the constraints on the demon Majin Buu, retreating in an instant. While uncertain of the 5th's intentions, he believed that as brothers, mutual understanding was essential. At worst, they would perish together. They could always count on their father to resurrect them afterward. Number 8 gazed expectantly at the two. It seemed indeed. Both were portly figures, a battle of the hefty, which he found quite amusing. With a shift of scene, the 5th stood opposed to Majin Buu, both exuding formidable energy. Die. Majin Buu, nearly driven to madness, unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which reverberated through the air. The speed was astonishing, and before the 5th could react, he was sent flying, crashing into the pit he had emerged from earlier. Bam! Majin Buu, now serious, waved his hands repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of purple energy spheres that cascaded like meteors, plummeting into the pit. The explosions echoed relentlessly, the ground quaked, and the ice fractured until it ultimately shattered, unleashing a torrent of water. Huffing with satisfaction, Majin Buu surveyed his handiwork, hands on hips, and made a face at number 8. Hee. Majin Buu shook his head, stretching his mouth wide to stick out his tongue. Number 8 and number 3 exchanged glances. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? You can't pretend to be formidable if you lack the capability. I thought you were going to unleash a grand move, but this is all you have? Number 8 scratched his head awkwardly, sensing the faint energy of the 5th, preparing to exact vengeance. With resolve, number 8 focused, his hands sweeping through the air. A hum resonated as golden energy orbs gradually coalesced into protruding bullets. Go. With a gentle flick of his hand, all the bullets surged forth, hurtling towards Majin Buu. The sound of slicing air echoed as the bullets sped through the atmosphere. In an instant, Majin Buu, still making faces, found himself riddled with bullet holes. Ugh, what a nuisance. Number 8 waved his hand dismissively, lowering his body slightly, his form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear fiercely before Majin Buu. With his left hand, he grasped a tuft of hair atop Majin Buu's head, and with his right fist, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of air being sliced through echoed continuously, waves of white energy surging forth, accompanied by the rhythmic thuds of flesh colliding. The cycle of striking and rebounding persisted, resembling an endless reincarnation. 20 minutes elapsed. Growing somewhat weary of the sun high above, Number 8 finally ceased his movements. He casually discarded the creature Majin Buu onto a patch of ice, indifferent, only to turn and discover that numbers 5 and 3 had vanished from sight. What were they planning to do with number 6? And this aura? Number 8 furrowed his brow, losing all interest in the grotesque mass of flesh that was Majin Buu. With a swift motion, Number 8 stomped the ground, kicking at the now flattened pink mass of Majin Buu. Duong duong, was there no response? It couldn't be dead already. Leaning closer, he pinched the creature, logically. Majin Buu shouldn't have perished so easily. Just as Number 8, feeling bored, was about to depart, the grotesque mass on the ground stirred. The pink, viscous substance suddenly leaping into the air, charging towards him. Number 8 turned in confusion. Where had the sun gone? Buzz. A massive clump of pink, viscous material enveloped them, swallowing him whole. Chapter 42. The Resurrection of the Other's Huff. Number 6 inhaled deeply, as if attempting to draw every particle of air from the surroundings into his lungs. His eyes were half closed, yet a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. A glint of mockery flitted across Number 6's gaze as he slightly spread his arms, and in an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of various weapons materialized from the void. These weapons gleamed ominously, seemingly imbued with life, aimed menacingly at the crowd below. Buzz. A low, resonant hum filled the air, causing the entire space to tremble. Huai stood at the forefront, his eyes ablaze with fervor and bloodlust. He shouted, "Kill," as he unleashed a barrage of energy orbs from his hands, hurtling them like cannonballs towards Number 6 above. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions reverberated, deafening in its intensity. A thick plume of black smoke erupted, quickly enveloping Number 6. However, he remained unscathed at the center of the smoke, a solid line of knives and guns positioned defensively before him, effortlessly blocking Huai's assault. The weapons shimmered with an otherworldly glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. How weak. Number 6, with his hands clasped behind him and a cold smirk on his lips, began to ascend, the weapons behind him slowly rotating in unison. Die. Number 6's eyes narrowed slightly, his killing intent surging as he raised his right arm, commanding all the weapons to plunge downward in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Countless blades and clubs descended with ferocity, instantaneously piercing the bodies of the minions. Crashing down upon the earth, the air was filled with agonizing screams. 6, with an expression of indifference, slightly curled his lips. Yego, eliminate him. Pu Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he concealed himself beneath Yego's imposing figure, his gaze flickering anxiously. Faced with the command of the incantation and the specter of life and death, he chose survival, inexplicably devoid of any pain. Kill. Countless swords embedded themselves into Yego, who spat a mouthful of blood, yet pressed forward despite the agony. Ants. 6 observed the approaching duo with a slight smirk. His fingers twitched ever so slightly. No more games, it's dull. With an expression of detachment, 6 gestured downward with a delicate flick of his fingers. Suddenly, a ripple emerged in the void, akin to a droplet disturbing the tranquility of a still lake, causing the entire space to tremble. With a muffled thud, the grotesque figures before him froze in place, their eyes widening in disbelief and horror, their bodies beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a dark red liquid streamed from their orifices, quickly staining the ground beneath them. 6's earlier strike had obliterated their innards. Now, they were merely shells devoid of life, their sudden demise leaving them no time to react. Gazing into their increasingly chilling eyes, 6 hurled an energy orb, and upon detonation, the two vanished without leaving a trace. TCH. Boring. Only that Dapra offers any semblance of challenge. 6 clicked his tongue, stretching leisurely as he prepared to depart. Just then, the sky became enveloped in auspicious clouds, a golden light flashing and momentarily blinding him. What is this? I've never seen such a sight. Confused, Six raised his head, gazing vacantly at the clouds above. Ah, this is Earth? An ancient, hoarse, yet oddly familiar voice emerged, capturing Six's attention. Turning, he beheld an elderly man, his hair white as snow, his visage pale as parchment. His face was a tapestry of deep and shallow wrinkles, as if time had etched countless marks upon him. A long white beard cascaded around his upper lip like a waterfall, evoking a sense of profound age. The elder wore an oval black hat that complemented his overall appearance. Upon further inspection of his attire, he sported a black jacket that conveyed a sense of sharpness, beneath which lay a yellow striped garment, adding an air of mystery to his presence. He was adorned with a pair of black tapered trousers, bestowing upon him a more spirited appearance. Upon closer inspection of his palms, one might discern a concealed crimson device, shimmering with a faint glow. The hat perched upon his head, undoubtedly emblazoned with the white double R in the red bow, was a hallmark of the Red Ribbon Army. He was none other than Dr. Gero. It seemed that after numerous upgrades, the Baranga had resurrected Dr. Gero from the depths of hell and transported him instantaneously to Earth. Did this imply that others had also arrived on this planet? Dr. Gero? Is that truly you? Number 6 queried, pointing at the elderly man with a hint of astonishment. His voice laced with uncertainty. Why has my father resurrected this ancient relic? As he gazed upon the silver-haired elder, an uncanny familiarity washed over him. After all, if one were to trace lineage, this venerable figure was, in fact, his grandfather, although he was reluctant to acknowledge such a connection. Number 6 shook his head. The previously astonished Dr. Gero turned to the entirely blue-clad Number 6, revealing a look of perplexity. Who are you? Number 6 mind raced, contemplating whether to return his grandfather to his former state, when Dr. Gero interjected once more. You are Cell. You must be Cell, am I right? Dr. Gero displayed an unusual excitement, recalling a seemingly abandoned project wherein he had designed a form of cell that bore resemblance, albeit with some discrepancies in color and size. Why are you so small? Was there insufficient nourishment during your development? Dr. Gero furrowed his brow, delving into memories of his prior research. Cell. Yes, I am Cell. Number 6 hastily shook his head, feigning a pitiful demeanor. You see, I was born but suffered from malnutrition, and my cultivation period was too brief, leading to my premature emergence. That is why I appear as I do now. Furthermore, I am aware that androids 17 and 18 ruthlessly eliminated you. Hence, in my quest for vengeance, I utilized the essence of human life on Earth as energy and ultimately ambushed androids 17 and 18, achieving this perfect form. I then used the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. As Number 6 wove his tale, he felt it lacking in authenticity, tears streaming down his face, nearly convincing Dr. Gero of his fabricated narrative. Wait, you are not Cell. I am certain of it. Dr. Gero quickly distanced himself, shaking his head. Cell's demeanor would not be so. Moreover, your previous statements were deceitful. Dr. Gero blinked, as his cognitive apparatus assessed that the majority of this individual's words were falsehoods. However, you must also be an android, correct? Has someone taken over my experiments? Dr. Gero continued to retreat, his mind racing with recollections of past events. TCH. Indeed, I have been discovered. Number 6 wiped the tears from his face and smirked cunningly, that smile radiating a wickedness that was truly malevolent. Indeed, I have come to realize that deceit is not my forte. However, the fact that you, old-timer, have returned to life is quite beyond my expectations, remarked Number 6. Yet, I believe I have not deceived you. I am indeed a creation of Cell. Moreover, it was you who crafted me, and the artificial beings, androids 17 and 18, have indeed perished. Number 6 tilted his head slightly, his knees suspended in the air as he spoke. There is only one thing, reviving you, that foolish relic. Was certainly not my doing. He shook his head. Suddenly, he sensed 3 formidable presences approaching nearby. So it is. Since you are an android, I must bid you farewell. A figure darted through the sky, swiftly appearing beside Number 6. With hair shimmering like gold, a resolute face adorned with a confident grin, and that iconic M-shaped hairline. Clad in his timeless combat attire, the diminutive figure was none other than Vegeta, the long-standing second to Goku in the Dragon Ball universe. At that moment, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, enveloped in a golden aura, exuding arrogance with a slight smirk. Raising his thumb toward himself, he declared, Although I am unsure how I was resurrected, you detestable androids must meet your end at the hands of me, the Prince of Science, Vegeta, or rather, now Super Vegeta. Chapter 43, Super Vegeta? After all, I too am now Super Vegeta. Vegeta boasted, gazing down at the two androids. Super Vegeta, is that so? Dr. Gero shook his head, reflecting on the tumultuous events that transpired during my absence. Damn androids 17 and 18. Dr. Gero's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He now regretted activating the two permanent energy androids without first calibrating their personalities, resulting in their malevolent tendencies, which even sought to eliminate their creator. Oh, what's this? Are you too frightened to move, little brat? Just moments ago, you claimed to have eliminated androids 17 and 18. Allow me to test your strength. Vegeta's azure eyes sparkled with a golden glimmer as he instantly appeared before Dr. Gero, delivering a swift chop. How can this be? Fear filled Dr. Gero's eyes. Am I destined to die again just after being revived? Having just been granted the hope of life, am I now to be met with death? As Dr. Gero's mind raced, contemplating potential remedies, a figure faster than Vegeta surged toward him, delivering a kick that sent the arrogant scion flying. Bang! The force was so immense that it sent the unsuspecting Vegeta crashing into the distant mountains, creating a deep crater and stirring up clouds of dust. The audacious rogue. Bullying an elderly man, what kind of prowess is that? Claiming to test my strength, yet he resorts to preying upon a senior. Number 6, embodying righteousness, shielded Dr. Gero behind him and, with genuine concern, inquired, Doctor, are you unharmed? Did Vegeta inflict any injury upon you? Dr. Gero, taken aback by the sincerity reflected in Number 6's eyes, found himself momentarily speechless. What is this? Why does he treat me with such kindness? It feels rather unfamiliar. The last person who showed me such consideration was Android 17. Adjusting his hat and swallowing hard, Dr. Gero asked, You. What exactly are you? Why do you assist me? Why? Number 6 repeated, shaking his head. With hands clasped together and eyes narrowed, resembling a wise monk, he spoke softly. Because I am a benevolent person, I cannot bear to witness the taking of life. Benevolent? Dr. Gero glanced at the bloodstains and weapons strewn across the ground, then scrutinized the individual before him, nearly persuaded. Ah, cursed artificial being. A sudden, furious shout interrupted the conversation of the kind-hearted individual. Vegeta, enveloped in a golden aura, radiated an overwhelming light, his presence commanding and tempestuous, his body quivering with rising rage. Step aside, Doctor. Allow me. Number 6 forcibly pushed the doctor aside, urging him to retreat, before fixing a sharp gaze upon Vegeta, a hint of mockery evident. What's wrong? Are you angry, Second Prince? If you're upset, come and strike me. A scion prince unable to defeat a mere lower-class warrior. How can you still show your face in this world? Number 6 unleashed his provocative retort, comparing him to Son Goku. Nanny? What did you say? I cannot surpass Kakarot. Vegeta's complexion flushed crimson, his aura nearly spiraling out of control, while Number 6 maintained a casual demeanor, stoking the flames further. Oh dear, I haven't even mentioned who it was yet. Why did you bring up his name? Or do you secretly feel inferior to Son Goku yourself? Silence. Silence. Ah! Vegeta abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, overflowing with fury, his aura erupting like a volcano, creating a striking visual spectacle. Golden arcs of electricity swirled around him, causing the entire planet to tremble as his golden energy surged skyward, embodying a ferocious essence. I will tear that foul mouth of yours apart. In an instant, Vegeta's figure surged forward, his right fist swelling with immense power, aimed directly at Number 6's head. Observing the impending blow, Number 6's lips curled into a faint smile as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! A thunderous clash echoed, white shock waves billowing outward, powerful energy radiating and dissipating into the atmosphere. A flicker of doubt crossed Vegeta's mind. He swiftly maneuvered, realizing one attack had proven futile, preparing for another counterstrike. Goodness, how formidable! As 6 distanced himself, he unleashed a powerful right-hand counter. Still recovering from the numbing impact of the previous blow, to his astonishment, the enraged form of Vegeta proved to be exceedingly formidable. It was evident that he could no longer conceal his true strength. 6 initiated the assault, soaring towards Vegeta with remarkable speed, unleashing a flurry of punches that fell like mercury spilling forth. Vegeta's expression betrayed his discomfort, yet he managed to deflect each strike. The sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated through the sky, unleashing waves of white energy that generated twin storms in the heavens. Ah, such combat prowess. Dr. Jiro marveled from the sidelines, his eyes wide in awe. This was the level of power he had long yearned for. This strength eclipsed that of androids 17 and 18 by a considerable margin, bordering on overwhelming dominance. Have the warriors of today grown so powerful? Dr. Jiro pondered, contemplating his own hands with a sense of doubt. Could this old man still create even mightier warriors to contend with this new generation? Stunned, he stood lost in thought. The battle continued with relentless intensity. Vegeta, increasingly astonished, reflected on the years spent training in hell. He had not been idle. Yet here was a young adversary whose power matched his own. A moment of vulnerability. 6, with keen eyes, detected Vegeta's fleeting lapse in focus and seized the opportunity. His body descended sharply, delivering a vicious uppercut that struck Vegeta squarely on the chin. Disaster. Vegeta's pupils widened in alarm. He realized he could not block such speed and time. The blow landed with a resounding impact, disrupting his thoughts. 6, unrelenting, capitalized on the moment. Clasping his hands together and bending slightly, his arms swelling with energy, he directed a forceful strike downwards towards Vegeta's head. With a resounding crash, Vegeta plummeted to the ground like a released arrow, creating a vast crater upon impact, smoke billowing around him. Ah, what a thrill! This is what true battle feels like. 6 wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing thoughtfully at the massive pit below. Then, he lowered his body, hands clasped tightly to his right side, forming a flower-like shape as he began to gather energy. A vibrant blue energy soon surged forth, and with a glint of mischief in his eyes, he thrust his hands downward towards the beleaguered Vegeta. Behold, the Kaioken, he bellowed, as the azure energy wave cascaded towards Vegeta. The sheer force of the energy reverberated through the air, nearly causing Dr. Jiro's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Cursed fate. Vegeta knelt on the ground, struggling to rise. His right arm draped limply over his left, his face weary. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and his pupils constricted in alarm. He hastily unleashed a wave of energy to defend himself. Boom. 2 energy waves collided instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy that surged and crackled with a hissing sound. Ah! Vegeta gritted his teeth as the ground beneath him began to sink and crumble. He could scarcely hold on any longer. Dr. Jiro stood nearby, offering a candid assessment. Chapter 44. Look, isn't this an unexpected visit? Indeed. Time was running out. A youthful voice emerged from behind Dr. Jiro. Who? A cold sweat instantly drenched his collar as he felt a jolt of fear, his pupils constricting as he turned to look. He beheld 2 figures that bore an uncanny resemblance to the earlier boy who called himself Cell, one stout and the other slender, the stout one appearing rather peculiar. You mustn't tell me that you are also Cell. Dr. Jiro retreated repeatedly, his arms moving slightly as his mind raced. How was it possible that upon his revival, he was confronted with such unimaginable beings? Was he truly so appealing that they all flocked to him, this old man? Is that right? Did number 6 say that to you? Number 3, arms crossed and eyes half closed, glanced at number 6, who was still engaged in the confrontation. Dr. Jiro, before you elaborate further, do you believe you hold any value? Or rather, what is your worth as a life form? Number 3 interrupted, speaking softly. Value? Usefulness? Life? Dr. Jiro's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by this inquiry. Moreover, the atmosphere around him felt increasingly unsettling. He sensed a chill in the air, and his modified body began to shiver. The individuals before him certainly did not appear benevolent. I create life, conduct research, and engage in numerous scientific endeavors, Dr. Jiro gestured animatedly, striving to demonstrate his worth, only to be interrupted once more, this time by number 5. Well, allow me to pose a question. You mentioned in your draft the final evolution of Cell. Pray tell, what does the final evolution entail? Number 5 inquired. The final evolution? Let me think. Wait, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Dr. Jiro swallowed hard, casting a glance at number 6, and continued. The final evolution is merely an idea of mine, indicating the essential transformation that occurs after Cell completes 2 stages of evolution. This entails absorbing another being with a similar genetic composition, essentially another Cell. This would enable the completion of life's evolution, allowing his bloodline to attain a true transformation. At that point, his complex lineage would unify, enabling him to genuinely embody a being that has been created. Before this, even if he absorbed others and acquired their abilities, he could not manifest them perfectly. However, thereafter, these abilities would be expressed flawlessly and with greater potency than before. Dr. Jiro became increasingly animated as he spoke, for after all, Shalu was the most formidable android he had ever designed in his life. Is that all? I expected something more. Number 3 and Number 5 exchanged glances and chuckled. Well then, we have witnessed your worth. You may embark on your journey with peace of mind, Number 3 declared. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, summoning a gust of wind that transformed into a razor-sharp blade, instantly cleaving Dr. Gero in two. Even at that moment, his face remained etched with the excitement from before. Oblivious to the grim reality of his own demise, he had never anticipated that he would perish the very instant he was revived. Such an eyesore. Number 3 frowned slightly, lifting a hand to gather an energy wave that obliterated the remnants, leaving only a few ashes that danced in the air. Brother 3, why do you think Father revived Dr. Gero? This old man is truly tiresome, Number 5 remarked, his face displaying rare disdain. How should I know? It has little to do with me. It was Vegeta who eliminated him, Number 3 replied, casting a glance at the struggling Vegeta with a smirk. Is it truly possible? Number 5 tilted his small head, pointing to Number 6 high above, asking, what are we even doing here with Number 6? Are we merely witnesses to the birth of Super Vegeta? This is rather dull, is it not? Moreover, since earlier, I have sensed no trace of Number 8. It's as if he has vanished. Shouldn't we return to investigate? No need. I have a premonition that Father will be back soon. At that point, Majin Buu will be easily dealt with. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle for now. Number 3 shook his head, disregarding Number 5's concerns, and continued to watch the clash between Number 6 and Vegeta in silence. Crackle. The immense energy surged and clashed. As Vegeta gritted his teeth and strained against the overwhelming force, his lower body nearly sinking into the ground. With a defiant roar, he braced himself. But just as he believed death was imminent, Number 6 withdrew, calming his aura and observing him quietly. To Vegeta's eyes, it seemed as though his opponent was mocking him. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Number 6 vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him and delivering a swift strike that rendered Vegeta unconscious. The transformation into Super Saiyan was forcibly undone, his golden hair reverting to its natural black, and the fierce aura dissipated entirely. To be a Super Saiyan, one must possess the necessary resolve. Simply lying down is sufficient. Number 6 observed Vegeta's once menacing countenance relax, a faint smile gracing his lips. He felt a twinge of resignation, recognizing that being the Prince of the Saiyans was no easy task. After a moment's contemplation, Number 6 shook his head, deciding against forcibly feeding his cherished delicacy to Vegeta. Whoosh! Thud! 2 figures descended. It was Number 3 and Number 5. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be capturing the fleeing Buffy? Number 6 inquired with a hint of perplexity. Buffy was killed by Number 5, yet the Majin Buu managed to escape. However, only the aura of Majin Buu remains, and not that of Number 8. Perhaps it has been absorbed. Number 3 shrugged his shoulders, playfully pinching Number 5's little belly as he responded. Oh, has our father bestowed upon us yet another brother? Who is this Number 8? Number 6, suppressing the urge to indulge in food, scratched his head anxiously and asked. He is the fusion of second brother and fourth brother, who calls himself Number 8. Number 5 swiftly answered, extending his little hand. So, has Number 8 truly been absorbed? Number 6 blinked in curiosity. Isn't he coming now? Just look. Number 3, sensing something, quickly turned his head. Moreover, some companions will be arriving soon. After sensing a few strong auras approaching, Number 6 exclaimed, what on earth have you done? Why are they all coming here? It can't possibly be just us two. It was clearly the clash of your and Vegeta's auras that attracted them, Number 3 retorted, pointing at Number 6's nose, and then gesturing towards the direction from which Majin Buu was coming. You are currently the strongest among us 3. You should take the lead. Indeed, indeed. Number 5 chimed in eagerly, as he was well aware of the immense shadow cast by Majin Buu. They are coming. Just as the words left his lips, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of colors. Several streaks of white light flashed and hovered above them. Chapter 45. They have all arrived. Is this what it means that they have all arrived? Number 3's expression darkened as he slowly lowered his arms crossed over his chest and gazed upward. He observed that from one direction, there was but a single figure, while a group approached from the other. Hey, Number 3, how about I take on those individuals alone while you deal with just one? Number 6 suggested, patting Number 3 on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. No need for that. It seems Number 8 has indeed been absorbed by Majin Buu. We should surrender, otherwise we could call the boss to summon our father, for none of us can contend with this. Number three's face turned grim as he sensed the unrestrained aura of Majin Buu, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Gohan, look, is that Vegeta? A bald man in the crowd suddenly shouted, his eyes glinting as he pointed towards the three standing on the ground. Indeed, Uncle Krillin. But our more significant concern lies ahead, Gohan replied, his gaze heavy as he focused on the pink figure to the right. The overwhelming aura emanating from it was something he had never felt from his father, a force that was utterly insurmountable. What a predicament! What should we do? Gohan turned his face, glancing at his father beside him. There stood Goku, astonished, gazing at his hands, murmuring to himself, incredible, truly formidable. Such a powerful aura. My body trembles in fear. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Sun Wukong's visage radiated excitement despite his words. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze sharply, his piercing eyes fixed intently on the formidable Majin Buu. At this moment, Majin Buu had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was no longer the corpulent figure he once was. His entire physique was now taut with muscle, presenting a more athletic silhouette. The appendages atop his head, resembling antennae, had elongated, stretching down to his feet. His body was adorned with an exoskeletal armor akin to that of an 8th-grade creature, clinging to his chest and shoulders. A pair of pink wings sprouted from his back. His form elongated and firm, exuding a terrifying aura. His face bore a striking resemblance to Cell, almost a grotesque parody of the pink-hued villain. Humph. Majin Buu let out a cold snort, turning to meet Sun Wukong's gaze across the void, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over them in an instant. Yikes! We should flee. Krillin's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat soaking his back as his legs trembled uncontrollably, prompting him to dash away without a backward glance. Uncle Krillin, Gohan, feeling the weight of the situation, spoke with a grave tone. In that moment, the others sensed the impending threat, their pupils dilating as they prepared for battle. Gohan, let him go. Keeping such power here would only hinder us, Piccolo said through gritted teeth. Moreover, only a few of us have come. We merely intended to observe the clash of energies between Vegeta and his opponent. Many others have not arrived, have they? And considering who resurrected us, it is only natural that Krillin, having just returned to life, would wish to avoid death once more. Piccolo added, addressing Gohan again. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, his gaze shifting towards Majin Buu as he felt the malevolent and potent energy emanating from him, swallowing hard in response. On the new Namek, the skies rumbled incessantly, streaks of golden lightning dancing through the clouds. Cell stood suspended in the void, his eyes wide open as he savored the allure of the Dragon Balls. Then, raising his hands, his expression grew serious as he spoke in the ancient tongue, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." As his words fell, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Shalu gazed expectantly at the enormous Dragon Ball before him, his heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a faint shimmer, resonating in unison, and unleashed an astonishing brilliance that illuminated the entire planet. A colossal beam of light shot skyward, accompanied by a continuous rumble of golden thunder. The 7 Dragon Balls ascended slowly, spinning gracefully as the towering golden column gradually morphed into a majestic dragon that danced among the clouds. At last, it revealed its grand golden head, with eyes glowing fiercely red, fixed intently upon Shalu. If anyone were to be nearby in the outer reaches of New Namek, they would surely be terrified. For a gigantic golden dragon had suddenly materialized in the cosmos, its form stretching across several celestial bodies, its gargantuan head directed squarely at New Namek. Lord Shalu, I can grant you 3 wishes. The golden dragon proclaimed, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell, a simple message only audible to Shalu himself. How magnificent! This must be the true dragon, Trunks exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and vigorously shaking Dandy's arm. Meanwhile, Dandy stood transfixed, his eyes wide, though he had risen to his feet. His gaze remained riveted on the golden dragon above, unable to utter a word, lost in awe. Standing beside them, Number 1 crossed his arms nonchalantly, lifting his head with an air of indifference, seemingly uninterested in the spectacle unfolding before them. Shalu exhaled a breath of murky air, gazing at the golden dragon that manifested in the sky with a surge of emotion. He spoke softly. My first wish is to possess the omniscient abilities akin to those of Zuno. This is a trivial matter for me. Let it be realized at once. The golden dragon nodded slowly, its eyes igniting with a crimson glow that bathed the entire sky in a scarlet hue. Subsequently, golden arcs of electricity shot forth from its eyes, piercing into Shalu's being. Your wish has been granted, declared the golden dragon. It seems there is no noticeable change. Shalu observed his hands, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Could this be a passive ability? Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of golden light in his eyes and gradually closed them. Suddenly, a series of faint images flashed before him, culminating in a vision of Earth, revealing its history from ancient times to the present. He beheld the arrival of Bafidi and Depura, as well as the battles involving Number 6. This ability is indeed passive. Whatever I contemplate, all related information will flood into my mind. Shalu mused, rubbing his head in astonishment before articulating his next desire. I wish to acquire all abilities related to souls in the universe. The golden dragon remained silent this time, its eyes glimmering with crimson light. Shalu felt an extraordinary transformation within him, as a profound understanding of these abilities instantaneously enveloped his mind. State your third wish, the golden dragon urged. I wish to possess the ability to instantly appear anywhere in the universe, Shalu stated with a resolute tone. This wish poses some challenges, yet I shall fulfill it. The dragon replied, its eyes flashing once more with red light. Excellent, you may depart now. Shalu, satisfied with the myriad of complex abilities coursing through him, nodded in approval. Until next time. With a swift motion, the golden dragon's form began to dissipate, leaving behind a cascade of golden particles, while its majestic silhouette vanished from the cosmos. The 7 Dragon Balls, once spinning, gradually came to rest. This was the first benefit of Shalu's set of Dragon Balls. Wishing did not require further waiting, and the Dragon Balls would not flee. The second advantage was that they could only be utilized by him, for he had to carry them and summon them using the dialect of his homeland. In an instant, the sky erupted into brilliance as the dark clouds swiftly dispersed. With a grand gesture, Shalu effortlessly summoned all the Dragon Balls into his alternate dimension. This remarkable feat was one of the abilities bestowed upon him by the Namekians, courtesy of the wish-granting Dragon Balls. In addition to this, he acquired an array of peculiar powers. In an instant, Shalu flickered and appeared beside Trunks and the others. Soon, the elders, who had been momentarily frozen in place, hurried over. Mr. Shalu, no, esteemed patriarch, you are now the leader of the Namekian clan. The Grand Elder Muley said respectfully, bowing slightly. The remaining Namekians echoed their reverence, bending slightly to address him as patriarch. The title of patriarch? Shalu's mind was somewhat befuddled. How had a simple wish elevated him to the status of the Namekian leader? Could it be related to the bloodline of the dragon race? Indeed. Muley, observing Shalu's puzzled expression, continued, we Namekians have a codified tradition. One who possesses the dragon blood capable of summoning the 5-clawed golden dragon is recognized as the patriarch. Regardless of how you, Mr. Shalu, have achieved this, we must honor you as our leader. Muley nodded solemnly. Is that so? Shalu furrowed his brow. However, you need not remain here with us. Muley, noticing Shalu's troubled demeanor, shook his head repeatedly. Phew, that's a relief. My business here is complete. There is a minor issue on Earth that I must attend to. Shalu exhaled, feeling reassured. Then farewell, patriarch. Muley and all the Namekians bid him. Farewell, patriarch. Shalu nodded and was about to depart with a few companions when he noticed something was amiss with Number 1. Number 1 suddenly frowned. A faint voice emerged. A telepathic communication among brothers, enabling convenient long-distance contact. Boss, please respond. Requesting assistance. Number 2 and Number 4 have been fed to Majin Buu. His current power is beyond our capability to handle. We need Father to return quickly, otherwise, Earth will be doomed. Father, let us go quickly. Number 1's face displayed an unusual urgency. What? More trouble on Earth? Trunks hastily pushed past Dandy, approaching the two. Then we must not delay, let us depart. Upon hearing this, Shalu's expression grew serious. He nodded, grasped the shoulders of the two, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the spot. The world was on the brink of chaos. Muley watched the departing figures, shaking his head, his expression grave. On Earth, Majin Buu, having absorbed Number 8, simultaneously inherited his arrogant demeanor. As he locked eyes with Goku, a sinister smile crept across his lips, and he took a step forward with his left foot. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared right before Goku. So fast. There was no time to react. The pupils of everyone present constricted, their faces paling. Hiki. Majin Buu's smile turned wicked. Trouble. Run now? Sun Wukong seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, it's too late. Majin Buu's expression hardened as he struck out with his fists, the force of his blows roaring through the air and landing squarely in the midsections of Gohan and Piccolo. Puff! Ugh! Their pupils vanished in an instant, and their bodies flew backward. Gohan! Piccolo! How infuriating! Sun Wukong's face darkened, his muscles tensed, and the fury within him erupted. Huh! Sun Wukong bellowed in anger, ready to transform into Super Saiyan 3, when a massive hand suddenly pressed against his mouth, silencing him. Subsequently, Majin Buu held on to Wukong's head and plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Boom! The ground erupted in a colossal crater, with Sun Wukong still in his normal state, his pupils fading away, teetering on the brink of death. Smoke billowed incessantly, and shattered stones spread outwards in a chaotic manner. Huh! How amusing! Majin Buu's purple eyes glimmered as he glanced at the trio of brothers. What should we do? Those few were annihilated in an instant. We might be next. Number 6 jumped up on the spot, shaking number 3 urgently. Shoo, don't panic. We must buy some time. Normally, the fusion technique of Metamore lasts 30 minutes. We probably have at most 10 minutes left, so we just need to stall. Number 3 calmly assessed the situation, his gaze fixed on number 6. No. Why are you looking at me, brother 3? It's quite unsettling, number 6 shivered. Use your ridiculous technique to distract him. It should at least last 10 minutes. Can that actually work? Number 6 stood frozen, glancing at number 3 and number 5. It will work. Go for it. Number 6, I believe in you. Number 5 encouraged. All right, I shall proceed. Number 6 took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and expelled a heavy sigh, then levitated into the air, gesturing with both hands. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming downpour of filth descended from an unknown source, enveloping the sky. A fierce stench immediately engulfed the entire atmosphere. Sniff, sniff. Sun Wukong's nose twitched, and he was jolted awake by the foul odor, his pupils regaining their color. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? Sun Wukong grimaced in distress. Majin Buu, also floating in the air, was taken aback by the sight and attempted to flee. However, number 6's ultimate technique arrived first, the deluge of filth hurtling towards Majin Buu. Is this for real? Majin Buu's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he beheld the approaching mass of filth, a look of panic etched across his face. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding one of his abilities. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from the crown of his head, and a bolt of violet lightning shot forth. The two forces locked in a stalemate in the air. The violet lightning gradually transformed the filth into dark chocolate, which began to plummet to the ground in clumps. Cold sweat streamed down Majin Buu's face, filled with terror. He had narrowly avoided being engulfed by the mountain of excrement. Gazing at the fallen chocolate, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, likely vowing never to indulge in chocolate again after this day. It was utterly revolting. Crackling sounds echoed as two figures remained locked in combat in the sky. Piccolo lay still atop a mountain, while Gohan struggled to rise, witnessing the shocking scene before him. The moment he caught a whiff of the pungent stench, his already weakened body succumbed, his complexion turning a shade of purple as he fainted from the foul odor. Brother, does this count as defeating 1,000 enemies while wounding ourselves 800? Number 5 and number 3 donned gas masks they had somehow procured, shielding their heads. It was indeed a bit damaging, but they were undeterred, deciding to maneuver behind the enemy. Number 3 patted number 5's belly and soared behind Majin Buu. Shall we strike together? Indeed. Number 5 nodded, and both unleashed their full powers in an instant. Boom. A golden aura arose slowly, a powerful energy radiating outward, surging with intensity. Unleash our strongest techniques. Number 3 bellowed, raising his right hand with his index and middle fingers pressed together against his forehead. Arcs of blue lightning crackling into existence. All right, number 5 replied, his expression grave as he extended his hands, summoning an array of energy slashes that filled the half of the sky. The energy in number 3's hands intensified, the arcs of electricity spreading outward, accompanied by the sound of crackling energy. Now, number 3 shouted, his energy reaching its zenith as he thrust his right hand forward. Spirals of red and yellow energy waves intertwined rapidly, crashing toward Majin Buu with great force. Majin Cannon Blast. Infinite Energy Slash. Boom. Number 3 and number 5 simultaneously unleashed their most formidable techniques. In Chapter 46, Fury, both number 3 and number 5 released their ultimate attacks, each a devastating blow. Number 5's Infinite Energy Slash reached Majin Buu first, slicing through the air with relentless force, creating a tempest of energy. Boom. Countless golden streaks erupted as the energy slashes collided with Majin Buu, exploding into a shower of light particles that filled the sky. At that moment, the third's energy weapon, the magic-piercing destruction cannon, unleashed a torrent of red and yellow spiraling energy waves, accompanied by flickering blue arcs, directly aimed at the head of the fiend known as Majin Buu. Bang! An explosion reverberated, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of black smoke. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the third's eyes as he witnessed his weapon pierce through Majin Buu's head before erupting in a violent blast. It could be surmised that the peculiar tendrils capable of conjuring that strange magic from atop his head would be incapacitated for a while. Indeed, the purple thunder that had previously clashed with the mountainous debris created by the sixth vanished in an instant, burying Majin Buu beneath the accumulation. Cough, cough. We must flee. Sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere, the third hastily grasped the fifth's hand and fled the scene. Boom. The colossal mound of debris began to spread, mercilessly slamming Majin Buu's body to the ground, releasing a noxious stench. The sixth, witnessing this scene, paused momentarily in surprise, only to understand upon seeing the third and fifth. He raised a thumb in approval. Soon after, the sixth exhaled a breath of foul air, then inhaled deeply, consuming the surrounding oxygen. His cheeks puffed out, and his eyes widened in astonishment. With his mouth slightly agape, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames, the pale orange fire growing fiercer with distance, as if the air itself were being incinerated, emitting a charred aroma. Boom! The orange-yellow flames instantly engulfed the entire mound of debris, and in an instant, the foul odor permeated the air, causing the third and fifth to shudder, tightening their gas masks. Sizzle! Gurgle! In the burning moments, some viscous spots bubbled, making a hissing sound upon contact with the flames, quickly drying and solidifying. Clap! Clap! A resounding applause erupted from behind as the third squinted, peering down at the mound with a peculiar expression. Impressive indeed. Sixth, you have truly made a significant contribution this time. Ugh! The third retched, waving his hands dismissively. The sixth, feeling satisfied, retracted the flame-throwing ability he had acquired from Dubra and turned to the two masked figures. He posed a rather biting question. Is it really that foul? Doesn't it smell delightful? The sixth initially wore a puzzled expression before taking a deep breath through his nose, revealing a look of sheer enjoyment, leaving the third and fifth momentarily stunned. Majin Buu is still inside, isn't he? The fifth adjusted his mask, expressing his confusion. He should be inside, right? What do you think, sixth? The third chimed in, continuing to inquire. Yes, he is indeed inside. But I can't shake the feeling that this approach might not actually be effective. If we truly provoke Majin Buu, we will be finished. Despite the words that escaped from the lips of the sixth, an air of indifference was evident upon his visage as he shrugged. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, are you all right? Krillin, observing from a distance, refrained from retreating far. He valiantly endured the foul stench as he dragged the three to a concealed location for safety. Ah, and what of Vegeta? A fleeting hesitation crossed Krillin's face as he glanced towards Vegeta, who was perilously close to the trio of terrifying blue figures. Their origins were enigmatic. And earlier, from afar, he had witnessed a technique that belonged to him, the key blade slash, executed with a proficiency that surpassed his own. He could manage only a few in a short span. The sheer volume of key blade slashes displayed was something he felt he would never achieve in his lifetime. Furthermore, another individual had employed Piccolo's technique, the special beam cannon. While he had not witnessed it firsthand, based on Goku and the others' previous descriptions, it was unmistakably the special beam cannon. Cursed be the series of bizarre occurrences. First, those once deceased were inexplicably resurrected, followed by encounters with those ominous blue figures battling Vegeta, and now, a more formidable pink entity had emerged. Even Goku seemed unable to contend with it. Why did Earth attract such turmoil? It felt as though the entire universe revolved around this planet, with adversaries descending from the cosmos to wage war and plunder. Krillin's mind was now a chaotic tempest. The initial joy of resurrection had evaporated entirely. He gazed at the three diminutive blue figures engaged in discussion above, and then turned his attention to Vegeta, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Yet, with a determined resolve, he steeled himself to advance. Suddenly, the once solid mound of refuse emitted an unusual sound, diverting the brothers' attention. Majin Buu was about to emerge. The trio immediately assumed a combat stance, their expressions grave as they focused on the mound below. With a thunderous boom, the solidified mass shattered explosively, and a pink figure slowly ascended. Majin Buu's eyes were clouded with malice, his face twisted into a menacing snarl. "Ah, you shall pay. You all shall perish." Upon spotting the trio, his formerly violet eyes ignited with a fierce crimson. An overwhelming aura erupted forth, violet flames shooting skyward, as potent energy radiated outward, stirring a relentless tempest. With a rumble, the skies darkened ominously, crackling with lightning as pink bolts danced among the clouds, producing a deafening roar. The intensity of Majin Buu's energy surged, and the very fabric of the void seemed on the verge of rupture, emitting a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Boom! A pink thunderbolt suddenly struck the demon Majin Buu, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Strands of purple arcs danced around him, an astonishing aura rising from the ground, causing the earth to fracture and the hovering stones to shatter into fragments. Crack! A resounding sound of shattering glass echoed as the space surrounding Majin Buu abruptly fractured, intricate fissures spreading outward like a spider's web. Huh! Majin Buu sparkled with a violet luminescence, the arcs of electricity crackling around him, flickering with brilliance. With a deep exhalation, he suddenly erupted into motion, vanishing from his original position in the blink of an eye. Oh no! The energy shields. Number 3 was the first to notice, raising his hands as countless energy shields manifested in the air to defend against Majin Buu's onslaught. Numbers 6 and 5 quickly reacted, their expressions grave, raising their hands as well, forming a dense array of energy shields that enclosed them all. Huh! Number 5 shouted, his body enveloped in a golden radiance, the shimmering gold covering his lower half, as golden flames surged upward, gleaming brilliantly. The energy shield seemed to shimmer with a touch of gold. Whoosh! Majin Buu suddenly materialized, his presence overwhelming, raising his right arm with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful strike that sent the air howling. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. After enduring for a mere 0.01 seconds, the outermost energy shields began to vanish one by one, Majin Buu casting a disdainful glance at the three. Chapter 47. The Emergence of Cell. Majin Buu scoffed, exerting force with his right arm as arcs of electricity flickered around him, a devastating punch surging forth. Boom! The transparent force of his punch shattered all the energy shields that stood in its path. Oh no! The three widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that the energy shields they had collectively conjured crumbled before him like fragile paper. Goodbye, worthless ones. A smirk crept across Majin Buu's lips, satisfied with their astonished reactions. As he slightly retracted his right fist, a purple energy sphere emerged from his palm. Bang! In an instant, a robust wave of purple energy erupted forth. Rumbling. A tremendous sound reverberated, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke that rapidly spread and enveloped the area. Ha! Finally, the trash is dead. What's that? Call your mother? From within the smoke, a warm voice emerged, quite polite, inquiring after someone's mother. The smile on Majin Buu's face abruptly faded. He was no longer the same as before. He understood the implication of the insult now. Phew! A gentle breeze stirred, swirling away the dense smoke, revealing a towering figure. A glimmer of intrigue danced across the face of Majin Buu as he beheld the smirking visage of Cell. I must admit, the number 3, 5, and 6, these imitators bear a striking resemblance to me, albeit lacking in finesse, Cell mused, shaking his head while casting a glance behind him. Father! The trio exclaimed in unison. A rare flicker of panic crossed Majin Buu's face as he took a few steps back. Clap, clap, clap. Cell applauded, a hint of amusement in his tone. That last move of yours was quite painful, you know. Look, my hand is all bruised. Shalu extended his left hand, which was once pure white, but now appeared charred and blackened. Father, where's the eldest? Inquired number 6, ever the lively one. Look below, Nual. Take Trunks to see his father. Shalu gestured towards the pit where Vegeta lay. And what do you have to say now, number 6? Once this farce concludes, just wait until Trunks decides to confront you. It is unwise to bully others. He added with a chuckle. Fear not, father. From this day forth, we shall commence our training. I refuse to believe he could surpass me. Number 6 declared proudly, arms crossed. Suddenly, Shalu detected a foul odor, exclaiming, "What is that wretched stench?" He hastily covered his nose and followed the repugnant smell to discover a grotesque mound of excrement, his lips twitching in disgust. Ugh! Let this abomination vanish. With a sweeping motion of his arm, a golden light illuminated the surroundings, akin to a radiant beam, instantly erasing that unsightly area from existence. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the entire mound vanished, taking with it several meters of the surrounding earth. A gust of wind swept through, cleansing the air of its noxious scent, revitalizing the atmosphere significantly. Wow, Father is impressive, Number 6 exclaimed, a mix of regret and sorrow in his voice. His eyes filled with lingering attachment. Finally, it can be removed. Indeed. Numbers 3 and 5 exchanged glances and promptly discarded their gas masks, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Refreshing. All inhabitants of this domain, save for number 6, displayed expressions of utter relief. Sharu simply smiled as he turned to the somewhat fearful Majin Buu and asked, "What? Do you still wish to play? Then I shall oblige." With a clap, he prepared for what was to come. With a gentle rub of his right index finger and thumb, Shalu produced a resounding snap that echoed through the air. An energy barrier emanating from him gradually expanded, pushing the trio of brothers aside and leaving only the demon Majin Buu and himself. Step. Shalu gently descended to the ground. Gazing at his hands as he murmured to himself, "Let me test the efficacy of this complementary magic." Flame. Ice. As Sharu's lips parted slightly, the very fabric of space twisted in an instant, a magnificent golden flame engulfing half of the realm. The temperature soared dramatically, wisps of steam rising from the ground. Majin Buu gazed upon this spectacle, attempting to teleport away, only to discover that his powers seemed to have faltered, failing to activate. A chill wind swept in, akin to a sigh, freezing everything it touched, transforming the other half of the space into a wintry domain. Flurries of snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Quite impressive. It appears that the potency of my magic is contingent upon the strength of one's ki, Sharu mused, a spark of inspiration illuminating his mind as he addressed Majin Buu. "Allow me to show you something entertaining." With that, Sharu exhaled a breath of murky air, his gaze sharpening with utmost seriousness as he took a slight step forward. His hands coming together in a fervent gesture. He raised his head and invoked a spell pertaining to wood. Sharu's version of the thousand-armed deity. Lo and behold, with a thunderous roar, colossal trees erupted from the ground, their vines and branches stretching skyward, transforming the once desolate land into a verdant forest. A towering tree gradually morphed into a wooden statue, its visage resembling none other than Sharu himself. Boom, boom, boom. The immense trees continued to grow, shaping themselves into a multitude of rotating hands, forming an imposing array of arms, exuding an overwhelming presence. What do you think? Impressive, is it not? Sharu stood resolutely, arms crossed, his gaze fierce as he confronted the floating figure of Majin Buu in the sky. Damn it! Majin Buu was evidently incensed, gathering energy in his hands, his aura reaching a crescendo. Crackling, arcs of electricity danced around him as he extended his arms, forming a small energy sphere that swelled larger and larger, ultimately resembling a miniature asteroid, a massive, violet energy orb. Its overwhelming presence pressed down upon the ground, causing it to crack and crumble, white waves of energy surging forth. Witnessing this scene, Sharu's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He concentrated, channeling his energy to collide with the icy flames. Whoosh! The violet energy orb swiftly engulfed his attack, sending ripples through the air before expanding dramatically. Goodness! This thing is incredibly powerful, Sharu muttered, instantly transforming into the super android Sharu. Boom! A flash of golden light erupted as a radiant glow ascended from beneath his feet. Wherever it spread, green transformed into shimmering gold, and the violet in his eyes took on a hint of turquoise. Golden flames spiraled upward, his power surging, while the colossal statue beneath him began to grow, causing the ground to sink further beneath his weight. Die! Majin Buu slowly lowered his hands. The massive energy orb plummeted toward the earth, and Sharu, feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body, wore a confident expression. What had once seemed impossible was now a mere trifle for him. Rise! Sharu appeared utterly unfazed, skillfully wielding a Sharu statue tenfold larger than before. In an instant, countless enormous hands surged forth, accompanied by a roaring gust, effortlessly supporting the colossal energy sphere. How disappointing! I have transformed, yet this is all you can muster? Is this truly the extent of your limits, Majin Buu? With a resounding roar, Shalu summoned his full strength. In an instant, his colossal hand began to swell, countless trees extending and climbing towards the energy orb imbued with a sense of annihilation. It was as if they were absorbing nourishment, firmly rooting themselves in place. Boom! In a flash, a hand formed entirely of what enveloped the energy sphere, astonishingly absorbing it at an incredible pace. Whoosh! The oppressive force on the ground vanished instantaneously, and Shalu reveled in the power coursing through him, wearing a satisfied expression, even letting out a contented belch. He then appeared before Majin Buu, resting a hand on his shoulder, and slowly said, "My little friend, it's time to return what is owed." No sooner had the words left his lips than a burst of golden light erupted from Shalu's hand, penetrating Majin Buu's body and forcefully extracting the two small creatures that had just emerged. With a swift motion, he hurled them towards his little brother. "Now you are mine." With a cold sneer, Cell gazed at the terror-stricken Majin Buu. A hum resonated as a flicker of light illuminated the scene. Cell extended his hand towards Majin Buu's head, extracting his very soul. This was one of the arcane arts he had mastered. Subsequently, he directly consumed it, savoring the essence to fortify and nourish his own soul. Ah, how delightful! Cell laughed heartily, feeling his spirit grow increasingly potent, surpassing the strength of his physical form. The exhaustion that had weighed him down due to the extensive use of knowledge and power evaporated in an instant, leaving him in a state of bliss. It was as though his soul had indulged in a comprehensive spa treatment, akin to that of an emperor. Now, it was time to attend to his corporeal body. Sharu murmured, as a surge of pulling energy erupted from his grasp, drawing the entirety of the pink figure into his being for absorption. Chapter 48. The Transformation of Sharu. A powerful force surged forth from Sharu, instantly engulfing the form of Majin Buu. At this juncture, he had mastered the ability to command every part of his body, no longer reliant on his tail for absorption. Whoosh! Sharu twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, his fists clenched tightly, revealing a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He was undeniably enticed by the powers of Majin Buu. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within him, and pink smoke began to envelop him in a swirling embrace. Sharu narrowed his eyes, keenly attuned to the sensations that Majin Buu was imparting to his body. A whirlwind unexpectedly arose, darkening the sky, and ominous thunder rumbled in the distance. Pink lightning danced like a dragon among the clouds. As the sky flashed and thunder boomed, an eerie energy radiated outward, causing the protective energy shield to vanish abruptly. How are those two rascals holding up? After the crisis subsided, Number 3 maintained his aloof demeanor, arms crossed, eyes half closed as he murmured, "They're fine, just fainted. They'll regain consciousness shortly. Honestly, they are quite foolish. How could they be absorbed after merging such formidable strength? Have they not learned from the original Gotenks?" Number 6 casually picked his nose and then popped it into his mouth. "There's no choice. All our reserves have been purified by Father. We can only produce and consume on our own now. Indeed, Brother 4 has always been this way, and Brother 2 is quite similar. If the two of them were to merge again, the dual-wave warriors, if they aren't reckless, then who are they?" Number 5 chuckled, shrugging helplessly. "By the way, is Father absorbing Majin Buu?" Number 5 rubbed his small belly, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Absolutely," a youthful voice chimed in from behind. "Boss." The three turned wide-eyed, blinking in surprise. Number 1 approached, with Trunks cautiously yet joyfully trailing behind him, carrying Vegeta. It seemed that Father intended to fully integrate Majin Buu into his own being, thereby granting him a formidable, near-immortal regenerative ability. The wondrous magic capable of altering the structure of matter, combined with Father's absorption powers, would become utterly effortless. It could be said that, aside from the god of destruction and the angels, Father was nearly invincible in this universe. A smile slowly spread across Number 1's face. The stronger Father became, the happier he felt. Indeed, just imagine, once Father absorbs that Sharu Pro and achieves his ultimate evolution, completing the fusion of bloodlines, his immense potential, coupled with the power of Sharu Pro, might compel even Beerus to exert a fraction of his true might. Number 6 expressed his excitement, his gaze fixated on the orb formed of pink smoke. "I'm not sure," Number 1 replied, shaking his head. "That Beerus fellow has patched himself up quite extensively. Who knows what his limits are? It's hard to say with certainty, but reaching the level of Black Frieza might just draw out a glimpse of his true strength. After all, it was a single punch that rendered both Son Wukong and Vegeta, transformed into their perfect forms of ultimate freedom and self-mastery, utterly defeated, their power reaching an ineffable pinnacle. What exactly are Beerus and the God of Destruction? Are they formidable? Trunks, with a hint of curiosity, slowly inquired. Beerus is the God of Destruction, exceedingly powerful. At least, compared to him, My father is akin to a speck of dust against the brilliance of the full moon. My father is the dust, number 1 lamented, taking it upon himself to enlighten this inquisitive soul. After all, Trunks had posed numerous questions along their journey, inquiring about the number of brothers, their ages, and how they came into existence. Oh, by the way, over there are your companions. Don't you wish to take a look? Number 1 suddenly recalled something and pointed toward a distant area, urging Trunks to gaze in that direction. What? Trunks followed the direction of the finger, seeing nothing, but sensing an exceedingly faint energy. What is this? Trunks furrowed his brow, concentrating intently, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock as realization dawned upon him, tears beginning to cascade down his cheeks. Gohan. It is Gohan's energy, albeit faint. Trunks' eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he gently set down Vegeta, instructing a few others to tend to him, and in an instant transformed into a Super Saiyan, his body soaring swiftly toward the horizon, a golden streak illuminating the sky before vanishing. Boss, look, he is so excited he even left his father behind. Number 6 remarked, still picking his nose, his voice muffled. Pay no heed. It seems my father is about to emerge. Number 1 cast a glance at the fallen Vegeta before fixing his gaze intently upon the pink shell before them, his expression sharp and determined. As the pink eggshell of Shalu suddenly shattered, a figure emerged from within, surrounded by swirling arcs of pink energy that crackled with vibrant electricity. Thunder rumbled ominously as a bolt of pink lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Shalu. With a resounding crash, the outer layer of pink shell surrounding Shalu dissipated, revealing his true form. He retained his predominantly green appearance, yet a halo of pink light continuously radiated outward, and his stature appeared to compress from over 2 meters to approximately 1.9, marking the sole distinction in his appearance. Shalu's lips parted slightly as he exhaled a cloud of murky air, his eyes gently opening. The once violet irises transformed into a striking pink, emanating an eerie luminescence. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, unleashing a terrifying pressure that reverberated through the mountains and caused the very planets to tremble. Damn it, we're doomed. Number 6 quickly activated the energy shield, and the remaining companions followed suit, a pale green barrier unfurling instantaneously to envelop Vegeta. With a resounding crash, a wave of pressure struck the energy shield. The sound of shattering glass echoed as cracks began to spiderweb across the collective force of their shield. Just a few more seconds. Number 1 gritted his teeth, casting a concerned glance at the fallen Vegeta, urgently urging his companions. Boom. In an instant, the ominous aura surrounding Shalu retracted, vanishing without a trace. Crackling sounds echoed as pink arcs of electricity danced around him. Shalu cast a glance at his hands, clenching them momentarily. A smile blossomed upon his lips. His power had increased slightly, yet this body felt entirely transformed. A radiant brilliance ignited in Shalu's eyes. At this moment, his spirit and body once again attained a harmonious equilibrium, an unprecedented sensation enveloping his entire being. Shalu gazed at his pristine white fingers, lifting his head to fixate on a distant towering mountain. A bolt of azure lightning coalesced in that moment, erupting suddenly. Whoosh! The violet thunder surged forth instantaneously, enveloping the entire mountain at an astonishing speed. Boom! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, reminiscent of an explosion. In an instant, the mountain transformed into a magnificent statue of shimmering gold, a grand monument belonging to Shalu, crafted entirely from pure gold. It was as if the entire mountain had been transmuted into this opulent creation. Am I not exceedingly wealthy now? Shalu raised his eyebrows, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 49, After the Crisis. I suppose I am now the wealthiest person around. Shalu gently stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, something feels amiss. Yes, the scintillating sensation. With a smile, he abruptly raised one hand, summoning a fierce gust of wind that swiftly dispersed the clouds overhead. The blinding rays of light cascaded down, striking the golden statue atop the mountain. Buzz! As the light hit the statue, a dazzling golden brilliance radiated forth, reflecting in Shalu's eyes, resembling a miniature sun. Phew! I almost thought I was on the brink of death. Number 6 sighed, collapsing onto the ground as the terror in his eyes gradually subsided. That overwhelming pressure had merely been a display of force, nearly shattering the energy barrier they had collectively conjured. Not too bad, right? Aren't you the one unafraid of death? Number 3 inquired with an air of calm. Come on, is it the same? Majin Buisnt even worthy of tying my father's shoes. Besides, I was just speaking whimsically. Did you really think I wanted to die? Number 6 sprang to his feet, squinting with exaggerated intensity, nearly jabbing his finger into his nostril. Go away. Keep your distance. I wouldn't mind it. Number 3 stepped back, producing a tissue to wipe away, wearing a look of disdain. Agreed. Absolutely. Numbers 1 and 5 raised their hands in unison, expressing their admiration for number 6's earlier comment, though they secretly hoped for its actual implementation. TCH. It's just a little quirk of mine. Look at your wretched faces. Number 6 flicked his eyelid with his left hand, making a face to indicate his disdain. He declared that he would not engage in such life-wasting actions, at most, exercising restraint during collective moments. Quite well. Shalu gazed from afar, his form materializing behind them in an instant. Observing their quarrel brought him immense amusement, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with warmth. Father. The group turned their heads, speaking hurriedly. All right, enough of that. Time to attend to business. Shalu nodded, glancing at the few individuals sprawled on the ground. Feeling a twinge of headache, he still needed to assist in their healing. Let us just focus on Vegeta and his companions. After all, these two little rascals require a proper reprimand. Shalu's tone was light as he extended a hand towards Vegeta. A hum reverberated as circles of red energy cascaded from his palm, enveloping Vegeta from head to toe with a surge of healing power. He has healed. Let us go. Shalu murmured. As if to affirm his words, Vegeta soon awakened, though they had already departed. What happened to me? Vegeta gradually opened his eyes. The pain and fatigue dissipating instantly, a torrent of energy flooding his being, reinvigorating him with formidable strength. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust and lifting the tattered remnants of his attire. What is this? Vegeta stood up in confusion, feeling the tumultuous power within him and scanning the surroundings, perplexed. Wait, what about that little brat? Suddenly recalling something, Vegeta's expression darkened, teeth clenched as he sensed the energies around him. That direction, with a thunderous roar. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his aura pulsating violently, golden flames roaring as the ground beneath him shattered. Damn that little brat. With a disdainful grunt, he propelled himself towards Shalu and the others. Boom. The ground erupted, forming a massive crater that continued to collapse. Damn it. And we have no sense of beans. What are Goku and the others going to do? Krillin's brow furrowed in distress. Trunks, are you certain that the green figure named Shalu is the one who can resurrect us? Of course. Uncle Shalu is incredible. He can do just about anything. Perhaps he will come to assist Gohan and the others shortly, Trunks replied, glancing at the pained expression on Gohan's face. Is that so? Krillin questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. He looked up at Trunks, who claimed to be Vegeta's son. The robust figure, towering height, and handsome visage bore little resemblance to Vegeta. Had it not been for his distinctive purple-blue hair and recent transformation into a Super Saiyan, Krillin might have found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, it was clear that this individual named Shalu possessed remarkable power. Whoosh! Just as they were conversing, Shalu arrived with his 4 formidable companions, the true embodiment of strength. As for the second and fourth, they were abruptly awakened by him, and given the task of transporting the statue he had transformed to the Universal Capsule Corporation. They had already commenced their actions, leaving only the 4 companions present. Shalu? Krillin was initially taken aback, then inquired, Huh? Uncle Shalu, you've come. The once troubled expression on Trunks' face vanished in an instant, replaced by a crescent-shaped smile. Indeed, I have arrived. Shalu gently tousled Trunks' hair, before lowering his gaze to the 3 individuals on the ground, completely disregarding Krillin. Feeling somewhat isolated, Krillin stood awkwardly, observing the interactions among the others. Trunks, would you like your brother Gohan's arm to grow back? Shalu's attention fixated on Gohan's severed left arm, his eyes glimmering as he posed the question. Of course I would. Trunks' smile brightened even further, though he still inquired. But, Uncle Shalu, when did you acquire such abilities? Oh, you are unaware. That Purunga, the dragon of the Namekians, granted me a wish as a gift, and I received it in its enhanced form. Therefore, my restoration capabilities are now exceptionally powerful. Shalu shrugged, as if these matters were mere trifles to him. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, a playful smile gracing his face. Come on, Trunks, call me brother and let me hear it. Last time in the hyperbolic time chamber, you were anything but obedient. Uncle, please don't. Trunks blushed and waved his hands in protest. Very well, Shalu uncle. Shalu brother? Trunks blinked, caught in a moment of hesitation. Ha! You might as well stick with Uncle from now on. Trunks, you truly are amusing. Shalu laughed heartily, his joy evident as he occasionally teased Trunks, which added a touch of amusement to their daily lives. All right, I shall restore them now. Shalu nodded to himself. Waves of crimson energy emanated from his hands, enveloping the three of them. In an instant, the injuries and pained expressions on their faces vanished, and the tails on Gohan and Goku's backs gradually re-emerged. Gohan's left arm returned to its original state, completely indistinguishable from a naturally grown limb. Done. Now, what was I saying? Just as Shalu prepared to speak further with Trunks, a gruff voice boomed from above, filled with fury. Brat, get down here. Chapter 50. What is going on? The group raised their heads to behold a fierce-looking Vegeta charging towards them, his demeanor radiating aggression. Kakarot? Piccolo. Is that Gohan? But why are there so many of these little brats? Are they a series of androids? Vegeta's astonishment was palpable as he sensed the chilling atmosphere surrounding them, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Who? Vegeta felt an unfamiliar energy and shifted his gaze toward Shalu. Upon locking eyes with Shalu's cold, pink orbs, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged within him. That indifferent gaze evoked memories of death itself, reminiscent of the time he had been vanquished by an android. What is the matter? Shalu spoke with indifference, his smile gradually fading as he ascended to match Vegeta's height. His aura expanded, pressing down upon Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted drastically, as if confronting a formidable foe. A look of despair and terror flickered in his eyes, and his Super Saiyan transformation dissipated, reverting him to his normal state. This feeling is so familiar. Vegeta trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his body instinctively recoiled. Who are you? Vegeta swallowed slightly. Are you also an android? I am Cell. He replied, Indeed, I am the android created by Dr. Gero. Observing Vegeta's rare expression, Cell shrugged slightly and continued, Rest assured, I am not your enemy. Androids 17 and 18 were dealt with by me, and you, along with those individuals, were resurrected by my own hand using the Dragon Balls on Namek. He gestured towards the unconscious figures on the ground. Moreover, I have been the one to care for your son. Cell tilted his body slightly to the right, allowing Vegeta to see Trunks' face clearly. Trunks. At this thought, Vegeta's emotions became somewhat complex. A flicker of joy appeared in his eyes, only to vanish just as quickly. Vegeta's body ceased its trembling as he beheld Trunks, whose lavender hair framed his face. At that moment, Trunks lowered his head, his cheeks slightly flushed, occasionally meeting Vegeta's gaze before quickly averting his eyes. Meanwhile, Cell, arms crossed and a smile upon his face, watched the scene unfold. It reminded him of the moment in the original story when Trunks revealed his true identity to Goku, evoking a sense of shyness reminiscent of that time. Is it truly you, Trunks? Vegeta repeated, dismissing any thoughts of the impudent child, and moved closer to Trunks. Yes, it's me, Dad. Trunks replied earnestly, lifting his head. Have you been training diligently over the years with Bulma? Vegeta hesitated momentarily before rephrasing his question. Indeed, I have worked hard. I have become quite strong, Trunks exclaimed, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. Over the years, with the guidance of Gohan and Uncle Cell, I have grown much stronger, although there remains a distance to reach true strength. As he spoke, Trunks glanced at Cell, emphasizing his point. A distance? Cell tapped his arm with a finger, smiling without uttering a word. If there was a distance, so be it, as long as the child was happy. Is that so? A sly grin suddenly spread across Vegeta's face. Then let me test that. Without warning, he sank low, his right hand clenched tightly, delivering a powerful right hook aimed at Trunks' abdomen. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as waves of energy burst forth. Trunks, placing his hands against the area Vegeta intended to strike, chuckled, Don't underestimate me. Boom. In an instant, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. His aura erupted violently, radiating from within him, shaking the air around. Golden energy surged upward from his feet, enveloping him in a radiant golden hue, his hair now golden, eyes bright blue, with arcs of blue electricity crackling around him, creating a formidable and awe-inspiring presence. Vegeta's face was one of astonishment, his body leaning back, but soon this shock transformed into a genuine, hearty laugh. Truly, you are the son of the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. Excellent. With a smirk, Vegeta erupted into a transformation, becoming a Super Saiyan 2, facing his opponent with renewed vigor. In a sudden moment, Trunks closed his eyes, and the golden aura surrounding him dissipated, with tendrils of electricity weaving into his body. This method would allow for a more efficient utilization of energy, minimizing physical exertion and energy loss. If my father is eager for a fight, then let us venture over there. Trunks lifted his gaze to meet Vegeta's, recalling the assessment of his father by Uncle Cell, a proud man, yearning for strength, yet deeply valuing his family. To gain his approval, one must first demonstrate their prowess. Well then, let us hasten. Vegeta shot forward instantaneously, soaring towards an open space ahead. Uncle Cell, I am on my way. Trunks nodded toward Cell before springing into action to catch up with Vegeta. Strange, but I have an inexplicable urge to personally give Vegeta a good thrashing, Cell remarked, scratching his head in bemusement, choosing not to interfere and gently descending to the ground. Ah, you should be waking up now, Cell murmured. Shortly thereafter, the three of them stirred simultaneously, accompanied by a muffled grunt, and gradually opened their eyes. What is this? Why am I lying here? Where's Uncle Krillin? They murmured as they slowly rose to their feet. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, you're all right. Krillin dashed over, his face beaming with joy, entirely devoid of his earlier distressed expression. Ah, Krillin, what has happened to us? I remember being knocked out by a pink monster, but... Goku scratched his head, perplexed. Yes, Uncle Krillin, who are these people? Gohan asked, bewildered, as he surveyed the nearly identical group of cells surrounding them. Cell, the android created by Dr. Gero. These are my, sons, Cell interjected, reiterating the statement with emphasis. Dr. Gero? Androids? Upon hearing these pivotal words, Gohan's eyes sharpened, his expression shifting dramatically as he instinctively took a combat stance. That's a mistake, Gohan. Cell is actually a good guy. He helped us revive, eliminate the androids 17 and 18, and even assisted in your recovery. Krillin hastily interjected, waving his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Sharu is not only their great benefactor, but even if he were not, his formidable power is undoubtedly beyond their capacity to contend with. How could they treat him in such a manner? Chapter 51, Father and Son Scheme. Is that so? I must sincerely apologize then, haha. Sun Wukong's eyes instantly brightened, and he instinctively scratched his head with his right hand. Indeed, Sharu, with his arms crossed, nodded slightly, indicating that he was unconcerned about the matter. I truly apologize. Thank you once again. Sun Wukong politely bowed, along with Son Gohan. Observing this, Piccolo also relaxed his grip, albeit feeling somewhat conflicted. He merely bent slightly at the waist as a gesture. It is nothing. Reviving you is merely a wish of Trunks, and I only wish to assist him. Do not dwell on it excessively. Sharu smiled softly and spoke slowly. Trunks? Surely he is doing exceptionally well now. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened, his eyes glimmering as if lost in reminiscence. Of course. Oh, your left hand is indeed a gift he left for you. Sharu nodded and continued. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. My left hand has grown back, and I even have a tail. Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, glanced left and right, and soon, Sun Wufan shared his intrigue. Oh, Wufan, my tail has also returned, look. With that, Sun Wukong lifted his rear end, facing Sun Wufan. Father, that is rather impolite. Sun Wufan feigned anger as he spoke. Oh, my apologies, my apologies. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. But then his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, as if he sensed something. This is... Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, brows furrowing, as his right hand instinctively formed a sword-like gesture against his forehead, sensing Vegeta and another presence similar to his. Sun Wukong remarked, turning to Sharu with a smile. Mr. Sharu, next time you visit Baozishan, I shall treat you to a delightful meal. Chi-Chi's culinary skills are exceptional. However, there is a matter I must attend to. Before Sharu could respond, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, appearing in the distance. Mr. Sharu. Sun Wufan began, but Sharu interjected. No need to worry. You both have matters to attend to. Do not linger here. Sharu slowly waved his hand. Then his father suggested, you must visit Baozishan next time. Sun Wufan smiled. Very well. Sharu nodded in agreement. Then, Krillin, Piccolo, let us depart to find father. Sun Wufan declared resolutely. All right. With that, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and Krillin soared into the sky, heading toward the horizon. Moments later, once they had left, Sharu gazed upward and spoke. The supreme deity of the universe prefers to hide in the shadows and spy, does he? On a desolate island, devoid of life. Vegeta and Trunks stood opposed to one another. Trunks, I am astonished that you have reached this level. However, there remains a gap between us. Come, use your full strength without holding back. A grin spread across Vegeta's lips. Ever since witnessing Trunks transform into the Super Saiyan 2 he had labored to attain, he had not ceased smiling. The potential of his son surpassed his wildest expectations, likely only trailing just behind him. All right, Trunks shouted, lowering his body slightly and assuming a battle stance. In an instant, Vegeta launched the first attack, his right foot lightly pressing against the ground as he charged toward Trunks with remarkable speed. Huh! Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, extending his hands slightly in an attempt to test his strength against Trunks. With a resounding clash, Trunks grasped Vegeta's hands, their fingers interlocked in a fierce grip, each unleashing a formidable force. The ground beneath them suddenly caved in with a deafening boom, forming a semicircular depression that continued to expand, while the surrounding earth fractured violently, intricate fissures radiating outward in all directions. Vegeta tapped into his utmost power, his golden aura erupting skyward. Golden arcs of energy swirling around him as flashes of lightning crackled and explosive sounds reverberated through the air. In stark contrast, Trunks appeared unperturbed, his hair shone golden. Yet he emitted no trace of energy, only an overwhelming presence, an aura of fierce, powerful momentum. Ah, Trunks, you have reached this level, Vegeta exclaimed, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to speak. I have not wasted my training all these years. Rise up. With a mighty shout, Trunks's eyes sparkled with golden light, his biceps swelling dramatically as he hurled Vegeta into the ground. A tremendous crash echoed, and the earth erupted in a web of cracks. Collapsing as it neared the sea, Vegeta, in disbelief, found himself buried into the ground. Gasping for breath, Trunks retreated, creating distance between them. He considered his father's words. Give it your all, and unsheathed the long sword from his back. With a thunderous roar, a wave of energy exploded forth, causing the ground around them to collapse. Various stones rising up only to be reduced to dust. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Vegeta's eyes turned crimson, steam rising from his body, as if his frustration at being eclipsed by his son had pushed him beyond his limits, reaching a critical state. In an instant, Vegeta went berserk, his footfalls pounding the ground as he charged at Trunks. His right fist enveloped in a golden flame, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Trunks. So fast, Trunks's expression grew serious as he summoned a swirling barrier of white energy around him, a sharp, piercing sound of a sword resonating through the air, as he transformed into an unstoppable, razor-sharp blade poised for action. As Trunks faced the approaching fist, he thrust his sword forward with determination. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, shaking the very ground beneath them, unleashing waves of energy that surged outward like shockwaves. A glimmer of white light suddenly appeared on the sword, and upon seeing it, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the long sword, transforming into a sharp blade of luminescence that swiftly pierced through the golden aura enveloping Vegeta's right fist. However, his reaction was timely, resulting only in a shallow gash. Vegeta staggered backward, his body retreating in haste. He lowered his head to examine his right fist, where the white glove had been torn, a trickle of blood seeping from the wound. Trunks, have you truly reached this level? Vegeta murmured to himself, staring vacantly at his hand. He realized that the next move would likely determine the outcome of their duel. Chapter 52. That glimmer of sword chi, is this truly my limit? Vegeta mused, his fist clenched tightly with a hint of reluctance. No, I refuse to concede. Suddenly, a grin broke across Vegeta's face, his eyes glimmering as they met Trunks. I have one more move. I will not be defeated. With a fierce roar, Vegeta summoned his energy to its peak, the golden aura surging skyward, crackling with arcs of electricity, causing the ground to tremble beneath him, his gaze alight with intensity. Boom! A fierce expression contorted Vegeta's face, veins bulging on his forehead. As he pressed his hands together, arcs of metallic energy dancing between them. Observing this, Trunks raised an eyebrow, sensing numerous vulnerabilities in his father's stance, which appeared to be focused on gathering a formidable attack, leaving him immobilized. Yet, Trunks furrowed his brow, feeling an inner conflict about the fairness of this situation. Well, if father insists on giving his all, then so shall I. After all, Uncle Cell can heal any injuries. Exhaling a deep breath, Trunks lowered his stance, gripping the sword's hilt firmly, positioning it before him, and slowly closing his eyes. A resounding note of the sword echoed. In that instant, a white whirlwind enveloped Trunks, tendrils of light emerging from his being, gradually coiling around the sword. The sound of the blade intensified, and Trunks' aura shifted, embodying the essence of a razor-sharp sword. Breathe, breathe. Trunks entered a unique state, his body radiating a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire island. The humming grew louder as he slowly opened his eyes, the sword vibrating with excitement. His originally azure irises now shimmered with a touch of white light, the glow of the blade intensifying, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Vegeta undoubtedly noticed the transformation in his opponent, his expression suddenly tightening as he concentrated on amplifying his energy. ZZZZ. A golden, radiant energy orb exudes an aura of destruction, surrounded by arcs of golden electricity that pulsate with an unsettling intensity. Behold my ultimate flash. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a burst of golden light that expanded into a magnificent column, charged with ferocious energy, surging toward Trunks. Buzzing with anticipation, Trunks' sword trembled violently in his grasp. A faint smile graced his lips as he beheld Vegeta's ultimate flash hurtling toward him. Firmly gripping his sword, he extended it slightly towards the oncoming energy beam. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted, forming a blade of condensed energy that surged forth from Trunks' sword, emanating a fierce sharpness. The two forces collided with a resounding impact, Trunks' sword energy appearing diminutive in the face of Vegeta's ultimate flash. Vegeta felt a surge of resistance and intensified his energy output. This was indeed his final gambit, for he would be utterly drained afterward. After all, conceding defeat to his own son was not an act befitting the Prince of the Scions. With a sudden increase in magnitude, the golden beam expanded, shattering the ground beneath and creating a vast, gaping chasm. In an instant, the white sword energy radiated a fierce aura, its tip gleaming as it thrust fiercely into the golden column, as if attempting to cleave it in two. Trunks, with a powerful roar, felt an explosive surge of energy. His muscles swelled, his stature grew taller, and he appeared immensely robust under the golden light. His hair transformed into a spiky, hedgehog-like form. This was the fruit of 3 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, resulting in the development of Super Saiyan 2, a transformation that prioritized raw power. Much like the third stage of Super Saiyan, it significantly boosted strength at the expense of speed, a detail he had never disclosed to Uncle Cell, for the latter had been absorbed in his training and meditation. With his eyes wide open, Trunks noticed that, under his increased energy output, the sword energy diminished further, yet the light emanating from the sword's tip blazed brilliantly, transforming the very atmosphere into a realm of white. In a fleeting moment, he cleaved through Vegeta's ultimate flash, reaching the prince's face with blinding speed. However, under Trunks' control, the sword energy exploded instead of directly targeting his father's head. After all, this was not a battle. The opponent was not an enemy but his father. And he could not bear the thought of hovering ominously before him, for as Uncle Cell had said, it would be a devastating blow to his proud father. The ground trembled ominously. A brilliant explosion of white light erupted, accompanied by a resounding roar. The immense brilliance illuminated the surroundings as the island trembled violently, enveloped in swirling smoke. In an instant, half of the island was severed, leaving only a fragment behind. Had Cell been present, he would undoubtedly remark that the island had indeed been fortunate to suffer merely a partial destruction, expressing gratitude towards Trunks for that. Suddenly, a figure appeared, catching the fallen Vegeta in midair, and in the blink of an eye, transported him before Trunks. "Ah, Trunks, this is our first encounter, isn't it?" Goku said with a slight smirk, turning to address him. "Mr. Goku," Trunks exclaimed, swiftly regaining his composure as he reverted to his normal form and sheathed his sword. With a rush, 3 white auras descended from the heavens, revealing their forms: Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin. "Trunks, you are significantly stronger now," Gohan remarked with a smile, his eyes glistening with joy and a hint of pride. "Brother Gohan." Trunks stepped forward and embraced Gohan tightly, his fingers brushing against the remnants of Gohan's formerly severed left arm, tears welling in his eyes. "Enough, it's all in the past now," Gohan said gently, tenderly stroking Trunks' hair. He understood the reason behind Trunks' emotional gesture. "Haha, Uncle Cell is indeed formidable. It's hard to believe he was artificially created," Trunks laughed through his tears, releasing Gohan and wiping his eyes as they shared a meaningful gaze. At that moment, Trunks had nearly matched Gohan's height, no longer needing to look up. "Well, Well, it hasn't been long since I left, yet you seem to have matured into a young man, Gohan remarked, somewhat astonished. The hyperbolic time chamber. I suspect he must have spent time there, Piccolo interjected, his arms crossed as he observed the heartwarming scene, a distant look in his eyes as if reminiscing. Is that so? Gohan scratched his head, honestly admitting that he had forgotten about that place, or perhaps was unaware of its significance. Didn't you tell me about it, Brother Gohan? Trunks asked, looking puzzled. And no, when did I mention it? I have never even been there myself. Gohan blinked in surprise, indicating his lack of knowledge. Never mind such trivial matters. What truly matters is that we are all back now. Androids 17 and 18 have been eliminated, and peace has returned to the world. Krillin chimed in, waving his hand excitedly. Indeed. But what about Vegeta? Should we take him to Mr. Cell for further treatment? Goku suddenly interjected, his brow furrowed in concern, feeling that Vegeta should be prioritized for healing, especially given his current state of injury. Though he was also eager to challenge Trunks to a fight, Vegeta's well-being was equally important. With both hands cradling the unconscious Vegeta, the unfortunate warrior had not only collapsed twice in a single day, but one of those times was at the hands of his own son. Yes, his father. Trunks paused for a moment, realizing that the joy of encountering Gohan had momentarily overshadowed this fact, causing him to forget. Chapter 53. The King Kai then. I shall take my father to Uncle Cell. Trunks exclaimed hurriedly, accepting his father from Goku's grasp. Upon closer inspection, he noticed large charred patches on Vegeta's chest, with a relatively shallow scratch on his armor. It was inflicted by his own sword's energy. Had he not detonated it, his father might have been lost to the realm of the living. Feeling somewhat awkward, Trunks swallowed hard as he looked at Vegeta in his arms. He resolved that if he were to fight with his father again, he would not heed his father's words. Especially when urged to unleash his full power, it was far too perilous. How about using instant transmission? That would expedite matters, Goku suggested casually. All right. Trunks nodded in agreement. Gohan, you should go find Chi-Chi and the others. It's just the two of us here, Goku said, gazing at Gohan. Understood, father. After exchanging a glance with Trunks, Gohan spoke briefly with Piccolo and Krillin before departing. I shall take my leave as well, Goku. I'm off to find Master Roshi and rest for a while, Krillin said with a smile, waving goodbye to the group before soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. I'm leaving too, Piccolo nodded, then swiftly ascended, disappearing from view. All right, let us set off as well, Goku declared, bringing his fingers together, the index and middle fingers touching his forehead, as he concentrated on sensing Cell's unique and formidable energy. He then placed his left hand on Trunks' shoulder. Very well, Mr. Goku, Trunks replied, his eyes gleaming with determination as he nodded. With a sudden whoosh, the two figures vanished, leaving behind a whirlwind that swept up clouds of dust into the air. Shalu's gaze sharpened. Though he sensed no presence, he was certain someone was lurking within the clouds. The absence of aura suggested a voyeuristic intent, and with the recent disturbances caused by the Fiend Bu, he was convinced it was none other than the inexperienced yet playful Kaioshin Asin and his attendant Jebet. After all, the essence of a deity is imperceptible to mortals. Only those who have cultivated a similar divine essence can discern it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The sky remained utterly tranquil, a gentle breeze caressing the atmosphere, imbued with warmth. The figures known as 1, 3, 5, and 6 bore expressions of grave concern. They held unwavering faith in their father's words, for if he spoke of it, it must be true. Among them, 5 exhibited an unusual displeasure, levitating slightly with his right hand extended forward, causing the sky to erupt with numerous small energy slashes, dispersing the clouds with a tumultuous energy. Soon, 2 silhouettes emerged. Clad in peculiar attire, adorned with earrings, their hairstyles and skin tones markedly different from those of Earthlings. Indeed, it was Kaioshin Asin and his attendant Jebet. Shalu, upon witnessing the tangible form of Kaioshin Asin, nearly erupted into laughter. The shaved sides and the white tuft in the middle appeared rather comical, especially given his current expression, which bore an eerie smile, masking his feigned composure. Ahem. Shalu pretended to cough, signaling number 5 to cease its assault. Buzz. Number 5 lowered its right hand, descending slowly to the ground, wearing a disgruntled expression. Thud, thud. 2 figures descended rapidly from the sky, and upon landing, they heard Jebet exclaiming loudly, You! How dare you show such a lack of respect when you know this is Lord Supreme Kai? He is the most esteemed deity in the entire universe. Jebediah's face flushed with indignation as he shouted in his hoarse voice. Oh, the most esteemed? As Shalu gently descended, a playful expression graced his visage as he regarded the Supreme Kai Axn. He inquired, So, esteemed Supreme Kai, have you mastered the creation that all Supreme Kais should be well-versed in? Axn, who had initially attempted to maintain his composure, could no longer restrain himself. His countenance fell, revealing a look of discomfort. He could hardly admit that he was the least gifted among them, having only just begun to grasp the fundamentals, nearly knowing nothing at all. Mr. Shalu, I express my gratitude for your elimination of Majin Bu, Axn replied, somewhat evasively, as he slightly bent his torso. Supreme Kai? Jebediah exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The most revered Supreme Kai, bowing to a mere mortal, was an inconceivable sight. Even if this individual had vanquished Majin Bu, Jebediah's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed Axn's hands tugging at him from behind. An understanding dawned upon him. Though resigned to the situation, he complied with the command and bowed in return. Indeed, Shalu nodded, his hands clasped across his chest as he stood at the forefront, accepting their gestures of respect, for he deemed himself worthy. Given that I have rendered you such a significant service, I now require your acknowledgement. Shalu's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. Gratitude? The Kaioshin Asin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and replied, Of course. What form of gratitude do you seek? In response, Jebediah let out a cold huff, turning his face away in silence. Shalu took no notice of the situation and continued, I desire the holy sword of the Supreme Kai, known as the Supreme Kai Sword. What say you? The Supreme Kai Sword? Supreme Kai Asin and Jebediah exchanged astonished glances. How could a mere mortal like Shalu possess knowledge of the sacred land and the Supreme Kai Sword? However, they did not ponder this for long. Supreme Kai Asin placed a reassuring hand on Jebediah's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. Very well, although I am uncertain of the source of your information. Since you are aware of the existence of the Supreme Kai Sword, you must also know that it has never been drawn since its inception, he stated. Indeed, but that merely reflects the inadequacy of you Supreme Kais. You cannot blame others, Shalu waved dismissively, exhibiting nonchalance. All right. Supreme Kai Asin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suppressing Jebediah's urge to express anger. He continued, Then, please follow us, Mr. Shalu. No need for that. Shalu suddenly recalled something amusing and grinned. After seizing each of the four small beings, he declared, To the sacred land, and promptly vanished from the spot. Whoosh. Along with the four small beings, he disappeared. Nanny? Supreme Kai, did he just say to the sacred land? Jebediah's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands flailing. Indeed, I believe I heard correctly. It seems this mortal named Shalu possesses remarkable strength, a fact I was previously unaware of, Supreme Kai Asin remarked, shaking his head slowly. Let us depart for the sacred land. Understood. Jebediah nodded, and in a flash of green light, their figures also vanished from the scene. Whoosh. The realm of the Supreme Kai, the sacred land. Suddenly, Shalu and his companions appeared, gazing upon this so-called sacred land. Wow, Father, this place is truly magnificent. Indeed. He agreed. Absolutely, exclaimed the others. The four little ones rose to explore, surrounded by a lush green expanse, with towering trees standing majestically and the sky adorned with a delicate pink hue, revealing numerous celestial bodies above. Haha, if you wish to play, feel free to venture out. After all, there is no one here. Shalu laughed heartily, realizing once again the remarkable power of his dragon. There was no need for coordinates. Merely harboring the thought in his mind allowed him to arrive instantaneously. Truly, this is an indispensable ability for both home and travel. He speculated that the current king of the gods, Asin, and Jebediah must be wearing expressions of disbelief. Shalu chuckled, gesturing for the four little ones to play freely. And in an instant, they vanished from sight, including the first one. They are still children, after all, filled with a love for play. Shalu shook his head. Suddenly, two figures materialized around Shalu, and upon glancing at them, he remarked, old acquaintances. Chapter 54, The Realm of the Kai Shin. Shalu turned his head and, upon a glance, exclaimed, Oh, is that not Trunks and Son Wukong? A closer look revealed the injured Vegeta. Whoosh. In an instant, Trunks and Son Wukong, with their eyes blinking in surprise, followed Shalu to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Uncle Shalu. Trunks shook his head, lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering, and a smile slowly spreading across his face. It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Shalu. However, where exactly are we? This place feels somewhat different from Earth. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a slight frown creasing his brow as he spoke. This is the realm of the Supreme Kai, a sacred domain belonging to the Supreme Kai, who is regarded as the most revered deity in our universe. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Shalu continued. Did you follow my energy to arrive here? Shalu blinked her captivating pink eyes and raised her hands to observe them, murmuring to herself that her unrestrained aura had evidently been detected by Sun Wukong, who had captured her through his instantaneous movement and followed her here. Shalu's gaze shifted to Vegeta, perceiving the weakened aura surrounding him, his body marked with numerous wounds. After glancing at Trunks, a look of understanding crossed his face. It seemed that his years of training Trunks had not been in vain. Undoubtedly, the father-son duo had emerged victorious. Uncle Shalu, my father. Trunks furrowed his brow, poised to speak when a sudden burst of green light illuminated the space, revealing two figures. Indeed, we are in the sacred land. Jebediah's rough, hoarse voice resonated through the air. However, as his gaze fell upon Trunks and Goku, he gasped in astonishment. From where have you come? Jebediah's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling eggs in their roundness. With legs apart and hands trembling uncontrollably, he bellowed, "Why are these mortals able to traverse so effortlessly into this sacred realm? I had to endure immense trials too." Jebediah's astonishment was tinged with a hint of irritation. Jebet, the Kaioshin seemed unfazed by the commotion, amplifying his voice, brows furrowed with mild discontent. "These must be Mr. Shalu's friends. Welcome to the Kaioshin realm." The Kaioshin offered his signature smile, extending a hand slightly. "Lord Kaioshin, is it permissible for these mortals to enter the sacred Kaioshin realm?" Jebet momentarily hesitated before quickly regaining composure and inquiring. In response, the Kaioshin merely shook his head in silence. Tap, tap. Cell strolled towards Trunks, his eyes half closed, signaling him to place Vegeta on the ground. Soon, Trunks complied, gently lowering Vegeta to the earth. Observing this, Cell raised his right hand, releasing waves of red and yellow energy that cascaded down upon Vegeta. The healing energy swiftly enveloped him, mending his injuries with astonishing rapidity. The scratches on his face, the blood at the corner of his mouth, and the gashes on his chest vanished before the naked eye. Coughing, Vegeta, who lay on the ground, suddenly awakened, initially wearing a fierce expression. However, as the realization dawned upon him, he sprang to his feet, murmuring, "I actually lost to Trunks. I actually lost to Trunks." His face twisted in disbelief. And after a moment, he regained his composure, surveying his surroundings. "Cell, you healed me?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, slowly rising. Before Cell could respond, Vegeta continued, "Humph. Don't think that just because you healed me, I will express my gratitude." Feeling the surge of energy within him, a flicker of delight crossed Vegeta's face. He then took several steps back, distancing himself from the others, and emitted a cold snort. Folding his arms across his chest, he cast his gaze around the environment. "Haha, Uncle Cell." Trunks chuckled awkwardly at the scene, scratching his head. "It's nothing," Cell replied, shaking his head and choosing to disregard the proud Saiyan Prince. Instead, turning his attention to the Supreme Kai duo. "Supreme Kai, where is my reward? Or rather, where is my Supreme Kai sword? Lead the way." Shalu spoke softly, gazing at the unreliable duo before him. "The Kaioshin sword, you say? Follow me." The Kaioshin slowly ascended into the air, gesturing for Shalu to follow, and then soared into the distance. Shalu nodded silently, rising to follow while subtly suppressing his aura. The trio swiftly vanished into the horizon, fading from the sight of those left behind. "Hey, Kakarot, where exactly is this place, and what on earth is the Kaioken sword?" Vegeta inquired as he approached, noticing Shalu's departure. "Huh, are you asking me, Vegeta?" Goku replied, pointing at himself in surprise, his previously sharp gaze transforming into a rather endearing innocence. "TCH, forget it, Trunks. You explain," Vegeta said, suppressing his curiosity and glancing at his son, who was even more formidable than himself, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. "Ah, father. According to Uncle Shalu, this is the residence of the most esteemed deity in the universe, the Kaioshin, known as the Kaioshin realm. However, I am unsure about what the Kaioken sword is," Trunks responded earnestly after a moment of surprise. "The most esteemed deity in the universe? Kaioshin? What utter nonsense," Vegeta scoffed, his disdain evident. "Nonetheless, the environment here is indeed quite suitable for habitation. If sold, it would fetch a handsome price," he mused, gazing into the distance. his thoughts drifting back to past events as his fists clenched unconsciously. Suddenly, a furry appendage swayed into his line of sight. Following it, he noticed Goku's back, adorned with what unmistakably resembled a scion tail. A tail? Where did you get that? Vegeta blinked, releasing his hands and hastily inquired. He had never witnessed Kakarot with a tail before, and considering his myriad of peculiarities, Vegeta felt a surge of wariness and confusion. A tail? Goku paused, swinging his tail back and forth before turning his backside towards Vegeta, asking in bewilderment, "What's wrong with the tail?" "I have no idea why it appeared. It just seemed to be there after a nap." With a swift motion, Vegeta's fist struck Goku's forehead, leaving a prominent, swollen bump. "Ah, Vegeta, what are you doing? That hurts, you know," Goku exclaimed, clutching his head, his expression a mix of innocence and irritation. "Why did you hit me? It really hurts," he protested, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Humph, has no one taught you manners? Presenting your backside to me is utterly repulsive," Vegeta retorted. A look of disgust plastered on his face, his right hand poised as if he wished to strike again to instill a lasting lesson. "Oh, by the way, I think I understand what Uncle Sharu is up to." Observing the antics of the two, Trunks glanced at Goku's tail, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, recalling what Uncle Cell had previously shared with him, illuminating his eyes with newfound understanding. Chapter 54, the so-called Super Saiyan for what? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed as he directed a questioning gaze toward Trunks, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Meanwhile, Goku remained silent, but equally fixated on Trunks, eager to hear his insights. From my conjecture, it appears that Uncle Cell deliberately reactivated Mr. Goku and Gohan's tails for the purpose of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in the future. Trunks spoke with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he glanced enviously at Goku's tail. He lamented to himself why he hadn't asked Uncle Cell to grant him one as well. It looked so cool to have a tail. Trunks covertly eyed the fluffy appendage. It truly appeared splendid. Moreover, he recalled Uncle Cell mentioning that upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, both the tail and hair would take on a dark crimson hue, which would undoubtedly enhance its allure. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta and Goku echoed in unison, their voices tinged with a mixture of delight and astonishment. "Trunks, do you know how to transform?" Vegeta's eyes sparkled with interest. After years of striving to attain Super Saiyan 2, he had felt a sense of accomplishment, witnessing a significant enhancement in his powers. Little did he expect to hear about Super Saiyan 4. To think he was still grappling with the intricacies of Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 4? But I only know how to transform into 3, Goku remarked, a furrow of confusion crossing his brow. "I am not entirely certain." "Kakarot, you can already transform into Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta, at this moment, was evidently too preoccupied with Goku's revelation to heed Trunks' words. Striding forward, he grasped Goku's garment, his tone filled with incredulity and perplexity. "Why is it that this guy always seems to be a step ahead of me? Vegeta, I've only just mastered this transformation. I've only transformed once." Goku raised his hands, recalling Vegeta's temperament and hastily clarifying. However, hearing Goku's seemingly modest response only fueled Vegeta's irritation, inciting frustration within himself. "All right, transform for me now. Let me witness this so-called Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta exhaled sharply, attempting to steady his emotions and suppress his anger. But what? "Prove it to me, quickly." Vegeta pressed, his eyes wide with urgency. "Very well." Goku pondered for a moment, then nodded, signaling for the two to step back. Trunks and Vegeta leaped backward, reaching a vantage point. Trunks' eyes gleamed with intensity. He had heard Uncle Sharu speak of Super Saiyan 3, although it seemed Uncle Sharu was not entirely in favor of him pursuing that path, suggesting it was suited for only one individual, though he never clarified who that might be. It was likely that he was referring to Mr. Son Goku. Yet, Trunks was perplexed as to how Uncle Sharu was aware of this. With a deep exhale, Goku released a cloud of tension, inhaling deeply once more. His muscles tensed with fury, ready to unleash his power. A resounding explosion followed as a golden aura surged upward from beneath him, enveloping his form in radiant light. His hair transitioned from black to gold, his blue eyes shining brightly, his aura intensifying. This was the Super Saiyan transformation, Goku murmured, almost as if narrating, casting his gaze towards Vegeta and the others. "Humph, nonsense, as if I wouldn't know. What I wish to witness is Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta scoffed, his tone laced with irritation. Haha. Trunks chuckled awkwardly from the side, his eyes fixed on Vegeta. Truthfully, this father seemed quite different from the one described by his mother. Was this a case of love rendering one blind? Trunks found himself puzzled, ultimately redirecting his attention to Goku in the arena. Then, Goku paused momentarily, and his aura erupted with tremendous force, radiating like a torrential wave, sweeping outward. A powerful vortex surged forth, tearing through the ground, uprooting the grass within a 5-meter radius, reducing it to mere dust. Boom. Crackle. Blue electricity crackled around him, dancing like ethereal sprites as Goku's hair thickened, a lock falling over his forehead. His expression hardened, exuding an intimidating presence. Super Saiyan 2. What followed would be Super Saiyan 3. Goku began to levitate, his body contorting as he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut. His aura resembling a soaring dragon, erupting skyward. It was coming. Vegeta's sharp eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle, determined not to miss a single detail. Rumbling. The skies above darkened as clouds gathered, drawn toward the energy emanating from Goku, while the ground shattered, various stones floating before being crushed to powder by the overwhelming force. Huh. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as Goku's golden aura shot upward, creating a vortex amidst the white clouds, swirling at the horizon. With his shout, his energy surged at an astonishing rate. Sun Wukong's body was slightly hunched, and the strands of hair atop his head gradually grew outward, eventually reaching the length of his waist and even his legs. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion akin to thunder, a brilliant golden light erupted, astonishing all who beheld it. Crackling sounds filled the air as denser blue arcs of electricity danced around him, leaping in vibrant chaos. As one gazed upon his visage, it became evident that his eyebrows had vanished, adding an air of ferocity to his countenance. His cheeks slightly hollowed, his gaze turned cold, and a cascade of golden hair flowed down his back, exuding an overwhelming presence that surged forth into the cosmos. Golden flames of energy began to rise majestically, and the tail behind Sun Wukong trembled, gradually transforming into a radiant golden hue. This was the Super Saiyan 3. With a detached demeanor, Sun Wukong spoke, then glanced at his hands, marveling at the sensation he felt, more exhilarating than his transformation in the underworld. Was it due to his tail? He furrowed his brow, revealing his form. Is this truly the Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta trembled with excitement, lowering his crossed arms, consumed by a yearning for the power that radiated from Sun Wukong. The Super Saiyan 3 was undeniably magnificent. Trunks blinked his wide eyes, filled with wonder, realizing it was far more impressive than he had ever imagined. Uncle Cher still forbids me from training, humph. Has Sun Wukong's aura surged so dramatically? Has he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3? A slight smirk appeared on Sheru's lips as he soared alongside the Supreme Kai. What is this, Mr. Sun Wukong? This energy has permeated the entire Supreme Kai realm. The Supreme Kai Asin and Jebet halted their movements, turning towards the source with expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Sun Wukong possessed such formidable power. Let us continue our journey, my lord. The halted Sheru did not look back, but instead spoke. Very well, that is a valid point. Supreme Kai Asin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly resumed his flight forward. Chapter 55. The Sword of the Supreme Kai. What do you think, Vegeta? Are you satisfied with my transformation? Sun Wukong suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing before Vegeta with an expression of indifference. He radiated a shimmering yellow light, and the strands of hair hanging from his forehead danced in the stirring wind. Gazing towards the clouds above, combined with the angle of the light, Sun Wukong appeared almost divine. Vegeta found himself completely immobilized, as the overwhelming aura emanating from Sun Wukong rendered him nearly paralyzed. Super Saiyan 3 has reached such heights. What of Super Saiyan 4? How powerful could it be? Vegeta swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Huff! Sun Wukong exhaled a deep breath, instantly reverting from his transformed state, his formidable aura dissipating, hair retracting, and eyebrows regrowing. Mr. Wukong, that was incredible. And this transformation looks so cool. Trunks suddenly dashed over, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Haha, you could achieve it too if you trained diligently and reflect upon it. Though I cannot say if it would suit you, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, addressing Trunks. Kakarot, I will surpass you, Trunks declared, turning to Vegeta after casting a glance at Sun Wukong. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. All right. Trunks nodded slightly. According to Uncle Sharu, one must possess a tail and be exposed to the full moon's blood's waves to transform into a Scion ape. Moreover, while maintaining mental clarity, one must utilize the Scion ape's physique to become a Super Scion, thus achieving the Super Scion ape form. Secondly, by condensing the corporeal form of the great ape into that of a human, one attains the Super Scion 4. Regrettably, Uncle Sharu is unaware of the process by which one transforms from ape to human, though it likely relates to the foundation of one's belief, battle power, and the S cells within. Trunks concluded his explanation, leaving Goku wide-eyed and Vegeta stroking his chin in deep contemplation. So, transforming into an ape is the key? Goku quickly grasped the essence. As long as he could shift into an ape and revert, he would thus acquire the power of Super Saiyan 4. Is that correct? Trunks, unable to articulate a definitive answer, remained silent. Well, I have a glimmer of insight now. Super Saiyan 4 indeed. I am determined to attain it. Vegeta seemed to have an epiphany and burst into laughter. Transforming into a great ape poses no challenge. He possesses the conviction, believing his battle power can reach those heights. As for the S cells, they likely pertain to the areas within his body radiating golden energy. A trial run is in order. First, I shall seek Sharu to have my tail regrown. With this thought, Vegeta felt a surge of joy, and upon sensing Sharu's presence, he unleashed a white aura, soaring into the sky. Haha, I shall be the first man to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Trunks and Goku exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily frozen in place, as they witnessed the white aura surrounding Vegeta dissipate before erupting forth. Then, let us seek Uncle Sharu, Trunks said to Goku, eager for Sharu to regrow his tail, as he too wished to experiment. After all, power is what he yearned for. He was already drifting further from Sharu. He needed to grow stronger. Oh, very well. Goku focused his gaze, his right hand forming a sword-like finger pressed to his forehead, while his left rested on Trunks' shoulder. Whoosh! In an instant, their figures vanished without a trace. Behold, that is the sword of the King Kai. We have arrived. King Kaiasen smiled, pointing to a sword resting atop a small stone pillar. Oh, is this it? Shalu instantly appeared before the sword. It was an unremarkable design, devoid of any extraordinary features. Shara bent down and knocked gently, listening to the crisp sound. He remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, so it is indeed the issue with the old Supreme Kai? Fear not. I shall release you shortly." With measured steps, as the Supreme Kai Ashen and Jebet arrived, they heard Sharu calmly declare, "You may observe closely how I shall extract it." Sharu spoke softly, his right hand gently grasping the sword with a hint of genuine power. With a resounding crash, the stone pillar shattered in multiple places, and the King of Worlds' divine sword was effortlessly seized by Sharu, who swung it gracefully in the air, creating a fierce gust that made the very atmosphere seem to tear apart. What do you think? Quite simple, isn't it? After indulging in his display, Sharu rested the sword against his shoulder and spoke slowly. Impressive, truly impressive, to have drawn the King of Worlds' divine sword. The King of Worlds, Ashen, widened his eyes in astonishment. Yet, it was not entirely surprising. After witnessing Sharu's overwhelming victory over Majin Buu, everything else paled in comparison. Behind him, Jebet appeared perturbed by Sharu's incessant chatter. Though he was internally shaken, he refrained from showing it, enduring the mockery in silence. Now, allow me to present a trick. A grand transformation of the living. Sharu, with a playful demeanor, observed the sword in his hand. He tightened his grip on the hilt with his right hand and flicked the blade with his left middle finger, unleashing tremendous force. With a sharp crack, the sword snapped. The sword was broken. At that moment, Jebet could no longer contain his shock. His eyes bulged, his body bent in disbelief, and he trembled uncontrollably. The King of Worlds' divine sword, with millions of years of history, a divine artifact, shattered by a mere flick? Surely, this cannot be true. Jebet exclaimed loudly, feeling as though his faith had crumbled into pieces. Calm down, Jebet. Remain composed. Compared to Jebet, Ashen maintained a semblance of calm, though cold sweat drenched him. He repeatedly reassured himself, "It's not significant, not significant. In comparison to Majin Buu, it's trivial. How can I remain calm? Lord of the King of Worlds. This is a sacred relic." Jebet turned away, gazing at the broken sword tip, which he easily plucked from the ground. Oh, has that old fellow emerged? Sharu observed Jebet effortlessly retrieving the tip and quickly scanned the surroundings, catching sight of a small, devious-looking old man approaching with a grin. Ahem, let the sword break. Look how you still clutch it as a treasure. A hoarse, aged voice called out as the old king of worlds approached, leaning on his waist. He snatched the sword tip from Jebet and tossed it into a nearby lake, where it vanished from sight. Huh, it is I who am the protagonist here. The old king of worlds displayed a grotesque grin, revealing yellowed teeth, and beamed at Jebet, his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. P.S. This is the 3rd chapter. How about a few free gifts? Chapter 56, Divine. Jebet was already in a foul mood, and upon witnessing the lecherous old man carelessly discard the highly esteemed king god sword, his eyes bulged in disbelief, veins throbbing on his forehead, and his complexion turned an even deeper shade of crimson. With a sharp crack, Jebet clenched his right fist, the sound of bones colliding echoing, as he swiftly unleashed a punch that struck the old man squarely on the face. The impact of Jebet's furious blow sent the old king god flying, blood streaming from his nostrils, and a tooth knocked loose. Ouch! The old king god, who had initially felt a surge of excitement and joy, was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated an ambush from anyone, let alone a mere mortal, and his complacency had led to his failure to evade. Impressive. Seeing this unfold, Cell's eyes widened in surprise, and he promptly gave a thumbs up, recognizing the need to commend such audacity. Individuals who dare to confront authority must be cherished. Kudos to you, Jebet. What kind of lecherous old fool is this? How is it that anyone can just waltz into the realm of the king gods now? Jebet scoffed, secretly relishing the release of his pent-up frustration. He surveyed his hands with satisfaction, pleased with the strength that had allowed him to send the old man flying. Who is that? The king god Asen mused, momentarily lost in thought. He only caught a glimpse of a diminutive figure being launched away by Jebet's punch, oblivious to the unfolding events. My lord, that is merely an old man who appears from nowhere. He had the audacity to discard the king god's sword. Striking him was a mere trifle. Just wait and see how I handle him, Jebet exclaimed in indignation, rolling his neck in preparation to deliver another blow. At that moment, Cell, who had been watching with amusement, interjected with a smirk. Are you certain you wish to strike that venerable gentleman? He is the old king god from 15 generations ago, your ancestor, who was merely sealed within the sword for ages. Imagine his plight, after enduring such confinement. He emerges only to be struck down by his own kin. How tragic, how pitiful. Shalu feigned innocence as he rubbed his eyes, playfully gazing at the bewildered duo. Jebite, did I just hear incorrectly? Did I really hear Mr. Shalu claiming that person is the god of destruction from 15 generations ago? The expression on god of destruction Asen's face instantly froze, his neck twisting awkwardly as he regarded Jebite with a look of sheer horror, cold sweat streaming down his face. The god of destruction from 15 generations ago? Jebite bellowed, suddenly burdened with a weight akin to iron as a chill gripped his heart, particularly upon witnessing the look in Asen's eyes, which solidified his desire to escape. Ssru, please, do not jest, Jebite stammered, forcing a pained smile while raising his hands in protest. I am not joking, Saru replied, his playful demeanor replaced with earnestness as he shook his head. Just as the words fell from his lips, Asen and Jebite vanished from their spot, racing at unimaginable speed to the old god of destruction's side, hastily assisting him to his feet. Jebite, now in a state of panic, rushed to provide aid. Cough, cough. You wretched brat, do you wish to kill me? I survived being slain by Beerus, only to meet my end at your hands. The old god of destruction glared at Jebite, gripping his neck in fury. As if he intended to retaliate, his teeth clenched tightly, the one had fallen out, allowing air to escape as he spoke. Ancestor, I was wrong, please don't. I am currently treating you. Jebite swore this was the most tense moment of his life. Imagine the consequences of a servant striking the leader's leader, and worse yet, knocking out a tooth. Beerus? Could it be that Lord Beerus sealed you within that god of destruction sword? God of destruction Asen furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Hey, how do you know that? I haven't mentioned it yet. The old god of destruction paused, rising from the ground, his injuries mysteriously healed, even his lost tooth restored. He was perplexed. First, how did Jebite, who appeared to be merely a servant of the god of destruction, dare to strike him? Secondly, Asen's words troubled him. This was revealed to us by Mr. Shalu, Asen stammered, his lower limbs trembling as he pointed backward. Oh, it is the one who released me. The old god of destruction placed his hands behind his back, speaking in a measured tone, his narrow, squinted eyes fixated on Shalu, instantly captivated. Shalu? Is this an entirely new entity? The old god of destruction seemed intrigued, preparing to step forward for a discussion when suddenly, his right foot halted as if recalling something. Slap, slap, slap. The old god of destruction suddenly sprang to his feet, delivering 3 swift slaps to Jebite. This is what you get for disrespecting your elders. With a swift motion, the old Kai appeared, soaring gracefully through the air, his movements sharp and agile. Instantly, the cheeks of Jebit turned a rosy hue. Alas, my aching back. The old Kai landed, unsteady on his feet, twisting his waist and groaning in pain upon the ground. Whoosh! As Sharu appeared before them. Before Jebit could take action, his right hand extended, and a series of red and yellow ripples instantaneously spread over the old Kai, resolving his waist issue. Ah, you are quite remarkable. Unlike this one, the old Kai remarked with a hint of a smile, casting a disdainful glance at Jebit. Jebit, somewhat dazed, touched his own face, feeling a slight warmth. He had yet to comprehend the situation. It must be said that this ancestor's movements were indeed swift, striking quickly and lying down just as fast. Mr. Sharu. The Kaioshin Aizen stepped back a few paces, seemingly to diminish his presence. Come here. What kind of Kaioshin are you? I've been sealed for so many years, and yet you let a mere human free me. How shameful is that? The old Kai grasped Aizen's sleeve tightly, pointing a finger at his nose. Haha, Ancestor Aizen waved his hand, offering an awkward smile without retorting. Well, it seems you truly understand nothing. The old Kai shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, squinting as he spoke. However, you've done me a favor. If you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. The old Kai tilted his head, looking up at Sharu. To realize my wish? That is not necessary. Sharu pondered for a moment before shaking his head, but soon continued. I require you to teach me the essence of a deity, or rather, to allow me to become a trainee Kaioshin. I believe you possess that capability. Sharu spoke in a low voice. Oh, the essence of a deity, a trainee Kaioshin? What prompts such a notion? As soon as he finished speaking, both Kaioshin Aizen and Jebit appeared somewhat astonished, directing their gazes towards him. The old Kai was equally taken aback, his eyes narrowing as a flash of white light flickered, inspecting Sharu closely. Upon closer examination, he was taken aback by the immense power emanating from Sharu. Although it was still far from reaching the level of that troublesome fellow, Beerus, it was undeniably formidable. If he were to possess the essence of a deity, the old Kai dared not even speculate on the heights this individual could reach. Perhaps in the future, it wouldn't be unthinkable for him to best even Beerus. The old Kai smacked his lips, feeling somewhat troubled. Logically speaking, a trainee Kaioshin Sharu seemed to perceive the old Kaioshin's predicament. Noticing the frown etched upon his brow, he suddenly leaned closer, whispering into his ear, Old sir, how about I bring you a stack of intriguing literature when I visit Earth? The Kaioshin Asen, possessing exceptionally keen hearing, caught wind of Sharu's words exchanged with his ancestor. He immediately felt a surge of indignation, furrowing his brows and exclaiming, Mr. Sharu, how could you suggest such a thing? My ancestor, I have no need for such materials. The old Kaioshin spoke with righteous indignation, his demeanor serious. Even without those books, I can still utilize my distant sight to gaze upon the beauties of the world, he added, displaying a rather lewd grin, his right hand cupping his eye as he widened it in excitement. Thud! The Kaioshin Asen and Jebit stumbled backward, their faces a portrait of disbelief as they murmured in a panicked tone, Ancestor, what are you talking about? Their cheeks flushed, they cast embarrassed glances at Sharu. How about some exquisite discs featuring the most stunning beauties? Let us negotiate a bit, Sharu continued, nudging the old Kaioshin, his face mirroring that knowing expression familiar to men. The old Kaioshin, believing he had found a kindred spirit, pondered for a moment before responding. Ahem, you have assisted me somewhat, so I shall consent to this. However, the extent of what you learn will be yours to claim, and this is not merely a favor for the discs. He cleared his throat twice, hands clasped behind his back, adopting the posture of a reclusive sage. That's splendid. Rest assured, old sir, I learn rapidly, Sharu remarked, scratching his nose with a sheepish grin. He was untroubled by the prospect of acquiring such knowledge, having recently absorbed Majin Buu, the being with the most formidable learning abilities in this universe. He estimated that, at most, it would take him 6 months, or at least half a month, depending on fortune. Moreover, he possessed an undeniable advantage. He could completely contain his energy within, preventing any leakage, which greatly aided in the cultivation of divine energy. As for development and enhancement, those were matters for the future, not his immediate concern. His current focus was to master the ability to harness divine energy and to attempt the transformation into Super Android 4. Subsequently, he would merge the powers of the two systems, confident that, step by step, he could surpass any being or deity. He even contemplated Super Android 5, the utmost mastery, the ultimate freedom, and the beast form of Son Gohan. After all, his blood also coursed with that lineage. Shalu smiled softly. Although this pertained to the future, he felt it was not distant and would soon come to fruition. Very well, your confidence is commendable, the old Supreme Kai murmured, seemingly producing a pair of earrings from nowhere. They were indeed the Patera earrings, which he handed over, saying, "Put these on, both of them. With this, your learning will be remarkably efficient. If you possess confidence in your learning abilities, you should master it swiftly." The old Supreme Kai added with a smile. Shalu gazed at the familiar pair of earrings, momentarily taken aback before he took them and effortlessly adorned his ears. In that fleeting instant, a pale luminescence manifested. An unfamiliar essence unlike any he had previously encountered surged within him, exuding an imposing and formidable aura. Is this the essence of the divine? Shalu paused, sensing the anomaly within his being. His pink eyes flickered before closing tightly as he entered a state of meditation, levitating in the air. Oh, has he begun to comprehend so swiftly? The old Supreme Kai was once again astounded by this mortal. Even with the absorption of Majin Buu and the acquisition of such formidable learning capabilities, it should not have been this rapid. Indeed, the old Supreme Kai discerned that the subtle aura emanating from Shalu bore traces of Majin Buu's essence. Earlier, he had used his clairvoyance to observe that Majin Buu had vanished entirely, both in body and soul. Thus, combining this with the myriad complex bloodlines within him, one could surmise that this individual possessed the ability to absorb others, having assimilated Majin Buu. It seems this person was already adept at meditation and comprehension, allowing him to immediately enter a meditative state to perceive the pure divine essence he had deliberately imparted. Ah, this young man is truly remarkable. A smile of admiration graced the old Supreme Kai's face. Ancestor, he is. The Supreme Kai Asin also sensed that pure divine aura, observing that the mortal essence surrounding Shalu had nearly dissipated. This young man is a genius, and he is diligent too. The old Supreme Kai shook his head, adding, "Yet you, as a Supreme Kai, are quite inadequate. You must also engage in training." With a wave of his hand, a stream of white-green light penetrated the brow of Supreme Kai Asin, a method for unlocking the creative abilities of a Supreme Kai. A reservoir of knowledge refined over millions of iterations. Upon emerging, he discovered that this self-proclaimed Supreme Kai lacked not only divine power, but also the very abilities of a Supreme Kai. Ha! Supreme Kai Asin awkwardly scratched his tuft of hair, sheepishly confessing, "I'm the latest born Supreme Kai. The great Supreme Kai was supposed to teach me." But he was absorbed by Majin Buu. The expression on Supreme Kai Asin's face grew somber, and the nearby Jebet also appeared grave. "Is that so? I can't fault you for that, but immediately, you must go practice. Hurry." The old Supreme Kai dismissed such sentiments. The departed gods had long since passed, and there was no point in lamenting. Throughout his life, he had witnessed the demise of countless deities and had grown accustomed to it. The old Supreme Kai bellowed, his voice echoing as he shouted into Supreme Kai Asin's ear. Yes, I will go at once." The king of all, Asin, appeared quite flustered, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. He mused inwardly, so this is what it feels like to have a superior? The grand king of all is far more gentle. Nevertheless, Asin moved swiftly, leading Jebet away from this place toward the temple where he practiced. Chapter 58. The old king of all. Before long, the two departed, leaving behind the forlorn old king of all and the meditating cell, who remained stationary. Sigh. I wonder how long it will take for this fellow to acquire his own divine power. Yet, there is an unsettling feeling in the air. The old king of all reflected for a moment, then shook his head, retrieving a television from the void. Adjusting the channel, he settled down to watch a young, beautiful lady gracefully stretching and dancing in rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, he chuckled softly. A hint of foolishness crept onto the old king's face, tears trickling from the corners of his eyes, swallowing them down as he gazed, nearly entranced. Whoosh! A gust of wind heralded the arrival of two figures beside Cell. Upon witnessing this, the old king of all narrowed his eyes, promptly turning off his television and returning it to the void. After a moment's pause, he pulled out a health magazine, chuckling to himself. Ahem, who might you be to him? The old king of all coughed lightly, addressing the two individuals in the scene. This is, grandfather, you are a king of all too? Ah, Uncle Cell is my brother. No, uncle. Trunks turned to the elderly man, whose attire resembled that of the two he had seen earlier, his mind momentarily muddled, unable to respond immediately. Indeed, I am a king of all, the old king nodded. Ah, grandfather, I have heard that the kings of all are the mightiest deities in the universe. Are you truly powerful? Upon hearing this, Goku's expression brightened, his feet shifting eagerly as he yearned for a duel. The mightiest deity in the universe? Well, in a certain sense, that does seem to be the case. I, too, possess considerable strength. In a manner of speaking, the old king of all replied, momentarily taken aback by Goku's question. Logically, the god of destruction is considered the most formidable deity in the universe, being of the same essence as the god of destruction. It would not be incorrect to claim that I am among the mightiest, and indeed, they are equals in terms of divine status. Is that so? Then, may I challenge you to a battle? Goku inquired, simultaneously warming up. No, why should I fight you? Moreover, my strength lies not in combat prowess, but in the ability to enhance others' potential. You may seek a duel with this fellow once he awakens. He is currently my disciple. The old king of all shook his head, a playful smirk crossing his face as he pointed at the still meditating Cell. Aren't you supposed to be strong in combat? Sun Wukong's fighting spirit instantly crumbled. Mr. Cell was simply beyond the reach of his current capabilities. He sought strength, but he was not foolish. With his hands lightly curved and resting behind his head, he lost interest in the old man and turned his gaze to Cell, who was deep in meditation. Hey, old man, what is Mr. Cell doing? Meditating? Indeed, meditation is part of cultivation, the old Kai said, shaking his head as he pulled out a magazine and sat down to read. Isn't remaining still for too long going to make you sluggish? I hardly meditate these days. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Just as Trunks was about to speak, the old Kai continued. I noticed you just used the instant transmission of the yard rats. Logically, you should have practiced this technique as well. Otherwise, mastering instant transmission is not something one can easily achieve. Without looking up, the old Kai explained while perusing the magazine. That seems accurate, but at the time, I was merely trying to learn a new technique. It's all part of cultivation, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his brow relaxing as he smiled. Of course, the yard rat's energy is quite beneficial for mortals like you. They emphasize the unity of mind and body to maximize the power within. He observed, see, while the difference isn't vast, your mind and body are clearly not in sync, lacking the balance that this purple-haired lad has nearly achieved. Your physical prowess has significantly surpassed your mental state. Thus, it is crucial to rest adequately and meditate to attain harmony between the two, which will only benefit you. The old Kai droned on, suddenly lifting his head to retrieve another book on health from his spatial pocket, poring over it with wide eyes, unwilling to overlook any detail. Wow, Lord Kai, what you said is almost identical to what Uncle Cell told me. How impressive. Upon hearing the old Kai's words, Trunks felt a newfound respect for him. After all, this individual echoed Uncle Cell's wisdom, indicating a high level of expertise. His eyes sparkled, eager for guidance on his training. Identical? The old Kai paused in his actions, pondering if Cell's balance stemmed from meditation and physicality. It seemed he had intuitively grasped this concept himself, satisfied with his student's progress. The old Kai cast a pleased glance at Cell and found himself intrigued by the purple-haired youth before him. Just then, a streak of white light sliced through the sky and descended, revealing none other than Vegeta. Kakarot, Trunks, you two are faster than I am. Humph. I almost forgot about that instant transmission. Vegeta initially stared at the two before reacting, crossing his arms and scoffing disdainfully. And who is this old man? Another Kai? Vegeta furrowed his brow, yet did not dwell on it extensively. His gaze remained fixated upon Cell, regarding the old man as inconsequential. Observing Cell in a meditative stance, Vegeta appeared to grasp something profound, a spark of insight illuminating his mind. Do you know this person as well? The old Kaishin inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized Trunks and Goku. This is my father, Trunks replied, his head gradually lowering as he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his father's lack of decorum. Humph. Trunks, what is Cell doing? When will he awaken? I still require him to retrieve my tail. Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Trunks, who shook his head and replied, "Father, all I know is that Uncle Cell is meditating. For further details, you must consult Lord Kaioshin." Trunks slightly turned his body, revealing the old Kaioshin behind him. "Well, this Kaioshin is engaged in the perception and cultivation of divine energy," the old Kaioshin stated before Vegeta could inquire. "Divine energy? What is that?" Vegeta squinted, his mind racing with possibilities. The fact that even Cell was practicing it indicated its formidable nature. By definition, it is the essence of the divine, possessed solely by deities. "Do not harbor any illusions. I shall not instruct you, for you are not a god." The old Kaioshin saw through Vegeta's thoughts and promptly dismissed them. As for Cell, he is currently an apprentice Kaioshin, thus he can be considered a deity as well, the old Kaioshin continued. "And regarding your tail, while I possess the ability to manifest a Scion's tail, I must ask, why should I assist you? We are hardly acquainted," he added, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta and speaking in a hushed tone. "P.S. This is the third update. Tomorrow will also feature 3 updates, so let us generate some enthusiasm. Gentlemen reading this, kindly bestow a 5-star rating." Chapter 59. The Tail You Can Do It Too? Huh. No wonder you are a Kaioshin, Vegeta chuckled, though he sensed an underlying discrepancy in the compliment. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly noticed a healthy magazine on the ground, and an understanding dawned upon him. This could serve as a potential breakthrough. If it proved futile, he could always return to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. Such a simple wish should be within the dragon's capacity to fulfill. I can provide you with a plethora of such items. What do you say? Can you help me regenerate my tail? Vegeta mused, slightly frowning, believing that Earth must have an abundance of such things. A casual agreement would suffice, and promising did not necessitate fulfillment. Oh, the old Kaioshin's interest was piqued. He squinted slightly, casting a glance at the aloof Vegeta. "I did not expect you to be of a similar mindset. How intriguing," he mused. "Nevertheless, I currently have no need for such items, and you have arrived rather late. This individual has already agreed to my conditions. Would you care to propose an alternative?" The old Kaioshin gestured towards the meditating Cell, speaking thoughtfully. "Nanny?" Vegeta stared blankly at Cell's silhouette, astonished to discover that their conditions were identical. Never mind, it was unnecessary. After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. He could always seek the Dragon Balls on Namek or Earth, rather than squander time here. "Kakarot, transport me back to Earth with your instant transmission." Despite the seemingly pleading tone, Vegeta's words carried an unmistakable command. "That's impossible, Vegeta. We are too far from Earth for me to sense it," Goku replied, furrowing his brow. He placed his fingers on his forehead, attempting to sense the energy around him, but detected nothing. Not only was Earth beyond his reach, he couldn't even feel the presence of any living beings other than this planet itself. "What? How do we return then? Are we to wait here? Just take me back the same way you brought me," Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He dropped his hands and marched forward, gripping Goku's collar, frustration evident in his voice. "Don't be upset, Vegeta. I didn't intend for this to happen. When I came here, I sensed Cell's energy, and given his immense power, it was compelling. But now, back on Earth, no one possesses energy that can rival Cell's, leaving me at a loss," Goku explained, managing a smile as he took a few steps back. "And what of Namek? Can you not go there?" Vegeta's eyes widened, his grip tightening. "I'll give it a try, but you need to let go of me," Goku replied. "Umph." Vegeta scoffed, shaking off Goku's grasp in disdain and stepping aside, crossing his arms defiantly. "Where is it?" Goku furrowed his brow, his right hand forming a pointed gesture against his forehead as he searched for a moment, then expanded his focus. It still sensed nothing. "I can't find it," Goku finally admitted, shaking his head in frustration. "Damn it, are we to wait for Cell to awaken?" Vegeta seethed through clenched teeth, disregarding the others as a white aura erupted from his body, and he soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. "He's gone," Trunks noted, feeling helpless. With nothing else to do, he thought it best to train, especially after hearing that Uncle Cell had become a god. He would undoubtedly grow even stronger. The gap between us widens. How will this ever end? Furthermore, with no way to return to Earth, waiting for Uncle Cell may not be a bad opportunity to train. "Do not fret. If you wish to return, I can assist you with instant transmission. It's a skill anyone can learn," the old Kai said with a chuckle, his raspy voice echoing as he began to move forward. "Is that so? I cannot express my gratitude enough, old Kai," Trunks replied, a smile breaking across his face. "However, my father..." Trunks trailed off, his smile fading as he contemplated. Oomph, that rude fellow can wait here. I shall not deliver him. The Kai-Shin is not merely a means of transportation. The old Kai-Shin scoffed. Arching an eyebrow and haughtily lifting his chin, he coldly remarked. Well, it seems this is the only option left, Trunks stated. He missed his mother dearly, and the thought of her joy upon reuniting with her friends warmed his heart, eliciting an uncontainable smile. As for his father, he might as well remain here for a while. There was little he could do about that. Really? That's splendid. But Trunks, shall we not first test our skills here? I have witnessed your battles with Vegeta. You have grown remarkably strong. Son Goku smiled, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Trunks. With the issue of returning home resolved, it was time to address his desire for combat. In truth, when he had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 earlier, he felt on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck. He yearned for battle to see if he could achieve that breakthrough. Mr. Goku? Trunks tilted his head, but quickly realized, smiling brightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To be honest, he too wished to clash with Goku's Super Saiyan 3 and see the result. Then, my dear elder, we shall entrust you with the matter for a while. We are headed to a more distant locale for our battle. Son Goku said as he turned to the old Kai-Shin. Certainly, off you go. I shall take a moment to rest, replied the old Kai-Shin. Exhaling a deep breath, sitting cross-legged, and once again delving into his health book with great interest. Observing this, Trunks and Son Goku nodded in unison, their white auras surging forth as they soared into the skies, swiftly disappearing from view. Ah, the youth of today, the old Kai-Shin shook his head, retrieving a tea set and kettle, preparing to brew himself some tea. Buzzing. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of colors emanated from Cell, enveloping his form, with a faint white light flickering within. Oh, has he already begun to refine those remnants of divine power within him so swiftly? The old Kai-Shin raised an eyebrow in surprise. At this rate, he might master divine energy in just a few days. And it would be his own power at that. This is astonishingly rapid. Let us provide him with a little extra support, the old Kai-Shin murmured, as a beam of white light emanated from his fingertip and gently entered Cell's mind. This was a technique all Kai-Shin should learn, and he imparted it entirely to him, including the ability to create. Now, it was up to Cell to determine his own path. The old Kai-Shin took a delicate sip of his brewed tea. Ugh, what is this? Has it gone awry? Chapter 60, The Misfortunate Number 6. Oomph, I truly wish to sell this place. Vegeta soared through the skies, his gaze fixed upon the verdant landscape below, and couldn't help but emit a disdainful snort. Moreover, it appeared to be significantly larger than Earth. He had flown a considerable distance. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he detected the presence of that little imp, along with several similar auras converging nearby. How infuriating! Why did that wretched Cell bring his little minions along? Just as Vegeta contemplated turning back, a taunting voice echoed from behind him. In an instant, several figures materialized behind Vegeta, swiftly dispersing to encircle him. Ah, who could this be? So familiar. It is none other than the Prince of the Saiyans, Speedy Vegeta. Haha. The diminutive figure of Number 6 emerged, a mocking grin plastered across his face. Oh dear. Number 6, must you speak so disdainfully? This is Super Vegeta, not Speedy Vegeta. Haha. The previously serious demeanor of Number 1 cracked, erupting into laughter. You. How dare you mock me? Vegeta roared, his teeth clenched, skin flushing crimson as a golden aura surged forth, blazing fiercely. The overwhelming energy erupted, sending the assailants flying. In that moment, all he desired was to annihilate Number 6, disregarding Cell's matters entirely. Ah, Speedy Vegeta is furious, Number 6 spat, his eyes gleaming with combativeness. A golden aura flared around him, his presence formidable, yet it was swiftly subdued, vanishing into his being. Sigh, I'm not interested in him, Number 1 declared. Shaking his head as he retreated into the sky, his gaze lowered, quietly observing the unfolding battle. Number 3 followed suit, accompanied by Number 5 as they ascended and departed. Only Number 6 remained, relishing the spectacle of mockery. However, it was evident that his power had significantly increased. One could only wonder if he could withstand a confrontation. Number 1, arms crossed, spoke slowly, I don't know. Number 3 shook his head in agreement. It would be best if he were to be defeated, Number 5 suddenly interjected, his tone surprisingly aggressive. Goodness, Number 5, you've changed. Why the sudden violence? Number 1 exclaimed, astonished, as he lowered his arms, his pupils constricting in disbelief. It seemed as though Number 5 had undergone a transformation, becoming entirely different from his former self. Indeed, number 3 concurred after a moment of silence. By the way, wasn't it you who first suggested this, boss? What else with the pretense? Number 5 pointedly remarked, exposing number 1's feeble act. I was merely aligning with you. Number 1 replied, regaining his composure. I, too, think we should set a trap for him, he whispered conspiratorially. Moreover, boss, you were quite distant at the time and perhaps didn't notice. Number 6 unleashed a foul technique that filled the air with a stench, truly revolting. Even now, the thought of it makes me feel nauseous. Number 5 cleared his throat dramatically, his expression exaggerated. Indeed, number 3 squinted, nodding in agreement. Let us not speak so carelessly. It would be quite unfortunate if father overheard. Let us focus on the performance, number 1 interjected, and the others nodded in unison. Down below, number 6, despite his casual demeanor, was tense and grave, showing no sign of underestimating Vegeta. Though only a brief moment had passed, Vegeta had grown stronger again. And though reluctant to admit it, his power had surpassed that of number 6. Vegeta continued to radiate fury, his body crackling with thick arcs of blue electricity that danced around him, producing incessant flashes and loud cracks as they struck the ground, creating deep craters. His aura was still rising, with golden flames shooting skyward, causing stones to dislodge from the ground, floating momentarily before shattering into dust. Fortunately, the stability of the Kaioshin realm prevented the creation of another massive crater. Prepare to meet your end, Vegeta exclaimed abruptly, his body surging with energy. A golden aura enveloped in streaks of blue gliding through the air. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the ground was suddenly torn apart, a colossal pit forming amidst the rising smoke and debris. Cough, cough. Damn, that was fast, number 6 coughed. Just as he attempted to rise, a figure crashed down, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The ground trembled violently, fissures spiderwebbing outward as the pit deepened. Uft! Number 6 spat out bile, his pupils dilating in shock. Before he could react, Vegeta seized his head, fingers digging in tightly, sneering, "Cry out. Why the silence now?" With a disdainful spit directed at the ground. Vegeta felt a surge of boredom. Clenching his left fist, enveloped in golden energy, he swung with a force that seemed to shatter the very air. Bang! Vegeta's fist connected with number 6's head, obliterating it in a burst of crimson, splattering blood across the ground as various clumps fell. Number 6's body crumpled, stirring up clouds of dust that settled heavily. Ha ha ha! He.S. dead. What a worthless nuisance, Vegeta laughed heartily, his aura swelling fiercely, a tempestuous energy swirling around him. Oomph! I have declared it. I am Super Vegeta. Do you dare to provoke me? Vegeta's expression turned cold, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he pointed his thumb at himself with arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta tilted slightly, his right palm open as a golden energy sphere gathered, radiating a blinding light. Boom! A beam of golden energy erupted, striking number 6's lifeless body. The brilliance radiated as the energy surged outward, carving a vast trench, erasing all traces of number 6. Oomph! Who shall be next? Vegeta's voice was icy, arms crossed, his demeanor menacing. Boss, is number 6 truly dead? Or has he been brutally eliminated? On the 5th, he swallowed hard, overwhelmed with excitement. Had his wish truly come to fruition? Look closely, he said. Number 6 possesses a core identical to that of Ali, and it continues to writhe. Number 1's expression darkened as he pointed below. Although he frequently spoke of eliminating number 6, that was a matter for themselves. When had it become the prerogative of outsiders to act so brazenly? Number 3 remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, for silence is golden. Bang! From the depths of Vegeta's incredulity, a formidable aura erupted, leaving him in disbelief. The little demon, whose head had been shattered and body reduced to dust, yet still survived? Was this some cruel jest? A resounding boom echoed through the sky, resembling thunder rolling across the ground. Number 6 emerged, shrouded in a golden flame. His original blue hue vanished without a trace, replaced by a shimmering gold that radiated brilliance and showcased remarkable battle prowess. You little brat. That blow you landed on me hurt quite a bit. Now it's my turn, number 6 grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Chapter 61, Super Saiyan 3 Mr. Goku, is right here. Trunks exclaimed with a smile, turning to gaze at Goku in the distance. Indeed, Goku replied with a grin, surveying the barren expanse devoid of flora. It seemed a rare patch on this planet devoid of greenery. Step by step, they approached each other, their eyes aflame with the spirit of combat, the scion blood within them boiling with anticipation. "Mr. Goku, let us give it our all," Trunks said, his gaze intense and demeanor serious. "No, I wish to observe your strength before unleashing my full power," Goku replied coolly, a smirk gracing his lips. "Very well, watch closely," Trunks shouted, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy as golden flames erupted from his feet, spiraling upward and enveloping him. The brilliance illuminated him, his hair standing on end, golden and blue-eyed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Boom. Trunks' aura surged once more, now crackling with arcs of blue electricity, buzzing with energy as the ground trembled beneath him. A tempest swirling outward. Huh. Goku's face flushed with excitement, undeniably impressed by Trunks' strength. But it was far from over. "Aya!" Trunks roared, unleashing the torrent of power surging within him. The golden flame soared skyward, his muscles bulging like a coiled dragon, expanding dramatically as his stature increased, causing the ground to sink beneath him. Puff, puff, puff. Golden rays of light shimmered, and arcs of electricity danced around Trunks. With a sigh, Trunks exhaled a breath of stale air, his body heaving. He had attained a relatively balanced state within the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, sacrificing speed for enhanced strength. However, this form was less aggressive than the previous one, merely sacrificing a slight amount of speed while significantly increasing his power. With a resounding boom, the golden aura receded into his body, and the arcs of electricity drilled into him, vanishing from sight. Trunks' aura stabilized as he drew the long sword from his back. Holding it horizontally before him, his body lowered and his gaze sharp. "What do you think, Mr. Son Goku? How does my power measure up?" Trunks spoke slowly. "Ha ha ha, excellent. It's my turn now." With that, Son Goku erupted into action, a burst of golden light surging forth, his hair rising and extending backward. Arcs of golden electricity crackling like thunder. His body hunched slightly, eyebrows vanished, his eyes deepened, and his cheeks tightened, exuding an aura of coolness. A fluffy golden tail swayed energetically behind him. Super Saiyan 3 had arrived. "Come on." Both warriors roared simultaneously, with Trunks launching forward first, causing the ground beneath him to collapse as he moved with astonishing speed, his sword dancing in his hands. Block, 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 block. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Son Goku smirked, using his fingers to parry the blows, the collisions echoing around them. Huh. Trunks' eyes narrowed. A stream of white light swirling into his sword, a soft hum resonating as the sword's glow intensified, sharp as ever. Son Goku's smile faded, his expression growing serious. Even he dared not confront this attack carelessly, clenching his fists as the golden aura swirled around him. With a swift motion, Trunks rose and delivered a downward strike. A flicker of white sword light emanating as an intense sword wave surged forth. Son Goku's eyes narrowed sharply. With a flick of his right hand, he instantly moved, dodging to the side. Whoosh! The white sword wave struck the ground, cleaving it apart as it surged into the distance, carving a long trench that extended outward. "Kiki, Mr. Son Goku, are you afraid?" Trunks raised an eyebrow, his body contracting as if releasing air, his speed suddenly accelerating as he thrust his sword backward. In an instant, a tempest erupted, the white sword light hurtling towards Son Goku. Whoosh! Son Goku's palm was pierced, blood gushed forth, and his eyes narrowed in surprise. He swiftly withdrew and teleported away, creating distance between them. However, Trunks, as if foreseeing the move, turned his body partially, gripping his sword with his right hand while unleashing a golden energy wave with his left. Puff! Whoosh! Just as Son Goku reappeared, a golden energy wave erupted before him. Not good. Son Goku's pupils constricted. There was no time to evade, so he raised both hands to shield himself. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as smoke billowed around them. Phew, that was truly exhausting. As the luminous glow in Trunks' eyes faded, he sheathed his sword, acknowledging the profound toll this form had taken on his stamina. Next, he would rely solely on his fists. With a furrowed brow, Trunks sensed the presence within the swirling smoke and, without hesitation, unleashed a torrent of golden energy from his hands, hurling countless energy spheres toward the figure obscured by the mist. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, a massive mushroom cloud billowing forth, yet Trunks remained undeterred, intertwining his hands as energy surged within him. His muscles swelled, his stature elevated, transforming into a form reminiscent of his previous state. Magic flash! Trunks bellowed, as a colossal wave of golden energy erupted from his joined hands, crackling with golden arcs of electricity, surging directly into the smoke. You've let your guard down, Trunks. Gasping for breath, the battered Son Goku, his body marred, brought his fists together and slammed down with great force. In an instant, a figure crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater, smoke billowing outward. Whoa, that startled me. Well then, take this. Goku, his body ablaze with the fervor of Saiyan blood, sensed that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Exhaling a deep breath, he lowered his body, positioning his hands behind him in a flower-like stance, his aura erupting forth, revealing a vibrant blue energy sphere within. Kamehameha, here it comes, Goku shouted, thrusting his hands forward. The azure energy wave, resembling a mighty blue dragon, plunged into the crater with perfect precision. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, collapsing under the immense force, fissures spreading outwards. A resounding sword cry pierced the air as white light enveloped Trunks, who gripped his broken sword tightly in the crater. Pushing upward, the white glow intensified, and a sudden surge of sword energy pulsated. Goku, witnessing this, pressed down harder, amplifying the already formidable blue energy. The ever-rising energy erupted with a deafening roar. Trunks, in a frenzy, felt his pupils vanish, his muscles expanding dramatically as he thrust his sword upward, plunging it into the blue energy. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, an overwhelming wave of energy detonated, causing the ground to shatter in an instant. A colossal mushroom cloud ascending towards the heavens, a beam of light tearing through the sky, fracturing the clouds above. How exhausting, Trunks murmured, collapsing with the remnants of his shattered sword in hand. Goku, panting heavily, appeared beside him, the temperature within the crater soaring, the ground charred black. Hey, not bad, kid. Goku chuckled, reverting to his normal state, lifting Trunks onto his back and soaring into the distance, disappearing from view. P.S. It's the third update. I humbly request 5-star reviews and generous gifts. Chapter 62. An uneven battle. Hey, did you enjoy hitting me just now? Is it my turn next? Number 6 grinned widely, and the surrounding gravel erupted into the air, shattering into fine dust as the ground caved in, a formidable aura radiating forth. A golden flame blazed fiercely, his gilded form shimmering resplendently. By my word, exclaimed Number 5, witnessing the flawless and transformed Number 6, now a super android. With a tinge of jealousy gnawing at his heart, he clutched his belly, a discontented grin plastered on his face. Becoming a super android? Is it not a simple task? The cells within you are ample, your combat prowess sufficient. Only a slight nudge of guidance and fury is required, quite elementary indeed. Number 1 raised an eyebrow. Though somewhat surprised, he, as the leader, could not afford to reveal his astonishment, could he? It seems that Vegeta's taunts spurred Number 6 into action, particularly after he was obliterated to mere fragments, leaving only his core. The Saiyan blood coursing through him provoked his ascension, making the transformation into a super android a natural progression. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was ready to transform at any moment. I refuse to believe it. You are merely boasting, boss, Number 3 interjected boldly. Count me in. Number 5 shook his head in response. Well then, allow me to demonstrate shortly. For now, observe. Number 1's gaze flickered, his eyes blinking uncertainly. Below them, Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief. What is this? You can transform too? The aura emanating from Number 6 was so potent that it eclipsed the earlier presence of Super Saiyan 3 Goku standing before him. Had Number 6 been able to hear Vegeta's thoughts, he surely would have mocked him. After all, he was the offspring of the original Cell, born with half the power of his father, equating to a fraction of Super Saiyan 3's might. Recently, he had absorbed a Dubra, which, while not particularly formidable, had nonetheless enhanced his strength. In this state, transforming into a super android and amplifying his power 50-fold, he was now among the second strongest on this planet. With a deep breath, Number 6 bent slightly, gathering his strength before boom. He propelled himself forward, retracting his aura as his right fist descended with ferocity, striking Vegeta squarely on the cheek. Crash! Vegeta's pupils dilated, his body unable to react in time as the blow landed, distorting his features and sending him hurtling backward, blood splattering across the ground. I won't grant you any respite. I shall precisely control my strength to inflict just the right amount of pain. Number 6's azure eyes sparkled with intensity as he surged forward, appearing before Vegeta in an instant, delivering a powerful upward kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Baiyu. With a playful smirk, Number 6 executed a sound effect, appearing above Vegeta in an instant. Observing the injured Saiyan with blood trickling from his mouth, His spirit soared and the scion blood within him boiled with excitement. He clasped his hands together and struck downward with great force. With a resounding thud, Vegeta shot towards the ground like a bolt from a bow, creating a massive crater. Smoke billowed around them, the terrain already ravaged by their fierce confrontation. Riddled with pits and cracks, landing gracefully, Number 6 bent down to gaze at Vegeta within the crater, finding the scene amusing. He intended to retrieve a delicious treat, only to discover his stock had been consumed entirely by his father, which dampened his spirits. Hey, stop pretending. I barely exerted any effort. Anyone would think you're just here to play the victim, he quipped, clicking his tongue and picking up a fragment of stone, which he hurled downwards. With the force behind it, the stone shot down like a bolt of lightning. With a swift motion, Vegeta crushed it in his grasp, his expression twisted with ferocity. The blood on his cheeks and the corners of his mouth adding a menacing hue, resembling a wolf ready to feast. Oh, come on. If you have the guts, hit me. Number 6 taunted, grinning and making faces at Vegeta. Die? Vegeta's golden aura surged, showing signs of rising even higher. His energy roared around him as he clenched his right hand tightly, his form erupting into motion as he stomped the ground, causing an explosion of golden light and crackling arcs of energy. In an instant, he appeared before Number 6, sweeping his hand to disperse a cloud of dust that struck directly into Number 6's eyes. Ouch! If I can't win, I'll just resort to a sneak attack. Damn it! Number 6 exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in agony. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, unleashing a powerful punch that tore through the air with a deafening roar. With a resounding crash, Number 6 was sent hurtling away, tumbling through the distance. Vegeta pursued, extending his fingers as a barrage of golden energy spheres erupted forth, hurtling towards Number 6. The air was filled with explosive sounds as Number 6 was repeatedly launched into the air, enveloped in wisps of black smoke. Remaining vigilant, Vegeta's expression was grim as he swiftly closed the distance, appearing above Number 6 once more, delivering a forceful kick. A muffled thud echoed as Number 6 tightly grasped Vegeta's right foot, waves of white energy bursting forth, shaking the very fabric of space. Playing dirty, are we? Number 6 struggled to open his bloodshot eyes, gripping Vegeta's foot with unyielding tenacity. What else with this devious Vegeta? Resorting to tricks? With a sudden surge, Number 6's right arm swelled with muscle, propelling him downward. This is bad. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his teeth clenched, and his face contorted in a grimace. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and a sly grin crept across his lips. He unleashed an energy sphere from his right foot, hurling it directly at Number 6's head. Bang! The explosion resonated, and taking advantage of the moment, Vegeta swiftly retreated. How troublesome this little brat is. It feels as though he is an unyielding adversary, his aura seemingly unchanged. Vegeta exhaled a breath of frustration, his complexion darkening. His stamina had dwindled significantly, and the prospect of victory appeared bleak. Boom! Number 6 charged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta. What? Vegeta's pupils narrowed as he hurriedly retaliated with his own right fist. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted, sending ripples of white energy surging outward from the two combatants, shattering the nearby ground into dust. Yet, Number 6's strength surpassed Vegeta's, instantly propelling him back. This is tiresome. I shall dispose of you now, Number 6 muttered to himself. Observing the tumbling Vegeta, he brought his hands together, a flash of golden light emerging as a golden energy sphere began to gather and take shape. Tendrils of gold swirling around it. Hey, use your technique against yourself. Ultimate Flash. Chapter 63. The Revolt of Number 6? Ultimate Flash. Number 6's expression remained relaxed as he thrust his hands forward, a robust wave of golden energy shooting toward Vegeta with formidable force. The void trembled, the air hummed, and golden arcs of electricity spiraled upward, illuminating the heavens. Whoa, boss, don't let Number 6 kill Vegeta. That would be quite the spectacle. Number 5 grumbled, feeling the might of the energy surge, his heart quaking as he spoke to Number 1. Rest assured, it should be fine. Number 3 crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing as he meticulously sensed the unfolding events, softly responding. Indeed, Number 6 would not dare. Number 1's eyes shimmered with golden light, a faint glow emanating from within as he spoke coldly. The powerful golden energy wave exploded through the air, aiming directly for Vegeta. Damn it! Is this where my journey ends? Vegeta struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the approaching energy wave, a longing for power reflected in his gaze. Once he, Vegeta, had been a beacon of brilliance, hailed as the hope of the Scions, a formidable warrior from birth. Yet, as time passed, Frieza, Kakarot, and even the artificial beings created by the Earthlings easily bested him. Now he was being mercilessly ground into the earth by this little brat of Cell. What part of me has faltered? A glimmer of light suddenly broke through. In an instant, it arrived. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted, and an energy wave instantaneously engulfed Vegeta, plunging him into the ground and leaving a massive crater in his absence. The surrounding earth collapsed into the abyss, erupting into a colossal mushroom cloud. Ha 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 ha! One ought to practice more. Six laughed heartily, casting a derisive glance at the enormous pit below. With a cold tone, he remarked, "How amusing." Seemingly bored, he tilted his head and gazed skyward, suddenly exclaiming, "One, come play with me. Allow me to gauge just how much our strengths differ now." Six's eyes narrowed, sharp and piercing, as his aura surged, his blood boiling within him. "You wish to fight me?" One's eyes gleamed with a golden light, ready to burst forth, and in an instant, he appeared before Six, his expression calm. "Speak," he intoned slowly. "Do you wish to be beaten into a pig's head or a dog's head?" One's gaze was fierce, reminiscent of Six's own when he regarded Vegeta, igniting an explosion of suppressed rage within Six. "Who do you think you are, huh? Do you truly consider yourself a leader? Just because I call you leader does not mean you are one. Our strengths are worlds apart, and you speak of pigs' heads and dogs' heads, huh?" Six's face darkened, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Voicing these thoughts lightened his mood considerably. "Oh, is that truly your sentiment?" One raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Had Six lost his mind to become so belligerent? It appeared he needed to be disciplined on behalf of his father. "Let it be known, you are not to cry afterward. Otherwise, not only your face but everything else will be unsightly," one quipped with a grin. To be frank, watching their recent battles had left one's hands itching. Was it finally his turn? Heh! Six scoffed, as if viewing a jester, instantly unleashing his aura, his oppressive presence bearing down on one. He was eager to ascertain just how resilient one's bravado truly was. Goodness, Six is actually provoking the leader. This is going to be quite the spectacle, Five exclaimed, feigning terror, yet exhilaration danced across his features as he unconsciously rubbed his belly, glancing at Three beside him. "What do you think? Is it not entertaining?" Five draped an arm over Three's shoulder, inquiring. "Boring. Six is surely destined to face defeat multiple times. For it seems he alone possesses the complete super android capabilities, yet the leader has never declared he would not engage." Three smirked slightly, sensing the boiling blood and golden light swirling within the leader. Below, Six's suppressive aura resonated, causing the void to hum with a muffled roar. Bang! A terrifying pressure descended upon the first individual, causing the ground beneath to collapse instantaneously, as if being forcefully compressed. With a mere groan, the first individual bent his knees slightly and then abruptly raised his head. A powerful aura erupted forth, shattering the oppressive presence of the sixth individual. Golden flames surged upward, accompanied by a tempest that radiated outward, unleashing waves of white energy. The first individual's stature suddenly soared, muscles expanding, his entire form aglow with a golden sheen, exuding an imposing presence. His azure eyes erupted with a dazzling golden light, his aura swelling relentlessly, instantly overwhelming the sixth individual. The disparity in their power was glaringly apparent. "Impossible. How could this be? You two have transformed?" The sixth individual stammered in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the reality that he, who believed himself to be the foremost, was overshadowed. His pupils constricted, a wave of terror engulfing him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, sweat pouring from his forehead, and a chill creeping down his spine. Had he spoken too soon? It seemed that the first individual would not relent until he had been thoroughly defeated. Regret washed over the sixth individual for his hasty words. "Huh, boss, we are brothers after all." He forced a laugh, his eyes darting, lost in thought. "You know, brothers fight without consequences." The first individual nodded, understanding fully. After all, there was no responsibility when it came to familial rivalry. The first individual inhaled sharply, the oppressive aura dissipating, the golden flames retreating within him, as he lowered his body and slightly spread his hands. In an instant, the first individual surged forward, his eyes ablaze with intensity. With his right fist taut, he unleashed a punch towards the sixth individual, unrestrained in his ferocity. Crap, it's over. The sixth individual's pupils dilated, his mind finally catching up, yet his body remained paralyzed. If struck, he would undoubtedly be left bruised and battered. With a thunderous impact, the punch erupted, the air exploding with sound, space fracturing as numerous cracks spread outward. The sixth individual's body exploded from the chest down, a torrent of blood gushing forth, painting the sky crimson as he was propelled backward, tearing through the air at an astonishing velocity. The first individual grinned madly, his eyes gleaming with fervor, white steam billowing from him as he surged forth. At that moment, the sixth individual wore a mask of sheer terror. Pain etched across his features as he glanced at his own mangled body, a grimace of agony forming. Just as he began to regain a semblance of repair, a shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, he was met with the wild, azure gaze of the first individual. As the sixth individual contemplated escape, two large hands swiftly enveloped his head, perfectly positioned. The sixth individual's expression turned to one of horror, and in a moment of desperation, he remembered a tactic. Extending his tongue, slick with saliva, he audaciously licked the first individual's palm. Number one, sensing something amiss, clenched his large hand and, like a shot put, smashed Six's head into the ground. With a resounding crash, a golden streak fell from the sky, creating a massive crater that extended for hundreds of meters, displacing untold amounts of earth. Fortunately, this was the realm of the Supreme Kai. Had it been Earth, it would have likely been penetrated. As number one looked down, an unusual sensation washed over him. The center of his right hand began to petrify, rapidly creeping toward his torso. In the distance, Sun Wukong and the recently awakened Trunks were aimlessly wandering when they suddenly felt the clash of two immense energies, a remarkable presence indeed. Mr. Wukong? Is that not my father's energy? Trunks inquired, his eyelids drooping with fatigue, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. It is Vegeta's energy. But another presence is even stronger. It seems far more formidable than my Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A fiery ambition igniting within him, a flame known as the fighting spirit. Only the strong can inspire one's own growth. Trunks, why don't you go seek out that old man? I'll investigate over there. Sun Wukong glanced at Trunks, noting his less than optimal condition. No, I want to go too. Mr. Wukong, Trunks insisted, shaking his head, determination shining in his eyes. I wish to see who is battling my father. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before finally conceding. All right, but you must keep your distance. Understood, Mr. Wukong. Trunks replied with a slight smile. Then let us depart. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Trunks surged toward the site of the clash, white auras swirling around them. High above, number one examined his right arm, casting a glance at the petrified section with a cold expression. With a powerful tug, he tore off his entire right arm, blood gushing forth and splattering across his face. With a casual toss, he discarded the gradually petrifying limb onto the ground, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Ha!" In an instant, gray, tendril-like flesh began to writhe, and a resplendent golden right arm sprouted anew. Interesting, is that Dabra's saliva? Six, you can do this too? It seems you've accomplished quite a feat in my absence. Number one tightened his right fist, flexing it before vanishing from sight, reappearing above the crater. With narrowed eyes, his head tilted downward, his gaze sharp, he spoke softly. What? Are you not coming out? Your body has healed, hasn't it? Are you afraid? As the words fell, a gentle breeze stirred, raising clouds of dust, while the ground, pockmarked with holes, remained unresponsive. Beneath the surface, hundreds of meters deep, number six trembled in terror, his heart racing as he gazed at his newly formed body. His expression twisted into a grimace. Indeed, that previous strike had imparted a palpable sense of impending doom. Number one had held nothing back, unleashing his full strength, leaving him utterly defenseless. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have been reduced to pulp by a single blow. This cannot continue. At this rate, I would be reborn multiple times. Number six clenched his teeth, racking his brain for a solution. Damn it, if I can't ascend, does he truly believe I am powerless against him? Number one's incessant calls yielded no response, and a fierce scowl crossed his face, veins bulging as the air around him crackled with tension. Exhaling a deep, murky breath, number one muttered to the ground, hoping that the god realm would prove more resilient. With that, he levitated in the void, descending, his hands clasped behind him, fingers forming a blossom as energy coalesced. Kamehameha. A surge of azure energy gradually emerged between his hands. The vibrant blue energy consolidated into a small sphere. The energy stabilized, radiating brilliance, as an overwhelming force began to rise and expand outward. Here it comes, number one bellowed, his hands thrust forward. unleashing a massive wave of azure energy that resonated through the air, accompanied by the sound of cracking space. Waves of white energy surged forth, the formidable wave instantly plunging into the deep pit below. Within the pit, number 6 sensed the approach of a colossal energy force and cursed under his breath. Employing his signature ability to burrow deeper, he twisted and spun erratically downward. Soon, the Kamehameha struck, unleashing tremendous pressure that obliterated the pit, sending the ground heaving. With soil flying, some even vanishing into nothingness. Damn it, boss, I was wrong, spare me. Number 6 turned, desperation etched on his face, shouting upward. Too late. A smirk curled at number 1's lips as he exerted even more force downward. The azure energy wave surged forth, erupting in a cataclysm. Thunderous roars echoed as the entire planet seemed to tremble, a colossal mushroom cloud rising, smoke swirling, with the searing heat scorching the ground. Number 1 hovered above, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Is that Vegeta? Goku and Trunks rushed to the scene, their path illuminated by the figure emerging from the pit, unmistakably Vegeta. Father. Trunks rose and fell to the ground, shaking Vegeta's body, but to no avail. He remained in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, Vegeta's complexion was ashen, his upper body entirely exposed, as his battle armor had turned to dust, revealing his muscular physique. Do not worry, Trunks. Vegeta has merely fainted. His energy has not waned to a critical level. Goku furrowed his brow, pondering an aspect he simply could not comprehend. Why it was always Vegeta who was battered, wounded, and then healed in a relentless cycle. Never mind, he finally concluded, shaking his head. Trunks, stay here and watch over Vegeta. I will investigate who is fighting ahead. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Goku's face, his body trembling slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, Goku hastily took to the skies, vanishing from sight, leaving only Vegeta and Trunks in the crater. Could that be the sons of Cell? Trunks murmured, casting another glance at Vegeta, his brow furrowing in concern. Whoosh. Goku flashed to the side of number 1, and upon seeing him, his eyes brightened with recognition. Ah, I've seen you before. You are Mr. Cell's son, correct? Number 1 turned in surprise, wondering how Goku seemed to appear everywhere. He had sensed Goku's energy earlier, albeit from a distance, and now he had come directly. What do you want? Number 1 inquired. Ah, I wish to bang. Countless golden energy orbs surged forth, enveloping number 1, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Oh no. Goku's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting. Instantly, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden hair and azure eyes radiating power, golden flames rising around him, while blue electricity danced around his form. His eyebrows vanished, his eye lines deepened, and a tuft of hair fell forward from his forehead. Energy surged through him as he merged his hands, and an explosion erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions, initially aimed at number 1, inadvertently struck Goku instead. P.S. Chapter 3, Seeking Complementary Gifts. Screaming, tears, flood of tears, writhing, dark crawling, twisting, creeping in shadows, rolling, intensely climbing, howling, wriggling, eerie growling, crawling, splitting, emerging on shore, convulsing, twisted walking, attacking indiscriminately. Chapter 65, Saliva. Boom. The explosions continued unabated, smoke billowing in every direction. Goku, caught off guard, was suddenly struck by an energy ball unleashed by number 6, propelling him from the black smoke, his golden hair flowing, as a tremendous energy surged around him. Are you all right? A voice, indifferent and aloof, resonated as it turned its gaze upon Sun Wukong. Ah, it's nothing. Such minor injuries cannot possibly hinder me. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the son of Shalu would exhibit such concern for his well-being. If all is well, you should take your leave. I have some family matters to attend to. If you wish to engage in combat with me, please wait a moment. At that instant, the tone of the voice softened remarkably, becoming entirely different from before, now imbued with politeness, for they were in the presence of an outsider. In front of strangers, they were representatives of their father, and exhibiting courtesy was a fundamental principle. No sooner had the words left his lips than a golden figure launched itself from the pit with great velocity. It was number 6, wearing a fierce expression as he approached number 1. Initially, number 1 paid no heed, swiftly pulling with his right hand and flinging number 6 into the sky. He then communicated telepathically with number 5 and number 3, instructing them to escort Sun Wukong away from the scene. for the residual shockwaves from their collision posed a potential danger to him. However, upon witnessing number 6 puffing out his cheeks, number 1's heart leapt into his throat, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it. Does number 6 only know how to employ such unsavory tactics to attack? First it was excrement, and now saliva. He must be one to resort to repugnant methods when he cannot win." To be honest, he was not particularly afraid of the petrifying ability. It was merely the saliva that revolted him. Reacting swiftly, number 1 conjured a green barrier with his left hand for defense, while his right hand formed a gesture resembling a pistol. He unleashed a barrage of small energy orbs directed at number 6. With a series of splattering sounds, 3 streams of saliva erupted, striking number 1's barrier, which rapidly began to petrify, causing him considerable disgust. With a resounding explosion, shockwaves radiated outward, stirring up fierce winds. And at the epicenter of the explosion, number 6 plummeted rapidly toward the ground. "Damn it, my ultimate move has failed." Number 6's face darkened as he tumbled through the air, landing with a powerful stomp, only to spring back up again. The ground instantly gave way beneath him as he fled the scene, for number 1 was far too formidable, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. In the skies above, number 3 and number 5, having received their orders from number 1, were fully aware of the situation. With a swift motion, number 5 positioned his rotund belly near the rapidly approaching Sun Wukong, using it as a cushion to bounce him upwards. "Thank you." Sun Wukong rolled in the air, regaining his balance and floating beside him. "No need for thanks. Hee, but for now, you can only observe from above. You may descend once the boss has finished his business." Number 5 chuckled, his double chin protruding as his eyes squinted shut. Truth be told, it was a mystery how he remained so plump without consuming food. "Is that so? Very well." Sun Wukong scratched his head while glancing at the two who were intently watching him, reverting to his normal state. His expression became more serious as he lowered his gaze to observe the chase unfolding below. "Boss, I was mistaken. Perhaps I should offer you my most cherished possession instead. It is something I have treasured for a long time and have been reluctant to part with." Number 6 lamented, softening his tone. There was no room for defiance. "Did you not observe his fist, as large as a sandbag, glimmering with gold, and the unceasing barrage of energy blasts? Huh, if you had not mentioned it, I might have refrained, but now I am even more inclined to strike you." Number 1's expression darkened in an instant, veins bulging on his forehead, as he spoke through gritted teeth. "However, do not accuse me of denying you a chance. I will now adjust my energy to match yours. Shall we engage in a serious bout?" Number 1 paused before continuing. "Is this for real?" Number 6, filled with doubt, halted his movements and inquired, more authentic than gold itself. Upon seeing number 6 stop, number 1 chuckled with delight, his right fist clenched, producing a series of cracking sounds. Nevertheless, his energy had indeed diminished considerably, aligning with number 6's level. "If only you had done this earlier, we could have avoided all this trouble." Number 6's gaze momentarily faltered, and after a brief pause, he finally comprehended, his previously tense body relaxing, including his mindset. "Then let us begin." Number 1's gaze sharpened as he exuded a formidable aura, his fists tightening slightly, body sinking, feet pressing against the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he surged forward, appearing right before number 6. "Oomph. You think to overpower me despite our equal energies? Dream on." Number 6, unfazed by number 1's near instantaneous arrival, assumed a combat stance, ready to engage in a fistfight. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. Number 1 accelerated dramatically, his eyes radiating a golden glow, and even his fists were enveloped in dazzling golden light, his energy skyrocketing, appearing almost divine from a distance. "I can't believe this." Number 6's expression morphed into one of terror, his pupils constricting, his heart racing as he beheld the shifting figure of number 1. He realized he had been deceived. With a resounding thud, number 6's body erupted, his expression of horror serving as the most exquisite gift to number 1. Instantly, number 1 unleashed a flurry of strikes, akin to the rapid-fire blows of Wing Chun, pummeling number 6's entire form, causing flesh to splatter and blood to spray. Not a single piece of his body remained unscathed, each punch from number 1 reducing him to a pulp. In his mind, this represented the heartfelt sincerity and fervent love of a brother. Exhaling deeply, number 1 allowed himself to relax slightly, grasping the battered head of number 6. His expression softening as he gazed upon him, feeling a warmth in his heart. With blood gushing forth, it was undoubtedly warm. "As an elder brother, let me impart one more lesson. Do not place too much faith in the promises of others. In a moment of unprecedented ease, Number 1 suddenly recalled something of significance and stated, I want you to swear never to touch those filthy things again, like excrement. Do you comprehend? The first one, aware that verbal promises hold little weight, raised his golden-hued fist above his head, compelling a vow. Oh, until now, I, the mage, have discerned the truth in the wild. The sixth one's eyes shimmered with tears, flowing continuously, his mouth battered and bruised, rendering his speech somewhat indistinct. Whoa, do you fathom the sensation for a mere infant, scarcely a year old, when that golden, sandbag-sized fist relentlessly strikes your body? He understood. Alas, dear child, recognizing one's errors and striving for improvement is a virtue beyond measure. Cease your weeping, for it is detrimental to your health. The first one wore a gentle smile, his gaze tender as if filled with concern. Yet, to the sixth one, it appeared utterly terrifying, a harbinger of doom. P.S. Just finished typing a chapter in the early hours. Take a look and remember to leave a 5-star review along with a free gift. Love you all. Chapter 66. You strike first, enough of the jesting. Rise. The first one's calm voice resonated, lifting the battered form of the sixth one, and added, remember this. It's acceptable to flaunt before Vegeta and the others, but don't pretend before me. I'll obliterate you. The first one slowly clapped his hands, instantly reverting to his usual demeanor, his form shrinking as he looked down at the pitiful sight of the sixth one. Unable to suppress his disdain, enough with the pretense of misery before me. Recover quickly, or I shall deliver another blow. The first one furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable agitation whenever he laid eyes on the sixth one, and urged a strike, which led this usually civilized and polite lad to contemplate using foul language. Sigh. It's all the sixth one's fault. The first one shook his head, displaying a sense of helplessness. Cough, cough, cough. The sixth one rapidly regained his composure, countless gray tendrils intertwining, his form soon returning to normal. Boss, I'm fine now. The sixth one forced a smile, his tear-streaked eyes glimmering faintly. Although his body had healed, the remnants of pain lingered, a sensation he never wished to endure again. Well done. Follow me. The first one nodded and stated. In the sky, Sun Wukong stood astonished, shocked by the unexpected ferocity of the previously polite individual, who seemed harmless, now unleashing such brutality upon his own brother. He could scarcely imagine the agony. Haha, number 3, did you see that? The sixth one got thoroughly beaten. He deserved it. Number 5 laughed heartily, reveling in the misfortune, his eyes squinting with delight. Hee. I've always said the sixth one was courting disaster. Such a fate is not unwarranted. Number 3 smirked, arms crossed, appearing quite pleased. From now on, there shall be no more fear. The issue has finally been resolved. This statement struck Sun Wukong, leaving him momentarily dazed. Were all brothers truly like this? Whoosh. In an instant, 2 figures materialized, the melancholic number 6 and the smiling number 1. Their spirits appeared to be remarkably high. Sun Wukong, you may engage him first. Do not be deceived by his appearance. The exertion is not overly taxing. Number 1 spoke softly, his tone gentle and demeanor serene, gently nudging number 6 forward. Such a transformation in number 1 left number 6 astonished, repeatedly glancing back in disbelief. His mind was slightly bewildered. He suspected that number 1 might have been possessed. For how else could he explain this gentle demeanor? Where was the fierce leader he once knew? What had caused this drastic change in tone? What are you staring at? Is there something worth looking at? Number 1 said, slightly turning his head and narrowing his eyes, locking gazes with number 6. In nothing, number 6 stammered, his body trembling, his legs unable to steady themselves as he forced a strained smile. Do you wish to fight me? He queried, exhaling a heavy sigh as he turned to Sun Wukong, confusion evident in his voice. Yes, I did want to fight him earlier, but I suppose fighting you will suffice. Are you certain you do not need to rest? Sun Wukong asked, scratching his head in bewilderment, having just witnessed number 6's pitiful state. I'm fine, let us proceed. Oh, and please bring Trunks along as well. Number 1 replied. With that, the 2 descended to the ground, exchanging glances. Oh, Trunks. Number 1 grinned, activating instant transmission to the pit where Vegeta was located. At that moment, Trunks was deep in meditation, seated cross-legged on the ground, his expression relaxed. Upon seeing this, number 1 couldn't suppress a mischievous smile. Swiftly jogging to Trunks and shouting in his ear, What is going on? Trunks, startled, opened his eyes wide and fell backward, propping himself up with his hands. When he recognized number 1, He scowled. What are you doing? Have you finished your fight? Of course. I just dealt with that little rascal of mine. He was too unruly. Vegeta was injured by him, so I thought I'd teach him a lesson. What do you think? Am I not generous? Number 1 said with a smile, his lips curling upward, exuding warmth. Well, I truly appreciate it, Brother 1. Trunks rolled his eyes. He could hardly trust the words spilling from his mouth, knowing them to be deceitful. Only someone with a questionable mind would believe him. I'm serious, but I've finished my part. Now it's Sun Wukong's turn to fight. I came to bring you both here, but I lack any healing abilities. Therefore, you should seek out Jebet. That fellow can mend Vegeta's injuries. Number 1 suggested after a moment of contemplation. Jebet? Who is that? Trunks inquired, bewildered, having never heard of him before. He is the red-faced fellow by the Kaioshin, with long gray hair. You know, he is quite fashionable. Oh, I see. This time, you're not deceiving me, are you? Trunks paused momentarily, recollecting the tall individual in question. However, to err on the side of caution, he inquired with a hint of skepticism. Love is not to be trusted. TCH. Number 1 curled his lip, casting a disdainful glance at Trunks. Look at you. Still so lacking. It's high time you improved, for you can't even measure up to that fool. That fool? Trunks expressed his confusion. Yet before he could fully grasp the situation, Number 1 seized his shoulder and they vanished. On the ground, Goku faced off against Number 6, brimming with combat spirit. Oh, that foolish aura of Number 1 has receded. Number 6 raised an eyebrow, his previously lackluster mood slightly lifted, as he stretched leisurely with arms outstretched. What is this? Are you certain you wish to engage me? You must have seen Vegeta's state. I do not hold back. A smirk danced on Number 6's lips as he proclaimed arrogantly. Is that so? Wouldn't it be better to unleash your full strength? Goku replied, a smile gracing his lips as the wind tousled his hair and his garments fluttered, stirring up dust from the ground. Indeed, how pompous. Number 6's teeth clenched lightly, his power surging forth as an immense aura erupted around him. In an instant, a golden light ascended from beneath his feet, enveloping his form, transforming his blue aura into a brilliant gold, as golden flames surged forth. The ground beneath them began to crumble, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on Goku. Not one to hold back. Goku instantly activated his Super Saiyan 3 form. Boom. The golden radiance flickered incessantly, clouds swirling violently. With golden hair and azure eyes, his once black locks now gleamed with golden hues. His entire being engulfed in a radiant golden flame that shot skyward, exuding a fierce aura. His eyebrows vanished, his eye lines deepened, and his hair cascaded down to his waist, with arcs of blue electricity dancing throughout, energy pulsating vigorously. Behind him, a bushy brown tail shimmered with gold, coiling around his waist, accentuating his strength. At this moment, the full manifestation of Super Saiyan 3 made its grand entrance. Chapter 67. The double combat at this moment. The Super Saiyan 3, empowered by the essence of the Saiyans and its tail, no longer suffers from energy leakage. Its energy consumption has significantly diminished, and its endurance has been greatly enhanced. There is no longer a need for concern about its fleeting duration. With a deep exhale, Goku released a breath of stale air. His internal energy retracting, and the golden aura around him gradually dissipating, with arcs of electricity coursing into his body. This method, derived from observing their battle, was what he deemed the most effective way to conserve stamina. To him, their transformations resembled that of a Super Saiyan, as they both absorbed the outwardly leaking energy back within themselves. Thus, he resolved to emulate their approach. Although challenging, it was evident that Goku was indeed a prodigy in the art of combat. Goku's expression reflected his struggle. It was indeed difficult to contain the overwhelming energy within. Nonetheless, this technique would allow him to unleash the full potential of Super Saiyan 3. With resolve, Goku's gaze sharpened. If he could not vent his energy, then he would unleash it through combat. He slightly lowered his stance, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and propelled himself forward, appearing as a streak of golden light from a distance. Come at me, exclaimed Number 6 with exuberance. This time, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Having felt humiliated by Number 1, he vowed that if he could not prevail against Goku, he might as well cease to exist. Number 6 mirrored Goku's swift movements, his speed surpassing even that of Goku's. His right arm inflated dramatically, veins protruding on his forehead as he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the ground erupted at their center, the air howling as the force of their blows created shockwaves that radiated outward, shattering the earth and scattering debris in all directions. Gasping, Goku's expression turned grave as he was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing onto the ground, carving a deep trench in his wake. Is this strength truly formidable? He mused, glancing at his trembling hands, which shook uncontrollably. Yet, fear did not grip him. This tremor coursed throughout his body, igniting a fervor within him. The blood of the scion surged, his golden tail swaying with excitement, and a smile graced Goku's face. I can do this. He had seized the opportunity during his battle with Trunks, and he was confident he could break through in this fight. Clenching his fists, he gazed forward. Number 6 staggered back several paces, his expression a mix of surprise. Though he had not yet exerted his full strength, the power he wielded was already impressive. Yet he found himself pushed back. Interesting. Number 6 licked his pale lips, smirking as he once again elevated his aura. His right foot striking the ground with force as he charged forward once more. Upon witnessing this, Goku's excitement surged, and he threw a powerful punch in response. Bang, 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 bang. The air reverberated with the relentless sound of bodies colliding, as two figures moved at high speed, striking against one another, fist to fist, leg to leg. A muffled resonance echoed, causing the very planet to tremble, the force rippling outward, the aftermath shattering mountains and fracturing the clouds. Waves of white energy surged forth, with arcs of electricity manifesting as remnants of their unleashed power. Throughout this fierce confrontation, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. Yet the expression on number 6's face was anything but composed. Indeed, Sun Wukong was truly a child of fortune, seizing the opportunity to break through amidst the battle. His strength grew increasingly formidable, rapidly narrowing the gap between them. Number 6 gritted his teeth, his countenance grave. The more Sun Wukong fought, the brighter his eyes shone, until they gleamed like gold, delivering a single punch that sent number 6 hurtling away. Bang! The force of the punch whistled through the air, and as number 6 raised both hands, his form was propelled backward, crashing through several towering mountains. Damn it! This is utterly unreasonable. Number 6 ceased to conceal his strength, fearlessly expending his energy as a tremendous aura erupted forth, golden light surging and his spirit soaring. He felt as though he were merely a sparring partner, while his opponent grew stronger with each exchange, whereas he remained stagnant. The frustration from being ruthlessly beaten by number 1 transformed into power, his aura gradually ascending, a tempest rising around him. Number 6 traversed the air with incredible speed, resembling a golden meteor, his energy coalescing into his fists. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted as the fiery energy filled his fists, and he appeared before Sun Wukong, unleashing a powerful right hook. Bang! The air exploded, the wind preceding the punch, carrying with it a gale that tousled Sun Wukong's hair and caused his skin to ripple. This is bad. There is no escaping it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his pupils constricting, a tremor coursing through his heart. The surge in battle power was overwhelming, leaving him no time to react. Bang! The punch struck Sun Wukong squarely in the abdomen, the force erupting outward, shattering the landscape behind him. The air around Sun Wukong detonated, as his form was flung backward, blood spurting from his mouth, saturating his body as he crashed through multiple mountains, ultimately crashing into the ground and carving a long gash in the earth. Pooh! Sun Wukong's complexion turned pale, the imprint of the fist still fresh on his abdomen, deeply engraved upon him. At that moment, he felt a searing pain, radiating throughout his body, his expression contorted in agony as he spat blood. Gasping for breath, each inhalation was a struggle, he strained to rise, only to see a gilded figure materialize high above, a hand grasping his head and forcing it toward the ground as they soared through the air. Bang! 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 Number 6's expression was frigid, relentlessly pressing Sun Wukong's head into the ground, dragging him forward at high speed. The earth fracturing beneath them and carving out a deep furrow that continued to extend. High above, one could only marvel at number 6's ruthless determination. How could Sun Wukong possibly retaliate now? As the 5th individual opened his mouth and lightly touched his small belly, he spoke, "There is no helping it." This was his own request, was it not? The 3rd individual shook his head, choosing silence as he advanced towards the two. Observing this, the 5th promptly followed suit. With a resounding crash, 10 mountains crumbled before the 6th individual finally released his grasp, ascending into the sky, where he seized Sun Wukong's head, lifting it high. At that moment, Sun Wukong's energy had waned significantly. His face contorted in a fierce grimace as he futilely attempted to pry away the sixth's hand with both hands. "It is over," declared the sixth, his gaze sharp as he yanked and then flung Sun Wukong downward, akin to a cannonball, causing him to plummet to the ground and create a vast crater. Unsatisfied with this, the sixth individual pressed his body down, gathering energy spheres at his waist, mercilessly hurling them like they were of no value towards the crater below. Boom! The explosions reverberated in a relentless cacophony, the ground gradually caving in and fracturing, leaving the area riddled with gaping holes. Within the depths of the crater, Sun Wukong gazed blankly at the sky, his eyes dazed. He had returned to his normal state, devoid of the energy and stamina required to maintain his Super Saiyan form. He stared, entranced, at the sky, which shimmered with a faint violet hue, beautiful yet distinctly different. What a magnificent star! So beautiful! Sun Wukong exhaled softly, muttering to himself. In his view, a cerulean star twinkled with a gentle light. P.S. This is the third update. I am utterly exhausted. Gifts are appreciated. Love you all. Chapter 68. The fearsome Super Saiyan ape in the distance. No, why are you still pretending when you are dragging me along like this? I thought you were going to teleport me directly to Jebbit, yet you merely brought me out of the pit? Trunks, unusually vocal, expressed his discontent. Each time he encountered the first individual, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him, compounded by the less than favorable first impression he had received. Thus, he sought to mock him. Years spent with Uncle Cell had not been in vain. He had learned many humorous quips, which he rarely employed, until today. Ahem, it seems you still lack diligence, first individual. Is it perhaps that your mind is too cluttered with distractions? I've said it for you. It's truly dull. The first individual rolled his eyes, pondering what teachings his father had imparted that led Trunks to resort to such tired jokes. You actually understand. Well, it makes sense, considering you are Uncle Cell's son. Trunks was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that these matters must have been discussed by Uncle Cell. He offered an awkward smile, pondering internally how Uncle Cell managed to sire so many offspring, each with such distinct personalities, quite peculiar indeed. You can't blame me for this, logically. My father's essence should be present, yet for some unknown reason, it eludes me. In my eagerness to locate Jebbit, I overlooked the fact that, despite being a servant of the Supreme Kai, he is still a deity, rendering instant transmission impossible without his essence. With a resigned wave of his hand, Number 1 continued. It seems the only option now is to seek out my father. After all, did you not mention that you just came from him? Well, we should expedite our search by swiftly traversing this planet. To be honest, our previous route did not include this area, and I noticed Mr. Goku also arrived via instant transmission. Trunks chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, sharing his own sense of helplessness. He then added, Uncle Cell is currently engrossed in meditation regarding divine essence. It would be unwise to disturb him. Divine essence? So, my father's purpose for coming here was indeed this. Understood. Number 1 nodded. What bad luck. I can't fathom why it always seems to be my father who suffers injuries requiring treatment. First being knocked unconscious by that insufferable Number 6. Then injured in battle with me, and now again battling Number 6. It appears my father and that Number 6 have an ongoing conflict. We can't help but enjoy our little jests, Number 1 mumbled softly. What did you say? Trunks inquired, eyes wide with confusion. Nothing of consequence. Let us set off. Number 1 rose, his golden aura erupting forth, enveloping him in a resplendent golden glow. He continued. Perhaps you should wait here while I retrieve Jebbit and bring him to you. With that, Number 1 shot off into the sky, his speed so remarkable that he left behind fleeting remnants of his presence. That fellow is truly peculiar, Trunks murmured as he gracefully floated to a nearby mountain, gently placing Vegeta down before entering a meditative state. Number 1 was right. His current strength was indeed insufficient, necessitating rigorous training. He aspired to reach a level akin to that of Mr. Goku in his Super Saiyan form. He was merely a step away from unlocking Super Saiyan 2, poised to break through that barrier and attain a new transformation. How noisy. The old Supreme Kai frowned, retracting the health magazine he had been perusing into his pocket dimension. He then glanced at the meditating cell and muttered, he is progressing rapidly. His speed has reached an incomprehensible level, and he will likely emerge from meditation soon. Observing Cell, who radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help but smile. I never imagined my first disciple would possess such extraordinary talent. I wonder if he can reach or even surpass the level of that hairless cat Beerus. Humph. The mere thought of that cat cast a shadow over his mood. The old Kai straightened his back, lifted his gaze to the heavens, and clasped his hands behind him, contemplating the exquisite sky, his emotions a tumultuous blend. At this moment, number 6 hovered high above, his cold eyes gazing down at Sun Wukong, and suddenly, something felt amiss. How enchanting it was, those azure stars. Sun Wukong's gaze was entirely fixated on that cerulean planet, the corners of his blood-stained mouth curving into a smile, his spirits soaring. Thud, thud, thud. Out of nowhere, a deep, resonant heartbeat reverberated, causing Sun Wukong's furry tail to spring to life, his eyes turning crimson in an instant. His heart raced erratically, and the fur on his body began to proliferate at an unnatural pace. A roar erupted from Sun Wukong's lips, a sound akin to a primal scream. This was the precursor to. Number 6 furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a realization that left him aghast. Oh no. He was about to transform into a scion, or rather, a super scion. At this moment, number 6's expression shifted to one of confusion and dread, as he failed to notice the furry tail behind him. He quickly looked up, his face darkening. Did he mistake that planet for Earth? Was the saga of Dragon Ball GT unfolding before him? The two observers high above marveled at the spectacle, yet did nothing to assist number 6. Continuing to watch from their aerial perch, Brother 3, are we truly not going to help number 6? Number 5 inquired, his brows knitted in concern. Let him come to us for aid, just as an author beseeches their readers for gifts. If he does not ask, the readers shall not offer, Brother 3 replied, arms crossed, delivering a sentiment steeped in a certain philosophy, prompting number 5 to nod in agreement. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat grew louder, Sun Wukong's eyes ablaze. His body rapidly expanding, his dense black fur bristling, his mouth distorting as he elevated. The martial arts uniform he wore tearing apart as he reached a height of several meters. A roar echoed forth. The scion version of Sun Wukong emerged, unleashing a torrent of savage, primal ferocity. Number 6, observing from the sky, resolved to wait, to confront Sun Wukong's super scion form in battle. He had come to understand that scion blood coursed through his veins, including that of Gohan, the strongest with the most extraordinary talent. He too aimed to grow stronger through the fray, and the mindless, slower, yet massive super scion would serve as an excellent sparring partner. After all, he had recently been Sun Wukong's training partner. Now, it seemed only fair for the roles to be reversed. Before long, Sun Wukong's aura began to swell, instinctively enveloping him in a golden blaze that dyed his fur, causing the once flat hair atop his head to rise dramatically. The Super Scion had arrived. P.S. The author humbly requests gifts and 5-star reviews, particularly the latter, as they desire their work to be rated. Thank you for your love. Chapter 69. The battle against the golden giant ape. With a thunderous roar, the golden giant ape, transformed from Sun Wukong, unleashed a savage and ferocious aura. As it stomped down, the ground fractured instantaneously. Raising its gaze, it spotted number 6 and unleashed a colossal ape cannon. The golden giant ape struck its chest, overflowing with excitement, as a beam of golden energy erupted from its mouth, soaring towards the suspended number 6 in the sky. Humph! Let me witness your true power. Number 6 narrowed its eyes, its figure expanding as it clasped its hands together, instantly launching a Kamehameha wave. A brilliant blue energy wave surged forth from its hands, colliding with the golden giant cannon. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a powerful shockwave of energy radiated outward. The azure energy particles and golden particles shattered the ground as they clashed, forming a push-pull-like column that seemed to connect them. Roar! The golden giant ape, sensing provocation, opened its mouth wide, causing the golden light column to swell and thicken as it shot forth. Damn it! I can't hold on much longer. Number 6's cheeks glistened, beads of sweat cascading down, striking the ground. Veins bulged on its forehead, pulsating wildly, realizing that the energy output from its opponent was vastly superior. The golden giant cannon swiftly engulfed the diminutive azure light column, charging towards the comparatively smaller number 6. Seeing this, number 6 gritted its teeth, swiftly dodging to escape, landing on the ground with a grim expression. The golden cannon shot into the mysterious cosmos, gradually disappearing from sight. Roar! In a declaration of triumph, the golden giant ape pounded its chest, producing a series of resonant thuds. This is outrageous. I refuse to believe that its speed is equally formidable. Number 6's body lowered slightly, as it propelled itself off the ground like a cannonball, causing the earth to erupt in a white shockwave. Boom. Number 6 disregarded the energy consumption, unleashing its full power. Golden flames surged skyward with a crackling sound, enveloping its entire form. Its right fist, engulfed in golden flames, was clenched tightly, condensing all its energy into a single finger, from which a fierce golden light continuously shimmered, exuding a sharp glimmer. This was a culmination of ideas drawn from a past life anime, combined with concepts of a chi sword. It was the most powerful killing move that came to mind, and it was inconceivable that it would inflict no damage whatsoever. Number 6 accelerated through the air, closing the distance, prompting the golden giant ape to glance sideways in recognition. Sizzle. The sixth's right index finger, emanating a faint glow, swiftly pierced the ear of the golden giant ape, eliciting a spray of crimson blood. At a critical moment, unexpectedly, the creature turned its head, causing the attack to miss. The sixth, in a moment of resignation, contemplated a leap to strike again, only to be met by the overwhelming force of the golden giant ape's powerful right fist, crashing down with such velocity that there was no time for reaction. Bang! The impact, devoid of any complexity, was merely a fist brimming with raw power, shattering the space surrounding the sixth in an instant. The air erupted in a cacophony, with dense cracks spreading like wildfire, as the sixth's body was brutally fragmented, blood spilling forth like a torrent, his form propelled violently towards the ground. Boom! The sixth's gaze became vacant as his body plunged deep into the earth, obliterating an unknown quantity of soil, blood pooling in his mouth. His body lay in tatters, with his right arm seemingly severed and flung away, lost to sight. This was an intensity rarely depicted even in animated portrayals. Yet, defenses had indeed been breached. Returning to lucidity, the sixth erupted into laughter, blood trickling incessantly from the corners of his mouth. With a sudden seriousness, he felt the embrace of dark, grayish tendrils wrapping around him, hastening his recovery. His state restored. A powerful surge of energy flowed from within, erupting outward and filling him with immense satisfaction. I told you, my lineage still holds value. The sixth wiped the blood from his lips, raised his fist, and his form radiated with golden light as he launched himself upward. In the heights, the third and fifth watched intently, observing the entirety of the sixth's brutal encounter. The golden giant ape is said to possess a 500-fold enhancement. Its speed is astonishing. The fifth remarked, turning to the third. Indeed, however, Sun Wukong has achieved a significant breakthrough in his foundational combat strength during this battle, making him considerably stronger. Honestly, I'm contemplating whether to assist him in achieving Super Saiyan 4, the third mused, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Why? Inquired the fifth. Because eventually, my father will reach this juncture. Observing Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 4 might provide him with some assistance, albeit possibly minimal. Yet as a son, every little bit counts. What should we do then? There's no Xiao Fong here, not even Son Gohan. The fifth waved his hand dismissively, slightly exasperated. No need for that. We only need to restore his consciousness. We can strike him repeatedly until he returns from this savage state. The third concluded after a moment of contemplation. Can that actually work? I feel it might be a bit dubious. The fifth scratched his head, speaking softly. It's fine. Just attack. Number 3 nodded, yet remained still, arms crossed in contemplation. Number 5 understood that number 3 was awaiting number 6's command, and shook his head, opting for silence as they both observed the scene below. On the ground, the golden giant ape, exhibiting a surprising semblance of humanity, gingerly touched its injured cheek. Upon noticing the vivid scarlet of its blood, it erupted into a frenzied state. With a thunderous roar, the golden giant ape began to stomp its feet alternately upon the ground, which could no longer withstand the tremendous force and instantly shattered. With the ground beneath it giving way, the ape plummeted into the abyss below, landing with a resounding crash. How foolish, number 6 remarked as he soared from the depths. Catching sight of the spectacle, a smirk playing on his lips. Suspended in midair, he lowered his body, placing his hands on his hips, and conjured a succession of energy spheres, unleashing them with remarkable speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Boom! An uncountable number of energy spheres rained down, causing the earth to collapse further, burying the golden giant ape deep within. The cacophony of explosions echoed incessantly, accompanied by the anguished cries of the creature. A thick plume of black smoke billowed upward, swirling toward the horizon. Number 6, panting heavily, had spared no energy in this onslaught, utterly exhausted from the relentless barrage. If the golden giant ape emerged unscathed from this, he would truly be at his wit's end. With a deep breath, Number 6 expelled a cloud of stale air and began to gather his energy, coiling it within his right fist, which shimmered with golden light. Meanwhile, the golden giant ape, disoriented from the explosions, found itself targeted by the energy spheres aimed squarely at its head, now charred and blackened. For a fleeting moment, the consciousness of Sun Wukong flickered back. What is happening? Yet, before he could fully regain his senses, the primal rage overtook him once more, and the giant ape surged upward, shattering the rocks around it. Amidst the swirling smoke, Number 6, hanging inverted in the sky, watched the enraged golden giant ape, its scorched head letting out a fierce roar, suppressing a laugh. Well done, not a bad result. You've certainly been given a new look. P.S. I initially intended to write for a couple of hours, but I fell asleep, so I probably won't be able to read it until the early morning. Chapter 70. The three engage the golden giant ape. Super Saiyan 4 emerges. This battle is indeed exhausting. It all started with just a minor scratch. Number 6 wore an expression of helplessness, tightly clenching his right fist as he channeled all his energy into what he deemed his final strike. Should this blow fail to deliver any substantial damage, he would be left with no choice but to retreat. Shaking his head, his gaze suddenly sharpened with fierce determination. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he bent slightly at the waist and propelled himself forward, bursting forth with an aura of golden light that outshone even the golden giant ape. His speed escalated dramatically, reaching an astonishing velocity as he approached the golden giant ape, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages and a radiant golden glow as he unleashed a punch that tore through the air. The golden giant ape, sensing the formidable strength emanating from this pesky adversary, responded in kind by raising its massive right arm and delivering a counterpunch. When their fists collided, it appeared as though Number 6's punch could not possibly rival that of the golden giant ape, and indeed, the comparison was futile. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as energy surged forth, sending waves of white energy rippling outward in all directions. The powerful shockwave resonated throughout the realm of the Supreme Kai, erupting into a blinding golden light that illuminated the cosmos. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them caved in, sending ripples through the earth. Number 6 was immediately sent flying, bloodied and battered, his right arm shattered, resembling a projectile as he skidded across the ground, carving a long trench in his wake. The golden giant ape, however, merely stepped back a few paces before regaining its balance. Observing this, Number 6 no longer hesitated. He lifted his head towards the sky and called out desperately, "Brother 5. Brother 3, help me. I'm utterly useless. I can't take him on alone." In response, the figures of brothers 3 and 5 materialized before him without a moment's hesitation. "Number 6, why are you being so pitiful?" Brother 3 quipped, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you blind, Brother 3? Is he not like Sun Wukong now? He's merely a frenzied beast." Number 6 retorted. "What did you say?" Brother 3 inquired, glancing back after a short distance. "Brother 3, Number 6 exclaimed in exasperation. "Isn't that right? First, we must maintain a proper attitude. If we can't even do that, nothing will go well," Brother 3 said, shaking his head and gesturing for Brother 5 to speak. "Indeed, Brother 3 is correct." Brother 5 nodded in agreement. "Let us be clear. Our last resort is to either detonate the planet above us or sever its tail. However, we should avoid such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Our primary objective is to help Sun Wukong regain consciousness and successfully transform into a Super Saiyan 4, while fully depleting his strength to strike at his head. In terms of endurance, we hold the advantage," Brother 3 articulated, casting a sidelong glance at Number 6 as if awaiting his response. "Absolutely, I'm with you," Number 6 affirmed, waving his hand in rare agreement without further questions. "Then let us proceed." Brother 3 was the first to charge forward, with Brother 5 closely following, and finally, Number 6 soared into action as well. With a thunderous roar, Number 3 elevated his energy to its zenith, unleashing a barrage of strikes aimed at the left leg of the golden giant ape. Meanwhile, Number 5 hovered in midair, summoning a multitude of small energy slashes that relentlessly assaulted the right leg. The ground trembled with resounding explosions as the golden giant ape bellowed in fury, attempting to shield itself with its arms against the dual onslaught. However, the two combatants disregarded conventional tactics, focusing solely on its legs and the ground beneath it. inciting the golden giant ape's utmost irritation. It retaliated with blasts of golden energy, yet the nimble forms of number 3 and number 5 evaded capture, their swift movements allowing them to remain untouched. The cacophony of continuous detonations echoed as the very ground beneath the golden giant ape caved in. Due to number 5's relentless barrage targeting a singular point, the golden ape's right leg, initially impervious to harm, was eventually sliced open, blood gushing forth in torrents. Amidst this chaos, number 6 was diligently gathering energy, shaping it into a colossal arm, larger than that of the golden giant ape itself. "Behold my mighty strike," he declared, a grin spreading across his face as he propelled himself forward, creating craters in his wake, all aimed at the ape's head, with the massive arm trailing behind. Roaring like a tempest, the golden giant ape let out a furious roar, its crimson eyes sparkling with rage, yet it was futile. Most of its form was buried beneath the earth, leaving only its charred head to emit a continuous roar. "Allow me to present you with a splendid gift," number 3 murmured, raising his right hand, fingers poised in a gesture of concentration. Energy coalesced, crackling with electricity, radiating an astonishing aura. As the golden giant ape had its mouth agape, number 3 unleashed his meticulously charged attack, Demon's Piercing Light Cannon. A spiraling beam of red and yellow light intertwined with golden arcs of electricity surged forth, crackling and flashing towards the giant mouth. Just as it was about to strike, the golden giant ape closed its mouth, absorbing the blow with its head. The impact resonated with a tremendous sound as the beam collided with the ape's skull, dispersing violently and slicing through the ground. "Huh!" number 3 roared, further intensifying the gathering energy, channeling every ounce of power into this singular strike. The beam thickened, transforming into a pillar of light that erupted explosively, accompanied by a deafening roar, enveloped in smoke, as the golden giant ape let out a mournful cry and toppled backward. Coincidentally, number 6 arrived at its side, dwarfed by the giant ape, yet wielding a colossal iron hammer with unwavering resolve. He swung his fist with tremendous force, cutting through the air with a fierce whistle as his punch descended upon the golden giant ape's head. The ground shattered beneath the impact, the force erupting forth, causing the golden giant ape's head to explode with a deafening sound, its skin contorting and distorting as it was pressed into the earth. After a swift strike, number 6 quickly retreated into the sky. At that moment, numbers 5 and 3 materialized behind him, placing their hands upon his back. "This is, you all," number 6 remarked, slightly startled by the continuous surge of energy within him and the unusual presence behind him. "Do not be alarmed. I am not gay. Nor will I be. It is simply that you are the strongest among us. Let us allow you one final strike." Aimed at his skull, number 3 chuckled. "Go for it, old 6. Upon hearing this, number 6 exhaled slowly, expressing his resignation. "Indeed, if I fail in this endeavor, do not hold it against me." His form hovered effortlessly, golden arcs of electricity swirling around him as a magnificent golden aura began to rise, emanating an overwhelming presence. Gazing at his hands, he murmured, "This truly is remarkable power." As he spoke, golden light surged forth from within him. His body lowered slightly as he positioned his hands at his right side, aligning his wrists to form a blossom-like shape. A stream of azure energy flowed forth, radiating dazzling brilliance, while a powerful aura enveloped him, causing waves of white energy to ripple around him. The skies darkened, heavy clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled, as if a thunder dragon stirred within. Kamehameha. Number 6 opted for his most practiced technique, thrusting his hands forward with vigor. A robust wave of azure energy erupted, entwined with golden arcs, roaring forth as it struck the head of the golden giant ape. The unfortunate golden giant, repeatedly battered, found clarity returning to its gaze, the ferocity within it dissipating significantly. With a resounding crash, the Kamehameha surged directly toward its cranium, enveloping it and driving it backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. The earth trembled violently. Soil was hurled into the air, and stones were reduced to dust. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, smoke billowing in all directions. Number 6, panting heavily, realized he had but a sliver of energy left to sustain his actions, with nothing else remaining. He was on the verge of collapsing when number 5 caught him with his hands and belly. In the depths of the gaping pit, number 3 approached the golden giant ape. Ugh. What has happened to me? My head aches unbearably." It was the golden giant ape, or rather, Sun Wukong, as he rubbed his throbbing head, bewildered by the sudden increase in his size. Sun Wukong, attempt to consolidate your form. You cannot maintain this state of awareness for long. Remember, when taking on a human form, you must embrace a fervent desire to grow stronger. Only then can you suppress the violent energy within you and successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4. Is that so? Sun Wukong inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. Indeed. If you wish to grow stronger, that is the way. To be frank, there are many formidable beings in the universe awaiting your challenge. In the future, many malevolent forces will threaten Earth, so you must enhance your strength to defeat them. Thus, your first battle must be against yourself. Number 3 spoke with an unusual seriousness. Very well, I shall give it a try. Sun Wukong gently closed his eyes, feeling the fervent words of number 3 resonate within him. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins began to boil, his desire for strength intensifying. A soft crimson glow enveloped his body, lifting him gradually off the ground. Observing this, number 3's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that it was indeed connected to one's convictions. He swiftly retreated, hovering in the air, his gaze fixated, intent on recording the entire transformation process. In the depths of Sun Wukong's consciousness, an expanse of blood red emerged, a ferocious aura attempting to consume him once more. My pursuit of strength cannot be halted here, he exclaimed, his face contorted in struggle. With a thunderous shout, golden light surged forth, dissipating the crimson haze in an instant, transforming his mental landscape from a murky red to a clear, warm golden hue. At that moment, Sun Wukong gasped, inadvertently parting his lips. A flash of brilliance illuminated his mind as the golden giant ape curled its form, gradually shrinking until it ultimately revealed a naked version of himself. Boom! As the external world trembled, Sun Wukong's body began to convulse violently, a cascade of crimson light erupting forth. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and a blood-red thunder dragon writhed within the layers of cloud, its surface shimmering with golden brilliance, waves of golden energy surging and crashing. Sun Wukong's colossal form was enveloped in a radiant golden aura when the blood-red thunder dragon suddenly descended, striking him with ferocity. Cracks began to appear, subsequently bursting open to reveal a figure, none other than Sun Wukong, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, his stature had been significantly elevated, arcs of golden electricity dancing around him. His long, raven-black hair cascaded over his shoulders, with 2 locks falling gracefully over his forehead. His golden eyes, profoundly deep and reflecting dark pupils, were framed by a ring of crimson eyeliner, while his muscular physique, reminiscent of a dragon, was accentuated by deep pink fur that covered his upper body, leaving only his powerful chest exposed. A blue wristband and belt adorned his midsection, while his lower body was clad in bright yellow work pants, complemented by matching blue ankle bands and shining leather boots. A deep pink, fluffy tail curled and swayed behind him. His entire being exuded an untamed, slightly sinister charm, with a subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth, radiating an aura of formidable strength and ferocity. In this moment, he was the protagonist of the realm, Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong. P.S. Although the update is late, I have written over 7,000 words today, nearly 8,000. I humbly request gifts and 5-star reviews. Tomorrow, I am to take my driving test. I seek success. Good night. Chapter 71. Super Saiyan 4. At this juncture, Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he gradually descended to the ground, lightly stepping upon it. The terrain, having been obliterated beyond recognition, was in a state of collapse, with the ground sinking and crumbling. Thus, standing on this surface, which was now elevated in comparison to the surrounding devastation, felt like being on high ground. Number 3 hovered just above the gaping chasm, gazing up in awe at the deep pink figure, his violet eyes shimmering with light, etching the image into his memory, aligning it with the character from the original anime, Super Saiyan 4. In truth, the battle had already reached its conclusion, a complete mismatch. The few standing before the transformed Sun Wukong appeared as insignificant as ants in comparison, with the outcome being glaringly obvious and predictable. Of course, they could have chosen a different course of action, simply severing the tail or obliterating the star, thus averting any turmoil. However, that would mean missing the birth of Super Saiyan 4, and in retrospect, the effort seemed worthwhile. Could it truly be a success? Number 6 clenched his teeth, steadying himself. He was now slowly regaining his strength and energy, thanks to number five's infusion of energy into him, allowing him to move normally. Wasn't success rather expected? On the foundation of strength and conviction, overcoming one's own ferocity and attaining clarity of mind. This is the essence of Sun Wukong. Number 5, cradling his modest belly, slowly emerged from behind and spoke gently. So what exactly does number 3 wish to record? It is only natural for such a formidable father to successfully transform into a super android 4. Is there anything difficult about that for him? Number 6 inquired, puzzled. I do not know. Who can fathom the thoughts of number 3? He may simply wish to marginally enhance his chances of success. After all, he too can transform into a super android 4 with a bit of training, which is a trivial matter for us. Number 5 pondered for a moment before continuing. Is this the Super Saiyan 4? This power has exceeded my expectations. Sun Wukong's golden eyes glanced at number 3 as he softly remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan 4. How does it feel? Number 3 swiftly approached, asking. It feels magnificent. My entire being is infused with power. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, this strength has multiplied tenfold, an endless surge of energy coursing through me, enveloping me in profound comfort. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within him, slowly articulating that this force surpassed his wildest imaginings, as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Perception, defense, strength, and even speed. He sensed a tremendous leap in all aspects. And after such a long duration, he felt no fatigue, as though he had expended no energy at all. Ah, this transformation is indeed formidable. I can even sense the existence of Earth now. Sun Wukong slightly closed his eyes, revealing a crimson hue around his eyelids. As a faint red glow emanated from his form, he detected several potent auras on Earth, likely those of Cell's offspring, 2 individuals. Oh, in that case, that is indeed impressive. Number 3 nodded. The distance to Earth was vast. The leader possesses instantaneous movement, yet he cannot return, unable to sense the existence of Earth. Now, Sun Wukong can actually perceive it, indicating a significant enhancement in his sensing ability. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you all. However, I cannot possess such power. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Soon enough, number 5 and number 6 flew over, their keen hearing having grasped the conversation from afar. Take me back to Earth. Number 6 stated firmly, speaking slowly. And me as well. We have nothing to do here. It would be better to return and train ourselves. Preferably in the hyperbolic time chamber. I want to emerge until I reach the Super Android 2 stage. Number 5's seemingly naive words were now filled with seriousness and determination. Then I shall accompany you. Number 6 paused momentarily, casting a look of mild surprise towards number 5, before responding, then I shall remain here until my father has concluded his tasks, after which I will join him. Number 3 nodded in agreement, fully endorsing their dialogue. Upon his return, he too intended to engage in rigorous training. Very well, then grasp my hand, Sun Wukong said softly, extending his left hand while elevating his right index and middle fingers, forming a sword-like gesture against his forehead. Exchanging glances, number 6 and number 5 simultaneously placed their palms into Sun Wukong's grasp. Farewell then, Sun Wukong remarked, raising an eyebrow as his figure abruptly vanished from the spot, instantaneously transported back to Earth. Phew, they are gone. Who shall I seek now? Perhaps I should find the leader. Number 3 exhaled a sigh of resignation as he soared into the sky, casting his gaze over the ravaged terrain below, observing the pockmarked, collapsed, and riven ground. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on the destruction wrought by their battle, pondering who would undertake the arduous task of restoration. With a smile, golden flames began to emanate from his feet, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Without hesitation, he propelled himself toward number 1's location, slicing through the sky like a brilliant streak of white light. This aura feels somewhat familiar. The old Kai stood, directing his gaze towards the source of the recent surge of energy, his brow furrowing. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. Turning his attention to Cell, who now emanated a divine aura, it appeared he had absorbed sufficient divine power and should soon awaken. The old Kai cast a glance at Cell, whose form shimmered with a resplendent array of colors, silently contemplating the implications. Buzz. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. Cell's multicolored brilliance intensified, culminating in the eruption of a colossal beam of vibrant light that surged skyward. Boom! Above the heavens, auspicious clouds drifted across the sky, swirling in a continuous dance. Shalu found himself enveloped in a peculiar radiance, rendering his form indistinguishable. The once bright sky dimmed abruptly, plunging into darkness before reverting to light, as rain, snow, and hail fell in alternation. Ultimately, the luminescence faded, and Shalu's figure levitated, the brilliance re-emerging and gradually dissipating, revealing his silhouette. He retained his original appearance, though his physique appeared somewhat diminished, becoming slightly more delicate. The pink hue of his eyes transformed into a deep crimson, his brows adopting the same sanguine shade, as a golden-red glow began to rise from beneath him, enveloping his entire being. Chapter 72. The essence and power of the divine. The armor upon his chest and the black exoskeletal portions of his wings were tinged with a trace of blood red. The immense aura that once surrounded him vanished, replaced by an overwhelming pressure emanating from the golden red light. A mysterious and profound sensation coursed through him, evoking a feeling of being simultaneously present and absent in this realm. Yet, there lingered an aura of tranquility and warmth, a paradoxical experience. Congratulations. It seems you have discovered a way to harness the essence of the divine, remarked the old Supreme Kai, momentarily taken aback. He waved a hand and raised an eyebrow. Stepping closer. You have merely begun to grasp the use of divine essence. There remains a distance before you achieve complete mastery. Once you do, you will be able to harness a significant amount of your own divine power, which will greatly benefit you. As for the divine energy within you at present, it is fundamentally the divine power absorbed by the previous Majin Buu from the two Supreme Kais. You have merely transformed it into your own, not genuine power. The old Supreme Kai continued to elaborate, but Shalu merely nodded, feeling little need to absorb all the details, as he could discern what he wished to know without retaining excessive information. Instead, he focused his attention entirely on his current state. This state was the result of infusing the divine essence into his scion bloodline, an experience he found rather peculiar. His combat prowess had indeed surged significantly, surpassing that of his transformation into Super Android 3. However, it seemed not to be a stable state. He believed that by continuously gathering divine essence, this form would only strengthen. Yet, this was merely his perspective. According to the original narrative, the Super Saiyan God form offered a fixed enhancement in battle power. The difference lay solely in the utilization of that power. The augmentation was likely tenfold that of Super Saiyan 3, equating to a 4,000-fold increase, vastly different from his own experience. How intriguing! With a subtle smile gracing the corners of Shalu's lips, he descended gracefully, his fists slicing through the air in rapid succession. His feet barely touched the ground as he instantaneously materialized upon various mountains and riverbanks before returning. His combat prowess, speed, and agility saw a considerable enhancement. However, his endurance remained rather average, and there were certain limitations to this physical form. With a furrowed brow, Shalu wrapped his armored exterior. Having just observed his reflection by the lakeside, he looked significantly diminished, appearing exceedingly gaunt, which led him to feel that his defenses were rather inadequate. He pondered, I wonder what level my combat power has reached now. After all, based on his conjecture, upon transforming into a Super Android 3, his foundational strength, augmented by a staggering 400-fold, would ascend to a formidable level, likely comparable to that of Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, his energy consumption was remarkably minimal, verging on an eternal state, allowing for swift recovery and robust control over his powers. Even if his combat prowess did not surpass that of Super Saiyan Blue, he could outlast him in a war of attrition. However, following the baptism of divine power, his strength had transcended his former self, and he now estimated that he could easily overpower the so-called Super Saiyan Blue. In fact, he might even be stronger. His physique had been honed to perfection, and further training would yield diminishing returns. Yet, his transformation was unique. His extraordinary body could directly shift into the state of Super Android while enveloped in divine energy, akin to Super Saiyan Blue. Possessing divine essence, mastering the control of energy, and maintaining a formidable physique were the prerequisites for this transformation. And he met all these criteria with ease. As for the coloration, it would likely differ from theirs, for he now embodied divinity, albeit only partially. Shalu slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, regaining his normal state. His aura surged, and his body instantly transformed into an embodiment of strength. His eyes reverted to a delicate pink, and the golden red luminescence dissipated. He had no intention of experimenting in this place, There was no necessity for it. He resolved to ponder further in a more secluded locale. How does it feel to become a deity? The old Kai, observing Shalu in a stupor, chose not to intrude. Once he sensed that Shalu had returned to his senses, he inquired. It's quite remarkable. Shalu replied, his voice laced with wonder. It feels as if I am omnipotent. Indeed, it is a deceptive sensation of omnipotence. This is merely the initial illusion of divinity. How can one truly be omnipotent? The old Kai shook his head and continued. Why not give it a try? Utilize the divine energy you have absorbed within you and attempt to create. With a sidelong glance at Shalu, the old Kai gestured towards the ground. Start by conjuring a tree. Is that how it works? Shalu mused. Recalling the method of harnessing divine energy that resided in his mind, he summoned the modest amount of divine power within him, and a spectrum of colors radiated from his palm, gradually enveloping the earth beneath him. In an instant, a small sapling inexplicably sprouted from the soil. And as Shalu amplified his divine energy, the sapling swiftly burgeoned into a towering tree, casting a shadow over the sun above. You indeed possess a modicum of talent. Succeeding on your first attempt far surpasses my own early efforts, the old Kai remarked, a glimmer of joy illuminating his visage, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he chuckled heartily. And how many attempts did you require in your early days? Shalu, retracting his divine energy, asked with an air of curiosity. Ahem, it's not significant. Such matters are inconsequential, the old Kai replied, clearing his throat awkwardly. How could he confess to Shalu that he had failed utterly during his first year? What a disgrace that would be. He, an old man, still had some pride to maintain. Ahem, to be honest, I'm contemplating retirement, passing the torch to you. After all, I am growing old, and it's time for me to embrace a life of leisure. The old Kai chuckled softly, stroking his chin. Oh, but you are still quite vigorous. There's no rush. Shalu waved his hands as if struck by a realization. Are you joking? You sly old man. You wish to relinquish this divine duty to avoid sharing existence with Beerus. Shalu had no desire to assume the mantle of this so-called divinity. He merely sought to bask in the essence of godhood and utilize his status as an apprentice supreme Kai. He had no intention of truly becoming a god. The daily burdens of such a role were arduous, and he yearned for freedom. No way, I won't do it, he resolutely declared. It will come soon enough. The old Kai squinted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, his thoughts undoubtedly drifting to some whimsical notion. Well then, old Kai, I have matters to attend to. I have already grasped these concepts thoroughly. I shall return another time. Without waiting for a response, Shalu vanished into thin air. Whoosh. Only the gentle breeze remained, accompanied by the half-spoken words of the old Kaioshin. Sighing, he muttered, never mind. Young ones are bound to be a bit restless. The old Kaioshin shook his head and retrieved the television once more, watching the graceful young ladies dance. Chapter 73. The hairless cat. Time flies swiftly, and days and months pass like a shuttle. The delightful tour of the Kaioshin planet concludes in the blink of an eye, evoking a sense of nostalgia, as if it were merely yesterday. As Shalu vanished before the old Kaioshin, he managed to locate the lost number 1 and Trunks. Reluctantly, at Trunks' behest, Shalu agreed to treat Vegeta once more. To be candid, his reluctance stemmed not from any disdain or impolite impressions towards Vegeta, but rather from his sense of pride as a warrior and a deity. He found the notion of playing a caregiver unseemly. Moreover, Vegeta's propensity for injury seemed excessive. It had barely been a few days, yet he was already wounded again, prompting Shalu's exasperation. After administering treatment, Shalu summoned number 3 to his side. However, upon learning that Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, Shalu's expression remained largely unchanged, while Vegeta immediately exhibited signs of agitation. Subsequently, Shalu found himself persistently pursued by Vegeta, who insisted on accompanying him to learn. Shalu, indifferent, remarked that whether 1 or 2 learned made little difference. Upon arriving on Earth, he occasionally required lodging, to which Vegeta readily consented. Ultimately, Shalu conjured his Dragon Balls, one of the wishes being to create a space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, albeit with a formidable barrier that prevented exit until one surpassed the Super Blue level. He also instituted time adjustments and provisions for mate, believing that proper nourishment and exercise were essential. Both Trunks and Vegeta concurred, lauding the arrangement as splendid. Naturally, Vegeta was taken aback upon encountering Shalu's own Dragon Ball. Regarding the remaining 2 wishes, Shalu deemed them of little consequence and entrusted them to Trunks. The first wish aimed to reinforce the Earth's core, rendering it sturdier, while the second sought to restore human life and urban landscapes to their pre-cybernetic devastation state, including resources. Meanwhile, Goku, having inexplicably learned of their endeavors, joined the group for training. However, Sharu declined his involvement, and Vegeta expressed vehement opposition as well. Trunks, adhering to Sharu's wishes, also politely declined, leading them to the hyperbolic time chamber within the sacred realm to train alongside Sharu's 6 formidable offspring. In the aftermath, humanity's existence blossomed into a state of blissful contentment, as cities were restored and the revival of mankind was hailed as a miraculous phenomenon. Consequently, grand statues of the formidable Cell were erected in every city. Dr. Hito deemed the original Cell Pro to be inadequate, unworthy of the heroic Cell of the present. Thus, he embarked on the creation of a more advanced model, the Cell Pro Max, a project that would require an additional 3 months for completion. Meanwhile, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, with the city fully restored and equipped, swiftly upgraded their eternal energy furnace, courtesy of Mrs. Bulma's assistance, both achieving an extraordinary level of power, unbeknownst to Goku and his companions. The Red Ribbon Army seemed poised to undertake clandestine experiments once more. However, time hurried by, and 3 months soon passed in a blur. 3 months later, in a realm near the edge of the universe, the god of destruction's domain, known as Beerus Planet, presented a striking landscape. This inverted pyramidal planet was dominated by a towering, lifeless tree, its gnarled branches spiraling outward, adorned with structures reminiscent of castles nestled within its vast frame. Beneath, a dense array of smaller trees formed a lush forest. The sky above was a vibrant tapestry of colors, more dazzling than the realm of the Kaioshin, evoking admiration for its breathtaking beauty. Indeed, the aesthetic sensibilities of the hairless feline were remarkable. Within the dimly lit corridors, devoid of illumination save for a few rays of external light, a tall male figure leaned on a staff as he ambled along. His hair was a brilliant white, standing defiantly like wax, each strand curving back slightly. Judging solely by his countenance, he could be considered a man of exceptional quality, albeit with a bluish complexion, adorned with a halo symbolizing the essence and power of an angel around his neck. He was none other than Whis, the angel of the 7th universe, and the attendant and mentor of the god of destruction, Beerus. Lord Beerus, Lord Beerus, Whis exclaimed, his brow furrowed, as he entered a room filled with clocks, a silk handkerchief covering his mouth and nose. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, flames engulfing the space in a chaotic display of smoke and debris. In the midst of this turmoil, a languid hairless cat lay sprawled on a high sleeping mat, lazily waving a paw as if the clock's explosion was of no concern to him. Lord Beerus, if my memory serves me correctly, that alarm clock bomb was set by you, was it not? If you do not rise soon, the bomb will. Boom. Another explosion resonated, the adjacent alarm clock bomb detonating in succession. All right, I understand, Beerus muttered, his ears twitching as he tumbled from his bed and stood up, swaying slightly as he made his way toward Whis, rubbing his bleary eyes. Whis, how long did I sleep this time? Not quite 50 years, to be precise, 39 years. Whis frowned, seemingly displeased by the odor emanating from Beerus. Lord Beerus, you ought to take a bath, you reek. Before Beerus could respond, Whis waved his staff, and the embedded black magic orb instantly enveloped them, transporting them to the bathroom, while Whis remained outside, waiting. Splash. Water erupted, sending ripples through the air as Beerus's tattered nightgown slipped away, and he plunged naked into the bath, immediately jolting awake. With his head bowed and bubbles escaping his mouth, he cast a resentful glance at the corner of the room. Lord Beerus, the water temperature has been adjusted for you, Whis remarked, covering his mouth and nose with a smirk. Resigned, Beerus quickly washed himself and emerged wrapped in a towel. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I've only rested for 39 years, which is merely a brief nap. Indeed, my sleep quality has deteriorated. Isn't that the duration you set for yourself, Lord Beerus? Whis replied nonchalantly. Stretching languidly on the sofa, Beerus disregarded Whis's comment and continued, Whis, I dreamt of someone who could rival me. Though I've forgotten their name, something like super. It's quite vexing, I can't recall. Rolling on the couch, his head now facing down and then resting on a cushion, he sighed. Ha. You seem overly concerned, Lord Beerus. How could there possibly be anyone greater than you? Surely, that was just a nightmare. Whis chuckled softly. Never mind, I'll ask the language fish later. It mentioned something similar to me before. Beerus scratched his ear and added, So, Frieza has destroyed planet Vegeta, hasn't he? Indeed. But he was slain by a scion named Son Goku. Whis replied, lightly tapping the ground with his staff, projecting an image of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza on Namek and Earth. Nanny, a scion killed Frieza. Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening as he sprang up from the sofa, the towel around him falling to the floor. Lord Beerus, your towel has dropped, Whis said. Bashfully turning his head, his cheeks flushed. Realizing his exposure, Beerus hurriedly retrieved the fallen towel and wrapped it around himself again, then asked with curiosity, is this scion named Son Goku truly that formidable? And why does he have golden hair? It appears to be a transformation known as Super Saiyan, which significantly amplifies one's combat power. He defeated Frieza relying on this transformation, Whis explained calmly. Chapter 74, The Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan? Oh yes, I remember now. My fated adversary is called the Super Saiyan God. Beerus mused after a moment of contemplation. God. Whis, somewhat perplexed, retracted those images, squinting slightly as he cast a glance at the black magical crystal ball. After a moment of searching, he spoke again, Lord Beerus. There is no entity known as the Super Saiyan God. His presence is non-existent throughout the cosmos. So, where's that Goku you just mentioned? We should go see him. Beerus narrowed his eyes and rose from his seat. Indeed, he resides on planet 877, designated as Earth, specifically in a peculiar chamber where the flow of time differs. Referred to as the hyperbolic time chamber. A chamber with a different flow of time? Can humans possess such things? Beerus expressed his surprise, astonished that a mortal, a scion, could own something so extraordinary. This is a relic left behind by the Guardian of Earth, not Goku's own creation. Shall we proceed? It will take approximately 30 minutes, to be precise, 27 minutes and 11 seconds. Whis smiled as he spoke. Oh, about the length of a single episode of an animated series. It truly is quite a distance. Beerus mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let us first consult the oracle fish. I am hungry. I have not eaten in quite some time. Understood. Whis replied, turning to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Beerus donned his destroyer attire and stepped onto the balcony, shouting, Oracle fish, come forth. I have inquiries to make. After a moment of profound silence, a strange fishbowl suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing through the balcony's railing. Beerus closed his eyes, displaying a look of resigned exasperation as he beheld the dazed, blue fish within the bowl, resembling a mudskipper. You mentioned that I would encounter a rival equal to myself in 39 years. Is that being known as the Super Saiyan God? Beerus cast a menacing glare at the oracle fish, as if ready to obliterate it should it utter a denial. The oracle fish, bewildered by Beerus's dark countenance, hastily nodded in affirmation, repeatedly confirming its words. Very well, your presence is no longer required here. Beerus waved his hand dismissively and strolled into the living room, where he had caught the delightful aroma of food, no longer wishing to engage with the foolish fish. Soon after his meal, Beerus seized Whis, transforming into a golden streak of light as they vanished into the vastness of space. All that remained was the solitary oracle fish, mumbling to itself. Was it the Super Saiyan God or the Super Android? Perhaps it is a combination of both? Regardless, that miserly glutton Beerus has already departed. The oracle fish shook its head and turned back to its abode for a nap. In the realm of the Kaishin, the old Kaishin seemed to sense something, placing his hands behind his back and furrowing his brow in concern. Lord Beerus has awakened, and it appears he is heading towards Earth. Ancestor, the destroyer god Beerus truly exists. I thought he was merely a legend. Contrarily, the Supreme Kai, Ashen, appeared rather pleased, seemingly oblivious to the profound destructive power emanating from Beerus, the god of destruction, as he frolicked about like a simpleton. Beside him, Jebbet could no longer contain himself and suggested, should we inform the esteemed individuals on Earth? A splendid idea. Jebbet, let us journey to Earth. For I am eager to behold the legendary god of destruction, Beerus. Clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation, Ashen was accompanied by the equally Navi Jebbet, who seized his hand, and they vanished to indulge in merriment on Earth. This infuriated the old Supreme Kai, who wondered why such delightful escapades never included him. All he seemed to do was eat, lacking even the discerning eye to appreciate beauty. Although, truth be told, he had no desire to encounter that hairless feline, Beerus. Indeed, their venture to Earth was not to deliver news, but rather to indulge in Earth's culinary delights. As the apprentice Supreme Kai, Shalu, led Jebbet to Earth for a playful excursion, Jebbet found it impossible to refuse, bringing Ashen along. Upon their arrival, Bulma greeted them with exuberance, showcasing her wealth, and the delectable dishes swiftly captivated their palates, leaving them utterly enchanted and yearning for more. As a side note, Bulma had regained her youth thanks to Trunks utilizing the Dragon Balls, now resembling a vibrant young woman of approximately 20 years. This thrilled Bulma immensely. For what woman does not cherish beauty? Meanwhile, in the Celestial Palace, Piccolo floated in the air, arms crossed, with an icy demeanor as he engaged in meditation. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai glanced towards the horizon in terror. Even Bubbles' expression darkened considerably. Lord Kai. Bubbles clutched the Kai's sleeve, filled with concern. Do not be afraid, Bubbles. This may not necessarily be a dire circumstance, right? The Supreme Kai's brow glistened with cold sweat as he sensed an immense, unfathomable divine power. In the Capsule Corporation, within the room of spirit and time, Shalu embraced himself with both arms, his profound pink eyes fixated upon the father and son engaged in battle before him. Both transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Indeed, they had attained the status of Super Saiyan gods. Shalu had meticulously crafted a small realm where he transmuted all his divine energy into the essence of divinity, residing within this confined space. Having comprehended the essence of divinity himself and possessing his unique divine power, he regarded the external energies as mere dross, inferior to his own. Moreover, these energies were not transient. In critical moments, they could be reabsorbed into his being. He had allowed Vegeta and Trunks to train in this realm for approximately 3 months. Following the method of Whis' divine essence from the original narrative, Shalu had adjusted the flow of time to align with that of the outside world, resulting in a genuine passage of 3 months. The reason for such an adjustment was simply his own volition. Suddenly, a sensation akin to a heart constriction enveloped him. Was something amiss? Shalu's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening significantly. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. Ah, so it was true. Beerus had awakened. Was he coming to Earth? Instantly, the tension in Shalu's brow eased, and a smile graced his lips. If Beerus was indeed coming, then the saga of Dragon Ball Super would finally unfold. He could entrust them to Whis and contemplate a return to the past. Sharumo rested his chin in contemplation, feeling quite pleased. Before departing, he had the opportunity to engage in a contest of strength with the god of destruction, Beerus, to gauge his true power. After all, he had his own trump card hidden away. Chapter 75. Arrival on Earth planet North Kai. Upon sensing that familiar energy, the North Kai was drenched in cold sweat. His expression a classic portrait of panic, particularly in this moment of utmost tension. Suddenly, an aged, hoarse voice resonated through the sky. It was the old Kai's voice. North Kai, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Lord Beerus should not act too recklessly this time. Are you certain, Lord Kai? Lord Beerus's moods are notoriously unpredictable. He has come to Earth specifically within my jurisdiction. How can I not be apprehensive? If he happens to be in a foul mood, he could obliterate the entire North Galaxy. The North Kai expressed his overwhelming anxiety, realizing that this situation was unlike previous encounters where hope had lingered. Who in the galaxy could possibly contend with the god of destruction, Beerus? Sweat continued to bead on his forehead as he dabbed at it with a handkerchief, desperately trying to mask the tension in the air. Do not worry. My disciple remains on Earth. Based on my understanding of Lord Beerus, he is certain to take an interest in him. As he spoke, the old Kai wore a look of contentment, reminiscing fondly about how a master introduces a disciple to the path of cultivation, but the journey relies on the individual. His disciple was commendable in every way. Upon returning, he had summoned a throng of beautiful dancers to entertain him. The old Kai, having lived for so many years, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Reflecting on that time brought him genuine joy. The old Kai chuckled softly, his face alight with nostalgia. Unlike that ungrateful descendant, who knows nothing of the world and lacks any social grace, the title of Kai is truly wasted on him. In any case, North Kai, you need not fret. After all, death is the worst that can happen. Relax. If your worries persist, I can transfer you to my realm as a Kai. No, I cannot accept such a grand gesture. I must place my trust in your disciple. Their brief exchange concluded swiftly. The North Kai cast a concerned glance toward Earth, letting out a sigh. He could only hope that the impetuous Son Goku would refrain from provoking Lord Beerus. Earth within the heavenly palace. The deities received the North Kai's instructions and learned of the god of destruction, Beerus. They were filled with anxiety, yet felt powerless to act. Whoosh! A beam of golden light descended, revealing 2 figures, Beerus and Whis, arriving from the realm of destruction. Whis, is this the so-called heavenly palace on Earth? Beerus opened his mouth, stifling a yawn as he surveyed the surrounding structures. Indeed, Lord Beerus. It is here within the hyperbolic time chamber that the scion known as Son Goku is currently engaged in rigorous training, Vados spoke calmly. Might you be the god of destruction, Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai inquired, bowing slightly, his legs trembling with trepidation. In contrast, Mr. Popo maintained a composed demeanor, merely inclining his head in greeting. Noticing Mr. Popo, Vados furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar essence emanating from him. Withdrawing his staff, he stepped forward slightly, directing a subtle jab towards Mr. Popo. The assembled deities were taken aback, yet Mr. Popo remained unfazed, instinctively sidestepping Vados's advance. How intriguing, Vados chuckled lightly, returning to Beerus's side, regarding the ebony-skinned attendant with admiration. Despite his youthful appearance, he undeniably possessed the essence of ultra instinct. Lord Beerus certainly sensed the anomaly. His gaze sharpened, the previous languor dissipating as a profound aura of destruction began to emanate from him. Vados, is that ultra instinct? And how did you acquire it? Little one? Indeed, Lord Beerus, it is merely a rudimentary form, yet I have cultivated it to a nearly instinctual state, akin to a newly birthed angel. Beerus's expression grew solemn, incredulity washing over him. To arrive on Earth and encounter such a remarkable surprise, a solitary angel without guidance? How could this be? Ha. I believe Father would undoubtedly find this intriguing. Vados chuckled, having sensed something elusive, an indistinct quality that hinted at divinity yet felt distinctly different, piquing his interest. Lord Beerus. The sudden semblance of an attack left him quite alarmed, particularly at the mention of angels. Just hearing that word sent a chill through his body. Do not be so flustered. Supreme Kai of Earth. However, I would like your attendant to accompany me once I have concluded my business, if you would be so kind. Though it sounded like a suggestion, the tone was commanding, leaving the Supreme Kai somewhat bewildered. The commotion roused Piccolo from his meditation. He slowly pressed himself to the ground, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figures with a slight frown. Hey, old man, are these two your friends from afar? Vados raised his gaze, as if spotting something remarkable. Lord Beerus. It appears they are two beings sharing a singular life, a rather unique phenomenon, indeed. This journey to Earth has proven worthwhile. What does that have to do with me? Did you hear that, Supreme Kai of Earth? If you refuse, I shall obliterate this planet. Lord Beerus, are you really going to refrain from causing any harm to Bobo? The Supreme Kai, though frightened, mustered his courage to speak. Do I seem like one who enjoys engaging in such trivial activities? Rest assured, even if the Earth were to perish, I would ensure this individual remains unharmed. With a cold snort, Beerus pointed at the small black figure, Bobo. The Supreme Kai exhaled a heavy breath, subsequently relaying instructions to Mr. Bobo, who nodded in compliance, for he was quite obedient to the Supreme Kai's directives. Then Whis. Lead the way. I wish to behold the scion known as Son Goku, Beerus declared, resting his hands behind his head. Greetings, Lord Beerus, was said, stepping forward into the Supreme Kai's temple. Stop. Who are you two? First, you intend to destroy the Earth, and now you're seeking out old Sunday. Speak quickly. Who sent you? Before Piccolo could finish his sentence, Beerus had instantaneously appeared behind him, wearing a serious expression. With a subtle gesture, he pointed, striking Piccolo's neck with precision. In an instant, Piccolo, who had just been admonished for speaking too loudly, fell to the ground. His pupils vanished. Troublesome, huh? Look, I spared him for your sake. Supreme Kai, you ought to be grateful. Beerus reverted to his playful demeanor as he followed Whis into the temple. The Supreme Kai remained silent, letting out a sigh. And once the two had completely disappeared, he began to heal Piccolo, restoring him to consciousness. The power of this god of destruction is indeed astonishing. Chapter 76. Encountering Son Goku. Have we arrived, Whis? Beerus inquired, enjoying a sweet treat brought from the realm of destruction. Indeed, this is the room of spirit and time, Whis affirmed, nodding as he regarded the room adorned with a clock. He then quietly opened the door, channeling a hint of energy to reopen the previously sealed space. Suddenly, a golden energy blast rushed towards them. Whis frowned slightly, waving his staff to make the golden projectile vanish as if it had never existed. Lord Beerus, we've arrived. It seems they are quite occupied, Whis remarked as he stepped aside, revealing the scene ahead. The scion known as Son Goku, with his golden hair and no eyebrows, was entangled in combat with two golden figures, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Son Goku, surrender already. One of the assailants boasted, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of golden energy blasts, his hands moving like a blur as the air whistled around them. Even if you lose to us, brothers, it is no disgrace. Positioned opposite to number 2, number 4 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts akin to a volley of cannon fire, creating a pincer movement against the central figure, Sun Wukong. Silent and serious, Sun Wukong's expression darkened, his brows furrowed, as a faint red glow began to emanate from his form. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom reminiscent of a clap of thunder, the sky resonated, and in an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 4. His golden aura swirled around him as his inky black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and deep pink fur fluttered with the wind. His golden eyes radiated an overwhelming pressure, and with a mere burst of energy, he repelled the onslaught of number 4's relentless barrage. This transformation caused Beerus to narrow his eyes, comparing it with the visions from his dreams. While Whis maintained an impassive demeanor, his brow slightly furrowed, observing the battle silently, knowing it prudent to remain still as long as Lord Beerus did not speak. In a flash, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing before number 2, who was momentarily taken aback by this formidable transformation, unable to process the situation in time. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong sent number 2 hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips, a deep imprint left in his abdomen. Understanding the formidable recovery abilities of his opponent, Sun Wukong swiftly capitalized on the moment, appearing behind the fallen number 2 in an instant. A swift chop, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, rendered number 2 immobile. Number 4, witnessing this, felt a jolt of shock, his pupils constricting as alarm bells rang within every cell of his being. Just as he contemplated turning to defend himself, a swift kick imbued with tremendous force struck him, sending him flying. How could this be? He had mastered Super Saiyan 4. When did this happen? Why had no one informed the two of them? Number 4 cast a questioning glance at number 1 and number 3, who surely knew, having accompanied Sun Wukong to King Kai's planet, while he and number 4 remained oblivious, having only just arrived. Meanwhile, number 5 and number 6 had taken it upon themselves to patrol the Earth after 2 years of training, safeguarding the planet's safety, leaving their intentions a mystery. With a resounding explosion, waves of energy radiated outward, unleashing a tempestuous wind. This was a precautionary measure by Sun Wukong, who had unleashed several energy blasts, sending number 4 hurtling away, whether by design or feigned incapacitation. He rolled to the resting area of numbers 1 and 3. Whis, you stay here. I shall go test him, Beerus exclaimed, excitement palpable as he clenched his fists and charged forth, a whirlwind of chaos in his wake. Once Beerus departed, Whis glanced around, seemingly savoring the moment, retrieving a backup dessert from his staff and pulling out a long bench, contentedly indulging in the treat. A blissful expression gracing his face as he savored each bite. Nanny? Upon sensing the chill behind him, Sun Wukong ceased his contemplation. A violent, scarlet aura surged into his fist as he turned, unleashing a powerful strike in an instant. Witnessing this, Beerus retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom. As their fists met, a torrent of white energy rippled outward, generating chaotic waves that swept across the space reinforced by Cell, fracturing it with fine cracks. With a resounding crash, both combatants staggered backward. Sun Wukong gazed at the hairless cat before him. Though puzzled, his eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. After all, over the years, having trained within for 3 years, only the first was able to provide him with a semblance of challenge, while the others failed to elicit much thrill. Yet, this opponent before him imbued him with a palpable sense of pressure. Sun Wukong, are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of admiration gracing his features. The Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong paused, counting on his fingers. I know of the Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and my current form, Super Saiyan 4. But I've never heard of the Super Saiyan God. Perhaps you could ask Cell later? Having trained here for approximately 3 years, according to Cell, he had pushed his body to its utmost limits, reaching a plateau where further enhancement seemed impossible. During this time, Cell had suggested pursuing transformation, leading Wukong to ponder the peculiar energy Cell had infused within him and the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. You're unaware? How curious. However, there is indeed a trace of divine energy about you. Never mind, let it be. As for this Cell, Whis, I would like you to investigate this individual, Beerus commanded. Whis, Beerus bellowed, his mouth agape. Yes, I am here, Lord Beerus, Whis responded, daintily dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Are you sneaking snacks behind my back? Beerus leaned forward, scrutinizing Whis with piercing eyes. Well, let us set that aside. Could you help me locate this fellow named Cell? He might possess knowledge about the Super Saiyan God, Beerus stated, regarding Whis with a knowing glance, but choosing not to press the matter further. Oh, this Cell is a recently promoted apprentice Kaishin, currently situated at a place called Capsule Corporation on Earth, Whis remarked, narrowing one eye as he focused on the dark magical sphere. An apprentice Kaishin? Beerus suddenly widened his eyes in realization, then quickly relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he isn't a Kaishin. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. It seems that the Kaishin has also arrived on Earth and is currently conversing with this apprentice Kaishin named Cell at Capsule Corporation, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth lightly. Nanny? Why is this fellow not staying in the Kaishin realm and coming to Earth? Beerus's expression darkened instantly, and he spoke with a tone that suggested displeasure. It appeared as though he were savoring a feast, the spread on the table looking quite delectable. Whis glanced over and, unexpectedly swallowing hard, cast a sidelong glance at Beerus. Let me see it, he commanded. Beerus seized the staff and gazed at the array of exquisite delicacies, tears of longing streaming down his cheeks. Whis, let us go? I suddenly wish to meet this Cell, he declared after clearing his throat. Yes. Indeed, Lord Beerus, I too wish to go, Whis eagerly nodded in agreement. Lord Beerus? Should we perhaps engage in a brief sparring session first? Goku, previously overlooked, raised his hand and interjected softly. Do you still wish to fight? Beerus inquired with a hint of curiosity as he regarded Goku. Although this transformation was not the Super Saiyan God, the aura emanating from Goku's body was already among the elite for mortals. Yes, indeed. I didn't get enough from that last exchange. Let us go again. Goku proclaimed enthusiastically, his excitement palpable as he playfully jogged in midair, his movements comically exaggerated. Interesting. If all the Scions from Vegeta's planet were like you, that would indeed be entertaining. Very well, I accept, Beerus replied, a smile gracing his lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with Whis, signaling him to wait a moment longer. Below, the previously alert numbers 1 and 3 hurriedly approached, slightly bowing as number 1 spoke, esteemed god of destruction Beerus. What brings you to our humble abode? Both were astonished, not anticipating Beerus's swift arrival, much less his visit to the hyperbolic time chamber seeking Goku. Is there a reason I cannot come here? Beerus retorted, his expression stern as he glared at the two. Of course not. It is our honor that you grace us with your presence, number 1 replied internally, cursing himself while maintaining a broad smile. Leave. I have no time for idle chatter, Beerus asserted firmly. Number 1 and 3 exchanged glances before gradually descending back to their previous spot, resuming their roles as spectators. They lifted the fallen numbers 4 and 2, each delivering a resounding slap, waking them from their stupor. Boss, I thought, number 2 stammered momentarily, attempting to engage emotionally with number 1. Only to be met with another sharp slap. Quiet. The hairless cat Beerus has arrived. With eyes wide open, number 1 glared fiercely at number 4, who also yearned to showcase his prowess. What? Are you here already? I thought we had some time left. Number 2, stunned, touched the rosy imprint on his face and looked up, only to behold a hairless cat clad in clothing, hands on hips, exuding an air of superiority, as if declaring, I am the greatest. Opposite this figure stood Son Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, both locked in a standoff, their gazes unwavering. Lord Beerus, may we commence? Son Goku inquired, adopting a battle stance, his expression grave. It is time. Come at me. Show me your strength, Beerus replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. His body slightly angled as he casually gestured with his left hand, embodying a provocative demeanor. Excitement and anticipation flickered in Son Goku's eyes as he raised an eyebrow, swiftly regulating his breath and physical state. In an instant, he propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball, hurtling forward with astonishing speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Simultaneously, a deep roar escaped his lips as his right fist clenched tightly, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged forth with the might of a tidal wave toward Beerus. The very air seemed to rend asunder in the wake of his punch. Witnessing Son Goku's rapid assault, a glimmer of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes, yet confidence and composure prevailed. He slightly bent at the waist, summoning a formidable energy within his right fist, With equal swiftness, he retaliated, launching his own punch to meet Goku's strike. Bang! The resonant clash reverberated through the air, as if the world itself trembled. Their fists collided with tremendous force, generating a shockwave that erupted between them, sending ripples outward. The overwhelming pressure swept through the surroundings, distorting the very fabric of space. The small foursome felt the oppressive force, their expressions shifting drastically. They hastily joined their hands in an effort to withstand the tremendous weight of the onslaught. Among them, Number 1 conjured a thick energy shield, enveloping the four and absorbing much of the impact. Nevertheless, they still struggled to breathe, their bodies trembling involuntarily. In that fleeting moment, identical smiles emerged on both warriors' faces, their bodies surging forth in a flurry of rapid exchanges, each collision echoing with muffled thuds as fissures in space widened and began to spread outward, only to be swiftly mended by a powerful force. Amidst this cycle of destruction and restoration, the space emitted piercing shrieks, unleashing torrents of white energy. With a sly smile, Beerus spoke amidst the exchanges and evasions. Son Goku, you are among the strongest adversaries I have faced during my years of ascension to godhood. Is that so? Sun Wukong's eyes grew increasingly keen, and his movements became swifter. As his fists danced, a mysterious energy within him surged and coursed through his body. Now, who was the mightiest opponent he faced against Lord Beerus? The details elude him, as it has been many years. In an instant, Beerus created distance, executing a swift gesture with his hands, summoning countless golden energy spheres that filled the sky. Their brilliance radiated like numerous miniature suns, infused with formidable power. Hey, taste this. Sun Wukong, witnessing the celestial barrage of energy spheres, felt no fear, only exhilaration, as the psion energy within him ignited his blood to a boil. With a broad grin, he arched his hands back, a vibrant azure energy wave coalescing before him, and thrusting forward, it surged like a blue dragon, devouring all in its path. Fascinating, Beerus scoffed, swiftly bringing his hands down, unleashing the torrent of searing energy spheres. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed deafeningly, enveloping the entire space in a cacophony of fierce detonations. As thick smoke billowed, obscuring vision, the energy spheres, akin to balloons, were effortlessly shattered by the shockwave emitted from Sun Wukong, dispersing into countless fragments that danced in the air. Each explosion released tremendous energy waves, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the surroundings apart. Huh, Beerus exclaimed, a fragment of his destruction energy surging forth, encircled by a faint purple aura that gradually intensified his oppressive presence. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear behind Sun Wukong, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly as he delivered a powerful kick. In that moment, Sun Wukong was wholly engaged in unleashing the Kamehameha, utterly oblivious to the peril behind him. Thus, the kick struck forcefully against his back, propelling him far away. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as Sun Wukong crashed to the ground, rolling before steadying himself. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Yet it did not deter him as he wiped it away. Huh! He roared, a surge of immense power erupting forth. Golden flames spiraling into the air as he enveloped himself in a crimson glow, entering the full power state of Super Saiyan 4, his most formidable form yet. Oh, you still harbor strength? Let me see how far your limits extend. Beerus smirked, unleashing another surge of destruction energy, his divine aura pulsating with an overwhelming presence. Wow, boss, when will you reach that level? Number 4 whispered softly, casting an envious glance at the two. Number 1 shot a sidelong glance at the fourth and chose silence. His mind was set on locating Number 6, urging him to unleash his forbidden technique to subdue Number 4. The two stood opposed, their golden and purple auras swelling and colliding. Come on. Haha, they exclaimed in unison, charging at each other with fervor. The sky was alight with their contrasting streams of energy, which clashed violently, unleashing a tempest that left the four little ones below in dismay, cursing Beerus under their breath. With a slight shift of his foot, Beerus shattered the space around him, debris flying in all directions. Goku momentarily lost his focus as Beerus surged forward like a projectile, delivering a headbutt that sent him hurtling backward. Following this, Beerus's fists radiated divine energy as he pursued, appearing above Goku to deliver a crushing blow. Bang! Goku fell like a meteor, a golden streak plummeting to the ground. Beerus emitted a strange cry, instantly reappearing by Goku's side, seizing his tail and swinging him around, striking him against the surrounding terrain until he noticed Goku's apparent inability to continue fighting. With one hand, he lifted Goku by his tail, positioning his face toward Goku's head. How about that? I hope you aren't disappointed. Beerus's expression was serious, his eyes, resembling yellow beans, scrutinizing the scion he had battled numerous times. Cough, cough, Lord Beerus. You truly are formidable. Goku coughed lightly, his gaze clearing, a smile breaking across his face. Hey, you are quite strange. You laugh even after taking a beating, Beerus remarked, frowning as he spun Goku around in the air, dragging his body and leaving a trail of red light in his wake before flinging him away. Whis, Beerus called out, retracting his destructive energy, but he saw Whis shaking his head and slowly respond. Lord Beerus, your battle is not yet over. How is that possible? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld Goku suspended in the sky, the divine energy within him swelling ominously. Chapter 78. The limitless breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Goku closed his eyes tightly, his expression calm and serene, devoid of any turmoil, as if he had merged with the very fabric of the universe. Only the mysterious and powerful aura within him surged ceaselessly. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this aura did not originate from him, but rather from the divine energy that Cell had infused into him. As the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Cell ultimately granted Goku a measure of respect. Suspended high in the sky, Goku resembled an immovable mountain, an embodiment of unyielding strength. The divine aura within him grew increasingly intense, surging like a torrential river, breaking free from his body and enveloping him in a radiant embrace. His once deep pink fur gradually transformed into a translucent brilliance, emanating a gentle glow. Each strand of fur sparkled like a star, embellishing the endless luminosity surrounding him. Simultaneously, his previously lofty presence began to retract, no longer as aggressive as before. The ferocity and brutality of his aura dissipated with the flickering starlight, replaced by a tranquil and harmonious power. Suddenly, a magnificent stream of light erupted from his being, encircling him like a vibrant rainbow. This iridescent flow, woven from red and purple hues, appeared exceptionally enchanting. Under the illumination of this luminescence, Sun Wukong's deep pink fur danced in the wind, shimmering with a soft glow, its colors becoming more vivid and striking. The dark strands atop his head gradually transformed into a fiery orange, radiating like a blazing flame. With a buzz, Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, and the divine aura emanating from him intensified further. Once sacred, solemn, and weighty, it became extraordinarily tempestuous after merging with the essence of Super Saiyan 4. His golden eyes brimming with brilliance. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation had surpassed its limits. At this moment, the entire world seemed to tremble in awe, as boundless waves of energy surged forth, overwhelming and breath-stealing. By a stroke of serendipity, Sun Wukong flawlessly fused his own power with the divine aura imparted by Cell, successfully materializing this unprecedented transformation. His body brimmed with formidable strength, every muscle line exuding unparalleled majesty. The unrelenting force of Super Saiyan 4 erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Yet amidst this tempestuous might, there was an infusion of the agility of the Super Saiyan God and the sublime essence of divinity, propelling Sun Wukong's combat prowess to an almost astronomical elevation. In this moment, he had undoubtedly become the most powerful entity on Earth, albeit only among humans. For neither Cell, Beerus, nor Whis could be classified as human. Ah, how intriguing, truly fascinating. Whis, do you believe this qualifies as a Super Saiyan God? Beerus exclaimed, his mouth agape as he burst into laughter. Sun Wukong, this man, always brings him unexpected surprises, first with that wild transformation, and now with the infusion of divine essence, showcasing such formidable strength. It brought Beerus both amusement and intrigue. It should be considered so, for according to his own words, his previous transformation was a Super Saiyan. And now, with the divine aura's influence, it could indeed be deemed a Super Saiyan God for the time being. Weiss spoke with an air of detachment, his tone unremarkable. Although he held a deep admiration for Sun Wukong, at that moment, his appetite for the exquisitely tempting food was far greater. Below, one could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the relentless defeats faced by Sun Wukong. First, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and now he had achieved a breakthrough in limits. Who could possibly rival him in this regard? Number 4's eyes widened in astonishment. What had once been a consistent power level now seemed to have stealthily escalated. It could only be said that the protagonist was indeed favored by fate in this world. Indeed, number 4, I feel that even if Sun Wukong were to manifest the Ultra Instinct, I would not be surprised, number 2 remarked, smirking as he leaned on number 4's arm, adopting a tone of playful sarcasm. Number 1, equally incredulous, noted the tremendous surge in power. For someone as gifted as himself, he had merely ascended to Super Android 2. However, he was now on the brink of reaching Super Saiyan 3. Clearly, Sun Wukong had found an excellent mentor. The ability to grasp the concept of limit breaking with just a spin was remarkable. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong in the sky found himself perplexed by his newfound state. With golden eyes fixed upon his hands, he clenched them, feeling the immense energy coursing through his enhanced physique. A smile crept across his lips, regardless of the circumstances. This was undoubtedly a positive development, was it not? Sun Wukong radiated a crimson-purple luminescence, his aura erupting with a formidable presence. An overwhelming pressure descended, an intoxicating mix of divine authority and ferocity emanating from him. While the little four below remained oblivious, both Beerus and Weiss were acutely aware of the palpable energy. Observing the slightly astonished expressions of the two, Sun Wukong called out, "Hey, Lord Beerus, though I am uncertain of what has transpired, it appears we can engage in combat once more, can't we?" With a playful grin, he touched the tip of his nose, chuckling mischievously. This boy, unaware of the origins of his power, Beerus furrowed his brow, initially intending to commend him, only to find that he was, in fact, rather foolish. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, there lingered a faint trace of Beerus's own destructive energy within him, albeit just a hint. Well then, Lord Beerus, shall we battle? Weiss, now intrigued, covered his mouth with a smile, clearly having sensed the vestige of destructive energy within Sun Wukong as well. Very well, though I am pressed for time. I shall resolve this with a single move. How does that sound, Sun Wukong? Beerus inquired, tilting his head as he gracefully descended before him. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then responded eagerly, "Excellent. Let's see if you can withstand my attack." Beerus smirked, and from behind him, a massive fiery red energy sphere materialized, radiating brilliant light and exuding scorching energy. Standing high above, Beerus gazed down with an imposing demeanor. With a subtle flick of his hand, the colossal energy sphere began to descend, sweeping forth a torrent of white energy waves, the immense pressure directed solely at Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Sun Wukong instantaneously amplified his strength to its zenith. His luminescent fur danced in the wind, swirling with crimson and violet hues, while arcs of red lightning flickered into existence, crackling and illuminating the air. With a deep exhalation, Sun Wukong released a breath of murky energy, lowering his body as he clasped his hands behind his back in a gesture reminiscent of a blooming flower, radiant azure energy gradually emanating from him. As he neared the pinnacle of his power, his eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance, the golden irises shining with intensity. "Tenfold Kamehameha," he exclaimed, thrusting his hands forward. The azure energy wave, enveloped in a layer of crimson light, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the colossal, fiery energy orb in the sky. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion resonated, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. The sheer force of the clash stirred a tempest, causing the air to rupture and shatter, revealing glimpses of the outside world. Sun Wukong roared anew, his tenfold Kamehameha growing thicker, yet he struggled to maintain his stance, gritting his teeth and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he was pushed back. "Oh, such power still remains," Beerus remarked, his eyelids fluttering slightly, extending his left hand to flick once more. Boom! The massive, fiery energy orb swelled further, descending with oppressive force. Sun Wukong strained to uphold his attack, realizing that the power he had just summoned paled in comparison to the god of destruction, who effortlessly sought to suppress him. Meanwhile, the four small ones scampered to Wiss's side, seeking refuge in the safest haven available. Perceiving the delay as intolerable, Beerus extended his entire right hand, intent on subduing Sun Wukong. The pitiful tenfold Kamehameha was rendered utterly ineffective before this might, swallowed whole by the overwhelming force. Thunderous explosions resounded as the space around them fractured, a colossal shockwave engulfing the entire hyperbolic time chamber, propelling the individuals within into the normal realm of existence. The divine temple. Wiss unfurled his shield, enveloping the four small ones and guiding them safely to the ground, while Beerus hovered aloft, gazing at the epicenter of the explosion, from which a figure gradually emerged. It was Sun Wukong, his hair reverted to black, still poised in the Kamehameha stance. His eyes glazed and nearly all energy extracted from his being. Humph, such a fortunate lad, Beerus mused, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he observed the fallen warrior. Lord Beerus, could you disclose the extent of your power just now? Sun Wukong managed to lift his head, speaking with great effort. Beerus regarded the earnest expression on Sun Wukong's face and chuckled softly. 70%, I suppose. You have done remarkably well to compel me to exert such force. You should take pride in that. As Beerus seemed to recall something, a smile crept upon his lips. It was time for Whis to depart, Beerus shouted. With a casual wave of his staff, Whis dispelled the energy barrier, swiftly floating to Beerus's side. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the void, the two were enveloped in a brilliant golden light, heading towards the Capsule Corporation. After all, he had yet to savor the culinary delights this earth had to offer. Chapter 79. Encounter with Cell. In the instant that Beerus and Whis vanished, Number 1 suddenly surged forth, deftly tossing a senzu bean into Goku's mouth. After a gentle chew, all his injuries vanished in an instant, revitalizing him with vigor. This senzu bean had been cultivated by the Grand Elder after his resurrection. He had once been a pitiful figure, having perished amidst the explosive aftermath when he attempted to deliver senzu beans to the Z warriors in their time of need, only to be caught in the blast from androids 17 and 18, and thus his soul ascended to the heavens. Fortunately, he fell within the realm of Shinran's wishes and was resurrected. Thank you. Goku expressed his gratitude to Number 1. Number 1 nodded, signaling to the others above to join them. Once they were gathered, he executed an instant transmission back to the Capsule Corporation. Old son, Piccolo hurried over after the others had departed, inquiring, you actually fought with that great being? Your strength has reached an absurd level. Haha, I'm still far from it. Goku chuckled, tearing off the tattered remnants of his clothing to reveal his robust physique, reminiscent of a mighty dragon. Lord Beerus is indeed formidable. I feel that he has only unleashed a fraction of his true power. That so-called 70% was likely a ruse. When he fought me, it felt like mere play. Had he not been enjoying himself, I doubt I could have withstood even a single blow. Goku's face contorted into a grimace, forcing a pained smile. Not dying feels like a victory in itself, considering he is a god of destruction, the most fearsome entity in the universe. Piccolo reflected on the moment he had been knocked unconscious in an instant, truly terrifying. He resolved never to face such an opponent again. Indeed, it seems they are heading to Cell's location, which is also Bulma's residence. I must accompany them. Piccolo, will you join? Goku straightened his posture, exhaling a deep breath. His gaze fixed intently on Piccolo. As for me, I think I shall pass. The gap between us is widening. Even Vegeta is no match for me now. I need to focus on my training. I will be heading to the hyperbolic time chamber shortly. Until I attain a level of strength that satisfies me, I shall remain in seclusion. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, turned to Son Goku, and gently patted his shoulder with a soft smile, saying, please take good care of Gohan. He has endured enough hardship. With that, Piccolo dashed into the hyperbolic time chamber without a backward glance, leaving only the Supreme Kai, Babidi, and Son Goku behind. Divine Master, I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Son Goku chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I don't perceive it as a burden. The Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head. However, Babidi may pose a bit of a problem. I am uncertain what Lord Beerus sees in him. He intends to take Babidi with him when they depart. The Supreme Kai's expression turned grave, for Babidi had been his companion for a long time, a being of great significance to him. But it could also be a fortuitous development. What if Lord Beerus merely seeks to take on a disciple? Son Goku blinked, his attention shifting to Babidi. He too was curious about Lord Beerus's intentions. Oh, speaking of which, I could also seek out Lord Beerus and ask him to train me. Son Goku exclaimed, a sudden realization striking him as he slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of that before? I must hurry to find Lord Beerus. With this thought, Son Goku prepared to take his leave. Thank you, Divine Master and Babidi, for your hospitality during this time, he said, raising his right hand with his index and middle fingers together, pressing them to his forehead as he prepared to depart. Wait, the Supreme Kai called out, his eyes half closed. He slowly extended his hands, and a flash of white light enveloped Son Goku, instantly manifesting a new GI identical to his previous one, except adorned with the character for God on the chest and back. Ah, thank you so much, Son Goku exclaimed, astonished by the new attire, a smile breaking across his face. "Until we meet again," he said, his expression turning serious as he placed his right hand on his temple, slightly bowing forward with a grin before vanishing in an instant. "Sai, Babidi, do you think this is a good or bad development?" The Supreme Kai pondered, furrowing his brow as he leaned on his staff and walked forward step by step. "It should be a good thing, after all. Lord Beerus is a deity of high standing," Babidi replied, raising his head to regard the concerned Supreme Kai. "Alas, everything is preordained." The Supreme Kai sighed, shaking his head in silence, gazing skyward with twinkling eyes. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, Vegeta and Trunks continued their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, honing their godly ki and physical prowess. Meanwhile, Cell, feeling bored, stepped outside to catch some fresh air and to inform Bulma to prepare some food. As luck would have it, he soon encountered the two rather eccentric Supreme Kais. A flickering green light illuminated the scene as the figures of King Kai Asin and Jebbit materialized before Cell, their faces adorned with smiles, devoid of the concern that marked the visage of the elder Kai. "What brings you to me?" Cell inquired, waving his hand slightly, a hint of exasperation in his tone. While he was well aware that these two gluttons sought him out for indulgence, he still adhered to the formalities of inquiry. "Ah, Mr. Cell, we are here to provide you with crucial intelligence," Jebbit remarked, gazing gently at Cell, his tone markedly softer than the previously haughty demeanor. After all, Cell had ascended to the status of a trainee King Kai, placing him leagues above Jebbit in terms of divine hierarchy. Indeed, the King Kai represents the highest echelon of divinity within the universe. "Is it about the god of destruction, Beerus?" Cell gestured, summoning a humanoid maid who approached, carrying a platter brimming with an array of delectable desserts and tea. "Come, let us converse while we indulge. And, dear sweetie, please inform the lady to prepare an abundance of culinary delights, particularly those delightful puddings." Sharu's eyes glimmered softly as he spoke to the rather feminine android before him. "Very well, Mr. Sharu, I shall attend to it immediately." The android, affectionately named Sweetie, gracefully placed the desserts upon the table and departed to seek Bulma. To the naked eye, one would never discern that Sweetie was an artificial being, for she was crafted in the perfect likeness of humanity. Designed by Hade to cater to his daily needs, she served solely under his command, with even Hade himself being no exception. Moreover, she possessed considerable combat capabilities. Despite her power being inferior to that of the Gamma series, she had attained strength equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan, and she harnessed eternal energy. It was also stated that she would undergo regular enhancements to ensure she matched the stature of his heroic identity. Shara graciously accepted this, recognizing the immense utility of such a powerful robot. "You are already aware?" Jebbit paused, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face as he chuckled lightly. After all, this individual was also a Supreme Kai, albeit in training. The Supreme Kai, Ashen, shared a similar awkward smile. Subsequently, Jebbit's attention was captivated by the array of desserts. "Sit." Chapter 80. The Descent of the God of Destruction. "Sit." Shalu gently waved his hand, smiling at the two individuals before him. He took the initiative to sit down, swiftly popping 2 pieces of dessert into his mouth, producing audible smacking sounds, and raised an eyebrow as a gesture for them to feel at ease. "Then we shall not stand on ceremony," spoke the Supreme Kai Asin, promptly finding a comfortable chair to settle into. Observing that the Supreme Kai had cast aside formality, Jebbit also casually chose a chair to sit down. Initially, both feigned restraint, but after a while, their true natures emerged, as they ravenously devoured the treats laid before them, soon finishing off most of the desserts. Jebbit, this is delicious, don't you dare snatch it from me," exclaimed Asin, while Jebbit, with his mouth full, replied in a muffled tone, "Supreme Kai," at the dining table. "It's all about speed, regardless of status. You can't hold this against me, as you told me last time." With his mouth already filled with various cakes and sweets, Jebbit's movements remained unaffected, executing swift motions akin to a blur. After all, following their last meal, he had specifically trained his speed, proving to be advantageous this time, unlike before when nearly everything had been claimed by Supreme Kai Asin. Sharu stared in a daze at the battlefield, which was even more intense than the last skirmish, remaining silent as he sipped his tea while waiting for the two to finish their meal. After a brief moment, "Ah, how delightful. Earth truly is a remarkable place," aptly referred to as the culinary star. The Kaioshin, Ashin, let out a satisfied burp, reclining comfortably in his chair. "But Jebbit, You have taken a bit too much of my share. Everything else is quite agreeable. Suddenly, the Kaioshin Ashen sat up, casting a somewhat resentful glare at Jebet, who appeared even more at ease than he was. Lord Kaioshin, it's all about speed. Speed. If you can't keep up, then perhaps you shouldn't partake. Have you been diligent in honing your skills over the years? Do not speak with your eyes wide open if you haven't put in the effort. Training my speed daily is no easy feat. This barrage of words left Kaioshin Ashen utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as he regarded this seemingly unassuming attendant. How had he failed to notice the eloquence this individual possessed after all these years? Among those present, only Shalu was more astonished, thinking to himself, "My friend, did you just arrive? How do you know so much about the incident number 79? The way he referenced it was even more intense than his own. By the way, do you two have anything else to share with me besides informing me that the god of destruction is not comparable to Beerus?" Shalu took a moment to compose himself before speaking. "The matter? Is there anything else?" "There is nothing more. We are here solely to report this issue." The Supreme Kai nodded earnestly in agreement. "Very well. Please take a seat. I shall summon some refreshments shortly." With that, Shalu rose and waved his hand, instantly vanishing to the pinnacle of the Capsule Corporation. With his eyes slightly closed, he attuned himself to the aura of Beerus in the sky. "Shall we continue eating?" The Supreme Kai, Ashen, asked somewhat uncertainly. "Indeed, let us proceed, Supreme Kai. We have come this far." Soon, another round of sumptuous delicacies was presented, featuring not only desserts but also an array of hot dishes. The eyes of both men sparkled with delight as they eagerly began to feast, seemingly impervious to the sensation of fullness, as if they were bottomless pits, ravenously consuming the food. Some even bypassed the act of chewing in their eagerness, swallowing whole. Before long, Shalu sensed an extraordinarily potent divine energy approaching, deep and formidable, akin to an unfathomable abyss, and it was moving at great speed. "It has arrived." Shalu opened his eyes, revealing a pair of rather captivating pink orbs that glimmered with a hint of crimson light, the corners of his mouth curving upwards ever so slightly. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, landing directly before him. The radiance quickly dissipated, revealing none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, accompanied by the angel, Whis. So you are Shalu? The one mentioned by Son Goku?" Beerus inquired, his eyes wide, hands resting on his hips, a smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, I am Shalu. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Beerus," Shalu replied, bowing slightly, his gaze meeting Beerus's. "Very well. Beerus then rubbed his eyes, noticing the exquisite earrings adorning Shalu's ears, and with a hint of bewilderment, he asked, "Are you a Supreme Kai? Why have I not encountered you before?" Observing the astonishment in Beerus's eyes, Shalu responded slowly, "I am merely a trainee Supreme Kai, not yet official." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder you possess such formidable divine power," Beerus remarked, his narrow eyes narrowing as if he could see through Shalu's very being. "That troublesome fellow has been quite a nuisance." Beerus suddenly recalled the impudent brat he had seen earlier, who had come to Earth to indulge in its culinary delights. If he were to be attacked, it would spell doom for me as well. It would be wise to keep him in check and ensure he behaves, Beerus mused internally, determined to teach him a lesson. "Well then, this Earth cuisine appears rather enticing. Bring it forth." Beerus waved his hand slightly, letting out a huff. Indeed, Shalu thought. After his battle with Son Goku, had he truly ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan god? All those divine energies had surely not been in vain. Shalu nodded and remarked, "Lord Beerus, everything has been arranged. We are merely awaiting your arrival." With that, he rose and soared towards a splendid array of delectable food, all of which he had requested Bulma to prepare. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, smiled, and followed suit. In an instant, as the aroma wafted towards them, their nostrils twitched, and they could not help but salivate at the sight of the tantalizing dishes before them. Gulp. The sound of their swallowing resonated, as both Beerus and Whis widened their eyes in astonishment, vanishing from sight only to reappear at the banquet table. Beerus commenced feasting with great enthusiasm, while Whis, despite his eyes gleaming with delight, maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, savoring each bite and occasionally uttering words of praise for the culinary delights. "Whis, this is indeed marvelous. It appears that Earth is quite an exceptional place." Beerus mumbled with his mouth full. "Yes, indeed, Lord Beerus, this dish is exquisite as well. Do have a taste." Whis smiled, presenting a beautifully arranged plate to Beerus. Upon tasting it, Beerus exclaimed, "Wow, this delicate texture. This explosion of flavor in my mouth. He was profoundly moved, silently grateful for his journey to Earth. Compared to these culinary masterpieces, the meals he had previously consumed were nothing short of rubbish, unfit even for a dog, which explained why he had so easily destroyed them. With this thought, Beerus indulged even more, continuously murmuring various praises. His pace of consumption quickened, and the nearby attendant, smiling, cleared away the empty plates and brought forth fresh dishes. Observing this scene, Shalu shook his head slightly, pondering what kind of food a deity indulged in. Their emotional reactions were quite something. However, this was precisely the effect Shalu desired. The more they enjoyed the food, the better it would serve his intentions for Earth, allowing the subsequent events to unfold as he envisioned. P.S. 5-star review moi. Chapter 81. Contest. Just as Shalu fantasized about his future life, Number 1 and his 3 companions suddenly appeared beside him. Oh, you have returned? How was it? What was the clash between Son Goku and Beerus like? Witnessing gods at war? Shalu raised an eyebrow and casually inquired. Well, it wasn't exactly a clash of gods. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, which does not equate to being a Super Saiyan god. Number 1 recalled the terrifying aftermath, his body trembling momentarily before vanishing from sight. Huh, Super Saiyan 4? So soon? I have only just recently learned this transformation, and Son Goku has already mastered it? Shalu gazed at Number 1 with a hint of surprise, noting the uncertainty in his speech. He promptly closed his eyes and began to envision the fierce battle between the two of them. After a considerable moment, Shalu recollected his thoughts and exhaled a deep sigh, stating that it was merely a coincidence, not a true breakthrough of limits that he had yet to fully grasp. It was simply a collision and fusion of a slight essence of the god of destruction's power he had absorbed from Beerus, mingling with the energy he had introduced into his own body. It was but a fleeting state. Nonetheless, it was impressive, Shalu mused, gently raising his left hand to stroke his smooth chin. His Super Android 4 was quite distinct from theirs. He did not possess the activated tail. However, one day, he had experimented with instant transmission and found himself on a moonlit planet. To his surprise, it was the 2 horn-like protrusions on his head that responded. His transformation into Super Android 4 was remarkably successful, not evolving into a massive form like Shalu Max, but rather igniting the Saiyan blood within him, resulting in a unique transformation. After spending some time training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he managed to merge the powers of both systems. Yet, his breakthrough was unlike others. He possessed divine power, cultivated through his own efforts. His limit breaking was boundless. As long as the divine energy flowed continuously, he could grow ever stronger. Unlike them, who were mere mortals, limited to forcibly incorporating divine essence into their bodies and relying on their former mortal energies, they could never harness the full potential of divine power. For them, the strength of their bloodline was far more suitable. This was the conclusion he had drawn. With this thought, Shalu returned from his contemplation, signaling the 4 little ones to vanish. He crossed his hands in a gesture of professionalism, wearing a fabricated smile as he spoke slowly. So, Lord Beerus, how do these dishes taste? Well, they are quite average, rather meager in quantity, if I may say so, Beerus replied, holding back what he initially wished to express, gazing at the empty plates adorning the table. Meanwhile, Whis, positioned behind Beerus, continuously raised his thumb, resting his cheek on his hand, exuding an air of bliss. Haha, Shalu chuckled awkwardly, inwardly composing his thoughts. Old geezer, this must be the finest meal you've had in eons. If you want more, just say so, why bother with pretenses? After a stern internal reprimand, a smile blossomed on Shalu's face as he turned to the waiter and quietly instructed, bring out all the stock from the kitchen. Having said that, Shalu proposed his idea. Lord Beerus, the kitchen is still preparing more. Shall we engage in a sparring session in the meantime? He extended his right hand, leaving a small gap between his thumb and index finger, squinting slightly as he spoke. Indeed, you wish to spar with me? After Beerus swallowed all the food in his mouth, his expression turned exceedingly serious as he spoke with gravitas. Indeed, Shalu displayed a solemn expression, his slightly bent waist straightening as he rose to his full height, towering over Beerus, whose gaze was cast downward. A divine energy emanated from him, unleashing an overwhelming sense of pressure that only Beerus and Whis could perceive. Oh, how intriguing! Beerus responded with a slight shudder, rising to his feet as the destructive powers surged forth, the clash of their formidable auras creating a tempestuous wind. In an instant, both figures ascended, soaring higher and higher until they reached the upper atmosphere. Below, The four little ones gazed up with concern at their father, slowly vanishing from view. It was the first time they had felt apprehensive about his strength, especially when facing the formidable god of destruction, Beerus. A faint purple aura ignited around Beerus, revealing a combat prowess even greater than that displayed during his battle with Vegeta and Goku. The pressure of the god of destruction surged forth, and the air crackled with purple arcs of electricity, distorting the space around him with a searing purple flame that imbued Shalu with a sense of impending doom. Haha, it seems I must exert myself as well. Shalu gazed upon Beerus, who had entered a state of profound seriousness, a faint smile playing on his lips as his blood surged with fervor and his body radiated an intense heat. Boom. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Shalu's expression contorted, and a divine aura erupted from his being. Fiery crimson light surged forth from within, intensifying with each passing moment. Shalu's form began to transform, his originally green figure gradually turning a vibrant shade of pink as the green hue vanished entirely. His body was enveloped in a radiant glow, and the two horns atop his head shimmered brilliantly. The black sections of his chest armor and exoskeleton deepened in darkness, while the surrounding crimson light shifted to a mesmerizing azure, only to soon transition into a delicate pink hue. His entire being was tinged with this soft pink, as the very space around him warped under the influence of the radiant light, unleashing a tempestuous aura that pulsated with energy. You have certainly stirred my excitement, remarked Beerus, a grin spreading across his face, as his own aura gradually began to radiate. Oh, is that so, Lord Beerus? With a wicked smile gracing Shalu's lips. He exuded an undeniable charm, his body slightly bending forward as he assumed a combat stance. Come on, exclaimed Beerus, his face alight with excitement. He had not anticipated that a mere apprentice god of destruction could possess such formidable strength. He truly wished to replace the fool beneath him with the remarkable individual before him. Beerus licked his lips, secretly contemplating. Shalu discerned a fleeting moment of distraction in Beerus. With a swift step, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Beerus, channeling all his radiant energy inward for maximum efficacy. He unleashed a formidable punch, causing the very fabric of space to rupture with a thunderous crack. A resounding boom echoed through the air as Beerus slightly raised his left hand, gripping Shalu's iron fist tightly, akin to a vice. Simultaneously, he tilted his head, revealing his profound, penetrating gaze. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to ignite, erupting into a cascade of visible energy ripples that rapidly spread outward, with a powerful shockwave sweeping through the cosmos like a tempest. Beerus swiftly withdrew, his body fluidly maneuvering as he executed a sweeping kick that struck Shalu's head with blinding speed. Another dull thud resonated through the air as Shalu was propelled backward. A menacing grin appeared on Beerus's face as he vanished and re-emerged like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Shalu. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow raining down upon Shalu with the fluidity of mercury, imbued with unparalleled strength and speed that left the onlookers in a daze. Soon, the body of Shalu became adorned with marks from punches, while the air was filled with deafening sounds of impact. In stark contrast, the smile on Beerus's face grew increasingly radiant, as if he reveled in the exhilarating combat. Suddenly, Beerus clasped his hands together, and two golden spheres of energy coalesced in an instant, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With a cold chuckle, he unhesitatingly hurled them downward. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Shalu emitted a muffled grunt as smoke enveloped him, his form plummeting like a meteor toward a desolate island, crashing into it and creating a vast crater. Chapter 82. Does Shalu have more transformations? Bang! A continuous booming echoed as Beerus, with a sinister grin, swiftly descended toward the site of Shalu's fall. His speed was so phenomenal that it seemed to tear through space, generating a halo of red light from the friction, resembling a meteor streaking down to Earth. Boom! Emerging from the deep crater, Shalu shook his head and brushed off the dust, as if unfazed by the ordeal. He raised his gaze, his fiery eyes fixated on Beerus above. A maniacal smile spread across his face as he slightly sank and forcefully propelled himself off the ground, charging toward Beerus. His right fist, enveloped in a rosy glow, expanded dramatically as he thrust it forward. Bang! The entire island crumbled instantly, the ground fracturing and soil flying in all directions, cascading toward the sea. A colossal wave surged, yet such phenomena were of no concern to the two deities. Seeing this, Beerus's grin widened, revealing a set of white teeth. The destructive energy enveloped his right fist, surging forth. He was eager to witness the extent of this young man's capabilities and how much of his true power he could elicit. What an exhilarating experience. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first time a human could engage him in such a manner without sustaining any harm. Before long, their fists collided with tremendous force. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as the entire planet began to tremble violently, powerful energy waves rippling outward, causing white gusts of air to surge. The sea below was instantly affected, erupting and shooting up towering columns of water. As droplets splashed onto the two combatants, the sunlight refracted, creating vibrant rainbows in the sky. Huh! Both laughed simultaneously, their forms separating only to collide once more, the air crackling with sound. The violet and rosy beams of light clashed continuously, darting through the air while exchanging blows, the surface of the sea churning wildly. In an instant, their figures vanished and reappeared, showcasing their prowess across the globe. Some keen observers even caught glimpses of Shalu during the brief moments when he and Beerus separated. What the heck? Buddy, give me a slap. Am I dreaming? To my astonishment, I beheld the legendary hero, Cell, a young man with a buzz cut. Holding a matcha ice cream cone, raised his head in disbelief and exclaimed, "Damn it, there's no need to be so surprised. I haven't even had too much to drink. There's plenty of food. Why am I suddenly talking nonsense in broad daylight? Good grief. If there truly is a hero like Cell in the sky today, I would." Before he could finish his sentence, Cell soared above their heads at a low altitude, launching several energy spheres towards Beerus. With a swift motion, Beerus effortlessly swatted each energy sphere away, causing them to vanish in a cascade of golden particles as he quickly pursued. Soon, the two figures vanished from sight. Hey, my friend, what's going on? What do you intend to do? Are you going to claim me as your son? Sorry, but I already serve as your adoptive father. That's rather meaningless. How about I take over your account for a bit? The young man raised an eyebrow, wearing a mischievous grin as he spoke slowly. Wow, you've really made a name for yourself, encountering the hero Cell. Another person, fixated on the direction in which Cell had vanished, called out his name repeatedly as he chased after him. Before long, the entire city erupted in excitement. Countless onlookers witnessed Cell engaged in combat with a peculiar creature resembling a hairless cat. The news spread like wildfire, with everyone rallying in support. Go, Cell. You are the hero. Cell. 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 The cheers grew louder, rapidly proliferating across the internet, drawing the attention of daring influencers who took to the skies in planes and jets, eager to capture the moment and stream it live for their followers. Humph. I didn't realize you had so many admirers, Beerus scoffed, extending 4 fingers to thrust into Cell's heart. With a swift motion, he pierced through effortlessly, leaving Beerus astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. Heh, Lord Beerus, you've become rather careless. With a sly smile, Shalu delivered a powerful headbutt to Beerus's forehead, while another hand sprouted from his chest, firmly grasping Beerus's right hand. What? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening in bewilderment at the sudden emergence of this additional appendage. Face to face, tenfold Kamehameha. With his hands clasped behind his back, Shalu unleashed a brilliant azure wave of energy, causing both individuals to vanish in an instant, only to reappear in a desolate wilderness. Bang! A formidable surge of energy erupted forth, striking with immense force, and Beerus bore the brunt of this assault. The air was filled with anguished cries, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Thunderous roars echoed across the landscape. With a gentle release of his small hand, Shalu relinquished his grip on Beerus. In an instant, Beerus was struck down by the Kamehameha wave, his form being forcefully pressed into the ground, carving a long and immense trench. Sizzling, the searing energy rendered the earth a fiery crimson, emanating wisps of steam. At the end of the trench, Beerus appeared charred, exuding faint aromas of roasted meat, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. However, Shalu remained unconvinced. He merely felt that Beerus was simply eager to engage in further playful antics. As the radiant light enveloped Shalu, faint red arcs of electricity danced and crackled around him. At this moment, 2 arms sprouted from each side of his waist, while 2 heads emerged on either side of his neck. 3 heads and 6 arms. This is the manifestation of divine powers. Shalu pondered to himself, believing that delivering blows in this manner would evoke greater satisfaction. Suddenly, the ground trembled incessantly. and Beerus began to levitate gracefully, the charred remnants of his visage vanishing into thin air. The aura of destruction emanating from him intensified, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to disregard all. His elongated eyes widened, the pale yellow irises fixated intently on Shalu, tilting his head slightly. His neck emitted a series of cracking sounds, revealing a curious expression as he gazed at the peculiar Shalu. "You possess quite a range of abilities," he remarked, "but our warm-up has now concluded. Unleash your true prowess." "True prowess? What does Lord Beerus mean by that? Is this not the entirety of my strength?" Shalu feigned the appearance of Sun Wukong, widening his eyes and offering an awkward smile while scratching his head. "Humph. Do not pretend. Your imitation is utterly unconvincing. I can sense a formidable power coursing within you, one far mightier than this." Beerus waved his hand dismissively and snorted. "Oh, you've seen through my ruse." Shalu regained composure, shook his head slightly, and with an utterly calm demeanor, slowly began to speak. "Indeed, I possess another transformation, but I was contemplating saving it for the next occasion." After Shalu finished speaking, the captivating pink glow surrounding him vanished in an instant, returning him to his normal state. He exhaled slowly. "Lord Beerus, behold my transformation." Shalu's eyes sharpened, and his expression turned exceedingly serious. Chapter 83, Golden Sands. The god of destruction, Beerus, looked at the apprentice Supreme Kai before him and smiled. He could confidently say that this was the most formidable Supreme Kai he had ever encountered. Even among the ranks of the gods of destruction, he would be considered average, despite not wielding the destructive powers typically associated with his kind. Nevertheless, in terms of raw strength, this individual named Shalu was undeniably formidable. Moreover, he seemed to be concealing his true potential. Perhaps the whispers of a hidden power referred to him? Beerus wore a sinister grin, increasingly pleased with the being before him. If he were a candidate for the position of god of destruction, it would be even better. In that case, it would not be long before he could relinquish his duties, no longer having to share a life with those foolish Supreme Kais. He could indulge in a carefree existence, free to play, eat, and sleep at his leisure. Shalu exhaled a breath of murky air, his form relaxing. In an instant, a powerful and resplendent golden luminescence surged forth from within him, enveloping his entire being. The sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness, dense clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. A formidable aura erupted, swiftly permeating the entire globe, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. The ground began to quiver violently, and with each crisp crack that echoed, it slowly fractured, giving rise to immense fissures. These crevices rapidly propagated, tearing the very surface apart, leaving it in a state of disarray. Irregularly sized stones gradually ascended from the ground, buoyed by an overwhelming force. They floated momentarily in the air before shattering into fragments, ultimately reduced to mere dust. The thunder in the heavens grew increasingly ferocious, with golden bolts resembling colossal dragons twisting and turning through the clouds. They darted between the billowing masses, sometimes converging to form a dazzling sea of gold. This golden expanse continued to swell, as if intent on devouring the entire world. Shalu's body began to emanate a resplendent golden glow, as streams of shimmering gold continuously surged forth from him, gradually illuminating the entirety of the surrounding space. A crisp sound echoed, a sound reminiscent of a transformation effect. Astonishingly, the green segments of Shalu's form were entirely enveloped in gold, with his spots vanishing one after another. In their place emerged a smooth and radiant golden shell, as if forged from pure gold. At this moment, Shalu's entire being had metamorphosed into a lustrous golden hue, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. His aura intensified, exuding a formidable presence that caused the very air around him to grow thick with tension. The golden Shalu, born from the lineage of Frisia, manifested a transformation that, once mastered, would significantly enhance his defenses, amplify his strength, and elevate his speed and endurance across the board, with defense being the most remarkable aspect. One could easily infer the magnitude of this defensive prowess when recalling the moment Frisia endured a relentless hour of beating at the hands of Broly, providing Goku and Vegeta the opportunity to fuse. Furthermore, this transformation does not deplete vast amounts of energy and surpasses the Super Saiyan Blue transformation in every conceivable aspect. But that is not the end. Shalu emanated a dazzling golden light, with streams of golden radiance enveloping him. The divine energy within surged forth, encasing his form. As this energy mingled with the bloodline of the frozen demon, it transformed from white to a resplendent gold. The black sections of his exoskeleton gradually shifted to yellow, with only his wrists and face remaining unchanged. The profound aura that once surrounded him dissipated, replaced by a gentle golden divine presence, devoid of the earlier chaotic intensity. He now embodied sheer sanctity, gravitas, and formidable pressure, resembling a true deity. Behold, the emergence of Golden Sharu, the divine. This was Sharu's form after his transformation into Golden Sharu, augmented by divine essence, representing his most formidable state thus far. What? Has he truly reached such heights? Beerus exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. This was indeed akin to a destroyer god, a being wielding the powers of destruction, whose strength surpassed that of the corpulent Kampa by a considerable margin. Even if he could not match their combined might, he was undoubtedly stronger. Especially considering that the latter did not train, it was likely that Sharu was now a notch above. Beerus was genuinely flabbergasted, never anticipating the emergence of such talent within his dominion. Simultaneously, the old Kaioshin, far away in the Kaioshin realm, were a similar expression of shock. It was remarkable to witness someone mastering divine power in merely 3 months, with such an impressive enhancement in strength. That hairless, scrawny cat Beerus must be dumbfounded. I must act swiftly, or he might snatch this opportunity from me. Let us teach him a lesson. Sharu, unleash your full potential. The old Kaioshin was nearly in tears from laughter, exuberantly waving his arms as if he were embodying Sharu, ready to confront Beerus. How exhilarating. After all these years, I've never felt such excitement. The old Kaioshin took a moment to sip his tea, attempting to calm his exhilaration. What is happening? How could so many planets be annihilated in an instant while Beerus is on Earth? The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow, retrieving his magic orb to investigate. Suddenly, he spotted 2 formidable figures, and in a flash of alarm, he cast aside the orb. His expression shifted to one of panic as cold sweat trickled down his face. Why are the inhabitants of Universe 6 joining the fray? With a brilliant flash, the sky erupted with light, heralding the arrival of 2 figures. One was a diminutive being, reminiscent of a Promax version of Beerus, who was none other than Kampa, the destroyer god of Universe 6. Beside him stood the tall and enigmatic figure of the angel of Universe 6, Vados, with her hair elegantly tied into a high ponytail. Her mysterious yet serene gaze captivated all, while her flowing white locks danced with the breeze. The soft blue hue of her attire, along with the halo around her neck, unmistakably signified her divine status. Old man, were you just spying on us? Kampa, bursting with exuberance, approached the old Kai with an air reminiscent of a raucous gang. Lord Kampa, I bear news that you would surely wish to hear. Vados covered her mouth with a gentle smile, her exquisite features lighting up as her eyes curved into crescent shapes, though sadly, no one was present to admire her beauty. Speak, Vados. Kampa glanced at her, a dismissive snort escaping his lips. Lord Beerus has engaged in battle with a supreme Kai from Universe 7, Vados remarked, casting a knowing glance at the old Kai as she spoke. Nanny? Someone dares to defy Beerus? Quickly, take me there. Let us go, Vados. At this, Kampa's previously sullen demeanor transformed into one of joyous exuberance, his laughter radiating warmth. Not to gather, Vados began, but was interrupted by Kampa. This is far more intriguing. Gathering can wait. I am particularly interested in the one who dares to confront Beerus. Let us see if we can recruit him into our Universe 6. Such talent would be wasted here. With his spirits lifted, Kampa grasped Vados by the arm, whisking her away, leaving behind only a brilliant flash that vanished into thin air. Farewell. With that, the scene was left with the old Kai, who stood amidst the chaos of the wind. Bewildered. Goodness, we already have a destroyer god and an angel on Earth, and now the destroyer god from Universe 6 joins the fray. Earth truly is a land of calamity. The old Kai shook his head, his eyes glimmering with newfound intrigue. Now this is becoming quite interesting, is it not? Chapter 84. True Sevenfold. How about it, Lord Beerus? Is it time for me to compel you to unleash your true power? With a sense of contentment, Shalu gazed at his hands, realizing that this was his second transformation into this form. Indeed, the sensation was delightful. It was no surprise that the bloodline of the great king was inherently powerful. You, young lad, have truly impressed me. However, to compel me to unleash my true strength, you still have a ways to go. Nonetheless, in my usual state, I can still indulge you in a playful match. Beerus's grin widened, his aura intensifying, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The faint lavender flames surrounding him vanished in an instant, drawn back into his being. Taking a deep breath, Beerus slowly closed his eyes, ultimately releasing a stream of white energy. He felt as though he were in his usual state, yet the sense of oppression had grown immensely. Come forth. This is my true form at 70%. Let me witness your strength. Beerus gestured for battle, his body slightly lowering, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Very well, allow me to see the might of Lord Beerus at this 70%. Shalu stood in opposition, assuming a stance of combat. The energies of both parties clashed and compressed in the air, producing a cacophony of hisses as the very fabric of space fractured incessantly. Shalu, unable to contain his eagerness, initiated his assault with a swift step, propelling himself forward in an instant. His right fist struck out, the air shattering around him as if thunder itself had been unleashed, imbued with formidable strength. Beerus inclined his head slightly, his body sinking, and retaliated with a left uppercut. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as Shalu momentarily faltered, taking a step back, one hand firmly gripping Beerus's left. With a cold smirk, he swiftly hurled him upward, crashing him down against the ground. Boom! The earth erupted violently, a massive crater forming as debris scattered, enveloped by swirling smoke. Hey! A cruel smile spread across Shalu's face as he continued to lift Beerus, flinging him in another direction. Bang 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 bang. Beerus's body repeatedly collided with the earth, creating numerous craters as each powerful impact propelled him upwards. Buzz! In a flash, Beerus's tail coiled around Shalu's arm, and before he could react, the air exploded with the force of a flying knee strike. Bang! In an instant, Shalu was sent flying backwards, while Beerus, suspended in the void above, lightly patted his shoulder and remarked, "Your strength is rather lacking, my young friend." With that, his eyes shimmered with a violet radiance, and he vanished in an instant, pursuing the direction in which Shalu had been propelled. The sound of tearing filled the air. Shalu's feet incessantly scraped against the ground, fracturing several mountain peaks along the way, producing a continuous rumble, until he finally came to a gradual halt. Beneath him lay a deep and elongated chasm carved into the earth. Smoke slowly began to disperse, while dust swirled around in the air. "Lord Beerus, this hardly seems fair. Using your tail leaves me no choice." Shalu shook his somewhat numb hands, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his golden eyes. In an instant, he transformed. 2 robust arms sprouted from his sides, and 2 heads emerged on either side of his neck. The left head wore a fierce expression, seemingly filled with rage, while the right head maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing could stir any emotion within. The formidable form of 3 heads and 6 arms reemerged. Beerus had witnessed this transformation once before, yet at this moment, he found himself captivated by the display. Without hesitation, he flashed through the sky and appeared behind Shalu, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Shalu's head tilted slightly as 4 arms behind him simultaneously executed defensive maneuvers, absorbing the overwhelming force of his opponent's strikes. The air quivered with each impact, unleashing waves of white energy that surged forth. In an instant, the void erupted, and the 2 figures plunged into an alternate dimension, continuing their fierce exchange. 6 fists met 2, and 2 legs clashed against 2, embodying a spirit of fair competition. The sounds of their physical collision resonated through the ether, as 6 golden arms relentlessly struck, leaving imprints upon Beerus's form. Although Beerus's speed eclipsed Shalu's, leaving him little time for defense, Shalu was not concerned with protecting himself. His sole intent was to revel in the thrill of the battle. With 6 fists at his disposal, he relished the advantage. Bang! 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 Ha ha ha, exhilarating! With a hearty laugh, Shalu seemed to crave even more excitement, as his tail joined the fray, producing a continuous roar amidst the flurry of fists and the surging energy. Beerus, too, erupted into laughter alongside Shalu, though his heart brimmed with astonishment. This Shalu not only possessed formidable strength, but also unleashed an array of peculiar techniques. Each time his corporeal form was shattered by Beerus, it swiftly regenerated, a trade of wounds for wounds. Crack! 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 The rift in the alternate dimension tore open once more, sending the duo hurtling back to Earth. In a fleeting moment of opportunity, Shalu swung his right hand with great force, generating a dazzling stream of golden light that coalesced into an elongated sword of air. The blade exhaled sharp chi, shimmering as it advanced towards Beerus's neck. Suddenly, Beerus, who had been sent reeling, sensed an imminent threat. The minuscule hairs on his body stood on end. And in a moment of dazed clarity, he glimpsed a flash of golden brilliance. Without a second thought, he slowly closed his eyes, an inexplicable aura of sanctity enveloping him, while a silvery glow danced around his form. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer akin to liquid mercury sparkled within them. His body instinctively flipped backward, evading the strike with an unusual yet precise motion. A resounding hum filled the air as the heavens erupted in gold. Beneath the dim sky, a glimmer streaked across, followed by a tremendous explosion. The atmosphere shrieked as the clouds were violently disturbed, and the ground yawned open, revealing a colossal chasm visible even from space. The silvery radiance surrounding Beerus gradually faded, and he surveyed the ground, brushing his fingers against his neck, where a trace of white light had lingered. With a smile, he mused, could such residual force from a mere flicker of sword light achieve this? Now was not the time for games. Shaking his body, a profound power of destruction surged forth, enveloping him in a purplish-black glow that intensified his already radiant fur. A luminous aura flickered across his forehead, and celestial rings materialized behind him, releasing deep violet particles that fell to the ground. In an instant, as if erased from existence, the moment they touched the surface, the earth was obliterated, dissolving into faint motes of light. "Hey, Lord Beerus, please cease your actions." During the dazzling flashes of light, two staves appeared suddenly, poised like executioner's blades against Beerus's throat. A male and a female figure, the angels Whis and Vados, emerged, their voices cold and commanding. They had been covertly observing the battle, ensuring Earth's preservation. Had their energies collided unchecked, the planet would have shattered into oblivion. "Lord Beerus, you cannot wield your authority here. It could lead the entire universe down the path of annihilation." Whis regarded Beerus with a serious expression, ready to intervene should he make another move. All right. Why so serious?" Beerus replied, momentarily taken aback, as he lifted his head. The profound power of destruction gradually subsided, restoring normalcy to his surroundings. Upon witnessing this, Shalu returned to his usual demeanor, yet the longsword, forged from golden radiance and clutched tightly in his right hand, continued to tremble and emit a piercing sound. Was the destructive power of that strike truly so formidable? As Shalu cast one final glance at the golden sword, it dissipated into particles of light. Indeed, Lord Beerus is remarkably powerful. That transformation at the end must be the unique transformation of a god of destruction, wielding the authority to obliterate an entire universe, a true manifestation of the power of rules. Chapter 85. The God of Destruction and Angel of the Sixth Universe. Amidst their conversation, a stout figure, resembling Beerus, appeared before Shalu, startling him greatly. "Ah, young one, I perceive great potential within you. Would you consider joining my sixth universe as a Supreme Kai? I could elevate your status immediately, transforming you into a true Supreme Kai, rather than remaining an apprentice. What do you say?" Zampa was exceedingly excited. Such talent must be brought over. With formidable strength, he was merely an apprentice Supreme Kai, surely overlooked in the seventh universe. If this individual were to remain in the sixth universe, Zampa would cherish him as a treasure, rather than allowing him to remain just an apprentice Supreme Kai. If it were up to him, he would swiftly promote him to a true Supreme Kai and bind him to his service. Alternatively, should he choose, the position of God of Destruction could also be offered. After all, he had had enough of this role. Anyone could fulfill his current duties. "Lord Zampa, are you here to?" Shara pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "You're not here to acquire the Super Dragon Balls from the seventh universe, are you?" Shalu did not directly answer his question. Instead, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How did you know I came to the seventh universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls?" Kampa inquired, bewildered. Logically, even that sharp-faced Beerus should be unaware of his intentions. The apprentice Supreme Kai before him was not only formidable in strength, but seemingly possessed the ability to read minds as well. "Kampa." A furious roar echoed from a distance, and with a gentle breeze, Beerus made his grand entrance. "I cannot simply ignore what you just said. The Super Dragon Balls belong to our seventh universe, correct? Are you here to steal them?" Beerus questioned, his expression a mix of anger and skepticism. "Oh well." Kampa turned his face away, feeling somewhat awkward as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Finally, unable to withstand Beerus's penetrating gaze any longer, he suddenly spun around and exclaimed loudly, "I merely came to challenge you to a competition. Do you understand?" These are intended as prizes for the contest. Lord Kampa. Vados suddenly appeared at his side, seemingly hesitant to speak. Silence. Vados, Kampa admonished her with a slight frown. The Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Simply gather all 7, and any desire can be fulfilled. How about that? Kampa declared proudly. Oh, a wish-granting ball. Whis. Hi. Lord Beerus, such wish-granting orbs do indeed exist. The Dragon Balls created by the Namekians in our 7th universe possess similar properties, albeit with certain limitations. However, the Dragon Balls that exist between the 2 universes may be even more potent, Whis remarked, his form flickering as he spoke. Not more potent, but limitless. Any wish can be granted, Kampa retorted, slightly pouting. Very well then, how shall we compete? Beerus inquired, a hint of intrigue evident at the corners of his mouth. Food. The cuisine of our 6th universe is the most delectable in the entire cosmos, Vados. Kampa confidently turned to Vados, as if victory was already assured. Yes, Lord Kampa. With that, Vados lightly waved her staff, and an oddly shaped egg-like container appeared before them. Shalu observed with a hint of perplexity. What is this? The battle has scarcely commenced, and yet they are already preparing for the next round against the 6th universe? Surely, victory is assured here, both in terms of combat prowess and culinary delights. As Beerus pressed the button above, the container began to emit sounds, releasing wisps of steam that surged forth before suddenly unfurling to reveal 5 eggs. Among these 5 eggs floated a golden device, gradually ascending and moving towards the 5 individuals. Subsequently, the golden contraption vanished, landing delicately in their hands. Humph. Beerus, this is my newly discovered DNGD-ing bird's boiled egg. It will tantalize your taste buds like never before. Kampa chuckled, then turned to Shalu. You must try it as well. Should you visit the 6th universe, you will savor these exquisite DNGD-ing bird eggs every day. With that, Kampa cracked open the eggshell and stuffed the contents into his mouth, exhibiting an expression of profound enjoyment, leaving Shalu somewhat speechless. The original text merely described the flavor as that of a boiled egg. How could it taste so divine? Shalu's lips twitched slightly as he decided to crack open the egg and sample its contents. Beerus, Whis, and Bardos followed suit, peeling away the outer shell and savoring the morsel. How does it taste? Is it not exquisite? Xiangpa proclaimed, hands on hips, brimming with confidence and pride. The responses from Beerus, Whis, and Shalu were rather lukewarm. It's mediocre, just passable, not particularly remarkable. If Beerus had not ventured to Earth, he might have considered the taste delightful. However, after experiencing the culinary wonders of Earth, this egg seemed rather lackluster. What? I refuse to believe you can present something superior. Xiangpa paused momentarily, realizing that this could simply be Beerus's excuse for not wanting to concede. You don't believe me? Beerus suddenly grinned, having just realized that he had yet to finish indulging in those delights. Now he could return to continue feasting while simultaneously shocking Xiangpa. Come on, Shalu. Let us return and showcase the prowess of your earthly cuisine. Shalu nodded and with a sweeping gesture, instantly transported everyone to the dining area of the Universal Capsule Company. Not only could he teleport himself, but he could also transport others, a testament to the benefits of omniscience and omnipotence. He was currently learning the technique of flash time, albeit at a nascent stage, as he had yet to achieve mastery. He mused that when he encountered Hit, he would take the opportunity to refine his skills further. There was no rush. He planned to absorb everything over the next 3 months before undergoing the final upgrade to the Promax version of himself, as bestowed by Hate. By that time, he would likely possess the standing to look down upon all gods of destruction, save for Beerus, and would not fear even those wielding authority. In a flash, the group transitioned from the barren desert to a modern city replete with a pleasant environment. Except for Shalu, everyone was astonished by his display of power. Even Zampa contemplated the possibility of recruiting this Kaioshin away from Beerus. As for the previous rotund green figure, Shalu would obliterate him upon assuming command, for there was no utility in retaining someone so lethargic. With a clap of his hands, Shalu summoned Sweetie along with a host of waitstaff, who wheeled in carts brimming with delectable dishes, their aroma wafting through the air and causing Zampa's nose to twitch in delight. This feast had been meticulously prepared for him. The offerings to Beerus had merely been a prelude. Now, this gastronomic delight was also bestowed upon Zampa, the chubby cat. Chapter 86, The Challenge with the 6th Universe Zampa. Internally lamenting, found tears streaming down his face uncontrollably as he savored the scent of the food. Beside him, Beerus was equally overwhelmed, unable to contain himself. As the dishes were served, he teleported to the table's edge, his arms flailing in anticipation, refusing to swallow his excitement. Witnessing this, Zampa could no longer restrain himself. He dashed to the table, panting heavily, and upon observing Beerus's uncouth manner of eating, he scoffed. Humph, even if the food is indeed exquisite, must one eat in such a manner? Zampa thought dismissively, plucking a piece of dessert and popping it into his mouth. What? Is this truly food? If this is what food is, what had he been consuming before? Zampa glanced at Beerus, who was equally ravenous, entering a frenzied mode with his hands moving swiftly, creating afterimages as the food on the table was rapidly devoured. Ah, Zampa, I spotted that giant leg of meat first. Beerus's mouth was stuffed to the brim, his hands clutching an unknown meat delicacy. Upon witnessing Kampa audaciously seize the large leg of meat he had set his sights on, Beerus was consumed by fury. His piercing yellow eyes locked onto Kampa, emanating the formidable aura characteristic of a god of destruction. Kampa momentarily froze, then audaciously stuffed the entire leg of meat into his mouth, swallowing it whole, casting a taunting glance at Beerus. Whoever gets it first claims it as theirs. It's already in my belly now, what can you do about it? Kampa reveled in his triumph, having not only savored the leg of meat, but also provoked the ire of Beerus. What did you say? Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly as he rose, his oppressive aura intensifying. A gentle breeze swept through, growing ever stronger, as a layer of pale purple energy enveloped him, his gaze becoming increasingly menacing. I'm speaking directly to you. Kampa retorted with a smirk, refusing to back down as he too stood, releasing his own god of destruction aura. The two adversaries locked in a tense standoff. Boom. The sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and golden lightning roared, swirling like a majestic golden dragon amidst the clouds, gradually illuminating the scene. Alas, the two angels observed this unfolding drama with mild exasperation. Just as they were about to intervene, they were halted by Cell. Wait, let us just watch for a moment. Shalu smiled gently, gesturing with his right hand to indicate that the two should dine on the right side, where the attendant had long been prepared. The two, somewhat skeptical, glanced towards Beerus and then at the array of delectable dishes on their right. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure, they settled down. Among them, Bardos was quicker than Whis, promptly taking a seat and elegantly picking up chopsticks to indulge in the feast. This is delicious, and this one too, Bardos exclaimed, her eyes wide with the wonder of discovery, as she eagerly sampled the offerings. Soon, Whis joined the fray, and the two engaged in animated discussions about which dishes were the most delectable, seemingly oblivious to any intentions of interruption. Shara simply smiled, remaining silent as he continued to observe the two adversaries before him. Beerus, are you looking for a fight? Kampa furrowed his brow, his double chin becoming apparent as he spoke loudly. Oh, are you certain you can defeat me? Beerus sneered, a mocking expression crossing his face. Just as the two prepared to ascend and engage, the little girl Sweetie sprang into action, thrusting a large leg of meat into Beerus's mouth. Instantly, his demeanor transformed, and he began to chew with vigor. Meanwhile, Kampa was treated to a large cake, causing both their facial expressions to soften and their hostility to wane. Observing this turn of events, Sharu felt a sense of relief and hurried over to join Whis and the others in discussing culinary delights. Hey, Kampa, can we consider this contest as my victory? Beerus said, a smirk gracing his lips. Kampa paused, suddenly recalling that this was indeed a competition between the two of them. As the realization of the prize, the Super Dragon Balls, dawned on him, he swallowed his food hastily, beads of sweat trickling down his face. It wasn't that he couldn't accept losing the Dragon Balls, he simply did not want to suffer defeat at the hands of Beerus. How shameful that would be. After a moment's contemplation, Kampa, feeling somewhat guilty, murmured, well, it was just mediocre. His voice dwindled to a whisper until it faded entirely. Nanny, you consumed more than I did, and at such speed, and now you claim it was merely mediocre? Beerus stood abruptly, reprimanding him. What is wrong with thinking it's just mediocre? Kampa retorted, rising defiantly. If you have the ability, let us hold a competition between our two universes. You must win for it to count. A competition? How do you propose we play? Beerus crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea. Kampa, sensing he had piqued Beerus's interest, quickly elaborated, Each universe can only select individuals to compete, 5 from each side for a team battle. We will choose one contestant at a time, and the winner continues to the next round until one side prevails. How does that sound? My proposal is quite fair, isn't it? 5 individuals. Beerus stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before glancing at Sharu. Hey. Beerus, Sharu doesn't count as a human. He is a god. Kampa exclaimed nervously, noticing Beerus's gaze shift toward Sharu. After all, he had witnessed their previous battle firsthand and knew that Sharu's strength rivaled his own, if not surpassed it. He feared that if Sharu participated, there would be no hope for the 6th universe. Don't be so frightened, I want to call upon him. Beerus approached the trio dining, turning to Sharu as he inquired, aside from you and Goku, can Earth muster 4 more formidable fighters? Sharu slowly turned around, swallowing the innermost thoughts before speaking. 4? Lord Beerus, if you require 10, I can certainly gather them for you. Excellent. Kampa, we shall accept this match, Beerus replied, observing the confident expression on Sharu's face, chuckling softly. Do not become complacent, Beerus. Should you lose, you must relinquish this Earth to our 6th universe, Kampa remarked, his face etched with concern as he approached slowly. Earth? Does your 6th universe not possess one? Beerus inquired, puzzled, as it was reasonable to assume that the 2 universes would share similarities. Alas, Lord Beerus, the Earth of the 6th universe has transformed into a lifeless orb due to the catastrophic wars among humanity. There are no longer any humans residing there. Shalu wiped his mouth and spoke slowly. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha. Kampa, it's truly amusing that your Universe 6 cannot even safeguard a splendid place like Earth. I must admit, I had never even heard of Earth before. Regardless, we shall emerge victorious in this tournament. Tomorrow, I shall send you a notification, and then you will not be laughing. Kampa waved his hand emphatically. Alas, the fleeting moments of joy had come to an end. Badass pretended to weep, concealing her tears with her sleeve, yet she rose and approached Kampa, preparing to depart. Sister Badass, wait. Sharu slowly took out a box of capsules and remarked, within this container lies a selection of Earth's culinary delights, capable of preservation for an extended duration. Let us take it along. Oh. Bardas widened her eyes, smiled in gratitude, and then gently tapped her staff on the ground. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped them, and the 2 vanished from sight. P.S. I am weary. Fueled by love. Chapter 87. The candidates before the battle. Have you already chosen your candidates? Beerus inquired, leaning closer to Sharu and placing a hand on his shoulder. That depends on what kind of spectacle you wish to witness, Lord Beerus. Shall it be a complete domination or a display that allows my brethren to save face? With a mischievous grin, Shalu turned away, seemingly amused, and fixed his gaze upon Beerus. Beerus crossed his arms over his chest, smirked, and tilted his head slightly, as if speaking casually. Well, I suppose I shall grant him a modicum of dignity, but victory is imperative. Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall summon them for your inspection. Shalubi gestured an okay with his hand. Very well, let us not linger here any longer, Whis. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Whis held a small parcel in his hand, which he stowed within his staff, preparing to escort Beerus back to the realm of destruction. Allow me to accompany you both. This will grant us additional time to enjoy some animated series. With a subtle beckoning of his hands, Shalu extended his fingers, and in an instant, the 2 individuals vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the gentle breeze and the muted, golden hues of the world. Was it the setting sun? Sharu smiled faintly and instructed the attendant to tidy up the place before vanishing, returning to the Spirit Time House. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Beerus, momentarily bewildered, regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings with a hint of astonishment. He had only seen Sharu open his mouth, unable to grasp what was being said, when he felt a sudden tug and found himself back in the destruction realm. It is noteworthy that this location is exceedingly distant from Earth, and traversing such a distance instantaneously, particularly with 2 individuals, presents a considerable challenge. Beside him, Whis also felt a flicker of surprise, though it was merely that. It seems I have forgotten something important. Whis, are you aware? Beerus remarked, resting his hands behind his head as he ambled towards his residence, speaking with a slow cadence. Something? Lord Beerus, I have indeed brought the bento back. Is there anything else? Whis tilted his head, following closely behind with a look of curiosity. I seem to have forgotten, but it feels rather significant. Beerus suddenly halted, covering his forehead, appearing somewhat anxious as he ruminated. After a brief moment, he finally comprehended, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Whis. That little black fellow wasn't brought along. We must make a trip to Earth. Ah, I too had overlooked that. Let us set off immediately." Whis furrowed his brows slightly, tapping his staff on the ground, a brilliant radiance erupting forth as the two vanished in a flash of light. On Earth what? The god of destruction Beerus? The sixth universe? The universe entirely opposite to ours. We must select 5 individuals for a competition? Vegeta expressed his confusion, having never heard of such an event before, retaining only a vague and unfavorable impression of Beerus. "I am aware, father. There are a total of 12 universes in existence. And ours is the 7th, Trunks interjected excitedly, having been informed of this by Shalu during moments of boredom. "We absolutely must win this competition, though we should not make it too effortless. Both of you have now adeptly harnessed the power of Super Saiyan God, and with your royal bloodline, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 should be quite manageable. Thus, your future endeavors should focus on merging the divine essence with the Super Saiyan 4 transformation to master the breakthrough of limits. That is all I know. The path ahead is for you to explore. However, I must emphasize that your transformations as Super Saiyans should take precedence, with divine essence serving as an auxiliary." Breakthrough of limits? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Achieving Super Saiyan 4 was not particularly challenging for him. After his tail was exposed by Cell, he had a general understanding of that so-called divine aura. However, the task of merging them remained a formidable challenge. Shalu observed the furrowed brow of Vegeta and, in an effort to motivate him, added, "Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, has previously transformed into the limit break during his battle against the god of destruction, Beerus. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to consult him." "Nanny, Kakarot has battled Beerus after achieving limit break?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta could no longer remain seated. The fleeting sensation of superiority vanished in an instant. He resolved to begin his training immediately, determined not to allow Kakarot to surpass him once more. He must prove himself as the strongest Saiyan. "Shalu, please adjust the time acceleration to a year. The tournament is tomorrow, is it not? I must successfully achieve the limit break transformation. Trunks, you shall not leave either." Vegeta paused momentarily, gritting his teeth as thoughts of Kakarot filled him with an overwhelming sense of power. "Yes, father, we will surely succeed." "Very well. But such minor matters can be decided by you in the future. This house shall be a gift to you, Vegeta." Shalu nodded and gently patted Trunks on the head before vanishing from sight, leaving behind the father and son, both brimming with excitement for the upcoming competition. Of course, the acquisition of the time chamber also contributed to their exhilaration. Subsequently, Shalu conferred with Son Goku, bringing their numbers to 3. The final 2 participants were to be selected from the remaining quartet. Ultimately, the chosen ones were numbers 5 and 6. Congratulations. What troubled Shalu was that this duo of Supreme Kais intended to remain on Earth, indulging themselves without restraint. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky, heralding the return of Beerus and Whis. "Ah, you two haven't left yet? Why are you wandering around instead of staying in the Supreme Kai realm? Especially you, Supreme Kai. Return at once." Beerus uttered these words with clenched teeth, a palpable irritation evident in his demeanor. Meanwhile, the frightened Jebbet, sensing the overwhelming aura of the god of destruction nearby, promptly executed instant transmission to flee, leaving Supreme Kai Asin speechless. "Ah, now that's more like it," Beerus thought, relieved to see the situation resolve itself. "Lord Beerus, why have you returned again?" With a furrowed brow and a hint of confusion on his face, Shalu spoke up. "Come find a little black man. We'll talk tomorrow. See you." Beerus waved his hand, and the two vanished in an instant. A little black man? Mr. Popo? Chapter 88. The beginning. In the neutral space of the nameless star, 2 unexpected guests flew in. "Lord Kampa, this is the place," said Vados, dragging 5 Super Dragon Balls behind her, gazing at the desolate planet before her. The 5 Super Dragon Balls radiated a soft orange-yellow glow, each as large as an entire planet, appearing dazzling and magnificent. As they landed gently, Kampa looked around curiously. Is this the nameless star? Excellent. I shall bestow it with a name." Inspiration struck him as he observed the barren landscape. "I shall name it the Star of Nothingness." Upon declaring this, a glimmer of joy surfaced on his face, indicating his fondness for the name. Vados, beside him, was not at all surprised. Casting a glance at Kampa, she remarked, "Truly befitting of a god of destruction. Even the name carries a sense of devastation. Hee hee. Isn't it impressive? But don't praise too much. Kampa smirked, displaying a hint of pride. Now, let us prepare this venue. The competition is tomorrow, and time is of the essence. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of melancholy. Gathering 5 individuals within a day was no easy feat. Vados. Yes. Vados lightly tapped her staff, and in an instant, the battle arena was set up. Complete with spectator seating, a snack bar, and a protective barrier enveloping the area, filled with rich oxygen. Towering images representing both factions adorned the sides of the arena, each crafted to Kampa's aesthetic, leaving him exceedingly satisfied. Just as Kampa was indulging in delicious food at the snack stand, an unexpected figure appeared before him, dragging a massive Super Dragon Ball along. Now all 7 Dragon Balls had finally come into view. Ah, Lord Kampa, it has been a while. And Sister Vados too. Sharu gradually emerged from the shadows, making his way towards Xiangpa and Bardos. Xiangpa appeared somewhat taken aback, while Bardos merely offered a subtle smile, exuding a sense of delight. How did you know where I was? You arrived in an instant, and what about the... Xiangpa gazed at the Super Dragon Ball being dragged behind Sharu, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had worked tirelessly to locate 5 Super Dragon Balls, and now, in such a short span of time, Sharu had managed to find one? Ah, this is a gift for Lord Xiangpa, to commemorate our meeting. As for how I found it, I must say I possess a certain proficiency in the art of searching. Sharu chuckled softly and continued, moreover, the Dragon Balls have finally been assembled, have they not? This nameless star is also one of the Dragon Balls. Shalu raised his foot slightly and spoke slowly. Nanny? Is this barren star also a wishing orb? A hint of surprise flickered across Xiangpa's face as he glanced uncertainly at Vados. Lord Xiangpa, if we do not break through this surface, I would not have noticed it, Vados replied, shaking his head slightly, before shifting his gaze to Shalu, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Very well. Hee hee, Shalu, you have indeed been a great help to me. To be honest, have you ever considered switching to our 6th universe? Xiangpa winked, nudging Shalu with his shoulder. Perhaps not, Lord Xiangpa. I am merely an apprentice Kaishin, and I do not consider myself significant. My aspirations lie elsewhere. I seek to become stronger, perhaps even transcend. Transcend? Xiangpa waved his hand dismissively. At the mention of transcendence, Vados' pupils momentarily contracted, but he quickly regained his composure. Unnoticed by the two. All right, I have completed my task. Lord Xiangpa, are your contestants prepared? What are the rules of the competition? Xiangpa's expression turned grim as he realized he had not yet finalized the details, leaving him feeling somewhat regretful for having made decisions so hastily. Oh, Lord Xiangpa has not finalized them yet. The rules will follow those of our local martial arts tournament. You can review them. I recommend you seek out some scions on the planet Rays, as well as the renowned assassin hit, or perhaps some older frost demons. You may consider these suggestions at your leisure. Alas, I have little time left, Lord Xiangpa. Until tomorrow. With that, Shalu waved his hand in farewell and vanished in an instant. Vados, did you catch what Shalu just mentioned? Xiangpa scratched his head, beads of sweat trickling down his face. To be honest, he had spoken too rapidly for him to grasp the details. Something about scions and frost demons, which he had completely missed. Indeed, Mr. Shalu suggested we seek out some scions, the frost demon clan, and the assassin hit to participate in the competition. The rules will follow those of his Earth's martial arts tournament, Vados replied, narrowing one eye as he gazed at the black magic orb atop his staff, which reflected the scene of the Earth's martial arts tournament. Soon, he comprehended the rules. The regulations were surprisingly straightforward. No killing, falling off the stage results in elimination. Weapons are prohibited, no stimulants allowed, and a simple written test must be conducted. I believe these rules are fairly manageable, don't you think, Lord Xiangpa? Shall we adopt them? Okay, these rules seem satisfactory. We will proceed with Shalu's recommendations, but we still need to find the most powerful among the 3. And we are still short of 2 contestants. Forget it. I shall personally select these 2 individuals. Vados, let us depart at once. Very well, Lord Kampa. We shall first journey to the planet of destruction. Vados nodded slightly, her staff tapping the ground, and in a flash of light, the 2 vanished without a trace. A day later, Earth. The 5 candidates here on Earth had long been chosen. They were Cell Number 5, Cell Number 6, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks. Sharu stood to the side, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he hoped for a more formidable opponent this time. Otherwise, the encounter would lack excitement and inevitably result in a crushing victory. Numerous spectators, including Hade, Bulma, and Krillin, expressed their eagerness to travel to a distant planet within the universe upon hearing the news. Consequently, Sharu conveyed this information to Beerus and Whis, both of whom readily agreed, leaving Sharu with no objections. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted, heralding the arrival of Beerus and Whis. "All right, it seems everyone is present now," Beerus remarked, his elongated eyes glancing casually at the diminutive Prince Vegeta in the background. However, he merely smiled and chose not to speak further. "Then let us depart." Shalu nodded slightly, his large hand gesturing subtly, and in an instant, everyone vanished from the scene. Buzzing. "Kamen, those individuals have finally departed. Let us proceed." A diminutive man clad in a burgundy suit emerged from the underbrush, addressing the towering figure beside him. Chapter 89. The confrontation between both sides in a heartbeat. All the inhabitants of the seventh universe disappeared without a trace. The next moment, as Xiangpa and his companions stepped out of the cube, the entirety of the seventh universe materialized here, undoubtedly making a more striking entrance. "Haha, Beerus, you arrived quite promptly. Quickly, these spectators can settle in the audience seats for now," Xiangpa remarked as he approached, eyeing Huda and Bulma. Beerus let out a dismissive snort, but slowly made his way toward the audience section. The seating was now quite comfortable. The former hard benches had been transformed into plush seats, a suggestion from Beerus' attendant, Vados, who aimed to enhance the spectator's experience. Several individuals, including some from the sixth universe, such as the God of Destruction, had also come to witness the event and were among the first to take their seats. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about the old Kai and the others. Lord Beerus, you take charge while I make a trip to the Kaishin realm." The competitors were meeting each other as well. The familiar Iron Lump, the Big Clumsy Bear, and the Assassin Hit were present. Though the participants from the Frozen Demon and the Scion factions had indeed changed, differing from those who had previously participated. Vegeta, did you sense that? The aura of that man, and the one who resembles Frieza, is remarkably powerful. Son Goku squinted his eyes, his body tensing with a mix of nervousness and excitement as he spoke to Vegeta. Do I need you to remind me? Of course I sensed it. Trunks, weapons are prohibited in this battle, so your longsword will be of no use. Is that acceptable? Vegeta scoffed, ignoring the foolish Kakarot and directing his attention to Trunks. Father, I have no problem with that. Even without my sword, I can manage, Trunks responded, momentarily taken aback, surprised that his father would express concern for him. That's good to hear. Regardless of who encounters that Frieza lookalike, make sure to deliver a thorough beating, Vegeta declared fiercely, his expression resembling that of a predator ready to strike. Understood, father. Trunks swallowed hard and slowly began to speak. Among them, the fifth and sixth were the least concerned. One exhibited a complete indifference, imbued with a hint of nonchalance, while the other had initially intended to secretly explore Earth for delectable treats during the competition, only to find himself unexpectedly selected in the draw. This turn of events left him somewhat disheartened, his mood decidedly bleak. However, upon noticing the almost admonitory gaze from the first spectator, he felt a flicker of fighting spirit and began to scrutinize the opposing competitors. The first four were familiar to him, as they were characters from the original narrative, although the Scion had been substituted from Gabe to Kale, the mutated Scion possessing the blood of a demon. The last contender appeared to be a more tranquil member of the Frost Demon race. Like Frieza, he was diminutive in stature, yet the aura emanating from him suggested considerable strength. The opponent, Hit, also regarded him with keen eyes, briefly locking gazes with Goku's nearly fiery stare, but soon chose to ignore Goku, slowly closing his eyes instead. Whoosh! For figures suddenly descended. It was the trio of Cell and the Supreme Kai. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa, good morning. The elder Supreme Kai offered a brief greeting before retreating to a more secluded corner to sit quietly. The Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito watched as their ancestor scurried away and hurriedly followed after him. We have arrived. Sharu gazed at the opposing team with a knowing smile, fully aware that there would be changes among the participants. Greetings. Everyone may now proceed to the venue, as the written examination is about to commence, Bardos announced, suspended in midair, before gracefully ascending to the heights designated for the written portion. Lord Beerus, Mr. Sharu, we shall take our leave. Goku was the first to soar upward, waving at the audience. Everyone, do your best. Goku, you must win. Go, son. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and both number 5 and 6. Give it your all. The friends on Earth cheered in support. Among the 5, 3 wore sour expressions, while 2 waved cheerfully. Vegeta merely cast a backward glance, and, upon spotting the vibrant Bulma, the corners of his mouth twitched into a barely noticeable smile. 500 words omitted. Soon, the written examination concluded, and as expected, all participants passed without issue. Hiki, that was quite simple, wasn't it? Right, father? Uncle Goku? Trunks beamed, before noticing the less than pleased expressions of the two, and wisely chose to remain silent. Bang! With a resounding sound, the host declared the official start of the competition. Now, let us commence the first round. The initial contestants are Berta from Universe 6 and Sun Wukong from Universe 7. Oh, it's my turn. Goku exclaimed excitedly as he leaped off the stage, while Berta rose confidently. 10 minutes elapsed, and Goku had knocked Berta off the stage, securing victory for Universe 7 in the first match. After receiving praise from his earthly companions, the competition progressed to the second round. What's the matter, Compa? You look rather unwell. Beerus laughed heartily at Kompa's disgruntled expression, clutching his stomach as if it were in pain from laughter. Humph, don't get too smug. The next contestant is no ordinary foe. We will surely win this match. Kompa's mood was quite poor, but he had no choice but to rely on the strongest member of the Frost Demon clan to maintain appearances. Hey, Gullet, I'm telling you, you must win this match, Kompa declared loudly as he stood up after some contemplation. Gullet? Sharu gently stroked his chin, reminiscing about the past that revolved around him. And in an instant, his mind was flooded with tales of his exploits. Burith was once regarded as the weakest among the Ice Demon clan, possessing a mere combat prowess of 10,000. Subjected to relentless ridicule within a lineage of exceptional talent, he ultimately departed from his home planet, embarking on a journey through the cosmos to hone his skills. His amiable disposition allowed him to acquire a wealth of knowledge across numerous planets, mastering the art of power control and the utilization of energy. With relentless dedication, he committed himself to rigorous training day after day, ultimately attaining an unparalleled strength. Despite his initial lack of innate talent, after decades of perseverance, he grazed the edges of the coveted black-gold mastery. In battle, he preferred decisive engagement over protracted skirmishes. Thus, as he wandered through the universe, he never contemplated returning to that frigid planet. It was only after Sharu's gentle nudge that Batos sought him out, requesting assistance to participate in a competition. Burith, with his generous spirit, came forth without any demands. In this light, it became evident that he was indeed the strongest contender on the opposing side, surpassing even Hit. As Sharu's dual eyes flickered incessantly, they ultimately returned to normal. Sun Wukong, do not underestimate your opponent. He is formidable. Transform before you engage, Sharu advised, contemplating as he prepared to ascend the stage once more. Understood. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, proceeding toward the competition platform. Hey, are you not taking this seriously? You may regret it. Sharu shook his head, crossed his legs, and reclined comfortably, awaiting Sun Wukong's inevitable defeat. P.S. Chapter 3. I humbly request your generous gifts and 5-star reviews. Love you all. 200,000 words. Chapter 90. Sun Wukong versus Gyurut. Observing the two ready contenders, the host nodded slowly, then proclaimed into the microphone, Now, let the match commence between Gyurut from Universe 6 and Sun Wukong from Universe 7. With that, the host hurried off the stage, eager to witness and report on their battle. To be honest, as soon as the two stood on the stage alongside him, an extraordinary atmosphere enveloped him, causing his calves to tremble slightly. Sun Wukong, have you ever tasted defeat? Gyurut inquired, suddenly uncrossing his arms, his icy gaze fixed on the somewhat exhilarated Sun Wukong. Defeated? Of course, I have. Many times, in fact. But what does that matter? Sun Wukong replied, furrowing his brow slightly. He ceased speaking and lowered his body, adopting a combat stance as he sensed a formidable aura beginning to brew. Boom! A flash of golden light erupted, and golden flames spiraled upward from his feet, rapidly swelling with immense energy. His muscles tensed, raising a cloud of dust as his energy surged, golden hair and blue eyes shimmering. His strands of hair lifting slightly, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In a sense, Sun Wukong had indeed heeded Sharu's advice, after all. Becoming a Super Saiyan was a transformation in itself, was it not? Fascinating. Allow me to showcase my transformation. Gyurut, observing the radiant Sun Wukong, appeared intrigued. According to the information he had received, this being named Sun Wukong was indeed a scion, capable of transformation. He simply lacked the brilliance of Gyurit. Huh, Gyurit roared, his voice resonating throughout the outer barrier of the planet, causing it to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. His energy soared like a rocket, surpassing its peak in an instant, reaching an entirely new realm. His body radiated intense energy fluctuations, distorting the surrounding space. As Gyurit's power escalated, the tempest surrounding him grew increasingly violent, resembling a rampaging dragon that swept through everything in its path. The ground began to fracture under the oppressive weight of his aura, vast crevices spreading forth, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Surrounded by a radiant golden light, Gyuritat's body began to ascend, gradually enveloping him entirely. With a series of crisp sounds, his form shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Soon, apart from a few exoskeletal parts that gleamed like precious gems, the rest of his body transformed into a resplendent golden hue. His aura intensified, surging forth in a torrent of formidable power that was both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. Goku, with both hands raised, felt the relentless energy swirling around him, causing him to stagger backward, his expression betraying his struggle. He had not anticipated the immense pressure exerted by Gyuritat, which rivaled that of his battle with Beerus. What? Vegeta, seated in the audience above, ceased to lounge casually, his face a mask of astonishment as he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. He had never heard of a transformation within the frozen demon race that could yield such strength. If such transformations existed, Frieza would have long since ruled the entire universe, leaving no room for Kakarot to shatter him with a single punch. Trunks, seated beside him, shared a look of surprise, though it was tempered by his growing understanding of his own abilities. His aspirations lay with defeating Cell, rendering Gyuritat's display somewhat insignificant in comparison. Stealing a glance at Cell, he found himself caught. Their eyes met, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Discovered by Uncle Cell. How awkward. In that moment, Goku resolved to act. Brilliant red energy erupted around him, gathering in intensity. Just as he was on the brink of fully harnessing this power, Gyuritat made his move. Unwilling to wait any longer, with a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, striking the ground with great force and launching himself at Goku with a punch that held back just enough power. After all, he believed that unleashing his full strength would reduce the man known as Goku to mere blood and vapor. In an instant, as Gyuritat surged toward him, Goku's mind raced to react. The body remained immobile, and Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply, his heart quaking. In the fleeting moment as the force of a punch whistled past his ears, he instantaneously shifted to the position where Gyulith had just stood. Gasping for breath, his heart raced violently. It felt as though his entire being had been ignited, the scion blood within him boiling. Slowly lifting his head, beads of cold sweat soaked the collar of his garment, yet his face bore a contrasting expression of exhilarated delight. His aura swelled dramatically, a crimson light pulsating around him. As a golden blaze surged forth, his tail flicked behind him, and his stature suddenly soared. The orange-red martial arts uniform he wore tore apart, revealing a physique rippling with robust muscles. A deep pink fur sprouted densely from his body, and a wild, ferocious energy erupted forth, clashing against the aura of Gyulith, who had yet to turn around, conjuring a tempest that upheaved the ground beneath them. Beneath cascading black tresses, a pair of golden eyes gleamed brilliantly, while the red rims and eyelids hinted at an otherworldly allure. "Is this truly Goku?" exclaimed Chi-Chi, rejuvenated by the dragon's power, gazing up at the strong and handsome Sun Wukong, her eyes brimming with adoration, her face flushed with warmth. After this match, she yearned for a touch of passion with Goku, but that was a matter for another time. "Is this Goku's new transformation?" The audience erupted in astonishment, with Piccolo exclaiming, his lips curving into a smile. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien, and others in the stands engaged in animated discussions, their excitement palpable. Sharu reclined leisurely in his chair, his eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events around him. Only Gohan, whose arm had miraculously regrown, furrowed his brow and glanced at the relaxed Sharu before speaking slowly. "Mr. Sharu, given my father's current strength, it is utterly improbable for him to defeat this fellow named Gyulith, isn't it?" As soon as he uttered these words, the previously animated discussion among the others came to an abrupt halt. They too were eager to hear the esteemed Earth hero's perspective. "Indeed, he stands no chance. Unless he once again attains that extraordinary state, there exists but a faint glimmer of hope. Shalu turned over, his eyes glimmering faintly. The formidable Beerus, seated at the competition table, also rose, his expression far from pleasant, etched with worry. He was perplexed as to where Kampa had found this contestant, whose strength was already quite formidable. Goku, why do you not unleash your divine aura? That transformation into Super Saiyan God, Beerus muttered to himself, fists clenched. Chapter 91, Fierce Battle, Defeat, Death. Bardoss, how could you possibly find someone so powerful? Kampa blinked in disbelief, unaware that such a formidable being had existed in his universe. This power was nearing the realm of deities, wielded by a mortal. Ho ho, Lord Kampa, who could blame you for being oblivious to such matters? You only care about where to find delicious food or which bed and pillow provide the most comfort, Bardoss chuckled softly, before turning her beautiful gaze towards the comfortably reclining Shalu, curious to see who could potentially break this stalemate. Ziz. Energy surged and clashed as the auras of both combatants intertwined. Gyurit smiled lightly, turning to observe Goku with keen interest in the technique he had just employed. By the way, that move you just executed was instant transmission, right? A technique of the Yardrat people? Gyurit inquired, retracting his aura slightly. Huh, you know of instant transmission? Indeed, it was the Yardratians who taught me that technique, Goku replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. No worries. What I meant to say is, I can do it too. Gyurit exclaimed, and in an instant, his form vanished, only to reappear behind Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Nanny? Sensing the overwhelming aura behind him, Goku sidestepped slightly. His right fist clenched tightly, energy coursing through it as he turned to retaliate with a punch of his own. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted as the powerful energy waves spread outward, creating ripples of white energy that surged forth. The ground beneath them shattered violently, the air crackling with intensity. Half of the arena was obliterated, with Goku being sent flying backward, his body tumbling uncontrollably, while Gyurit remained unwavering. It seems this battle is nearing its conclusion, Goku. Your match ends here. Gyurit's eyes narrowed slightly as he levitated into the air, raising a finger to summon an enormous golden-red energy sphere that materialized instantaneously. Ziz. The overwhelming energy continued to surge forth, exerting immense pressure that forced dust and debris upward, while arcs of golden-red electricity danced around, striking the ground and creating multiple craters. Sun Wukong swiftly regained his footing, propping himself up, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his right arm, now nearly devoid of sensation, completely numbed. Such formidable power. He chuckled softly, a smile creeping upon his lips. Even if he were to lose this battle, it would not be in vain. To face such a powerful adversary was indeed a delightful experience, and there were still matches ahead with Vegeta and Trunks. Yet, despite this thought, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. A hint of bitterness crossed Sun Wukong's face, for he could not comprehend why the divine aura within him seemed utterly disobedient. Running rampant inside, evading the familiarity he had felt during his battle with Lord Beerus. Exhaling a heavy breath, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave, the surrounding energy swirling tumultuously, the crimson glow enveloping him swelling larger. He clasped his hands together with fervor, the aura coalescing around him, ultimately resting behind his back, his hands forming a flower-like shape. A brilliant azure energy emerging, its surface adorned with a halo of red light. Boom! The ground began to collapse beneath him. Witnessing Sun Wukong's indomitable spirit ignited a spark of excitement in Gulata, who promptly hurled the energy blast in his hand downward. Buzz! A surge of white energy rippled forth. An immense pressure descending upon Sun Wukong, who gritted his teeth and thrust his hands forward. Tenfold Kamehameha! He exclaimed. A colossal and robust wave of energy surged forth, resembling a blue dragon soaring upwards towards the golden-red energy blast. Boom! The two massive energy entities collided violently. Crackle! The faint green energy barrier above shattered instantaneously, and the collision space began to twist and deform. Gradually, it began to crumble, and the arena, save for the patch beneath Sun Wukong's feet, was obliterated by the overwhelming force, dissipating into a cloud of ash. Up I go, Sun Wukong bellowed, his eyes tightly shut. Channeling all his strength outward, the immense azure energy wave thickened, seemingly suppressing the formidable golden-red wave, lifting skyward. Oh, such perseverance? Then I must reward you with something grand. Gulata, too, grew exhilarated, his blood surging with fervor, the golden light enveloping him as he shifted from one finger to both hands, pressing down with intensity. Boom. Unimpeded. The energy blast expanded instantly, absorbing the Kamehameha's energy, growing even larger, resembling a miniature golden-red sun, radiating searing energy and light. It descended sharply, engulfing Sun Wukong's form entirely. Buzz. Crash. A deafening roar erupted as explosions followed in succession, the entire arena vanishing in an instant, smoke billowing outward, obscuring the view below. Father. Wukong. Son. On the spectators' stands, the friends on Earth gasped in unison, filled with an overwhelming concern for Sun Wukong's safety. Quick. Krillin, the Senzu beans. Piccolo uttered in a grave tone, his face etched with worry and beads of cold sweat trickling down. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi collapsed, her body going limp. At that moment, Cell rose to his feet, his pale pink eyes widening slightly as he spoke calmly. Sun Wukong is fine. He merely lost, but his opponent did not emerge victorious either. Upon hearing this, the smile on Zampa's face instantly froze, while a flicker of a smile appeared on Beerus's previously grim expression. The smile does not vanish, it merely shifts. This implies a stalemate, for by all accounts, both combatants were technically disqualified, as the arena had been obliterated. Shara spoke softly, a smile gracing her lips as her pink eyes turned towards the host. The host shivered involuntarily, contemplating the dilapidated scene before finally delivering a response. Both parties were outside the designated area and thus disqualified. The match ended in a draw. Son Goku from Universe 7 and Gulata from Universe 6 were both eliminated. As soon as this news broke, the venue erupted into chaos. What kind of host and referee are you? Beware, or I shall unleash destruction upon you, Kappa exclaimed, rising in anger. It was not often that he witnessed such formidable strength, which rightfully should have won the match, only to be told it ended in a stalemate. Ha! Kappa, a draw is a draw. Why are you shouting at the referee? The referee's authority in a match surpasses that of the gods. Beerus also stood, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke loudly. Although they had not won, the outcome of a draw was still palatable. Seeing Kappa's frustration brought him considerable joy. As the smoke dissipated, Son Goku stood in the pit below, radiating with a shimmering glow, red light encircling him, while golden flames intertwined with hints of crimson electricity. He had absorbed nearly all of the energy from the energy blast. Gulata, witnessing this, was slightly taken aback. Kappa above fell silent, while Beerus grew increasingly animated. The second match ends in a draw. Chapter 92, Vegeta takes the stage. Ha! Did you see that, Kappa? Goku's energy is now far more potent than before. If the battle were to continue, the outcome might very well be reversed. You are merely profiting while pretending to be innocent, Beerus exhaled, feeling much better. Come back. You disgraceful fool, return to me. Kappa glared with his narrow eyes, his excitement causing the excess flesh at his waist to quiver. Gulata merely scoffed at the sight, filled with disdain for the clumsy god of destruction. What great feats could a being of such limited stature accomplish? Goku, I hope we can battle again after this match. I find you quite intriguing. Gulata resumed his normal demeanor, descending gracefully until he reached the ground, lifting his neck to gaze at the towering Son Goku. Indeed, I believe we shall have another fight in the future, and rest assured, I will emerge even stronger. Goku replied earnestly, his brow furrowed in thought. After a brief pause, he returned to his usual self and extended his right hand. Ha! Gulata mirrored the gesture, their powerful hands clasping together. Until next time. After Sun Wukong retracted his right hand, he rose and soared back to the contestant area. Beerus also ambled toward the contestant seat of Universe 6. His footsteps emitting a continuous creaking sound beneath him. Sun Wukong, why do you not unleash your divine aura? At this moment, Beerus sat firmly on the sofa, his gaze slightly frigid. This inquiry echoed the confusion of Trunks and Vegeta, who had also heard Cell mention that Sun Wukong had indeed employed the technique of breaking limits. Ah, Lord Beerus, I have yet to master it. Our last battle was merely a stroke of luck. I find myself quite troubled by this divine aura. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and scratched his head, equally perplexed. Hee. Mr. Wukong, after this match concludes, come to the God of Destruction's realm, and I shall teach you how to wield it, Whis said with a beaming smile, covering his mouth as he spoke softly. In response, Beerus merely snorted coldly, seemingly acknowledging the proposal. Ah, I am immensely grateful, Mr. Whis. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could hardly contain his joy, his lips curling upwards uncontrollably. his hands clenched tightly in excitement. Humph, Kakarot, you have yet to even grasp the divine aura. I have already surpassed you. Vegeta, who had been standing behind Trunks, interjected suddenly, his tone unmistakably laced with delight. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Beerus displayed a hint of surprise, pondering whether it was fitting to call him the Prince of Saiyans. Who taught him? Cell? He gazed distantly at the audience, where Cell lay in a leisurely manner, even more relaxed than himself. Their eyes met momentarily. Whis, standing nearby, remained expressionless. He had known of these developments long before, and thus felt no surprise. Wow, Vegeta, you can already do it? That's impressive, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement as he took a small step forward. Humph, do you think everyone is as foolish as you? I am the Prince of Saiyans, the mightiest among them. As Vegeta spoke, the smile on his face almost broke free, the frustration from Sun Wukong's defeat to the one resembling Frieza dissipating. I have finally surpassed Kakarot. Vegeta mused inwardly, imagining that if it were not a public setting, he would have jumped for joy on the spot. All right, it's my turn next. Let me show you what it means to be the strongest Saiyan. A smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he extended his right thumb to point at himself, his face radiant with confidence. In a flash, Vegeta leaped down. But upon seeing the arena, he pondered, how shall I engage in this battle? I shall take charge. Let us make it a bit more formidable this time. Lying leisurely, Shalu suddenly appeared in the sky. His gaze sharpened slightly, and a swirl of white luminescence danced between his hands. Whoosh! With a sweeping gesture, Shalu summoned an intricate web of fine threads that gradually coalesced into the arena, identical in design to the previous one, albeit with enhanced durability. Upon completing this feat, Shalu clapped his hands and gracefully bowed to the gods of destruction and angels on either side before retreating to the contestants' area. Is he also a Kaishin? A rotund green figure from Universe 6, upon witnessing Shalu's creation and the serene divine energy emanating from him, spoke up slowly. Humph, my disciple, how remarkable he is. Just so you know, he trained under me for a mere day, and then practiced on his own for 3 months to reach this level. The old Kaishin, overhearing the remarks about his disciple from the adjacent universe's Kaishin, struggled to suppress a grin, responding with a nonchalant tone that suggested the achievement was trivial. Nanny, the Kaishin, who had been kneeling, exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet with a serious and envious expression. Host, now, let us welcome the contestants from Universe 6, Magetta, and from Universe 7, Vegeta. Bulma, go, Vegeta. You must win. Krillin, come on, Vegeta. Various voices echoed support. Go, go, go. Upon hearing the cheers from the audience, Vegeta wore a disdainful expression, his eyes shut tight, arms crossed over his chest, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Humph, do I really need this level of encouragement? Victory is assured. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling, the previous noise fading into silence as shockwaves rippled outward. The metallic figure of Magetta made his entrance, his weight of 1,000 tons compressing the arena floor into a minuscule pit, causing the ground to tremble. The host, along with the referee, announced, "Let the match commence." Humph, just a pile of scrap metal? Watch me shatter you. Vegeta thought to himself, unleashing his full power. Huh. Vegeta roared, a swirl of crimson energy enveloping him as an overwhelming aura radiated forth, his voice echoing with intensity as if every fiber of his being was exerting itself. Zzz. Threads of crimson arcs entwined incessantly, emanating a cascade of golden flames that rose from beneath. The battle attire above shattered effortlessly, during a fleeting moment of red radiance. The once fluffy brown tail transformed instantaneously into a deep scarlet hue, while the dark red hair sprouted from Vegeta's exposed upper body, enveloping his robust arms, abdomen, and back, leaving only his chiseled abs and chest bare. The ebony locks on his forehead gradually lengthened to cascade over his shoulders, tinted with a shade of dark red, as the black pupils of his eyes morphed into a striking azure, with the rims and eyelids becoming a vivid crimson. Yet this was not the end. With each surge of crimson luminescence, Vegeta's dark red hair gleamed with a celestial sparkle, becoming a more vibrant scarlet, as the formidable aura that once surrounded him dissipated, replaced by a tumultuous and divine contradiction that exuded an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 93, Instantaneous Elimination, and the Demon Scion Vegeta was enveloped in a sacred and frenzied amalgamation. His stature elevated slightly, now exuding an air of profound authority. Is this the essence of divinity? Let me experience it. Goku's eyes widened, fixated intently on the transformed Vegeta, brimming with excitement. This form, is it termed as transcending limits? Then allow me to witness what distinguishes the prince's transcendence. Beerus squinted slightly, casting a glance at the arena, propping his head with his right hand, slowly remarking, "Your disciple learns remarkably fast, and your teaching is commendable." Shalu was momentarily taken aback. He realized they were referring to him. With a faint smile, he softly remarked, "First and foremost, he is not my disciple. Trunks is indeed my pupil. He merely accompanies us and has absorbed some knowledge along the way. Vegeta is inherently a genius of combat. What he lacks is a structured tutorial. His learning capacity and reflexes are remarkably swift. To be frank, he might be more suited to the path of Lord Beerus." Shalu cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, noting his lack of significant reaction, and continued, "So, shall we allow him to train alongside you, Lord Beerus? It is certain to exceed your expectations." "Well, it is not entirely out of the question. Let us observe his performance. If he excels, I might indeed acquiesce," Beerus replied, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. He then casually inquired, "So, Shalu, do you harbor any ambitions of ascending to my position as the god of destruction?" "Not at all. Such aspirations are far beneath me. The realm I seek to attain is infinitely higher. I am boundless." Shalu shook his head. "All right then, let us watch the match." Beerus also seemed to lose interest, hanging his head and gazing downward. A low hum resonated as energy surged outward. At this moment, Vegeta recalled Shalu's advice, exhaling a deep breath and completely sealing his energy within. By allowing his energy to flow internally without leaking out, he could conserve both energy and stamina. His body had been honed to perfection, and now it was crucial to utilize this power efficiently to unleash the full potential of his physique. Before striking, he focused on maintaining a state of emptiness, ensuring that his body and mind were in harmonious balance, ready for a momentary explosive release without wasting strength or energy. Vegeta slowly raised his fists, striving to keep his body relaxed. The endurance gained from surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 4 was already formidable, leading to slightly increased energy consumption compared to his normal state. Observing the small figure across from him standing idly, Magetta scratched his head in confusion. Had he been overlooked? Did his opponent deem him insignificant? As these thoughts coursed through him, the red liquid within Magetta surged like molten lava, releasing an immense volume of steam and causing the atmosphere to become unbearably hot, the temperature soaring. Almost forgot about this scrap metal. A smirk curled at Vegeta's lips as a circle of red light flickered around him, shielding him from the intense heat. After unleashing his high temperature, Magetta let out a bizarre cry towards the sky, his body erupting into action as he raised his massive right fist toward Vegeta. The wind howled as the air was torn apart, creating a shrill sound. Vegeta, glancing over, paid it no mind. He wrapped his right fist in a halo of red light, his arms' muscles swelling instantly, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. With a powerful punch, he struck. Bang! The fists collided with an earth-shattering roar, a terrifying shockwave exploding outward, causing the ground to fracture. Even the enhanced version could not withstand such a formidable force. The air screeched and detonated violently, sending Magetta hurtling backward, his right arm riddled with tiny cracks, smashing a portion of the arena before crashing to the ground. The match concluded swiftly, ending with Vegeta's singular blow. This heap of scrap metal is quite resilient. Vegeta, gazing at his trembling right hand, quickly stilled it. Vegeta has triumphed. With just one move. Vegeta, you are incredibly impressive. Magetta, you are rather pathetic, losing so easily. Just one strike, and isn't your body supposed to be tough? Zampa had lost count of how many times he had erupted in anger. If the current performance continued, it seemed inevitable that this match would slip away, leaving only two contenders remaining. Hey, Bardos, are you truly certain that this female scion is formidable enough? Can she triumph over that Vegeta? Zampa's expression was one of palpable dissatisfaction. In contrast, Beerus, despite having emerged victorious, did not exhibit the elation he had previously displayed, for he was acutely aware that his victory was all but assured. Damn Zampa, he has once again secured a victory in this contest. Indeed, invincibility can be a lonely affair. Internally, Beerus reveled in joy, yet he endeavored to maintain an aloof demeanor in front of Shalu, thus preserving his cold exterior. Shalu, observing from the sidelines, was was taken aback, sensing a transformation in Lord Beerus. Had he grown more composed? Zampa, can't you see? Bardos shook her head, dismissing the foolish inquiry. Go, Caulifla. I am thoroughly exhilarated. Another female scion, resembling a slender dog, stood eagerly in the contestant area, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Caulifla. Having witnessed Caulifla's latent power, she was utterly convinced that victory was inevitable for her. Initially troubled and conflicted, Caulifla felt the shadows dissipate upon seeing her sister's unwavering confidence. Her eyes widened, glimmering with determination. Hey, big sis, I will definitely win this match. Caulifla nodded vigorously, her feet lightly treading onto the arena. Poor Magetta, with a look of distress, climbed onto the contestant platform, casting a furtive glance, not daring to meet Zampa's gaze for even a moment. Hey, do not fret. Allow me to heal you. Bardos smiled gently, waving her staff with a flourish. A cascade of green light enveloped Magetta, erasing the cracks on his right hand and restoring it to its former condition. The once woeful gaze in Magetta's eyes transformed into sparkling stars, gazing adorably at Bardos. Bardos merely smiled in response, returning her attention to the match. Host and referee. Now, for the fourth match, Universe 7's Vegeta faces off against Universe 6 Caulifla. Let the battle commence. Humph, a woman? I, Vegeta, shall not show any mercy simply because you are female, thus. You might as well concede to spare yourself a thorough beating. Vegeta regarded his opponent with utter disdain, arms crossed over his chest. Devoid of any desire to engage in battle, he barely cast a glance her way, instead redirecting his focus to the assassin Hit, who sat with closed eyes in the contestant area. From Hit, he sensed a potent aura and a chilling killing intent. This was the essence of a worthy opponent. Unlike the timid, pallid woman before him. Kale, unleash a fierce beating upon him, showcasing the strength you demonstrated on the planet Lays. I can no longer endure this arrogant man. Caulifla, with a furious expression and a heavy fist pounding the table, shouted vehemently at Kale below. What? The planet Lays? Are you a scion? The prince's previously disdainful demeanor shifted to one of mild astonishment upon hearing this revelation. He had not anticipated that the woman before him was a scion. Her slender arms and legs prompted him to shake his head in disbelief. Boss. Kale remained indifferent to the foul man before her, slowly closing her eyes to attune herself to the latent power within. A hum resonated as her aura shifted, causing her body to tremble unexpectedly. Vegeta observed the surging energy emanating from the female scion with a hint of surprise. However, witnessing his own body involuntarily quivering left him somewhat incredulous. Was it fear? No. Vegeta shook his head, quickly dismissing the notion. He had never known fear from the moment of his birth, or so he believed. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. He must simply be exhilarated, purely exhilarated. The fact that this woman could ignite a sense of battle-induced excitement within him was remarkable. Vegeta lowered his crossed arms, relaxing his body, and the tremors ceased immediately as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the female scion. A fierce roar erupted from Kale, her body enveloped by swirling green streams of energy. These luminous trails coiled around her form like playful serpents. As her aura soared, Kale's stature began to rise rapidly, her initially diminutive frame transforming into one of towering might. Simultaneously, her muscles swelled, veins bulging as if brimming with boundless strength. Her dark eyes morphed into a vibrant emerald hue, exuding a wild and enigmatic aura. In an instant, a tempestuous energy surged from her, akin to a fierce gale sweeping through, distorting the surrounding air. The ground trembled violently under the force of this energy, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Cracks began to appear in the earth, extending outward in all directions, as though the very ground quaked beneath the overwhelming pressure of her might. With a soft snap, the hair tie holding her hair in place broke, allowing her glossy black locks to cascade down like a waterfall. Almost instantly, her hair grew visibly longer, flowing down to her shoulders, each strand shimmering with a faint green luminescence. It's here. It's here. It's here. The formidable transformation has finally arrived. Kale, go and obliterate him. With an expression of sheer excitement, Caulifla bounced energetically at the competition table, reigniting the fervor of the crowd as they collectively cheered. Go, Kale. Defeat Vegeta. Even the recently recovered Magetta raised his right hand in support. Is that the demon scion you mentioned, Uncle Shalu? Truly remarkable. The surge of energy emanating from him feels entirely otherworldly, and his body trembles with intensity. Trunks gazed at his own trembling hands, marveling at the extraordinary presence before him. After all, such a super warrior emerges only once in a millennium. A true royal of the Scion lineage, and it is only natural for him to possess such formidable strength. Furthermore, our seventh universe boasts warriors of similar caliber. It is merely that I have yet to seek them out. Cell gazed at Trunks, who was infused with a mix of excitement and frustration, and gently ruffled his hair as he slowly spoke. Oh, is that truly the case? I would love to meet him. Even more so, I yearn for a battle. Trunks, realizing the implication, lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. You wish to meet him? Is that so? Shalu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before responding, well, after this match concludes, I shall bring him back to Earth. I initially intended to absorb him, but since Trunks has suggested otherwise, I shall opt for a different course of action. Hey, Uncle Shalu, do you really intend to absorb him? Trunks' earlier excitement faded away in an instant as he remarked, Uncle Shalu, you need not go to such lengths for my sake. Your aspiration is to become the strongest in the entire universe, is it not? Shalu shook his head gently and spoke, this does not concern you. I have my own methods, so there is no need for you to worry. For now, let us focus on the match. As he observed the tumultuous and ferocious aura emanating from the battlefield, Vegeta felt a mix of delight and confusion. The delight stemmed from recognizing that such an aura indeed signified a formidable opponent, one capable of engaging him in battle without succumbing too swiftly. The confusion arose from having never witnessed a transformation quite like this. And he noted with intrigue how this chaotic and violent energy bore a striking resemblance to that of his Super Saiyan fourth form. Without any forewarning, he took off running, his immense power causing the ground to crack underfoot, leaving small craters with each stride. Has he gone mad? Vegeta muttered to himself. With his right arm slightly extended and his body leaning to the left, he shaped his hand into a gun-like form, unleashing a barrage of red energy blasts that screeched through the air. The thunderous explosions rang out as one energy blast after another struck Kale. Yet the damage and shock waves only caused her to momentarily falter before she charged toward Vegeta once more. Oh, how intriguing, Vegeta remarked as Kale drew ever closer. He decided it was time to cease playing around. He lowered his stance slightly, his muscles tensing and dark red hair billowing as the divine energy enveloped him. The instant Kale burst through the smoke, her right fist surged forward, propelled by an overwhelming force. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as the seemingly formidable Kale was sent flying, her body skimming the ground as she was propelled outward, leaving a trail of shattered flooring in her wake. Chapter 95, Eruption, the Demon Scion. Kale. Caulifla could no longer remain seated, astonished by the unexpected strength of the diminutive, arrogant man before her, who had effortlessly knocked Kale down with a single punch. In some respects, it was indeed impressive. Nanny, Bardos, is this the level of power we are witnessing? Are we to believe this is not a jest? Kampa's earlier excitement was swiftly extinguished, prompting a hearty laugh from Beerus. Ho ho ho, just watch, Lord Kampa. Miss Kale is not as fragile as you presume. Bardos chuckled softly, her heart secretly marveling at the formidable strength of the warriors from the seventh universe, which indeed surpassed that of those from her own sixth universe by a considerable margin. The spectators in the stands, witnessing such a stark contrast, exchanged knowing smiles. The scene shifted to the contestants' area, where Goku observed this spectacle, unusually subdued, his expression growing increasingly grave. Beside him, Cell had somehow conjured a goblet from the ether, its crimson liquid swirling within as a mischievous glint flickered across his features. The grand performance was about to commence. Just as the words left his lips, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A colossal aura surged into the sky, shattering the protective barriers surrounding the venue in an instant. Outside the cosmic expanse, a powerful suction force emerged, drawing the air from within the arena and lifting many individuals into the air, their cries echoing in the tumult. At this moment, the angels of both universes appeared simultaneously in the high heavens, their staffs swirling, releasing a cascade of green luminescence that gradually manifested a wondrous law of power, swiftly mending the breach that had formed. A wild roar erupted from within the arena, reverberating through the air as smoke billowed, revealing Kale, towering over 2 meters, continuously emitting furious howls. The green radiance emanating from her was relentless, exerting such immense power that it fractured half of the arena, with intricate fissures extending ominously towards Vegeta. What? Such power is no jest. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm, involuntarily swallowing hard as he gazed upon the frenzied woman before him. A sensation of fear washing over him for the first time. Kale's upper garment lay in tatters, leaving only a scant remnant to shield her modesty. Her once green pupils vanished, replaced solely by the whites of her eyes. Her hair cascaded down in lush waves, transformed into a green-tinged golden mane, and her wild aura expanded with unrestrained ferocity. Die! A guttural voice boomed, as the sky seemed to be painted in shades of green, the colors rippling like waves, alternating between red and green until, in Kale's hands, they coalesced into two miniature orbs of energy. With a powerful swing of her robust arms, she hurled the energy spheres directly at Vegeta, sending him into a panic as he swiftly dodged. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued as the two energy spheres detonated, kicking up clouds of dust and swirling smoke, reducing the impacted ground to mere ashes. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, propelling himself into the air, his body slightly descending as he conjured golden energy orbs in his hands. With a flurry of movements, he surged toward Kale with a speed unmatched, even outpacing a machine gun's fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the energy sphere counted down, it erupted, bursting forth with an explosion of smoke. Just as Vegeta sensed the diminishing aura of the figure beneath him, a shadow surged forth with a furious roar. Leaping high into the air, a massive right hand swiftly grasping Vegeta's skull. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted, his heart racing with alarm as he strained against the constraining grip with all his might. Huh. Kale's lips curled into a wicked smile, reminiscent of a fiendish grin. With a sudden, forceful grip, she crushed him as one would a fragile chick, casting him aside to collide with the ground. Boom. Vegeta plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into the center of the arena and creating a vast crater, smoke billowing around him, debris erupting from the ground, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. In a state of sheer terror, Vegeta gazed upwards at the female madman, bewildered by her sudden appearance. A surge of rage ignited within him as he executed an impressive leap, his expression twisted in fury, his energy radiating fiercely, vibrant red light enveloping his fist. He then forcefully stomped the ground and ascended into the air. Roar! Kale unleashed a series of primal roars that echoed like a beast's cry, watching as Vegeta surged towards her. She, too, swung her right fist, a thick, green-glowing appendage that seemed poised to engulf Vegeta entirely. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as their fists collided, a powerful wave of energy erupting forth, white gusts of force filling the arena. The planet shuddered in unison, the force of their blows sending Vegeta spitting blood, his right hand cracking audibly as his pupils momentarily vanished, his body hurled back again. He returned to the original spot, the crater exploding anew, creating an even larger pit. Everyone present was left in awe at this spectacle, save for the two angels and Cell himself. Ha! Well done, Kale. Excellent. The flames of hope reignited within Kampa, who sprang up from his reclined position, laughter resonating as he cast a mocking glance at Beerus. Crack! The sound of bones creaking echoed as Beerus clenched his right hand tightly, gritting his teeth, his gaze fixed on Kampa's derisive expression, a murderous intent boiling within him. Yet, upon observing Cell's calm demeanor, he gradually regained his composure. He then spoke slowly. Kampa, even if you win this round, it is merely a single victory. What is there to boast about? Beerus exhaled a heavy sigh, his expression softening as he forced a smile, standing to pat Trunks on the shoulder, continuing. We still have Cell's apprentice here, Trunks? Lord Beerus, it's Trunks. Trunks, initially wearied with concern, was startled by the pat. His body feeling as though doused with cold water, his tension gradually dissipating. Oh. Yes, Trunks, he is indeed our trump card. Yes. Beerus paused momentarily, clearing his throat before continuing. Humph. What of the ace? Hit. Come forth. Jampa, in a fit of exasperation, yanked the now-awakened Hit from his reclined position, patting him on the shoulder. This is our 6th universe's ace, and he hasn't even taken the stage yet. As a result of Jampa's antics, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Hit's typically stoic visage. Boom. Another thunderous sound drew everyone's attention back to the arena. Huh. What a joke. I shall not be defeated. Vegeta slowly emerged from the crater, struggling to stand, his left arm clutching his right, blood smeared across his face and body. In the sky, Kale found her focus drawn to Vegeta, her voice booming as she unleashed a green-hued energy that swirled in her mouth, gradually intensifying. Humph. I have discerned your weakness. Vegeta scoffed, letting his right arm droop while his left hand clenched tightly. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Kale, delivering a forceful kick. Bang! The tremendous energy had yet to be unleashed before it detonated within Kale's mouth. That is speed, combined with the fact that this form cannot be sustained for long. Observe. Your energy has significantly dwindled. A sinister grin spread across Vegeta's face as the surrounding energy storm coalesced, allowing him to pivot midair and strike from behind. Bang! Kale, who had previously held the upper hand, was sent flying, a flicker of terror crossing her face as the green hue of her irises vanished momentarily. She too crashed into a crater, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 96. Victory, Prince Vegeta's resolve when it comes to sheer explosive power. I certainly cannot compare to this deranged woman before me. However, in terms of stamina, speed, and endurance, I far surpass Kale. I have only just realized this. The 2 times I was sent flying stemmed from my astonishment at her sudden surge of power, causing a brief lapse in the harmony between my body and spirit. The second time was merely a loss in the contest of strength. If I cannot match her in power, then I shall outpace her. Breathing heavily, Vegeta squinted, wiping the crimson blood from his face. Observing the blood on his hands, a faint smile crept upon his lips. How utterly disheveled I appear. How amusing. Vegeta chuckled softly, uncertain whether he was mocking others or himself. First, let me secure victory in this match. After taking a deep breath, Vegeta narrowed his eyes, clenched his left fist tightly, and felt his energy surging. The radiant light surrounding him flickered and danced as his body instantaneously vanished, reappearing on the ground. With a slight furrow in his brow and a fierce expression, he raised his head slightly, his gaze cast downward in a haughty manner, looking down at Caulifla, who lay buried in the pit. To his astonishment, Vegeta was still capable of fighting. This was simply marvelous. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, was swiftly overwhelmed by joy. He resolved that witnessing Vegeta's determination, even if he were to lose this match, he would take Vegeta to the realm of destruction for training. He found this indomitable spirit quite appealing. It seemed that Mr. Vegeta had discovered the weakness of this scion named Caulifla. Whis smiled subtly, his sharp gaze fixed on the arena below. Of course, he is Vegeta. I have faith that he shall emerge victorious. Goku clenched his fists, a smile slowly spreading across his face. He was ignited by Vegeta's fervor. How could this be? Champa, whose spirit had just ignited, now felt it extinguished, rubbing his cheeks in disbelief at the current situation. Caulifla, you can do it. Defeat him. Beside him, Kale pushed Champa aside onto the couch and rushed to the forefront. Go, Vegeta. You are the best. In the audience, Bulma stood up, shouting loudly, her hands cupped to amplify her voice toward the arena. Bulma. Vegeta slightly turned, unable to suppress a brief tremor in his body. Bang. Just as Vegeta relaxed for a moment, Caulifla became increasingly ferocious in the pit, her hands gripping 2 concentrated green energy spheres as they surged toward Vegeta. Another round of this, you say? Vegeta instantly moved, his form ghostly as he maximized his speed advantage, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that sent Caulifla spinning. The energy spheres he had just gathered exploded simultaneously. Boom. The sound of explosions resonated incessantly, and as clouds of dust and smoke began to rise, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy, dissipating the chaos in an instant. Roar. Observing Caulifla, whose movements were growing sluggish from exhaustion, a smile curled at Vegeta's lips as he swiftly approached her, delivering a sharp slap. Smack. The resounding crack echoed as Caulifla, on the verge of a furious roar, was momentarily stunned. After a second of pause, her mouth widened in shock as a thick green energy sphere began to coalesce. Smack. Boom. Another resounding blow accompanied by an explosion sent Caulifla reeling, her form collapsing backward. Huh. This is indeed amusing. Vegeta wore a sinister grin as he executed a sweeping kick, hastening Kale's descent to the ground. Once Kale had fallen, Vegeta ascended slowly, his form hovering above her. This is dull. Let us bring it to an end. Vegeta's expression shifted, taking on a grave seriousness as he laboriously raised his right arm. Palms pressed together. A formidable aura of divine energy instantaneously radiated outward, enveloped in a crimson glow that swirled incessantly around him. A tempest began to form, revolving around Vegeta, while arcs of golden lightning intertwined, crackling and flashing, sending ripples of energy throughout the barrier. The mere emanation of this energy caused the barrier to tremble, as if on the verge of shattering. In the next instant, Cell materialized in midair, his fingers brushing against the barrier, halting its quivering with a mere touch. Zzz. Golden energy spheres gathered between his hands, arcs of electricity erupting and crashing to the ground, creating numerous craters. Within this dazzling display, immense power was coalescing. At that moment, Kale's pupils slightly revealed a hint of green in her irises, her golden hair fading to reveal a constant flow of green light. She gazed up at the radiant energy sphere above her, a flicker of fear and panic flashing in her eyes. Enjoy the grand spectacle, the ultimate flash, Vegeta bellowed, as the golden light in his hands burst forth, transforming into a magnificent golden beam. Boom! The brilliant golden beam engulfed Kale below, the tremendous force shattering the ground beneath her in an instant, causing the air to tremble as the entire nameless planet seemed to quake. In a mere 0.01 seconds, Kale was struck from the arena, losing her qualification to fight. What a display! Vegeta is incredible, Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at the striking figure of Vegeta in the sky. Wow, Vegeta, you did splendidly. Beerus, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, casting a slightly provocative glance at the ashen-faced Kampa. This infuriated Kampa, who stood up, baring his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as a faint purple aura of destructive energy began to manifest. A wave of pressure, characteristic of a god of destruction, surged forth, startling both Magetta and the large yellow bear seated beside him. Hit slowly opened his eyes, while Goku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Meanwhile, Caulifla immediately descended to search for Kale, who had fallen into one of the craters. You all are truly useless. You can't even win this. Kampa's face darkened as he rose slowly, his body levitating, exuding overwhelming pressure that permeated the entire barrier. Referee, declare the results of the match. Shalu instantaneously appeared on the platform, mending it with a flourish. A radiant green light emanated from his right hand, enveloping Vegeta. The green luminescence gradually penetrated his being, swiftly healing the fractures in his right hand, the myriad abrasions across his body, and his internal injuries. With his left hand extended, a delicate green membrane enveloped the audience of Universe 7, shielding them from the oppressive aura of the god of destruction, Kampa. He then observed the internal conflict before him without interference. Chapter 97, Conflict and the Next Match Ahem. In this contest, the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, has emerged victorious. The announcer, or rather the referee, proclaimed loudly, momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, and politely retreated behind Shalu. Vegeta gazed at his body in awe of such a remarkable ability. It felt akin to a senzu bean. Clenching his right fist, he experienced no discomfort. Subsequently, sensing the divine power of the god of destruction, Kampa, he too raised his gaze skyward. The likes of Beerus and others from Universe 7 observed the situation across with mild intrigue. Lord Beerus, it's not our concern. This is a matter of their universe, a privilege of the gods of destruction, Beerus interjected, anticipating Goku's impending remarks, his tone laced with irritation. Meanwhile, Trunks furrowed his brow, glancing at Uncle Shalu, but opted to remain silent. Below, a voice, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, emerged from behind. Could you also help heal Kale? Caulifla, her cheeks flushed, pulled Kale over, approaching with a hopeful demeanor. Is it me? Shalu pointed to himself, then cast a peculiar glance at the seemingly infatuated Caulifla before him, pondering whether he possessed such irresistible charm. He stroked his chin, observing the figure of Kale beneath him. With a flick of his wrist, a cascade of green luminescence enveloped Kale's form, penetrating his body. In an instant, Kale's injuries healed, though he remained momentarily unconscious, destined to awaken shortly. Well then, do you wish to return? Shalu pointed towards the seemingly combative seating area of Universe 6, slowly beginning to speak. No, I shall wait right here. Caulifla, blushing, lowered her head slightly and murmured. Upon hearing such a response, Shalu paid it no mind, directing his gaze upwards. Caulifla, what has become of you? Show some of that elder sister's spirit. Caulifla felt her heart racing. She could not fathom why her cheeks burned when facing this individual. Her words faltering, her thoughts muddled. There was an elusive charm emanating from him that she could not ignore. Above them, Zampa. Silence. Bardos interjected. There is no need for you to plead for them. Zampa barked back, baring his teeth in a menacing snarl, as a deep black-purple energy sphere slowly materialized in his hand. Oh, Then I shall observe whether this so-called god of destruction is truly worthy of the title. Garada, frowning, spoke slowly, clearly unimpressed by the brutish figure before him. With a dazzling golden aura enveloping him, an immense energy surged forth, illuminating Garada entirely. Golden light spiraled around him. And suddenly, his arms erupted in a burst of brilliance, shooting forth strands of black light as his power skyrocketed. The seating area collapsed and shattered under the intensity. The remaining participants, including Magetta, stared wide-eyed from above, and even Bardas and Hit were taken aback by Garada's bold declaration. Ah, how intriguing. A challenge to the god of destruction. Truly fascinating, Beerus remarked with a smile, rising to his feet to observe the confrontation. Shalu, in the arena, could not help but feel a smile creeping onto his face. Goodness, he dares to confront these gods of destruction head-on. How audacious is Garada. Shalu was profoundly intrigued and desired to draw Gyurut into his faction. Even Vegeta and Son Goku were taken aback, particularly Son Goku, who, observing the heightened aura emanating from Gyurut, was filled with excitement. He had not anticipated that Gyurut would dare to challenge the god of destruction. While he and Lord Beerus merely engaged in sparring, Gyurut was overtly provoking him. Oh, you have truly incited my wrath. Kampa's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of destructive energy towards Gyurut. The sound of slicing air echoed as Gyurut, eyeing the rapidly approaching energy, scoffed before launching a powerful punch. A streak of black energy erupted, colliding directly with the energy sphere. Zzz. The sound of searing energy filled the air as Gyurut's right arm bulged with veins. And a dark energy sword, several meters long, pierced through the destructive energy sphere, obliterating it into shimmering particles of light. Trunks, witnessing this spectacle, was initially astonished. But his eyes gradually narrowed as he scrutinized the colossal black sword, marveling at its immense power. Nanny? He actually received it? Kampa's eyes widened in shock, murmuring in disbelief. Ah, is this the extent of a god of destruction's power? It seems I could also assume that role, Gyurut remarked with a smirk, his eyes glinting with derision as he regarded the pig-headed Kampa. Kampa was left speechless, his previously pale purple aura transforming into a deep violet black, with violet energy particles swirling and pulsating around him, emanating an overwhelming pressure. A series of white divine rings revolved behind him, and a mark appeared on his forehead. From a distance, he resembled an imposing black hole, albeit without a powerful gravitational pull, as the surrounding space twisted and contorted as if being consumed. Just as Kampa contemplated his next move, Beerus suddenly appeared behind him, his right hand flashing with silvery light, striking his neck. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as Kampa fell unconscious, his oppressive aura dissipating rapidly. The previously distorted space returned to normal, and the viewing area restored itself as Beerus unceremoniously deposited Kampa in a corner. In the final match, Hit, it's your turn. A sweet smile graced Beerus's face, as if nothing had transpired moments before. The others quietly resumed their seats under his charming demeanor. Haha. Referee, please announce the commencement of the next match. Caulifla. Let's go? With that, Shalu swiftly moved to the 7th universe's viewing area. Mr. Whis, in terms of strength, who is superior, you or Ms. Beerus? Shalu inquired with mild curiosity. Ho ho ho. Mr. Shalu, that question is rather difficult for me to answer. If we were to speak of the past, my sister was indeed stronger, but it has been many years since we last sparred, so I am uncertain of the current standings. Vegeta chuckled softly, covering his mouth, and spoke quietly. Is that so? Below, the referee trembled slightly as he approached the arena, proclaiming loudly, now entering the stage, we have the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, and from Universe 6, Hit. After announcing, the referee quickly retreated to his previous position, seeking refuge. Caulifla dragged Kale back to the contestants' area as Hit descended gracefully. The competitors faced each other. The 5th match commences. As Caulifla returned to the seating area for Universe 6, she placed Kale on a rather comfortable recliner and began to indulge in her thoughts. Her cheeks flushed, her entire body felt heated, and her expression grew increasingly peculiar. However, no one seemed to notice her demeanor. Oh my, how does he know my name? Caulifla pondered anxiously, her face reddening further, her neck heating up. To be honest, she was unsure why she felt such intrigue and shyness towards him. It was as if she felt an undeniable connection upon catching his glance. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. In the audience of Universe 7, Beerus gently shook his head, glancing over at the nearby cell, and inquired, "Can this Hit, the ace of Universe 6, truly be defeated by Vegeta?" "No." Shalu shook his head. It was a straightforward and blunt response that even made Beerus click his tongue in surprise. "And what about Trunks? He is the ace of our team. To be honest, it all depends on fate, yet I have faith in Trunks." Shalu gazed at the somewhat anxious Trunks and gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. "Uncle Shalu, is that fellow named Hit truly formidable? Why do I feel he is not as powerful as you say? Just observe the battle between Vegeta and him, and you will soon comprehend. There are many things that I need not articulate. You must use your own eyes to see. Always remember, there are individuals beyond individuals, realms beyond realms. Never presume that you have reached the pinnacle of strength. Maintain a humble perspective of yourself. For instance, the seemingly eccentric Lord Beerus is significantly stronger than I am at present. Although Mr. Whis appears merely as Lord Beerus's attendant, he is, in fact, the master of Lord Beerus and possesses strength far surpassing that of his disciple. Above Mr. Whis, there exist even mightier beings." Shalu displayed a serious expression, gazing intently into Trunks' eyes, drawing closer. "Yes, Uncle Shalu, I understand," Trunks replied hastily, momentarily taken aback. He had only just learned today that Lord Beerus' master was Mr. Whis, which explained why Mr. Whis appeared so remarkably dependable. "Humph. Kid, who informed you of this? I can't shake the feeling that you possess an uncanny awareness of everything." Beerus grumbled, snorting in irritation. "Haha. That's because I possess abilities akin to Zuno's, allowing me to comprehend nearly everything within this universe whenever I desire to know." Upon hearing this, Shalu chuckled, finding Lord Beerus quite amusing. "Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, you still possess a childlike spirit, don't you?" Whis remarked softly, covering his mouth with a hand as he laughed. "You cannot win. Although the battles prior were indeed remarkable, it would be wise for you to concede." With his crimson eyes wide open, Hit spoke in a calm tone, as if accomplishing all this were a mere trifle, which infuriated Vegeta greatly. "Nanny? You expect me to concede? How absurd. It seems you must be the strongest in Universe 6. Let me shatter that ridiculous confidence of yours." Vegeta's expression twisted into a menacing grimace, though his gaze grew somber. Despite Hit's bravado, he was undoubtedly formidable. "Is that so?" Hit casually tucked his hands into the sleeves of his coat, appearing utterly unguarded. "To be honest, if your intention was to provoke me, congratulations, you've succeeded." Observing Hit's nonchalant demeanor, Vegeta assumed he was being underestimated, igniting his fury. Boom. Waves of energy surged forth, scattering dust from the ground as crimson light enveloped him, illuminating Vegeta in a vibrant glow. His hair fluttered in the wind, an immense pressure radiating outward, aimed directly at Hit. Swish. The overwhelming force brushed past, stirring the gray coat enveloping Hit, who remained motionless. However, Vegeta could no longer tolerate the display of arrogance from his opponent. Huh. With a swift step, Vegeta retracted the luminescent aura surrounding him and charged towards Hit with remarkable speed, his right hand swelling as he aimed a powerful strike. Crack. Just as Vegeta's fist was inches from him, a glimmer of transparency flickered in Hit's eyes, and time around him seemed to slow. In a flash, Hit leaped through time. Appearing at Vegeta's right side, his right fist poised, index finger extended, delivering a formidable blow aimed at Vegeta's temple. From Vegeta's perspective, Hit moved with a velocity far beyond his own, striking him with precision. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the purple force of Hit's punch pierced through Vegeta's temple, sending him hurtling away. Cough. By the time Vegeta regained his senses, he lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot and veins pulsing with crimson. The area around his temple, recently struck, had begun to swell. Impossible. How could he be so fast? Vegeta struggled to rise, gazing at Hit, whose speed rendered him utterly invisible. Hit gazed at his own hands with a hint of perplexity. Utilizing the time skip technique had proven to be quite strenuous this time, and he nearly faltered. The individual before him was undeniably formidable. In the audience, spectators were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them, as they could only observe Vegeta dashing forward at incredible speed, only to be hurled backward, spitting blood. Some, in fact, did not even comprehend what had transpired, witnessing merely Vegeta's sudden disappearance followed by his rapid retreat, bloodied and disoriented. In the contestant area, Goku scratched his head and inquired of Mr. Cell. "Can you perceive its movements?" "It's astonishing. I can't capture any of it." "Indeed, I can discern it. It is merely a leap, something with which Mr. Whis is quite familiar." At this moment, Shalu's eyes were filled with a brilliant white light, resembling shards of glass bursting forth. In witnessing Hit's execution of the flash technique, he finally comprehended the concept that had eluded him. He was merely a step away before, but now he perceived it clearly. Oh, a leap? Is it a leap through space, or rather through time? I never imagined a mere mortal could achieve such a feat. Weiss appeared quite elated and remarked with a smile. Time leap? Is that truly feasible, Uncle Shalu? Trunks expressed his confusion, as he found the notion rather absurd. How could time possibly leap? Trunks cleared his throat. Shalu gestured for him to be silent for a considerable time, indicating that such matters should be discussed privately. As for the concept of time, your mother has merely demonstrated to the world through theory and tangible results that humanity can indeed manipulate time. After all, using a time machine to leap into the future or the past is, in essence, a playful manipulation of time. Chapter 99, Breaking Limits. Moreover, to be honest, I possess this technique as well, so I shall merely observe. Trunks. Cell paused for a moment before continuing. Trunks, suppressing his urge to inquire further, nodded in response. Meanwhile, Whis regarded Cell's retreating figure with a hint of amusement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As for Beerus, he remained indifferent to the unfolding events, merely casting his gaze downward towards the battleground, where the fight was taking place. For him, the only desire was to witness a victory. Below, both fighters halted, entering a moment of contemplation. Vegeta struggled to rise, observing his opponent, Hit, who was intently focused on his own fists. A look of perplexity etched across his face. In response, Vegeta mirrored this confusion. The speed of this individual was astonishing, reminiscent of instantaneous movement, indeed, akin to Kakarot's teleportation. However, the execution time was brief, leaving him with little room for defense. With a deep breath, Vegeta exhaled, a crimson glow enveloping him, forming an energy barrier for protection and enhancing his perception. This was the unique supersensory ability of Super Saiyan 4. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta's fighting spirit surged to an unprecedented intensity. Noticing the